Chapter 3602, Primordial Tao Ancestor, Twint, 3602, Primordial Tao Ancestor, Twint. In the blink of an eye, Senior Sister Shenlei and Han Fei moved too fast and decisively. This Dominator-level ominous also realized that the other party was determined to take him down. The moment the demon purification pot caught him, he roared, "Sacrifice!" Buzz. At that moment, this Dominator-level ominous body burned with black flames. With this ominous body as the center, billions of kilometers of sky were locked down. Because he was too close to the Dominator Ominous, in Han Fei's eyes, the information of the Dominator Ominous had changed. Namari Primordial Tao, Ancestor's Ominous Body, on Introduction. An ominous body of the Supreme Dominator of the Primordial Star Sea, born because of the corrosion of the Ominous. Because it has the power to dominate the world, even if it is corroded by the Ominous, it can still have indelible intelligence. However, the ominous body is only a part of the Primordial Tao Ancestor. Only when the Primordial Star Sea is completely swallowed can the ominous body become the Supreme Dominator. Ominous level, realm. Tao Ancestor, a battle technique. Ominous, a collectible, a Tao domain. Crystal, absorbable, a remarks. A remarks, a whelm. Remarks, yes, the moment the Dominator level ominous burned itself, its information changed, turning into the ominous level. At the same time, Han Fei learned another piece of information. Sure enough, there was another place similar to the chaotic Star Sea in this world, and this Dominator-level ominous was born from the Primordial Star Sea. Little junior brother, retreat. Everything happened too quickly. Han Fei had only wanted to hold back the Dominator-level ominous, but he didn't expect this guy to be so crazy in the end. He sacrificed himself in exchange for the ominous-level power. Shenla held a feather in her hand, which was like the sharpest blade, piercing through this locked space in one fell swoop. Hearing that, Han Fei certainly didn't dare to be negligent and quickly retreated. However, the burning ominous sneered. "Do you think you've won? You don't know that this is just the beginning." "Human Emperor, go with me." With that, the Dominator-level ominous pushed forward, and the road in front of Shenla completely collapsed, turning into an abyss that led to the unknown. Little junior brother. Senior Sister Shenla's face changed drastically. A red light flashed between her eyebrows, and a life feather crossed the abyss. Shenla stepped on the burning feather, forcibly rushed into this unknown place that didn't belong to the chaotic Star Sea, and grabbed Han Fei. However, this abyss carried an infinite suction force. Even Shenlei, who had made a breakthrough, couldn't break free from the collapsing force. At this moment, the demon purification pot was clinging to the ominous body. Han Fei couldn't break free even if he wanted to. He didn't expect this situation. At this moment, the figures of Xuanhuan, Han Chanye, Shimin Linglin, and the others appeared in his mind. No. Eldest senior brother had embarked on the path of no return. The chaotic Star Sea couldn't be left unguarded. Otherwise, the Master of Time and the Death God alone wouldn't be able to withstand the ominous. Once Senior Sister Shenla fell with him, all races in the abyss would be destroyed. And Xuanhuan, Shimin Linglin, Han Chanyi, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others would die too. No, I can't let this happen. Han Fei roared. Senior Sister, the 6 divine realms are in my origin star. Little junior brother, Senior Sister, someone must guard the Sea of Stars. Please protect my wife and children. I might be able to return. Han Fei looked determined, and the Blade of Hope appeared in his hand. With a swish, the Blade of Hope took Shenlei to fly away from the dark abyss. Tweet Senior Sister Shenlei wailed, "Little junior brother, take my life feather. It can burn everything for 3 days." As soon as he said so, the two disappeared from each other's vision. Tweetsie, outside the Myriad God Palace, a divine bird wailed. It was naturally Senior Sister Shenlei. At this moment, Senior Sister Shenla stood proudly on the 9-turn heavenly wheel, and boundless blood chi directly covered the 3 surrounding seas of stars. Sky-burning fury. Hula, the blood and chi burned the air, and the billions of ominous creatures that were rapidly retreating were burned and annihilated by this furious blood and chi. Billions of ominous creatures were swept away by this blood and chi fire. Nearly 10 Dominator-level ominous creatures were burnt into nothingness by this violent fury. Outside the Myriad God Palace, peace finally came. Countless strong masters of the myriad races were shocked for a long time and shouted, we won, ha ha ha, we repelled the ominous. Is the war finally over? How did we win? The ominous really retreated. These people all looked at Shenlei with admiration in their eyes. However, only a few people noticed the Blade of Hope in Shenlei's hand. When Shimin Linglin saw that there was only one Blade of Hope left, her heart skipped a beat. Swish Timin Linglin appeared in front of Shenlei, her eyes bloodshot. In the next moment, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, 5th Senior Brother, Lei Heng, 6th God, Han Guanshu, and Zhang Linxian all came to Shenlei. Xia Xiaoshan, who clearly realized that something was wrong, hurriedly pulled Han Chunyi to the 9-turn heavenly wheel. Xia Xiaoshan knew the Blade of Hope. She knew that this was Zimin Linglin's talent knife, an existence of the same type as her spiritual beast. Most people in the world had awakened spiritual beasts, but there were also extremely rare people who had awakened weapons. Zimin Linglin was such a person. Xia Xiaoshan knew that there were 2 Blades of Hope. At this moment, it was definitely not a good thing that one of them appeared in Shenlei's hand. Chapter 3603 Primordial Tao Ancestor 3603 Primordial Tao Ancestor 3 Xia Xiaoshan asked, Senior Shenlei, where is he? Everyone present was not stupid. The ominous had retreated. Shenlei, the top powerhouse of the Void Temple, had returned, and the Master of Time was still here, but Han Fei hadn't returned. What this meant was almost self-evident. Feeling Xia Xiaoshan's slightly trembling hand and Zimin Linglin's extremely ugly expression, Han Chunyi's eyelids twitched. Where is my father? He just said that he would come to me. Where is my father? Alas, Senior Brother Azure Dragon sighed slightly and didn't speak. Zhang Linxian's voice was also extremely cold. Fellow Taoist Shenlei, what happened? Shenlei's expression was ugly. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly said, If I've guessed right, little junior brother was dragged into the world where the ominous is. Xia Xiaoshan's body trembled slightly, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. An ominous world? That was a place that no one had ever set foot in. The ominous had fought against all races for several eras, but no one had ever entered an ominous world and returned. Lei Heng said, Senior Sister Shenlei, haven't you killed your way in? However, Shenle shook her head slightly. I've killed my way into the depths of the ominous mist, but I haven't killed my way into the ominous world. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoshan couldn't help but feel a trace of hope. Isn't it said that the ominous was created by the destruction of the myriad races? Why is there a separate world? If that's the case, it means that he might still be alive. 5th Senior Brother heaved a long sigh. That's true and false. Negative power can indeed create the ominous, but it's not the real source of the ominous. In the primordial era, a person once fought to the source of the ominous, only to find that it was actually a channel that led to the endless void. Therefore, negative power creates the ominous. It's just a way of birth, but it's not the source of the ominous. Perhaps the world where the ominous is located is similar to the chaotic star sea, and there is also war there. If little junior brother really goes there, it's indeed possible that he is still alive. 5th Senior Brother could only give Xia Xiaoshan and the others hope, but this hope seemed pale in the ears of everyone. At this moment, Zimin Linglin said firmly, He is still alive. Everyone looked at Zimin Linglin, who took the Blade of Hope and said, The Blade of Hope is my talent weapon. If it's not damaged, it means that Han Fei is still alive. Buzz. At the same time as the crisis in the chaotic star sea was resolved, Han Fei stepped on a feather in this boundless dark abyss and held a Blade of Hope. The demon purification pot no longer had a target. The Dominator-level ominous was completely annihilated after sacrificing itself at the last moment and temporarily surpassing the Dominator level. Cough, Han Fei coughed, and black blood appeared in his palm. His invincible body had long been extinguished. Han Fei didn't expect the Dominator-level ominous to be so crazy. It was only one step away from becoming a Dominator, but it was still sacrificing itself? Didn't these ominous cherish him at all? He had wanted to use his invincible body to resist for a while, thinking that when Senior Sister Shenle came, the situation would definitely change. Who would have expected such a thing to happen? At this moment, he was contaminated by the gray powder. The moment the Dominator-level ominous sacrificed itself and temporarily surpassed the Dominator level, his invincible body was broken. As soon as the invincible golden body was broken, Han Fei was contaminated by the gray powder. The coughing began at that moment, as if an inexplicable power was circulating in his body, destroying his supreme body. If it weren't for the fact that his physique was abnormally strong, that he had mastered the law of life, and that he was so strong, he wouldn't have been able to last a moment before he died. Even now, he was not in a good state. Affected by the power of the powder, his combat power was roughly weakened by 20%. Originally, Han Fei's basic combat power was only 12 pieces of Star River origin. Now that it had been weakened by 20%, it meant that his basic combat power was less than 10 pieces of Star River origin. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei fell into an ominous mist from the abyss, a space contaminated by the ominous? At this moment, because Han Fei had to suppress the strange power of the powder in his body, the divine brilliance on his body had long dimmed. Suddenly trapped in this dense, ominous mist, only the faint divine brilliance on the surface of his body was left. At the same time, Han Fei's heart stirred. Since there was an ominous mist, he should have come to a space in the Sea of Stars. However, this place was completely made of ominous mist, and he couldn't release his perception at all. At this moment, Han Fei saw dozens of God-slaying level ominous creatures gathering from all directions. God-slaying level? Yes, the ominous here was at the god-slaying level as soon as it appeared. In fact, dominator-level ominous creatures appeared in a moment. There were more and more ominous creatures around, and their levels were not low. He couldn't see any of them below the doomsday level. Obviously, he had really entered the ominous nest this time. Human powerhouses are really rare. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black Taoist robe sat on an ominous giant deer and slowly walked over. Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. Primordial Tao ancestor? Han Fei sensed the same ominous aura from this person as the one who dragged him in just now. Chapter 3604 Primordial Tao Ancestor 4 Primordial Tao Ancestor Soar 4 3604 Primordial Tao Ancestor 4 The Taoist nodded slightly. A human supreme? Fortunately, you haven't fully grown up yet, otherwise you would be a little difficult to deal with. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He was not stupid. Since this person had admitted his ominous body, it was equivalent to telling Han Fei that he was a powerhouse above the Dominator level, a real ominous level powerhouse. And this was the Primordial Star Sea, a place similar to the Chaotic Star Sea. Perhaps, in an ancient period, there was once a channel between these two seas of stars, so there was primordial mist in the Chaotic Star Sea. Faced with such a strong master, Han Fei knew that under such circumstances, it was probably useless even if he walked the Tao of all living beings. The only solution now was to swallow the fruit of creation. This was because the information the demon purification pot had seen before told him that the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor hadn't completely swallowed the primordial star sea. Han Fei snorted. Although this sea of stars is occupied by you, the laws of the world exist, which means that you haven't completely controlled this sea of stars. If that's the case, you might not be able to take me down. The ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor said indifferently, you've been contaminated with ominous matter. Sooner or later, you'll become one of us. Why struggle? Bai Strill, shit. Han Fei sneered. Since you know me, you should know that the demon purification pot is also in my hands. If I'm contaminated by the ominous substance, the demon purification pot can absorb it immediately. The dark primordial Tao ancestor was not in a hurry. Instead, he said calmly, you keep calling us ominous, but do you know what the real ominous is? You don't. Not only do you not know, but even the word ominous is transmitted from our mouths. Although the demon purification pot is powerful, do you know that it's just a container to store the ominous? Besides, there is more than one such container. What are you talking about? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Do you think I'll believe you? The primordial Tao ancestor smiled and said, believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. The real ominous things have never been us, but those suppressed ominous things. However, for you and me, what's the difference if you are contaminated by the ominous things? For example, even if you are contaminated by the ominous things, you can still maintain your consciousness, have all the combat skills you know, and know all the great Taos you have mastered. Therefore, is there any difference between you before you are contaminated by the ominous things and you after you are contaminated by the ominous things? Han Fei sneered. What about those below the doomsday level? The primordial Tao ancestor smiled. They're just nutrients. We control the sea of stars, and all living beings are at our mercy. You can understand that this sea of stars is just a vast farm. Every once in a while, we have to harvest them, and you and I are both beneficiaries. Bullshit. The ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor's words were getting more and more ridiculous. His thoughts might already be abnormal. This was even more terrifying than treating all living beings as ants. Ordinary people wouldn't trample on ants. However, this primordial Tao ancestor wanted to harvest a sea of stars as his nutrients. In his eyes, the creatures of all races were just resources. The primordial Tao ancestor said indifferently, I've already told you the whole story. If you join us, I can give you the chaotic star sea. Otherwise, I can only cut off your path. It's a waste of your talent. You shouldn't end up like this. Han Fei laughed. Invite me to join you? Okay. Then give me a few bottles of the gray powder first. The primordial Tao ancestor shook his head gently. Ominous matter is extremely rare. It's not something you can get just because you want it. Besides, if you're not sincere, I'm afraid I can't give it to you. Han Fei's heart stirred. Is the gray powder that looks like gangrene really something good for ominous creatures? Han Fei said again, if you want me to join you, you have to give me some benefits, right? How can I join you without any benefits? The primordial Tao ancestor smiled and said, didn't I say that the chaotic star sea can be given to you? Han Fei rolled his eyes. I want tangible benefits. Don't draw pancakes for me. Besides, if I really want the chaotic star sea, do I need you to give it to me? The primordial Tao ancestor sighed softly. People are stupid. With your current situation, there's really no need for me to lie to you. I just cherish talent. After all, in this endless era, there are very few companions. It's really lonely. I'll give you one last chance to accept the gift of the ominous matter. Otherwise, I can only solve you myself. Chapter 3605 Fruit of Creation 13605 Fruit of Creation 1 Faced with the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor and the increasing number of dominator-level ominous creatures around him, Han Fei knew that he had no way out. Han Fei said, "Last question. What are you pursuing? With your strength, it should be a matter of time for you to control the primordial star sea. But even if you really completely control the primordial star sea, what can you get? This sea of stars has become your nutrients. No matter how strong you are, what's the point?" Faced with Han Fei's question, the ominous body pondered for a long time and then said with a sigh, "You've successfully evoked my memories. Before I encountered the ominous matter, I had nothing to ask for. But at this moment, what I pursue is probably the more mysterious unknown. Don't you want to see the world outside the primordial star sea and the chaotic star sea?" Han Fei sneered. "If it weren't for you, to be honest, I really wouldn't want to. However, I'm very satisfied with your answer. I already know what I want to know." Without hesitation, Han Fei grabbed the life feather that Shen Le left for him and shouted, "You've probably forgotten your original intention. I'd better not join you." Buzz. Han Fei ignited the life feather. In the next moment, the surrounding space and laws distorted, and infinite blood chi burst out of the feather and then began to burn. With a swish, many doomsday-level ominous creatures around were ignited by this sudden chi and blood and were instantly incinerated. Where there was life, there was the law of life. Under the envelopment of Han Fei's law of life, thousands of doomsday-level ominous creatures were instantly burned up. However, as soon as the power of the feather erupted, the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor shot out an endless ominous mist, forcibly protecting the ominous creatures here. The ominous body snorted, "I treat you with sincerity, but you failed me. In that case, don't blame me." With that, the ominous figure instantly disappeared from the giant deer. As it attacked, Han Fei felt that all laws in the world turned into divine chains of laws that swept over. Yes, almost all the laws of the heavenly Tao in the primordial star sea were controlled by the primordial Tao ancestor. The other party knew all the laws Han Fei could use. As a result, the other party could easily borrow the power of the world and activate all the laws in the world with a raise of his hand. Bang, 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 bang. Fortunately, after senior sister Shenlei's breakthrough, her strength was probably not weak. This life feather was said to be able to burn everything for 3 days. Therefore, when these law-divine chains appeared around him, they were immediately burned apart and couldn't penetrate him. The primordial Tao ancestor's voice floated in Han Fei's ears. "A dominator is a dominator after all. No matter how strong Shenle is, she can't take the last step. The power of this feather can only delay your death. When the power of this feather is exhausted, I will occupy your body and corrode your soul. I will turn you into an ominous creature and make you return to the chaotic star sea." Han Fei roared, "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." With a flip of his hand, the vast ocean navigator appeared in his palm. As he issued an order in his heart, the vast ocean navigator began to spin. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, there is still an uncorroded world in the primordial star sea. Before, Han Fei's last question was not about what the ominous body pursued at all, but to know his control of the primordial star sea. If the primordial star sea had completely fallen, and only a little bit of the heavenly Tao was fighting it, he might indeed have no way out. However, through the vast ocean navigator, he learned that there was still pure land here. This meant that there was a certain power here fighting it, and that was where he was going. Han Fei tried to go directly to the pure land through a world similar to the source power of the Star River. However, this was not the chaotic star sea. Some powers were not under his control at all. He couldn't go to any place in the Sea of Stars in an instant like in the chaotic star sea. Swish. Having no choice, Han Fei could only cross this ominous mist with the vast ocean navigator. Each time he crossed it, he just needed to cross 10 star rivers at most. Han Fei wanted to use the invincible body, but the ominous matter in his body was causing trouble, making it difficult for him to activate the invincible body. Han Fei had just crossed a small area of the Star River when the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor appeared in front of him. As he slapped down, a great Tao spiral burst out of his palm and pushed Han Fei back billions of kilometers of the Star River. Even with senior sister Shenlei's life feather, it could only obliterate 50 to 60% of the power of this slap. The ominous voice was cold. "This is my world. Where do you want to go? Fuck off. You're just a remnant body, a negative aspect of others. You want to control a sea of stars? Dream on." With that, Han Fei turned into thousands of lightning marks which crossed a Star River at the same time. Sure enough, this time, the primordial Tao ancestor couldn't appear in front of him immediately. In the Thousand Thunder Flash, Han Fei could be any lightning mark unless the primordial Tao ancestor could block all the lightning marks at once. However, Han Fei wasn't happy for long. Among the thousands of lightning marks, in the blink of an eye, the lightning technique suddenly moved, and thousands of lightning marks instantly exploded. Chapter 3606, 3606, Fruit of Creation, 3606, Fruit of Creation, 2. This time, Han Fei was not spared either. He was blown out, and all his bones were cracking. The primordial Tao ancestor smiled contemptuously. "You used the laws of heaven and earth in the sea of stars under my control. Have you asked me?" Han Fei's heart sank. This person was indeed terrifying. Under his control, if it weren't for senior sister Shenlei's life feather, he wouldn't have been able to fight back. However, he couldn't go on like this. Because he needed to suppress the ominous matter, his combat power couldn't return to its peak at all. Even his invincible body was vaguely restrained by the ominous matter. And all he could use at this moment was that his basic combat power was less than 10 pieces of Star River source power. This made Han Fei's heart sink. Sure enough, no matter what, basic combat power was the most important. All powers enhanced by external means might be ineffective one day. Han Fei gritted his teeth and activated the 10,000 blood body again. Just now, at the moment the path of invincibility collapsed, the 10,000 blood body were also dispersed. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less. He used the 10,000 blood body inherited from his bloodline again. This was a power that forcibly absorbed the heavenly Tao into his body. Since the primordial starseed hadn't been completely corroded by the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor, he should be able to borrow power. Sure enough, the moment the heavenly Tao entered his body, Han Fei's strength barely reached the power of 13 star rivers. However, this was still not enough compared to the primordial Tao ancestor. In just a moment, Han Fei was penetrated thousands of times. In this endless ominous mist, it was difficult for him to move. The ominous body said, "There's no need to try. It's impossible for you to reach there." The ominous waved its whisk and swept over. The whisk's black hair turned into billions of runes. In the blink of an eye, it sealed the sky and locked the earth, forcibly trapping Han Fei again. Between Han Fei's eyebrows, 10 vines of the demon purification pot appeared at the same time, piercing through the rune in the blink of an eye and opening a path for him. Faced with the demon purification pot, even the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor was a little afraid. He said, "Even if you don't use the ominous power, how can you be my match merely with this?" In the next moment, fist lights, knife lights, sword chi, whip marks, and waves of laws filled the sky, trapping Han Fei. At this point, Han Fei knew that he probably couldn't escape. On the other party's home ground, he was too restricted. If it weren't for the protection of his life feather, he wouldn't have been able to move at all. Han Fei immediately stopped, and the demon purification pot appeared in his palm. And his hand was on the 10th vine of the demon purification pot. Here, there was a small fruit, which was the fruit of creation. Han Fei said coldly, "Old guy, do you know what this is?" Seeing that Han Fei stopped running, the primordial ancestor also stopped. He looked at the small vine on the demon purification pot and seemed a little afraid, but he didn't say anything. Seeing this, Han Fei's eyes glittered and then he laughed. "Sure enough, you don't know it?" The fruit of creation was the only fruit born in the ultimate form of the demon purification pot. Once it was used, it couldn't be regenerated. This meant that so far he was the only one who had obtained the fruit of creation. Even the primordial Tao ancestor didn't know the effect of the fruit of creation. Seeing this, the primordial Tao ancestor said indifferently, "The appearance of the 10th vine of the demon purification pot is not enough to suppress me. Besides, if this fruit is really so useful, wouldn't it be better to use it in the chaotic star sea? Why were you taken into the primordial star sea by me?" The primordial ancestor clearly didn't care. He didn't believe that a fruit could resolve Han Fei's current predicament. Han Fei also knew that he had no choice now. The ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor was right. One of senior sister Shenlei's feathers couldn't withstand it for long. With his current strength, he could only take the beating passively. If that was the case, the power of the feathers might not even be able to last 3 days. In this endless ominous mist, it was almost impossible for him to pass the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor and go to the last pure land of the primordial star sea. Do you want to bet? If it was the chaotic star sea, he really didn't dare to bet. However, the heavenly Tao in the primordial star sea was incomplete, and there was only a pure land left here. The only thing he could bet on was that the remaining will of the heavenly Tao in the primordial star sea couldn't assimilate him. Han Fei murmured to himself. In the end, he became determined. Let's bet. Perhaps he might be assimilated by the will of the heavenly Tao here, but it was better than becoming an ominous creature. After all, he still had Han Song and Zhang Daqian. The avatars formed by all things three were essentially not clones, but original bodies. Besides, Han Fei had a bold idea. Crunch, a Han Fei swallowed the fruit of creation in front of the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor. Seeing this, the latter retreated a little. In his opinion, Han Fei was just struggling in his death throes. But this fruit grew from the demon purification pot after all. He didn't have to take the risk. Buzz. The moment the fruit of creation entered Han Fei's mouth, he was immediately refreshed. At that moment, he felt that a supreme will suddenly surged into his body. In the next moment, with Han Fei as the center, a primordial mist bloomed and the laws of the heavens formed a storm, sweeping him into it. The ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor frowned and attacked brazenly. With the power of the heavenly Tao he had mastered, he pushed forward. With a loud rumbling sound, a purple gas stream of light burst out, instantly purifying the ominous mist in the surrounding void. Chapter 3607, 3607, 3607, 3607 of Creation, 3607, Fruit of Creation, 3 Remnants of the Heavenly Tao. The primordial Tao ancestor's ominous body saw that Han Fei's flesh and blood were disintegrating. Many great Taos and 100,000 laws that escaped from his body were interwoven with the remnants of the heavenly Tao. He shouted angrily, "You're simply stupid. Even if you are a supreme, how can you swallow the will of the world? You might as well accept the baptism of the ominous matter." Roar! Hanfei had no time to care about the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor now. As soon as the fruit of creation entered his body, it was fusing with his flesh and blood. Even his supreme bones began to liquefy, turning into boundless Tao patterns. In terms of will, he felt that there was a supreme will that seemed to want to swallow him, but the supreme heart was no weaker than the heavens and was not controlled by the will of the world, so it could still hold on. After only a moment, Hanfei's body completely turned into nothingness. In this world, there was no Hanfei, only the supreme will still struggling. Even the ominous matter that tried to infect Hanfei was forcibly removed, because Hanfei's body, soul, and will had completely turned into the heavenly Tao. Although the ominous matter tried to follow him, it was blocked by something. In his daze, Hanfei seemed to sense this primordial star sea, infinite great Taos and laws, and rivers of stars and worlds. Besides, he felt that he could control everything. However, in this endless sea of stars, most places were already enveloped by gray-black mist. He saw dead stars, ominous creatures fighting each other in the mist, and some spiritual creatures of the world that had all grown pitch black. In this endless sea of stars, there was an invisible force that protected the 3,000 star rivers. Yes, in the vast primordial star sea, there were billions of star rivers, but now there were only 3,000 star rivers left. The reason why the 3,000 star rivers wasn't contaminated was that the 3,000 star rivers seemed to be attracted by something, forming a star river array similar to a large array. There were still living beings in the 3,000 star rivers. Hanfei scanned around with his mind and found that most of these living beings were natives. Hanfei was no stranger to these living beings. They were all from the 6 lineages. Among them, most creatures were mortals. There weren't many cultivators, and their strength was ordinary. However, there was actually a dominator-level Huma powerhouse here who was revered as the Heavenly Monarch. However, this heavenly monarch of the human race was very weak. His strength was only about the power of 3-star rivers. Well, he wasn't weak, but relatively speaking, he wasn't strong enough. Hanfei had learned a lot of things and some secrets, but he had no time to care about this now because he had more important things to do. It's time. Hanfei dared to bet because the heavenly Tao of the primordial star sea was incomplete. He wanted to take the chance to comprehend the 3rd level of the path of invincibility when he swallowed the fruit of creation and controlled the world. The 3rd level of the path of invincibility was to swallow the sky and absorb the earth. It controlled the power of the world and refined a star domain. With a thought, one could obtain the power of a domain, maintain the invincible momentum, and greatly increase their strength. He had already transformed into the heavenly Tao, so he should be able to grasp the 3rd level of the path of invincibility. However, since he had already transformed into the heavenly Tao, who would care about the path of invincibility? At this moment, the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor roared because Hanfei disappeared in front of him, turned into the law of the heavenly Tao, and dissipated without a trace. Transform into the heavenly Tao? Okay, it just so happens that I was worried that I couldn't corrode the 3,000 star rivers. Since you took the initiative to transform into the heavenly Tao, I'd like to see how much you can grow. At the same time, in the primordial star sea in the 3,000 pure land, the heavenly monarch of the human race who was guarding the heavenly palace suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky. In the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Between the heavens and earth, the great Tao was expanding, and the rules began to be messed up. He hurriedly tried to trigger all the laws in the world. However, the laws here were completely uncontrollable. Swish, swish, swish! One figure after another appeared in front of the heavenly monarch of the human race. Master Heavenly Monarch, the heavenly Tao is in chaos. Master Heavenly Monarch, we can't borrow the power of the heavens and earth. Is there a problem on the dark border? The human Heavenly Monarch said solemnly. Don't panic yet. It's a little strange. The myriad Taos in the heavens don't seem to be as simple as just becoming chaotic. It's more like they've changed their operation method. However, as soon as he said so, his face changed. In the next moment, he shouted, "The otherworldly sky fiends are gathering. Everyone, follow me to the border." Countless strong masters in the 3,000 pure land were summoned to the border of the Star River together. However, they didn't seem to know what they were going to face at all. At this moment, Hanfei was controlling the myriad laws of this world. Since he had transformed the world, controlling the power of the world was just a matter of course. Therefore, the 3rd level of the path of invincibility was cleared almost instantly without needing any comprehension. Now, Hanfei's will, with the enhancement of the fruit of creation, completely covered the 3,000 star rivers. In theory, he should be able to mobilize the power of the 3,000 star rivers. But in fact, he discovered that he could only burst out 49 pieces of star river source power. This was a contradictory comprehension. His will controlled 3,000 star rivers, but his power could only control 49 star rivers. After carrying 49 star rivers of origin power, Hanfei felt an unknown power blocking in front of him. How is this possible? Isn't it said that taking the fruit of creation can obtain power above the dominator level? Why am I stuck at 49 pieces of Star River source power? Chapter 3608 Fruit of Creation 43608 Fruit of Creation 4. Could it be that the heavenly Tao of the primordial star sea is incomplete, so even the fruit of creation can't help me directly cross the limit of 49 pieces of Star River source power? Just as Hanfei was wondering, suddenly a certain will collided with him. In the next moment, Hanfei felt that another will was talking to him in the 3,000 star rivers. Hanfei seemed to see a futon on the 9 high clouds, and on the futon was the primordial Tao ancestor who had just been chasing him. The primordial Tao ancestor said, there are 50 great developments. Of them, 49 are used. One of them is the heavenly secrets. If you don't comprehend the heavenly secrets or the heavenly mandate, it's the limit of living beings. If you comprehend the heavenly secrets and comprehend the heavenly mandate, you can find one. Only then can you reach the heavens and transform into the heavens. Hanfei was dumbfounded. Are you the real primordial Tao ancestor? The middle-aged man's will replied, you can call me Hongjun. Who is it? Hanfei was stunned. His will trembled, and all the Taos and techniques in the 3,000 star rivers trembled with him. Hanfei never expected to hear this name. It was said that Hongjun was not a god, a human, a devil, or a demon, but an incarnation of the great Tao. Hanfei was also a little confused. He didn't expect the so-called primordial Tao ancestor to appear in front of him. You, what are you now? The middle-aged man was also formed by his will. He seemed to be sighing. In a sense, I'm already dead. I've already turned into the heavens. I'm nothing now. Hanfei was shocked. What do you mean, senior? Can you explain it clearly? Hanfei knew that this was the real primordial Tao ancestor. He must know a lot. Hongjun said, how do you think the chaotic star sea was born? Hanfei's will trembled slightly, and Hongjun continued, the ominous came and the primordial chaos was contaminated. If I, as a creature, was no match for it in the end, I could only go further. Unfortunately, I couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and could only transform into the heavenly Tao. However, by transforming into the heavenly Tao, I didn't really have infinite power. Instead, I transformed into a sea of stars. Therefore, I created the chaotic star sea. This is because I am the chaotic star sea. I am the great Tao. I am the myriad laws. I am the world. At that moment, the star river trembled, the great Tao rolled crazily, and all laws were messed up. Hanfei was shocked. Who would have expected that the infinite sea of stars was transformed from a cultivator? This simply subverted Hanfei's understanding. However, Hanfei was immediately puzzled. Since you've already turned into the heavens, why are you still here? Maybe it's because of him. In front of Hongjun, there was a magical disc that seemed to evolve into an endless river of stars. Hongjun said, this is the creation jade plate, which should be at the same level as the demon purification pot. It's this thing that protected the 3,000 star rivers and left the last world for the primordial star sea. It's also this thing that guarded my last wisp of will. A treasure at the same level as the demon purification pot? This was the first time Hanfei had seen a treasure that was on par with the demon purification pot, but at this moment, treasures were actually not important in Hanfei's opinion. Even if it was the demon purification pot, he was not omnipotent and couldn't really suppress the ominous. So, you sent the 6 lineages to the chaotic star sea? Yes. Were the so-called myriad races all transformed from you? At first, they were based on the evolution of the creatures in the primordial star sea, but all creatures have their own evolution. It can be said that those are brand new races. Hanfei asked, why do you have an ominous body? Hongjun said, I couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and transform into the heavenly Tao, so I created an avatar and made 2 preparations. Unfortunately, this avatar fell into the hands of the ominous in the end. Hanfei was not surprised. If it were him, he would definitely not be willing to exist as the heavenly laws either. Hanfei asked, what is the ominous? Hongjun said, I don't know. There are too many secrets in this world. Is the heavenly Tao we see really the heavenly Tao? People can't understand what they have never seen. They can't imagine it no matter how they think about it. The source of the ominous, as far as I know, is a forbidden dust sealed in the demon purification pot by the creation jade plate. As long as one is contaminated by it, it's extremely difficult to get rid of it and easy to take the wrong path. Hanfei was shocked. So is the demon purification pot really a container for ominous matter? No, is it a container, a seal, or what? Hongjun seemed to be a little emotional. Or it's just fish bait. As for what the fisherman wants to fish, I don't understand either. Hanfei wanted to ask more, but Hongjun said, you're not in a good state at the moment. Although you walk the Supreme Tao, you're transforming into the heavens at the moment. Fortunately, there aren't many heavenly Taos left in the primordial star sea. Otherwise, you would have embarked on my old path. Hanfei thought to himself, that's right. I'm transforming into the heavens, the kind where I suffer a huge loss. I'm about to become the heavens, but I haven't obtained the power above the Dominator realm. However, he knew what the Supreme Tao Hongjun was talking about, which was naturally the Supreme Technique. The Supreme Technique was not interfered with by the Heavenly Tao and formed a kind of will on its own. However, if possible, he didn't want to swallow the fruit of creation, but he was forced into a corner. Han Fei immediately asked, Senior Hongjun, how can I stop myself from transforming into the heavens? Han Fei felt that he had already achieved some of his goals. At least the third level of the path of invincibility had been unblocked the moment he entered the sky transformation realm. The ominous matter in his body seemed to be gone too. After all, he didn't even have a body now. If he could stop the heavens transforming process now, he should be able to unleash the combat power of a peak-level dominator. But this time, Hongjun was silent for a long time before he slowly said, Your current state is very contradictory. In theory, you can't transform into the Heavenly Tao because there aren't enough Heavenly Tao left here to assimilate a powerhouse of your level. However, there is a power that forcibly transforms you into the Heavenly Tao, causing you to have already fused with the remaining Heavenly Tao here. Forget it, luck is on your side. You happen to appear in such an incomplete primordial star sea. Perhaps this is fate between you and me. I'll give you this creation jade plate. Refine it, and it can help you escape this situation. Chapter 3609. The primordial is the cause, while the chaos is the result. 13609. The primordial is the cause, while the chaos is the result. A moment ago, Hongjun said that he would give him the creation jade plate. In the next moment, a disc appeared in his will. Why did you give it to me so casually? Senior, you're giving me the creation jade plate just like that? Han Fei was very surprised. He didn't know or have heard of the creation jade disc, but this thing protected the 3,000 star seas and protected trillions of lives. It was a treasure on the same level as the demon purification pot. How could it be given to him just like that? Why? Han Fei had to ask why. At least, he wouldn't give the demon purification pot away. Hongjun slowly said, Actually, I've been waiting for a person to appear. I'm waiting for him to clear the supreme path and return to the primordial star sea to quell the ominous. Your arrival made me see a trace of hope. I've already passed away. What this wisp of my will can do is too limited. But someone has to carry the burden forward and fight against the ominous to unveil the last secret, right? Bang! At this moment, when Han Fei's will and Hongjun's will were communicating, the two felt the impact at the Heavenly Tao level at the same time. Almost at the same time, the two consciousnesses looked at the border of the 3,000 star seas. The powerful, ominous creatures gathered together. The ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor riding a deer looked quietly at the invisible barrier. Behind him flowed the laws of the Heavenly Tao, which were attacking the creation jade plate. At this moment, the heavenly monarch of the human race was guarding there with 2 sea-quelling god-level powerhouses, 9 god-slaying level powerhouses, and 300 gods. They seemed to be experienced in this matter and knew that these ominous creatures couldn't come over, so they didn't take the next step. However, regardless of whether the ominous creatures could come over or not, they had to be on guard. After all, if anything happened, they would be doomed. At this moment, among the 2 sea-quelling god-level powerhouses beside the heavenly monarch of the human race, a female cultivator was puzzled. The otherworldly sky fiends are making a big scene this time. I remember the last time such a scene appeared was millions of years ago. The human nodded slightly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mobilized such a huge force. There's a problem with the Heavenly Tao here. At this moment, the otherworldly sky fiends are attacking. There must be a connection between the two. We have to be careful. At this moment, the primordial Tao ancestor's ominous body slowly said, Human Emperor, I know that your will is still there. With the remaining Heavenly Tao of this world, it can't obliterate your will. Old guy, I know that you are there too. But one heaven can't accommodate 2 wills. One of you will always melt under the other party's will. Human Emperor, if the old guy attacks you, you might as well consider my previous proposal and accept the baptism of the ominous matter. Perhaps I can still accept you and allow you to walk the same path as me. Outside, the heavenly monarch and the others had thought that the otherworldly sky fiends would bewitch them, but this time, the other party wasn't talking to them at all. Human Emperor? Who is the human emperor? Who is old guy? Heavenly Tao? One heaven can't accommodate 2 wills? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had no idea what the primordial Tao ancestor was talking about. However, on the level of the will of the Heavenly Tao, Han Fei was a little stunned. Senior, is what he said true? Hongjun said calmly. As he said, there is only one will of the heavens. The reason why you and I met is that our wills are fighting. Either my will melts or your will dissipates. Han Fei couldn't help but feel that his will was shaken. However, this shaking was reflected in the world. A buzz was heard as if lightning was booming between the heavens and earth, or a faint mystic sounded in the sea of stars. However, Han Fei couldn't care less. He looked at Hongjun. If you give me the creation jade plate, what will happen to you? Hongjun smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. I don't intend to sacrifice myself to make you. I gave you the creation jade disc because it has the ability to create everything in the world. Similarly, it can create your body again. As long as your body appears and your will returns, my will can be preserved. My avatar only mentioned that one heaven couldn't accommodate 2 wills, but didn't mention the ability of the creation jade disc because he wanted to lure you to attack me. Han Fei was relieved to hear that, but he was also horrified. In this realm, it was indeed difficult to distinguish what was real and what was fake. However, Han Fei said, "If you give me the creation jade plate, who will protect the 3,000-star rivers?" Hongjun said. "As long as you don't take the creation jade disc away, it will always envelop the 3,000-star rivers." Han Fei was overjoyed. From what Hongjun said, he could leave the primordial star sea? Han Fei immediately asked, "Senior, do you have a way to reach the chaotic star sea?" Hongjun said with mixed feelings. "I have a way to reach the chaotic star sea, but that path has been sealed for too long. This path is also the one I left for the trillions of creatures in the 3,000-star rivers. You can't open it unless you have to. Now, you just need to refine the creation jade disc in peace." Han Fei didn't ask any more questions. He had already got the answer he wanted as long as he could go back. In fact, Han Fei didn't even need to refine the creation jade disc. This thing would take the initiative to guide Han Fei's will to fuse with it. Han Fei gradually fell silent. Gradually, Han Fei suddenly felt something. It was that his lost supreme bone was returning and condensing again. Chapter 36110. The primordial is the cause, while the chaos is the result. 23610. The primordial is the cause, while the chaos is the result. Immediately afterward, his flesh, blood, meridians, and soul returned, which was like a dream. Han Fei felt as if he had taken a nap. When he suddenly woke up, he was in a boundless starry sky somewhere in the 3,000-star rivers. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and felt that his body was full of explosive energy. He couldn't help but look at his information. Information popped up. Level Supreme Dominator Bloodline Ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. Number 1 Star River Source Power, 49 pieces. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish God Slaying, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Master. Main Art, Godfiend Body, 49 pieces of Star River Source Power. Han Fei couldn't help but feel excited. Was it a blessing in disguise this time? Although he had used the Fruit of Creation and almost turned into the Heavenly Tao, he survived by chance. As for the Fruit of Creation, although it didn't raise him above the Dominator level, it still gave him the terrifying power of 49 pieces of Star River Source Power. Han Fei wasn't very surprised about this, because at a certain moment after swallowing the Fruit of Creation, he felt that he could control 3,000-star rivers with a thought. Now, he only had the power of 49-star rivers. What's the big deal about it? Just as Han Fei was about to look away to find Hongjun's will, he suddenly saw the levels of Little Black, Little White, and the Emperor Sparrow. It was fine for Little Black and Little White. They had been eating. After transcending the divine tribulation, it was only natural for them to become god-slayers. If they accumulated enough strength, it wouldn't be surprising for them to become sea-quelling gods. However, the Emperor Sparrow suddenly became a dominator from a peak-level great monarch. How was that possible? Han Fei was stunned. He cultivated the supreme divine technique, so he could become a supreme dominator from a peak-level great monarch in one go. Besides, his process of becoming a supreme dominator was extremely dangerous. However, what did the Emperor Sparrow do? Even if he had unified ferocious beasts and strange beasts and broken the ominous curse, it didn't make sense for him to break through from the peak of the great monarch realm to the dominator realm. That's not right. How long did it take for the creation jade plate to help me rebuild? With a thought from Han Fei, a jade plate appeared in front of him. The runes on it were mysterious, as if they were branded with billions of rivers of stars. However, this time, the demon purification pot didn't show any description of the creation jade plate. Perhaps because the two were treasures of the same level, the demon purification pot couldn't recognize the creation jade plate. Immediately, Han Fei's will sank into the creation jade disc. For a moment, the 3,000-star rivers were all under the control of his will. Through the creation jade disc, Han Fei vaguely sensed the existence of Hongjun. Hongjun's will touched his will and he said, "Your path is indeed extraordinary. It's really a little difficult to rebuild it with the remnants of the Heavenly Tao in the primordial star sea." Han Fei's heart stirred. "Senior, how long has it been since I started to rebuild my body?" "More than 8,600 years, but for you and me, it's just a blink of an eye." "How many years?" Han Fei almost jumped up on the spot. More than 8,000 years had passed in just a nap. If he slept, the chaotic star sea might be gone. Han Fei's face immediately changed. More than 8,000 years have passed, but the 3,000-star rivers are intact. This means that even if the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor gathers an army, it won't succeed. However, when he looked at it through the creation jade disc, he found that there were still many dominator-level ominous creatures triggering the ominous mist, trying to corrode the power of the creation jade disc. "It's over." Han Fei's heart sank. In the blink of an eye, he came to the place where the ominous gathered. In Han Fei's eyes, the law of time surged and quickly traced back 8,600 years. In Han Fei's eyes, he saw the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor speak several times. "Human Emperor, I'll give you one last chance. Kill that old beastard and hand over the 3,000-star rivers. Then I can let the chaotic star sea off." After waiting for a long time without a response, the ominous body said again, Human Emperor, with your supreme will, you shouldn't have lost to this old guy. He's just a remnant will. How can he compete with your supreme will? Seeing that there was still no response, the ominous body tried to lure Hongjun to speak again. Old guy, there will come a day when the creation jade disc can't be defended. When I conquer the chaotic star sea, it will be your death. At this moment, Hongjun really responded. He said, if you really had that ability, you would have taken down the chaotic star sea long ago. However, the moment Hongjun spoke, the ominous body was stunned. After a long time, it said, trash human emperor, you can't even take down a wisp of will. Hearing this, Han Fei had a strange expression. Obviously, Hongjun spoke on purpose to let his ominous body guess that he had won and annihilated his will. At that moment, Hongjun's ominous body retreated, leaving only some Dominator-level powerhouses who kept triggering the ominous mist to attack the 3,000-star rivers. However, after about 2,300 years, the ominous body returned again and shouted at this place, old guy, I was almost deceived by you. You actually rebuilt his original body with the creation jade disc. No wonder over the years, the heavenly Tao of the 3,000-star rivers has begun to weaken. I didn't expect that one day you would also bet trillions of lives on whether he could win, Hongjun said. Why? Are you afraid? Chapter 3611. The primordial is the cause, while the chaos is the result. 33611. The primordial is the cause, while the chaos is the result. 333. The ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor sneered. With this incomplete heavenly Tao, it will take at least 20 to 30% of the power of the creation jade plate to restore his original body. Can you hold on? Hongjun didn't continue but replied calmly. However, you are afraid. Once he returns to his original body, it will be difficult for you to stop him. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid I'll make you regret it. Since you bet on him to win, I'll make you lose more thoroughly. The chaotic star sea can't be defended for long. When I take down the chaotic star sea first and break the creation jade plate, the 2 seas of stars will be mine and no one will be my match. As soon as he finished speaking, the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor turned around and left. After more than 800 years, the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor returned again. He said, old guy, the front line of the chaotic star sea has collapsed. I can't wait to share this joy with you. Let's see how much power the creation jade plate has lost. This time, Hongjun didn't respond. As for his ominous body, he had tried to shake the creation jade plate for nearly 100 years. Han Fei could feel how powerful the collision of the power of the heavenly Tao was. The ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor seemed to have become stronger. Although it still didn't shake the creation jade plate, he wasn't anxious. He just let the Dominator-level ominous creatures continue to attack, continuously trying to corrode the creation jade plate. As for him, he just left 2 words, just wait. Since he left that time, he hadn't returned to this place. The law of time in Han Fei's eyes dissipated, and his expression became abnormally solemn. The collapse of the entire battlefield in the chaotic star sea meant that the first battlefield was gone. Needless to say, the chaotic storm, one of the 7 divine realms, must have collapsed. Once the first battlefield collapsed, the last pure land of all the races in the Sea of Stars would be the Sea Realm. However, the power to guard the Sea Realm was limited. How long could the remaining 6 divine realms resist it? Now, the power of the chaotic star sea was definitely not enough. Although eldest senior brother had taken away an ominous, the ominous attack would definitely not slow down. The ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor had probably personally taken action. Although senior sister Shen Lei had replaced eldest senior brother, she was probably still in a difficult situation. In the past, it was eldest senior brother and senior brother undead who restrained the ominous, while senior sister Shen Lei and the Master of Time were defending the front line. Even so, they were still retreating step by step. Now, if senior sister Shen Lei was restraining the ominous, they would lose a top combat power like senior sister Shen Lei on the main battlefield. Besides, senior sister Shen Lei probably couldn't restrain the ominous alone. After all, even eldest senior brother needed the cooperation of senior brother undead. Besides, 600 years had passed since he entered the primordial star sea, which was enough for many things to happen in the chaotic star sea. Han Fei asked, Senior, where is the road to the chaotic star sea? Hongjun replied, Are you going over now? Han Fei said, Compared to the primordial star sea, the chaotic star sea needs me more. However, Hongjun said, I can tell you this path, but before that I need you to do something. Consider it your repayment for my giving you the creation jade plate. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood that he didn't get the creation jade plate for nothing. There was no free lunch in the world. A treasure comparable to the demon purification pot was not simple in itself. Han Fei asked, How long will it take? Han Fei didn't ask about the difficulty of this matter, because what Hongjun wanted him to do by paying him a treasure like the creation jade plate couldn't be simple. Sure enough, Hongjun sighed. I don't know, but I'm afraid you have to go there. Why? Han Fei frowned. What could be more important than the chaotic star sea that he had to go there? Hongjun said, because that's the source of the ominous dissipation, the real source of the creation jade plate and the demon purification pot. Huh. Hanfei couldn't help but look up at the sky. Hongjun's voice was ethereal. Aren't you curious why the ominous is said to be inexhaustible and eternal? The chaotic star sea has also destroyed more than one ominous creature, right? Why do they appear every once in a while? Are they the same one or many? I think you should be curious too, right? Of course, Hanfei was curious. In the chaotic era, the ominous appeared for the first time and was taken away by Kung Tian and his teacher. In the primordial era, the ominous appeared for the second time, but two appeared. One was taken away by Li Daoyi and the other must have returned to the primordial star sea. Now, eldest senior brother had taken away one, but there was still the ominous body of the primordial Dao ancestor. Therefore, from the chaotic era to the doomsday era, a total of 3 real ominous had been taken away. Including the ominous body of the primordial Dao ancestor, a total of 4 ominous-level powerhouses had appeared. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, Senior, please enlighten me. Hongjun said leisurely, this begins with the origin of the ominous. In the past, when I traveled the primordial star sea, I found 2 strange things at a border. One was the creation jade plate, and the other was the demon purification pot. At that time, I couldn't see through these 2 things, so I took them as treasures. However, when I opened the 2 things, it was the beginning of this catastrophe. In both of them, a gray powder was sealed, which was the ominous substance. The moment these ominous substances appeared, they corroded a hole in the border. Fortunately, the demon purification pot took the initiative to take action. 10 vines appeared at the same time and sealed the hole. I knew that something was wrong, so I didn't dare to take back the demon purification pot and left with the creation jade plate. Chapter 3612, the primordial is the cause while the chaos is the result. 43612, the primordial is the cause while the chaos is the result. Hanfei thought to himself, so that's why they're called the containers of the ominous. However, why did the creation jade plate and the demon purification pot appear in the primordial star sea? Hongjun continued. Over the endless years, I knew that the ominous matter was definitely not a good thing, but with the demon purification pot guarding it, nothing went wrong. Besides, the creation jade plate was too powerful, allowing me to grow quickly and eventually become the strongest in the primordial star sea. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. In fact, the ominous had quietly been born in this world. Hanfei was puzzled. Wasn't it blocked by the demon purification pot? Why was there an ominous? Negative. Hanfei immediately understood. So that was the reason. Hongjun's answer was simple and direct. I didn't know until later that when the ominous matter was released, the negative side of all living beings in the world seems to have found an outlet to pour forth. As a result, the ominous became stronger and stronger. Although I killed it several times, as long as the negative side didn't disappear, it wouldn't really die. Hanfei nodded slightly. He knew this, and it was very similar to the Emperor Sparrow. The Emperor Sparrow was called ominous because of his undead characteristics. As long as there was a negative existence, the Emperor Sparrow could be resurrected. If it weren't for the fact that the Emperor Sparrow had always maintained absolute consciousness and wouldn't corrode others, it wouldn't be wrong to call him ominous. Of course, if there was really something wrong with the Emperor Sparrow, Hanfei would have had a problem long ago. It was impossible for him to become the current human emperor, let alone achieve his current achievements. Hanfei said, I can understand that, but this doesn't mean that the ominous is really immortal. In the chaotic star sea, there is an unknown road. As long as the ominous is taken to that road, they can never return. However, as soon as Hanfei asked this question, Hongjun asked, being unable to return doesn't mean death. Do you know if they will die or not if they are led to that path? Hanfei choked. Who knew? I've never been on that road. How could I know if they will die or not? Hongjun said. I know that path. Hanfei's eyes glittered. Was that road also transformed from you, senior? No. Hongjun immediately denied it. Although I've turned into the chaotic star sea, the premise is that there is chaos. What I've turned into is Tao, the world, and all laws. It can only be said that I established the chaos and evolved into the chaotic star sea. Furthermore, after I transform into the heavens, I'm actually no longer alive. It's no different from death. Therefore, I know very little about the chaotic star sea. However, because I control the creation jade plate, I can retain some of my will. I've seen that path, but I don't know where that path leads to, nor can I imagine it. Perhaps it's a sea of stars, or a world that we are completely unfamiliar with. As for being unable to return, I'm not surprised. It's just like you can't cross the edge of the sea of stars, but you can't say that there is no sea of stars beyond the edge. There are no other creatures. Therefore, if the end of that path is another sea of stars, the result will be just like the primordial star sea and the chaotic star sea. It just brings ominousness to that sea of stars. Hongjun's words made Hanfei think of a lot of things. What if that road was actually not a road that couldn't be returned, but just a pure channel? Hongjun returned to the topic just now. Regardless of whether the ominous people who embarked on that path have died or not, there are always new ominous people being born, and the source of their birth is the place where I found the demon purification pot and the creation jade plate in the past. And what's there in that place? The opening in the Sea of Stars built by the ominous matter, as well as the ominous matter itself. From this, two guesses can be made. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, two? Firstly, being indestructible is fake. The ominous came through the opening in the Sea of Stars. The real mystery of the ominous lies behind the opening in the Sea of Stars. Secondly, the ominous being immortal and indestructible is true, but if what you said is true, that while the ominous that was taken into the path of return didn't die, a new ominous was born here, it can only mean that there has always been one so-called ominous, and it's very likely that it's that ominous substance. And the so-called ominous we see or fight are just puppet-like clones he created. Hearing Hongjun's speculation, Han Fei frowned. After a long time, Han Fei said, so, according to senior speculation, as long as we block the opening in the Sea of Stars, no new ominous will appear. That's exactly what I mean, Han Fei said. So, senior, you want me to use the demon purification pot to suppress the opening in the Sea of Stars? Yes. Han Fei was a little tempted. Although the demon purification pot had followed him for so long, for him, the demon purification pot had actually made the best use of its resources. If he could suppress the source of the ominous, as long as he could defeat the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor, no matter how ominous there was left, it would only be cleared up. However, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Senior, I have a question. Didn't you leave the demon purification pot there to suppress the opening in the Sea of Stars? Why did the demon purification pot appear in the chaotic sea? Hongjun seemed to be recalling. In the past, I thought that I would be fine with the demon purification pot suppressing the hole in the breaking Sea of Stars. Until one day, a dominator other than me was suddenly born in the primordial star sea, and he found the sealed place and took down the demon purification pot. By the time I realized it, it was too late, Han Fei frowned. A dominator was born in the primordial star sea. With your strength back then, you should be able to detect it, right? Hongjun sighed slightly. This is also what I found strange. The person who took the demon purification pot must have taken it under the ominous temptation. Then, he exiled the demon purification pot to an inaccessible chaos with an unknown method. It was not until that moment that I learned that the primordial star sea was not the only sea of stars. Without the demon purification pot, I had fought the ominous for countless years, studied countless methods, and created countless treasures, but none of them could replace the demon purification pot to suppress that place. Even the creation jade plate was not enough. The creation jade plate was best at creating all living beings and gathering luck. Therefore, in the end, I could only transform into the sky and open up the chaotic star sea, trying to give up the primordial star sea. Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but continue. However, the chaotic star sea couldn't stop the ominous in the end. They went over in the end. Yes, Hongjun said indifferently. In the end, I was greedy and wanted to transfer all creatures in the primordial star sea to the chaotic star sea, so I left two channels. One is in the light, and I personally guard it with the creation jade plate. The other is in the dark. I originally wanted to use the power of the chaotic star sea to fight back to the primordial star sea again in the future. Unfortunately, Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, the dark path has been found? Hongjun nodded. That's right, so I had no choice but to suppress it with the demon purification pot. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood the whole story. He naturally knew what happened later. The demon purification pot was uprooted by Li Dao-yi, and the ominous battle in the chaotic star sea officially began. Chapter 3613, Kill into the Ominous Mist, 13613. Kill into the Ominous Mist, 1. When Han Fei learned the origin of the ominous, he naturally agreed with Hongjun. With the current situation of the primordial star sea, if he could really block the opening in the Sea of Stars, there might not be enough negative side to support the ominous recovery. However, suppressing the opening in the Sea of Stars sounded simple, but it was definitely not easy to do. Han Fei asked, Senior, I have another question. Why does the ominous want to conquer the entire primordial star sea and devour the heavenly Tao? In Han Fei's opinion, the top powerhouse that could be born in a sea of stars was at most at his level. Even if he comprehended the last heavenly secret, it would only be at the same level as the ominous realm. There must be a reason why the ominous was so determined to destroy the primordial star sea and the chaotic star sea at all costs, right? Hongjun said, You know that the ominous is alive, right? Han Fei nodded. Of course he knew. That was why his law of life inherently suppressed the ominous. Hongjun continued, Since it's a life, where did it come from? The primordial star sea has been fighting for countless years, and countless races have died. The chaotic star sea has also been fighting for a long time, and countless ominous creatures have died. Why are there still endless and almost endless ominous creatures? Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Senior, do you mean that the ominous has a way to give birth to children? They have actually become a race that can reproduce? Reproduction shouldn't work for them. If you observe in the depths of the ominous mist, you will find that the way the ominous was born is very strange. At first, they were just a mass of energy, but they had vitality from the moment they were born. By devouring each other, they became stronger from the weak, and their growth speed was very fast. Until they were born with self-awareness, they almost had no breakthrough barrier. The reason why their growth speed slowed down after they were born with self-awareness was that the conscious ominous didn't want to become a resource of others. Therefore, they developed several ways to grow. Devouring each other is one way. Absorbing negative energy is another way, and invading normal creatures of all races and corroding them is the other. At this point, Hongjun suddenly asked, "Do you know where the source of the ominous power is?" Han Fei said without thinking, "Of course it's the ominous mist. Where did the power of the ominous mist come from? Any kind of creature has its source of power. If ordinary people want to cultivate to the Dominator realm, the resources they need to consume can be said to be an extremely huge number. In addition to resources, they also need luck, training, and hard cultivation. But have you ever seen the ominous do anything?" Han Fei seemed to be enlightened. "The Sea of Stars has fallen, but the resources of the Infinite Star River are actually still there. Resources are mostly dead things. Even the ominous can only affect those living resources. To be able to create so many ominous powerhouses, it must require an extremely huge amount of resources. Therefore, the ominous mist is transformed from the resources of the billions of star rivers." That's right. This is the horror of that ominous matter. It has the ability to transform resources into ominous mist, and the ominous mist carries vitality. As a result, the ominous creatures born in the mist have lives from the beginning. Therefore, in essence, it's the endless resources of the Star River that give birth to endless ominous creatures. But because they lack experience, their general strength will be weaker than the cultivators of the myriad races in the same realm. Han Fei's face sank slightly. No wonder there are almost endless ominous creatures. It turns out that we are fighting against endless resources. No wonder energy crystals will be born after the ominous creatures are killed. In fact, it's a manifestation of energy gathering, the foundation to drive the ominous. Hongjun also said, "Unfortunately, it was too late when I discovered this. Most of the primordial star sea had already been enveloped by the ominous mist." Han Fei's heart sank. If that was the case, then the chaotic star sea was completely repeating the mistake of the primordial star sea. And if the ominous took down the primordial star sea and the chaotic star sea and completely controlled the heavenly Tao, as time passed, it was very likely to slowly create one powerful dominator-level ominous creature after another. However, this raised another question. Even if so many powerful ominous creatures appeared, what was the point? When there was only the ominous left in these two seas of stars, what could they do? Could they live and work in peace? Unfortunately, Hongjun couldn't answer this question because so far, the ominous hadn't taken down a complete sea of stars. At this point, Han Fei didn't ask further but said, "I'm willing to try, but I'll only try once for the time being. This is because I don't know what's going on in the chaotic star sea at all. I've been here for too long, and it might be a miracle that the chaotic star sea can last until now." However, after Han Fei expressed his worry, Hongjun said, "The chaotic star sea should be fine for the time being." Han Fei couldn't help but look up at the sky. "Why do you say that?" Hongjun said. "In the past, I thought that the chaotic star sea would give birth to a top powerhouse who would go back and forth to help the primordial star sea. Therefore, with the infinite luck of the creation jade plate, I gave birth to a divine vine in the chaotic star sea that could give birth to 6 top bloodline creatures in the primordial star sea. This divine vine is closely related to the creation jade plate. Through the luck in the roots of the divine vine, we can roughly judge the current state of the chaotic star sea." "Huh?" Han Fei's eyes widened. "Senior, did you create that divine vine?" Chapter 3614. Kill into the ominous mist 23614. Kill into the ominous mist 2. Hongjun said, No, my original intention was to nurture a few top bloodline creatures in the primordial star sea in the chaotic star sea. However, after this vine was born, it was no longer something I could dominate. It had already become an independent life form. To be honest, that divine vine might have inherited some of the characteristics of the creation jade plate. That divine vine has been swallowing the luck of 6 lineages." Hongjun didn't think so. Instead, he said, "It might be more appropriate to say that it's recycling the luck of 6 lineages. When the recycled luck accumulates to a certain limit, creatures of the 6 lineages will be born again." Han Fei was speechless. Fine, the 6 lineages were created by him. Now that the 6 lineages couldn't recover, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with retracting his luck. Han Fei asked, "Senior, what's the current state of the chaotic star sea?" Hongjun said, "The creation jade plate is in your hand now. You can feel it." Han Fei's heart stirred. Although Hongjun gave him the creation jade plate, he had slept for 8,600 years and had just woken up. He didn't have the time to see what the use of the creation jade plate was. However, the demon purification pot couldn't read the specific functions of the creation jade plate at all. Just like in the past, he had to figure out the functions of the demon purification pot step by step. Han Fei immediately immersed his mind in the creation jade plate. Then he felt some magical techniques. For example, he discovered that the creation jade plate could automatically collect and gather luck. In addition to gathering luck, it could also observe the rise and fall of the luck of creatures for a period of time in the future. Another example was that the Creation Jade Plate could actually build on the host's strength and create any creature or item he wanted. Of course, what he created required resources, time, luck, and even some special materials. Also, the magical patterns on the Creation Jade Plate that looked like endless star rivers turned out to be perceptions of the endless star rivers. For example, the Creation Jade Plate protected the 3,000 star seas not because it had the power of protection, but because it affected the heavenly Tao of the 3,000 star seas, and it could only affect the 3,000 star seas. Anything more was beyond its reach. Through the Creation Jade Plate, Han Fei could sense everything in the 3,000 star seas. Oh no, Han Fei soon discovered that in fact, the protection range of the primordial star sea at this moment was less than 3,000 seas of stars, with an accurate number of 2,782 seas of stars. However, when Han Fei transformed into the heavens, he had clearly felt that the creation Pure Land once controlled 3,000 star rivers. However, after a nap, it controlled 208 star rivers less. Han Fei's heart sank. He knew why. In order to rebuild himself, the power of the Creation Jade Plate was being consumed. Besides, he felt that the ominous mist was still advancing. This meant that in the near future, the number of star rivers protected by the Creation Jade Plate would continue to decrease. Fortunately, the heavenly monarch here seemed to have been prepared to move some of the living stars at the edge of the star river to the center. Regarding this, Han Fei could only secretly apologize. He didn't expect that it would pay such a huge price to rebuild his body. The already pitifully small primordial purple land would even shrink a lot. Putting aside the distracting thoughts, Han Fei soon sensed some roots from the Creation Jade Plate. They were the roots of the Divine Vine. He could see the luck environment where the Divine Vine was through the state of the roots. Han Fei could sense the environment where the Divine Vine was through the Divine Vine. The luck was steadily exhausted and would maintain this state for a short time in the future. As for how long it would affect the future, Han Fei couldn't feel it. It seemed to be very vague, as if it was covered by some power. This was just a vague feeling, but it reassured Han Fei. This meant that the Sea Realm was still protected and hadn't been broken through, as expected of a treasure at the same level as the Demon Purification Pot. He had just mastered this thing and had already discovered some magical uses. Knowing that the Sea Realm could still be defended for the time being, Han Fei's heart stirred. In the next moment, 6 primordial purple gates appeared around Han Fei. Senior, if the Divine Vines were created by you, do you know about the 6 primordial purple gates? From the beginning, the primordial purple gate seemed to be closely related to the Divine Vine. Now that he knew the origin of the Divine Vine, the primordial purple gate must also be related to Hongjun. Sure enough, Hongjun said, I'm not surprised at all that this thing is with you. This is the path of 6 Daos, which is responsible for the life and death cycle of all living beings in the primordial star sea. When the primordial star sea is connected to the chaotic star sea, the dead living beings in the primordial star sea can reincarnate in the chaotic star sea through the 6 Daos. However, later, the passage between the 2 seas of stars was permanently sealed by me, so this thing can no longer enable this kind of reincarnation. So it was left in the chaotic star sea. I see. Han Fei was stunned. He couldn't help but remember that in the chaotic era, there was a large amount of primordial mist in the chaotic star sea, and everyone snatched the primordial mist to nurture and strengthen their race. It seemed that the so-called nurturing was actually just the reincarnation of the dead in the chaotic star sea. Is this also a path of reincarnation? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, was this reincarnation path of 6 Daos created by Senior? Hongjun denied, it can't be created. This is an origin law of the primordial star sea. It was first discovered from the primordial origin. It should be a manifestation of the primordial itself. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. Although the path of reincarnation was passed down by Teacher Prophet, it might not have been created by Teacher. Chapter 3615, Kill into the Ominous Mist, 33615, Kill into the Ominous Mist, 33615, Kill into the Ominous Mist, 3. Han Fei couldn't help but summon the Green Jade Stone Bridge. No. Han Fei couldn't help but understand. When he heard about the primordial origin, he had a guess. Although Hongjun had transformed into the heavens and established the chaotic star sea, there were some things he couldn't establish, such as the chaos itself. Perhaps the path of reincarnation was also discovered by Teacher in the source of chaos. Han Fei asked, Senior, do you need to take back the reincarnation path of 6 Daos? Hongjun was silent for a moment. There's no need for that for now. If the passage between the 2 worlds is reopened, the reincarnation path of 6 Daos is more meaningful in the chaotic star sea. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Without the reincarnation path of 6 Daos, how can the creatures in the 3,000 star seas reincarnate? As soon as he said this, Han Fei couldn't help but think of the Creation Jade Plate. Yes, the Creation Jade Plate had the ability of creation. It could completely create another reincarnation path of 6 Daos, just like the Bloodline Divine Tree in the chaotic star sea. Sure enough, Hongjun said, I recreated the path of reincarnation by imitating the reincarnation path of 6 Daos. Although it's a copy, there are only 3,000 star rivers left in the primordial star sea, which is enough. Since Hongjun had said so, Hanfei didn't argue. Although the reincarnation path of Six Daos was useless to him, if he could win the ominous battle, it might work again. In addition to the roots of the divine vine, Hanfei also felt a sealed path. That place was filled with primordial mist, enshrouded in rays of light. At the end of the mist was a door. The Mud Sea? Hanfei wasn't too surprised. In the chaotic star sea, the Mud Sea had always been known as another mysterious path, leading to the unknown. Now it seemed that the Mud Sea was the path in the light that Hongjun mentioned. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, "Senior, why is this road to the chaotic star sea sealed?" Hongjun said, "Because I discovered that the creatures in the primordial star sea represent the heavenly Tao and luck of the primordial star sea. If all the creatures really go to the chaotic star sea, in a sense, it also represents the death of the primordial star sea. It's like a house. If someone lives in it, it will gather people. If no one lives in it for a long time, it will become creepy and desolate. This is why I permanently sealed this road later. Unless after the passage is opened, countless creatures in the chaotic star sea enter the primordial star sea. That's feasible. But I can't do that because once the two worlds are connected, the ominous will definitely come." Hanfei nodded. Indeed, once the ominous came to him, the primordial star sea would be completely doomed. With the current state of the primordial star sea, it was indeed not suitable to open this path. After learning this, Hanfei no longer had any doubts. He had solved 80% of his doubts. Hanfei asked, "Senior, where is that opening in the Sea of Stars? Primordial Star Sea, 3,000 star rivers. This world was prosperous. There were many mortals and few cultivators. The Heavenly Palace Master was in charge of order, and the Heavenly Monarch suppressed all the strong masters to protect this world. In the past 8,000 years, ordinary people and cultivators naturally didn't know that there was an unparalleled great horror threatening them in the world. Only the top powerhouses above the God realm all felt heavy in their hearts. Somewhere in the 3,000 star rivers, countless ominous creatures were still triggering the ominous power to wear down the protection of the creation jade plate. Apart from the Heavenly Monarch, 2 sea-quelling god-level powerhouses were guarding and observing this place. The 2 sea-quelling gods were a man and a woman. The man was a human and was conferred the title of Supreme Tao Monarch. The woman was from the lineage of strange beasts and was conferred the title of Nine Heavens Mystic Fairy, whose name shook the 3,000 star rivers. The 2 of them had guarded this place for 8,600 years. At this moment, they were retreating among the rivers of stars. In front of them, not far away, the ominous mist was moving forward, quickly swallowing half of the Star River, and it didn't stop until it swallowed the entire Star River. The Supreme Tao Monarch was shocked. This is the 3rd time in the past 8,000 years that the Guardian Divine Realm has shrunk. If this goes on, how can there be a place for all living beings in hundreds of thousands of years? The Nine Heavens Mystic Fairy also sighed. But what can we do? We've tried more than once. But the otherworldly sky fiends in the outside world are too strong. In the past, the Heavenly Queen tried to fight her way out with the strength of a supreme god, but she was annihilated by a palm of the otherworldly sky fiends. I still dare not forget that scene. The Supreme Tao Monarch sighed. Why did you mention that? After this matter, the Heavenly Monarch didn't cultivate anymore. If you keep nagging and the Heavenly Monarch also rushes out, who will control the 3,000 worlds in the future? The Nine Heavens Mystic Fairy said, "There are no 3,000 worlds now. The Heavenly Monarch has become despondent, but we can't." Cough, cough. While the 2 of them were complaining, the voice of the Heavenly Monarch sounded behind them. If ordinary people find out that the dignified Nine Heavens Mystic Fairy is gossiping here, let's see how ashamed you can be. Ah ha ha, greetings, Heavenly Monarch. The Nine Heavens Mystic Fairy muttered, "It's the truth. You didn't cultivate all these years, but pretended to be an ordinary person and played around, calling it training." This Heavenly Monarch was not angry at this. Perhaps there were only a few top powerhouses in this world. If even these 2 people were afraid of him, he really had no one to talk to. It's not that he doesn't cultivate, but he doesn't dare. Suddenly, a voice that they had never heard before sounded in their ears. Even the Heavenly Monarch was shocked and his face suddenly changed. Who? In the next moment, Hanfei quietly walked out of a nearby void. The first reaction of the 3 of them was that it was impossible, including the Heavenly Monarch. This was because he couldn't see this person's strength at all, but he felt unprecedented pressure from this person. Chapter 3616, Kill into the Ominous Mist, 43616. Kill into the Ominous Mist, 43616. Kill into the Ominous Mist, 4. However, it was impossible for such a person to exist in the 3,000 star rivers of the primordial star sea. They knew very well how many strong masters there were in this world. It was impossible for such a terrifying existence to suddenly appear. Hanfei didn't choose to hide himself. After all, he still needed to open the passage to the Mud Sea and needed their help. Hanfei said he doesn't dare to continue to cultivate because at his level, cultivation needs to carry the heavenly Tao, not just resources. The only sea of stars left to you is too small. Han Fei saw through this heavenly monarch at a glance. This person had 3 pieces of Star River source power, but he had put many seals on himself. Obviously, he had lived for too long and knew the 3,000 star rivers well, so even if he didn't cultivate, his understanding of the heavenly Tao increased day by day and he would unconsciously become stronger. However, the heavenly Tao in the primordial star sea was incomplete in the first place. How could it support a dominator? Who are you? As the supreme Tao monarch shouted, he and the 9 heavens mystic fairy had already taken a stance to fight. Human emperor. Human emperor? Nonsense. How can there be a strong master like you in the world? There is no human emperor. Wait, are you the human emperor that the otherworldly sky fiends mentioned? Earlier, the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor had clamored outside, trying to arouse the conflict between Han Fei and Hong Jun. At that time, he had mentioned the word human emperor. The 9 heavens mystic fairy was vigilant and had even taken out 7 ling-long ball-like weapons, which was actually a supreme nature treasure level weapon. Han Fei said casually, I'm not from your world. You can understand it as me coming from the outside world. The Supreme Tao Monarch and the 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy couldn't help but look at the ominous outside the guardian divine realm of the creation jade plate. Their hearts skipped a beat as they couldn't help but wonder if Han Fei was an otherworldly sky fiend. But since he was known as the human emperor, he shouldn't be an otherworldly sky fiend, right? The heavenly monarch, on the other hand, was quite calm. He cupped his hands slightly. Fellow Taoist, are you from outside the 3,000 worlds? 3,000 worlds? Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. Good Lord, the 2 sea-quelling gods, one called the Supreme Tao Monarch and the other called the 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy, both sounded very powerful. However, they actually compared the 3,000 star rivers to the 3,000 worlds. Those who didn't know better would think that they were very big. Of course, if it were before when Han Fei was very weak, he would probably be quite amazed. Han Fei said, it's a long story. I'll tell you in detail when I return. The secrets of the chaotic star sea and the primordial star sea were too unbelievable for them and troublesome to explain. Han Fei had something important to do now. How could he be in the mood to explain so much? Return? Where are you going? The heavenly monarch secretly said to the supreme Tao monarch and the 9 heavens mystic fairy via voice transmission. This person is at the same level as me. Don't talk too much. However, how could the voice transmission of the heavenly monarch hide from the current Han Fei? However, he didn't expose it. He pointed at the ominous mist where the dominator-level ominous creatures were. When the supreme Tao monarch and the 9 heavenly mystic fairy heard this, they were speechless. Where did this lunatic come from? Do you know what level of extraterrestrial demon it is? The heavenly monarch raised his eyebrows slightly. Fellow Taoist, although I don't know where you are from, if you didn't come from the outer domain, I'm afraid you don't know the strength of the otherworldly sky fiends at all. Even with our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to return if we go in there. Han Fei looked at the dominator-level ominous that was triggering the ominous mist to attack the divine realm and thought to himself, I know their strength too well. Han Fei said indifferently, you lost hundreds of worlds this time because of me. I can't take your resources for nothing. If the 3 of you don't mind, you can come with me to the mist. I mind. At this moment, the 9 heavens mystic fairy finally said, do you know the strength of these otherworldly sky fiends? Do you think you can make a trip there just like that? Even if you can be on par with the heavenly monarch, it's hard to say if you can block the other party's blow. Mystic Fairy, shut up. The heavenly monarch could feel the suppressing pressure on Han Fei. He guessed that Han Fei should be stronger than him, but in terms of entering the ominous mist, it wasn't that he didn't believe Han Fei, but that was a place of no return. This was the lesson of countless blood and tears. Han Fei smiled and didn't explain further. Instead, he came to the edge of the guardian divine realm of the creation jade plate with a thought. Under the shouts of the 9 heavens mystic fairy and the heavenly monarch, he still stepped out. It's over. The supreme Tao monarch was puzzled. A top powerhouse appeared out of nowhere, but he went to the outer domain to die without saying anything? The 9 heavens mystic fairy held her forehead. Who does he think he is? Even the heavenly monarch narrowed his eyes and looked at the outer domain together. As they expected, the moment Han Fei went out, 6 dominator-level ominous creatures immediately attacked him. When they saw Han Fei clearly, they were shocked. Human Emperor? Although they had never been to the chaotic star sea, Han Fei's appearance had long been engraved in their minds. Not only Han Fei, but they also knew some top powerhouses in the chaotic star sea. Because they had never fought Han Fei, they knew that Han Fei was powerful. But they were in the ominous mist, confident of their strength, and felt that they could fight Han Fei, so they didn't escape immediately. At this moment, the heavenly monarch and the other 2 could clearly see from the guardian domain that the power unleashed by the 6 powerhouses comparable to the heavenly monarch at the same time was enough to easily crush the 3 of them. The 9 heavens mystic fairy couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. The supreme Tao monarch sighed slightly. However, in the next moment, a broadsword beam flashed past, shining brightly. Swish to puff, puff, puff. The 6 dominator-level ominous creatures didn't even have the time to attack before they were all killed by a single slash. The law of life surged back, and light shone. These 6 Dominator-level ominous creatures turned into 6 energy crystals before they could even fight Han Fei. This, so strong. Chapter 3617, Suppressing the Heavens with One Knife 1-1. 3617, Suppressing the Heavens with One Knife. 1. At this moment, Han Fei didn't need the Path of Invincibility or the 10,000 blood body. He was already the top powerhouse in the Sea of Stars. The instant death of 6 Dominator-level powerhouses horrified other ominous creatures with intelligence. These ominous creatures immediately drilled into the ominous mist. Looking at the surging ominous tide that was like the huge mouth of an abyss, as if it wanted to swallow everything between the heavens and earth, Han Fei's expression remained unchanged. Behind him, the Wheel of Life appeared, and the most secret river of life in the world turned into a phantom and appeared in the sky. Han Fei waved his hand, and a knife light with invincible will, holy and dazzling divine light, and violent and ceaseless killing intent instantly swept across all the darkness in front of him. Swish puff, 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 chi, chi. Under the shocked gaze of the Heavenly Monarch, the Supreme Tao Monarch, and the 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy, they saw that the endless ominous mist in front of them had been cut open by someone. Wherever the knife light passed, the ominous creatures retreated. All the ominous creatures hidden in the mist near Han Fei died without exception. The 3 of them couldn't help but widen their eyes and swallow unconsciously. Obviously, Han Fei's strength had subverted their understanding. The Heavenly Monarch still remembered the scene when the Heavenly Queen fought her way into the outer domain. An otherworldly sky fiend killed the Heavenly Queen with a slap. And now, those otherworldly sky fiends that he thought were invincible couldn't even withstand a single slash from this person. Not only could they not withstand it, but even the darkness in the outer domain had been purified and light had reappeared. The 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy covered her mouth with one hand. Is this the human emperor? A moment ago she was mocking Han Fei, but at this moment the latter showed her what real power was. Back then, eldest senior brother's void could kill billions of ominous creatures and sweep across the creation star compass. Now Han Fei also felt this power. It was an absolute suppression. All resistance was meaningless in Han Fei's opinion now, because the gap was too great. This realm was almost unparalleled in the Sea of Stars. With just one step, he could match the power of the Heavenly Tao in the entire Sea of Stars. If he really had such power, no matter how ominous it was, it could be destroyed with a flick of his finger. Although Han Fei hadn't reached that realm yet, he was only one step away from that realm. At this moment, Han Fei raised his hand, and billions of energy crystals gathered. Among them, there were thousands of energy crystals above the Doomsday level, and countless energy crystals of other levels. Han Fei looked back at the 3 of them, who immediately refreshed. Seeing this, the Heavenly Monarch didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, he led the 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy and the Supreme Tao Monarch out of the Guardian Divine Realm. This was one of the few times in their lives that they had stepped out of the Guardian Divine Realm and come to the outer domain. At this moment, dense energy crystals floated around Han Fei like stars. Futian greets you, Senior. The 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy and the Supreme Tao Monarch were no longer as casual as before. They hurriedly said respectfully, Greetings, Senior. Han Fei thought to himself, You're much older than me, but he was too lazy to explain. He said, This happened because of me, but you can rest assured. Even if your Guardian Divine Realm will shrink a little, it will soon stop shrinking. As for these energy crystals, I'll give them to you. However, this is not enough. Walk with me for a while. Yes, Senior. Although the Heavenly Monarch and the other 2 also wanted to know what had happened to make the Guardian Divine Realm shrink, and where Han Fei came from, and why he had a conflict with these otherworldly sky fiends. Seeing that Han Fei had no intention of saying it, the 3 didn't dare to ask. Han Fei asked them to accompany him for a while. Although the 3 of them were unwilling, they knew that this was the most important change in their lives. With such a strong master in front of them, if they still didn't dare to step into the outer domain, from now on, it was impossible for them to understand the outer domain. Han Fei didn't walk slowly, which was exactly the speed that the sea-quelling god could catch up with. In a moment, the 4 of them arrived at the end of the knife light just now. Here, the knife intent was still strong. Even though the power of this knife had dissipated, the knife intent spreading here was still not something that the ominous mist could penetrate at will. When Han Fei and the others arrived, they found that countless ominous creatures had already gathered here. Among them, there was a Dominator-level ominous creature that appeared completely in human form. Its strength shouldn't be weak, not something other Dominator-level ominous creatures could compare to. In addition to that special Dominator-level ominous creature, there were as many as 80 other Dominator-level ominous creatures. Obviously, the ominous creatures wanted to completely kill Han Fei in one go. After all, even the Death God might not be able to resist this number of Dominator-level ominous creatures, let alone Han Fei. It wasn't that Han Fei overestimated eldest senior brother, but that the void power controlled by eldest senior brother was too mysterious and domineering. As for the Master of Time, he directly ignored him. It was impossible for the 6 divine techniques of time to resist so many Dominator-level ominous creatures. As for the Death God, although Han Fei didn't know if the Death God had some large-scale offensive divine techniques, if he could really block such a power, the Sea Realm wouldn't have been reduced to being defeated on the first battlefield. Behind Han Fei, the faces of the Heavenly Monarch and the other two changed drastically. How many otherworldly sky fiends were there in front of them? Especially the leading one, it had almost completely turned into a human, and was difficult to tell if it was really a human. Chapter 3618-3618, Suppressing the Heavens with One Knife, 23618. Suppressing the Heavens with One Knife, 23618. Suppressing the Heavenly Monarch was terrified. An otherworldly sky fiend of this level was already invincible. He was tense at this moment. Once Han Fei was defeated, he would immediately leave with the Supreme Tao Monarch and the Nine Heavens Mystic Fairy. Fortunately, this place was not far from the Guardian Divine Realm. The Nine Heavens Mystic Fairy said via voice transmission, "Is this the outer domain? It's simply too dangerous. We're no match for these sky fiends at all. Heavenly Monarch, why don't we tell Senior that we want to go back first?" The Supreme Tao Monarch also swallowed. "For the first time, I feel so weak. Here, it seems that every otherworldly sky fiend can crush me." The Heavenly Monarch replied, "Be confident. It doesn't seem that any random one of them can kill you." The Heavenly Monarch took a deep look at Han Fei's back and didn't speak in the end. He didn't believe that the appearance of such a strong master had no deeper meaning. At this moment, those ominous creatures didn't attack immediately. After the leading Dominator-level Ominous saw Han Fei, his voice was cold. "I didn't expect that the broken Heavenly Tao could revive you so quickly. Human Emperor, we knew that you would appear, but we didn't expect you to stay in the primordial star sea. Do you really think we didn't prepare anything?" "Oh?" Han Fei smiled casually. "Is it something specially prepared for me? Then I'll give you a chance to show it." The Dominator frowned. Han Fei had clearly become stronger. He could cause such an uproar the moment he appeared. However, no matter how strong he was, it was only 8,000 years. How strong could he be? "Since you haven't returned, stay here forever." The Dominator-level Ominous pushed his palm forward, and the ominous mist that spanned a star river surged like a tide, instantly slapping the remnants of the knife light that Han Fei slashed out. Buzz. Sizzly. However, when the two powers collided, the Dominator-level Ominous creature's expression changed slightly. The power unleashed by Han Fei's knife light exceeded his imagination. According to the information he had learned, although Han Fei was very strong, he only had the combat power of 30 pieces of Star River source power at his peak state. However, the power of this slash was several times stronger than he had expected. This person couldn't help but guess. Could it be that in just 8,600 years, his strength could still soar in this broken primordial star sea? The Ominous didn't know the function of the Fruit of Creation, nor would it expect that Han Fei's current combat power had reached the level of eldest senior brother. Therefore, although this round of confrontation was meant to test him, it was also a bit disdainful of him. Ultimate Dark Dragon Breath. This Dominator-level Ominous guessed that Han Fei's strength might have increased, but he didn't care. As the laws on his body surged, the power in the surrounding dozens of star rivers was triggered and attacked like a tide. In the ominous mist behind the ominous Dominator, 9 black dragons tens of thousands of kilometers long and carrying infinite energy suddenly appeared. Huff, huff, 10 dragon breaths, like 10 divine flames, each with the power of dozens of star rivers, spewed at Han Fei. Behind Han Fei, the 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy and the Supreme Tao Monarch were still in a fighting posture. But the Heavenly Monarch stood in front of them and said solemnly, "We can't defeat them. We just need to trust this senior." Although he said that he believed Han Fei knew that the Heavenly Monarch was already prepared to run away at any time. If he was defeated, he would take the two of them away immediately. There was no telling if he really knew that if even Han Fei couldn't resist this power, would they really have a chance to leave? However, facing the 10 dark dragons formed by the ominous mist, Han Fei couldn't help but smile contemptuously. He raised one hand, and countless laws in the ominous mist were forcibly deprived by him. In the next moment, billions of divine lightning bolts burst out here. In the sea of lightning, the power of lightning gathered and turned into lightning flood dragons. In the blink of an eye, there were tens of thousands of them. Boom, 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 so strong. How can he be so strong? Not only the Heavenly Monarch and the other two, but even the Dominator-level ominous creature was also stunned. Han Fei's strength had completely exceeded 30 pieces of Star River source power. He must have some experience in controlling the Heavenly Tao. He was completely a super powerhouse at the level of the Masters of the Three Temples. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 ominous dragons were instantly pierced through, but the huge lightning sea didn't calm down. Instead, it went straight for the Dominator-level Ominous. Han Fei said leisurely, "It seems that the Ominous doesn't have many means of its own. Even this kind of divine technique can only be learned from other races. Now, let me see what you have prepared to deal with me. My time is limited, and I don't have more time to watch you perform. Don't be arrogant." The Dominator-level Ominous immediately roared, and a small black bottle appeared in its hand. There was no need to guess what was in the bottle. It could only be the ominous substance. Sure enough, the Dominator-level Ominous poured out a bottle of ominous matter. Among them, half of the ominous matter surrounded him, and the other half was scattered in the endless ominous mist and the bodies of the other Dominator-level ominous creatures on this trip. The ominous matter rolled up endless waves again and pounced at Han Fei and the others. This time, Han Fei knew that the purification power of the Sea of Lightning alone might not be able to resist it. Between Han Fei's eyebrows, the invincible eye opened. On his body, the will of a supreme erupted, shaking the world. The surrounding endless laws gathered and compressed under Han Fei's will. The invincible will turned into a magnificent divine body, tens of millions of feet tall and imposing. Chapter 3619, Suppressing the Heavens with One Knife, 33619. Suppressing the Heavens with One Knife, 3 behind Han Fei, the Wheel of Life appeared and spun. He raised his hands, and dazzling divine light emerged from his palms. Purify, as Han Fei roared, countless chains of the law of life extended out of the entire sea of stars and poured into the ominous mist. Behind Han Fei, divine brilliance was born between the heavens and earth. Countless laws turned into runes and gathered like a tide, forming a sea of brilliance that could almost cross a star river. Clatter a brilliance bloomed in the darkness, and a large number of ominous creatures were directly purified and baptized. It was like a ray of light suddenly rose in the darkness before dawn. This light became brighter and hotter, as if it was a flame that could burn the soul. At that moment, the three of them felt that Han Fei was not a person at all, but a world that controlled the heavenly Tao of this sea of stars. Under the brilliance, the entire star river, even the ominous mist of the nearby star rivers, was dispersed. Under such circumstances, human wave tactics were meaningless. The ominous creatures below the Dominator level couldn't resist this supreme divine might at all. As for the Dominator level ominous creatures, they were all fighting with all their strength and had no chance to surround Han Fei. This was like a burly adult man surrounded by 70 or 80 children. It wasn't that they couldn't fight, but that when the adult men erupted, who dared to fight? Whoever went up first would die first. Of course, Han Fei's purification ability was not invincible. The ominous mist was indeed dispersed by him. However, less than 30% of the ominous matter released from the small bottle seemed to have been annihilated. The rest turned into a big net in the void and pounced at Han Fei. Seeing this scene, Han Fei frowned slightly. Can't even such a power annihilate it? If this ominous substance was so powerful, how did eldest senior brother deal with it in the past? If the other party took out 8 or 10 bottles, how could he fight it? However, at this moment, Han Fei had no time to think about how to annihilate this ominous matter. He pushed with one hand, and the time river appeared behind him, and the time-sealing skylock appeared in front of him. At the same time, Han Fei flipped his hand, and the demon purification pot appeared. Since the ominous matter was released from the demon purification pot and the creation jade plate, the demon purification pot and the creation jade plate naturally had a way to take them in again. Treasures at the level of the demon purification pot and the creation jade plate were autonomous. Therefore, the moment the demon purification pot appeared, the ominous matter gave up attacking Han Fei and quickly entered the bodies of the more than 80 Dominator-level ominous creatures. Huh? Is this thing really active and has an autonomous consciousness? Han Fei didn't believe that this thing had no consciousness. If it didn't have consciousness and could only attack instinctively, how could it have run away when it saw the demon purification pot? How could it have disappeared into the bodies of so many Dominator-level ominous creatures at once? At this moment, the Dominator-level ominous creatures that were invaded by the ominous matter suddenly seemed to fall into madness and their strength soared. Originally, these Dominator-level ominous creatures might only control 2 or 3 pieces, at most 7 or 8 pieces of Star River source power. But with the enhancement of this ominous matter, their strength almost doubled, and even the weakest had 5 or 6 pieces of Star River source power. Faced with this situation, Han Fei just smiled casually. Even if your strength doubles, so what? Seeing that the ominous matter had all fused into the bodies of these dominators, Han Fei no longer hesitated. He raised his foot and took a step in the void, and the other 8 identical Han Fei appeared beside him. The time-splitting technique was indeed an extremely powerful divine technique. As long as the battlefield was fixed and Han Fei was given enough time, he was even sure that even if the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor came in person, he could still kill him. However, if he wasn't prepared, he could only summon the 9 of his old bodies at the same time. But even so, the Heavenly Monarch and the others were dumbfounded. They had only left the Guardian Divine Realm for a moment, but the dazzling power made them dizzy. If the power that erupted fell on them, they might have been crushed countless times. Although the Heavenly Monarch and the 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy weren't strong enough, they were still knowledgeable. The great Tao of time, the law of life, the path of invincibility, they were all extremely rare paths, but this person had walked them to this extent. Therefore, they were a little numb now. Perhaps only strong masters of this level could kill the otherworldly sky fiends to this extent. At this moment, the 9 Han Fei attacked at the same time. An old body wielded the primordial 8 fierce swords. An old body controlled the creation mystic yellow tower. An old body controlled the law enforcement divine chain. Han Fei, on the other hand, held the blood sky blade and attacked. The strongest Dominator-level ominous creature had swallowed half a bottle of ominous matter, and its strength and momentum had soared. But even so, when the combat power of the two sides collided, it was punched back by Han Fei. Bam, 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 bam. As the two sides fought, billions of rays of light burst out of the sea of stars, and the laws that filled the sky shattered and recombined. The ominous creature tried to corrode Han Fei with the ominous substance. However, with the enhancement of the invincible will and the supreme will, even if Han Fei really fought the other party, the ominous substance couldn't wrap around Han Fei in an instant. In particular, Han Fei was in an invincible state in battle, both his body and soul immune to any physical and soul attacks. Chapter 3620, Suppressing the Heavens with One Knife. 3620, Suppressing the Heavens with One Knife. 4620, Impossible. It's only been 8,000 years. Why has your strength been raised to the limit of the sea of stars? The ominous finally realized that something was wrong. He swallowed half of the ominous substance and forcibly increased his strength to the level of 49 pieces of Star River source power. Although he could indeed go further, that would take time. Han Fei obviously wouldn't give him that time, and even if he temporarily improved his strength, it would fall after the battle. It was just a secret technique. However, when he increased his strength to 49 pieces of Star River origin, he found that Han Fei's combat power had always been at 49 pieces of Star River origin. Besides, Han Fei had the Supreme Will, the Invincible Will, and the Tao of Slaughter God. Even if his strength was increased to this point, he was no match for Han Fei at all. Seeing this, the Dominator-level Ominous immediately knew that they couldn't win this battle. Although there were 80 Dominator-level ominous creatures here, if Han Fei's old bodies he summoned all had 49 pieces of Star River source power, not to mention 80 Dominators, even 180 wouldn't be enough to kill them. After all, Han Fei wasn't Shen Lei or Time. This was someone who had mastered the law of life. However, as soon as he wanted to retreat and escape, Han Fei didn't give him a chance at all. Unknowingly, the time-sky ceiling lock had been set up. Obviously, Han Fei had known from the beginning that he would try to escape. At this moment, there were many Dominator-level ominous creatures who wanted to escape. Han Fei didn't even need to set up the time-sky ceiling lock, because this Star River had been purified by him. The Heavenly Tao here was almost completely suppressed by Han Fei alone. It could even be said that he was the Heavenly Tao here. As a result, even if these Dominator-level ominous creatures wanted to escape, they couldn't instantly move several stars away. They could only run with their legs. However, how could they escape? In less than 100 seconds, the Heavenly Monarch and the other two saw countless stars retreat quickly. Thousands of voids collapsed, and nearly half of the Star River here was almost destroyed. And less than half of the otherworldly sky fiends that they regarded as extremely powerful had been killed by Han Fei alone. The Supreme Tao Monarch swallowed. Heavenly Monarch, aren't those 8 clones? Why are his clones so powerful? The 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy also nodded quickly. Yes, these clones are ridiculously strong. However, the Heavenly Monarch looked solemn and shook his head slightly. These are not clones. If I'm not wrong, it's a magical technique of the great Tao of time. The 9 people we saw are all original bodies. The difference is that the 8 venerables are all from different timelines. What? How is that possible? How can the Heavenly Tao allow this cheating method of fighting? The Heavenly Monarch frowned. Perhaps I'm not very accurate. The other 8 seniors we saw shouldn't exist at all. Instead, they launched attacks at different times. Through the flow of time, they burst out with power in the old timeline and appeared at this time. Look, Senior and the otherworldly Sky Fiend fought thousands of times in an instant. Senior completed countless attacks in advance. It's simply amazing. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying divine technique in this world. How well have you mastered the great Tao of time? Is it so complicated? An attack from the past has an effect in the present. What realm is this Senior in? I don't know. The Heavenly Monarch shook his head. This power, not to mention the 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy and the others, was completely different from what he could do. Another 100 seconds later. In this starry river that had almost been destroyed, 80 Dominator-level ominous creatures had all died. Only 1 Dominator-level ominous was trapped in the time-sky ceiling lock by Han Fei, unable to retreat or charge forward. If it weren't for the ominous substance, it might have been killed by Han Fei. Human Emperor, even if you become stronger, so what? We are immortal and will return in the end. Besides, many strong masters have gone to the chaotic Star Sea. Your myriad races can't hold on. You don't have many choices. You can open the passage between the 2 worlds to save them, but in that case, you can only give up the primordial Star Sea. If you stay in the primordial Star Sea, the chaotic Star Sea will definitely fall. Shut up. Han Fei snorted and waved his hand, and the demon purification pot returned. Instantly, 10 vines danced wildly, and under the control of Han Fei's billions of life chains, this Dominator-level ominous whose combat power had soared to 49 pieces of Star River source power could only be controlled by the demon purification pot. When this guy was pierced by the demon purification pot, the ominous power in his body and the ominous matter were absorbed by the demon purification pot, and his strength was declining at a visible speed. In addition, Han Fei had cut off his river of life. Death was his only destination. Han Fei said leisurely, "If you die, you'll be gone. I said so. So, you don't have to worry about me." Roar. As the Dominator-level Ominous roared hysterically, all the ominous creatures in this place were eliminated. Han Fei curled his lips and looked back at the three of them. "All the energy crystals here are yours." Chapter 3621, 3621, Fight the Ominous Level Powerhouse, 13621, Fight the Ominous Level Powerhouse, 1 The Heavenly Monarch and the other two were a little stunned. They had already obtained a massive amount of energy crystals just now. These energy crystals were enough to nurture countless strong masters. Even the Heavenly Monarch himself could directly benefit from the Dominator-level energy crystals. In this moment, Han Fei had conquered dozens of star rivers alone and obtained countless energy crystals, but he didn't take any at all, as if he didn't care about them at all. This made them even more convinced that Han Fei was in a realm that they couldn't understand. The Heavenly Monarch cupped his hands. "Senior, can you tell me what's going on? In the primordial star sea, their history might have long passed." And the Heavenly Monarch didn't have enough strength to resonate with Hongjun, who had turned into the Heavenly Tao, so he couldn't learn any useful information from Hongjun, let alone know what the real world was like. Han Fei thought for a moment. There were indeed some things that he should tell. He couldn't let others be in the dark. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of spiritual consciousness gathered into a crystal and appeared in front of the Heavenly Monarch. Han Fei said, "Go back and take a look. After all, this is not a place to stay for long. It won't be long before these dozens of star rivers are covered by the ominous mist again." The Heavenly Monarch was overjoyed. He knew that there were definitely many unknown secrets in it. However, the Heavenly Monarch was stunned. "Senior, aren't you going back to the Guardian Divine Realm?" Han Fei shook his head. "I still have something to do, and the road ahead is not something you can participate in. If necessary, I will come to you later." With that, Han Fei's body glowed with divine light. He walked further away into the ominous mist with a knife until he disappeared into the ominous mist and turned into a light spot in the ominous mist. The Heavenly Monarch held the spiritual consciousness crystal and issued an order in his heart, and the scattered energy crystals began to be collected. The Nine Heavens Mystic Fairy and the Supreme Tao Monarch felt as if they were in a dream. The Supreme Tao Monarch's eyes flickered. "I wonder if I can reach such a realm in my life?" the Nine Heavens Mystic Fairy sneered. "Don't even think about it. You don't even know what realm this is." However, in the conversation between Senior and the otherworldly sky fiends just now, you mentioned the chaotic star sea. I wonder where that is? Previously, the otherworldly sky fiends also clamored outside the Guardian Divine Realm, saying that the first battlefield of the chaotic star sea had been penetrated. "Is there another pure land outside the 3,000 worlds?" the Heavenly Monarch said leisurely. "That's for sure. This Senior is clearly not from our side. Stop chatting. A collision of power at this level is too powerful for you and me to participate. The star river one can control is limited. The two of you quickly go to the neighboring star river to collect these energy crystals and then return to the Guardian God realm." Okay, in the ominous mist, Han Fei was walking alone. Along the way, no Dominator-level Ominous came to stop him. The Ominous knew that at his level, it was no longer easy to stop him. Only the ominous mist along the way had been trying to corrode Han Fei. However, the ominous aura alone clearly couldn't obliterate Han Fei. Of course, in the vast primordial star sea with billions of star rivers, it was almost impossible for Han Fei to purify this primordial mist. Even if he could, it would take countless years. Han Fei's current strength had reached the theoretical limit of the Sea of Stars, so even though the entire Sea of Stars was enveloped by the ominous mist, he was still moving forward, but at a slightly slower speed. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Han Fei fought in the ominous mist and opened a path. He was already numb and didn't know how many ominous creatures he had killed. Anything that blocked his way was destroyed. At the same time, he was sensing the changes in the luck of the Divine Vine in the chaotic star sea. He had already made up his mind that once the luck of the Divine Vine changed, he would immediately abandon this operation and return to the chaotic star sea. After all, compared to that opening of the Sea of Stars, the chaotic star sea was more important. However, the reason why he listened to Hongjun's suggestion to go to the Sea of Stars first was naturally that if he could seal that place again, he could change the current predicament of the chaotic star sea and the primordial star sea in one fell swoop. At that time, when he returned to the chaotic star sea, he could gradually take back the chaotic star sea, even fight his way into the primordial star sea, or even fight his way back to the opening in the Sea of Stars. Along the way, Han Fei traveled and killed for 18 years. Finally, he saw a collapsing star river. Yes, this couldn't be considered a breach in the Sea of Stars anymore. What Han Fei saw was a collapsed star river. In this star river, all the stars had collapsed, forming a hole, but it was completely different from a black hole, as if a hole had been stabbed in the sky. Here, Han Fei saw a massive number of ominous creatures, including more than 400 Dominators. Besides, at the core of the opening in the Sea of Stars, Han Fei saw a total of 1,023 big cocoons, all connected to the pipes of a twisted, ominous vine. It was impossible for Han Fei not to recognize the creatures in these big cocoons. They were Dominator-level ominous creatures. In other words, there were as many as 1,600 Dominator-level ominous creatures that were going to be born here. Damn it. Even though Han Fei's strength had reached the peak of the Sea of Stars, he couldn't help but curse at this moment. When had he ever seen so many Dominators? If these Dominators could enter the Chaotic Star Sea at the same time, they might only need once to penetrate the Chaotic Star Sea. Chapter 3622, Fight the Ominous Level Powerhouse, 23622. Fight the Ominous Level Powerhouse, 23622. Besides, he saw as many as 12 passages to the Chaotic Star Sea here. Yes, the passages were like huge wells. Dense runes flickered beside the wells, looking like countless super arrays. Han Fei saw with his own eyes that groups of ominous creatures were pouring into some of the wells at all times. However, the ominous creatures that surged into the well were not in a high realm. Most of them had no intelligence. However, there were very few ominous creatures in the 5 of the wells, and these 5 wells corresponded to Destruction level, World-Ending level, Doomsday level, God-Slaying level, and Dominator level. This could be seen at a glance. The number of Destruction-level ominous creatures was relatively not small. There were hundreds of millions of ominous creatures queuing up. But at the world-ending level, there were only 1 million people queuing up, and at the Doomsday level, which corresponded to the Divine Realm, there were only a few hundred people queuing up. As for the God-Slaying level, there were even only dozens of ominous creatures. As for the Dominator level, only one was entangled by various runes, and had been waiting here for a long time. Obviously, even if it was the ominous, it wasn't easy to go to the Chaotic Star Sea from the Primordial Star Sea. This explained why the ominous was accumulating strength and waiting before launching a large-scale attack. Obviously, it would take them a lot of time to send a Dominator-level ominous into the Primordial Star Sea. However, he didn't know how long it would take unless he could stay here for a long time to observe. But clearly, the ominous wouldn't give him this chance. However, this trip was not in vain. At least he knew that ominous creatures were restricted from entering the Chaotic Star Sea. He had only stayed in the Primordial Star Sea for more than 8,000 years. Even if the ominous was constantly sending Dominator-level ominous to the Chaotic Star Sea, there couldn't be many of them. If this matter was easy, the Chaotic Star Sea would have long been conquered. However, Han Fei couldn't help being curious at this moment. If the efficiency of teleporting powerful ominous creatures through this passage was very low, how did the ominous body of the Primordial Tao Ancestor pass through? In the past 8,000 years, the other party had returned twice. Logically speaking, the Primordial Tao Ancestor was in existence above the Dominator level. It should be even more difficult for such a strong master to reach the Chaotic Star Sea. However, not only had the ominous body of the Primordial Tao Ancestor passed, but he had also almost conquered the first battlefield. Therefore, the passages he saw were definitely not all of them. Or rather, the ominous had other ways to enter the Chaotic Star Sea. However, the price of the other ways was definitely not small. Otherwise, as he said, the Chaotic Star Sea would have long been conquered. At this moment, Han Fei had already come this far. He had to fight. Besides, the Dominator-level ominous creatures had already noticed him. Or rather, they had been waiting for him. Han Fei shouted, "Sorry to keep you waiting. You really think highly of me." Swish, swish, swish. From the 400 Dominator-level ominous creatures, 4 Dominator-level ominous creatures that looked extremely strong appeared in a row. If he guessed right, these 4 should be on the same level as the ominous creature he had killed before that could increase its strength to 49 pieces of Star River Source power. At this moment, Han Fei was a little speechless. If it was such a quantitative confrontation, even if he had the time-splitting technique, he didn't dare to use it. Although he could use 9 of his old bodies, he could only use 1 demon purification pot. And this place could be said to be the source of the ominous so far. Needless to say, there must be a large number of ominous substances. With Han Fei's current strength, he couldn't obliterate much ominous matter. He had to cooperate with the demon purification pot to block the invasion of the ominous matter. Therefore, once he used the time-splitting technique, as long as one of his old bodies was contaminated by the ominous matter, his original body would still be contaminated by the ominous matter. The ominous had been in contact with the Time Temple for a long time. It was impossible for them not to know the ability of the time-splitting technique. When he was out of the Guardian Divine Realm, Han Fei had no scruples, but here he would never use the time-splitting technique. This meant that he had to fight so many enemies himself. Fortunately, Han Fei had comprehended the 3rd level of the Path of Invincibility. Otherwise, he could have returned home immediately. It would be awesome if he could escape. One of the 4 strong masters said, "Human Emperor, it seems that you have reached the ultimate realm in the Sea of Stars. Although it's unexpected, do you think it's possible for you to seal this place again even if you come with the demon purification pot?" Han Fei snorted, "How will I know if I don't try?" Boom! Han Fei turned into lightning marks that filled the sky and immediately rushed to the location of the 12 passages. If he couldn't seal this place with the demon purification pot, Destroying these passages could also prevent the ominous creatures in the primordial star sea from continuously entering the chaotic star sea. Of course, the ominous creatures were not stupid. Since they had been waiting for Han Fei, they certainly wouldn't let Han Fei destroy the passage between the two worlds so easily. Almost at the same time, the 4 Dominator-level ominous creatures erupted at the same time, and they could completely keep up with Han Fei's speed. The moment Han Fei appeared, the 4 of them all followed Han Fei. In an instant, Han Fei threw out the demon purification pot and slashed at the passages between the two worlds with the immortal slaying knife. Chapter 3623, Fight the Ominous Level Powerhouse. 3623. 3623 Fight the Ominous Level Powerhouse. 3. Unfortunately, among the 4 of them, except for one who managed to restrain the demon purification pot, the other 3 attacked at the same time, using their unparalleled divine might to fight Han Fei. In an instant, ripples shook and the law collapsed, but Han Fei failed. As for the 400 Dominator-level ominous creatures, they didn't help him immediately, but triggered a large amount of ominous mist at the same time, sweeping Han Fei. The ominous mist couldn't be touched in the first place. In the chaotic star sea, only Senior Brother Undead and the Emperor Sparrow could enter and leave the mist without any pressure. Although others could enter, they needed to disperse their strength to resist and purify the ominous mist. But Senior Brother Undead and the Emperor Sparrow were different. They could directly eat it. Han Fei didn't know how the Emperor Sparrow was doing now, but Senior Brother Undead had even snatched the ominous coffin and carried it on his back, but he still didn't become ominous. At this moment, Han Fei knew that these 4 people must have used the ominous matter in advance. Otherwise, how could they have reached the level of 49 pieces of Star River source power so easily? Seeing this, Han Fei didn't flinch at all. He waved his hand and the demon purification pot appeared in his hand as he continued to rush towards the passages. He didn't believe that these Dominator-level ominous creatures would dare to resist the demon purification pot head-on. In the past, when the demon purification pot's 10 vines were not fully retracted, it was indeed not strong enough. Even if its 9 vines were already unparalleled, it couldn't swallow and kill too many ominous creatures at once. However, after the 10th vine returned, even if it was a peak-level ominous dominator, it could still suck it to death with some time. Sure enough, this time, the 4 dominators didn't fight Han Fei head-on, but bombarded him from a distance to stop him. Han Fei saw hope and immediately continued to destroy a passage. In the sky, on the ground, and on his left and right, a kind of gray thing suddenly appeared. What else could it be but the ominous matter? Obviously, the ominous creatures knew that Han Fei would try to destroy the passages between the two worlds, so they had already set up an inescapable net with ominous matter. Of course, they knew the ability of the demon purification pot, so they didn't expect to take Han Fei down with this blow. The 4 of them stood proudly in all directions at the same time, setting up an ominous ball cage condensed from ominous mist. Outside, the ominous mist tide triggered by more than 400 Dominator-level ominous creatures crazily poured into the cage. Han Fei was not frightened by the ominous matter. The demon purification pot was not a decoration. When the net pounced at him, the demon purification pot had already drilled a hole in it. Seeing this, Han Fei slashed out with all his strength with the blood sky blade. Sacred brilliance enveloped him, and the supreme will triggered the world. He slashed open the ominous ball cage set up by the 4 of them. In the next moment, Han Fei jumped and moved thousands of kilometers horizontally. He stomped, and a lightning ring instantly crushed the surrounding void billions of kilometers. At the same time, lightning fire grew and began to spread. Even though the ominous mist covered the sky and the earth, it couldn't quickly extinguish the fire. Instead, most of it was instantly annihilated by the lightning fire, and the ominous mist in the void billions of kilometers was cleared up. Han Fei said, "You should know that these can't trap me. Although you have 49 pieces of Star River source power, you are not on the same level as me." It wasn't that Han Fei despised a few Dominator-level ominous creatures, but it was the truth. Did the ominous have a supreme will? Did the ominous have an invincible will? Was the ominous killing intent stronger than his? Could the ominous dominate the pure power of lightning? Could the ominous control the law of life? Neither, which was why Han Fei dared to fight. Although the ominous matter was difficult to deal with, the demon purification pot was not a decoration. The dual immunity effect of the invincible body could also avoid this power. Unless he was enveloped by this thing for a long time, just like when he was forcibly brought into the primordial star sea, the ominous matter could forget about contaminating him. After all, if the ominous matter could contaminate Han Fei at any time, the chaotic star sea would have long been defeated. Of course, Han Fei could guarantee that he wouldn't be contaminated, but he had to admit that these guys did have the strength to hold him back. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't intend to continue fighting with the 4 of them. It didn't make much sense. Since the passages between the two worlds couldn't be destroyed, he could only try to kill the 400 Dominator-level ominous creatures first. If he could successfully kill these Dominator-level ominous creatures, it would be a good thing. Otherwise, when these things entered the chaotic star sea, they would be another big threat. When Han Fei charged at the 400 Dominator level ominous creatures, the 4 peak level Dominator level ominous creatures naturally joined the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. In just a moment, within this star river, a fierce battle erupted. Ripples shook and purifying brilliance shone, creating a truly earth-shattering spectacle. However, not long after the battle began, Han Fei's heart became heavy. It wasn't that he was no match for them, but that he discovered that his river of life was almost ineffective near this Sea of Stars void. Most of the Dominator-level ominous creatures were still far weaker than Han Fei. Under normal circumstances, Han Fei could easily cut off their river of life and purify or destroy them, but this time, the law of life was distorted. Every time he activated the law of life, a dark power would touch the river of life and corrode the law of life. This was the first time Han Fei had encountered such a situation. After fighting for a full hour, Han Fei finally killed about 21 Dominator-level ominous creatures under the siege of the 4 peak-level Dominator-level ominous creatures. However, only 3 of them were really killed by him, and these 3 didn't die by Han Fei's own hands, but by the demon purification pot. Chapter 3624 Fight the Ominous Level Powerhouse 43624 Fight the Ominous Level Powerhouse 4. At this moment, someone among the 4 leading ominous creatures sneered. In this place, we are immortal. Even if you master the law of life, it's useless. However, Han Fei didn't give up. Was it slow to kill 3 Dominator-level ominous creatures in an hour? In fact, it wasn't slow at all. At this speed, he could kill 30 or 40 in a day. It would only take him 10 days to kill more than 400 Dominator-level ominous creatures, and his invincible body could be maintained without stopping. Han Fei didn't seem to hear the other party's mockery. His endless methods quickly changed and rotated. After only 3 hours of fierce fighting, the demon purification pot had killed 10 Dominator-level ominous creatures. These Dominator-level ominous creatures also realized that Han Fei was difficult to deal with. Under the order of the 4 top powerhouses, they all retreated. Seeing these Dominator-level ominous creatures retreat to the center of the opening in the Sea of Stars, Han Fei was about to attack, when he saw that the bodies of these 400 Dominator-level ominous creatures all emitted a wisp of ominous matter. When these ominous substances gathered more and more, they gradually gathered into a human shape. At this moment, the 4 strong masters didn't continue to attack, but stood behind the person. At this moment, Han Fei had also stopped and confronted the ominous person who had condensed. This person was dressed ordinary and expressionless. However, the moment he attacked, Han Fei seemed to feel that what he was facing was not a person at all, but a world, a sea of stars. This was the second time Han Fei had this feeling. The previous time was when he and Zeman Linglin looked at the land of no return in the long river of the world and saw the ominous beyond the Dominator rank fighting eldest senior brother. Ominous level? This time, Han Fei didn't attack immediately but shouted. He was shocked. How could there be so many ominous level powerhouses? But if the other party still had such a powerhouse, why didn't he go to the chaotic Star Sea? If he went there would be 2 Dominator-level ominous creatures attacking together, then how could the myriad races resist them? Han Fei returned to his peak state in a few seconds, but from this moment, he knew that it was impossible to put the demon purification pot back. After all, he had just advanced to this realm and didn't have much experience fighting the ominous. In just a few rounds, he was almost beaten out of the Sea of Stars. However, the ominous creature made of ominous matter appeared in front of Han Fei in an instant, expressionlessly. Swish, swish. The 2 of them flashed quickly in the Star River, and in a second, the 2 of them shuttled nearly 100 times. Han Fei wrapped his body with his invincible will and activated the draw technique, but he was pressed down by the other party's palm. The ominous slapped back at Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't retreat but advanced. His body was shining with divine brilliance, and he spewed out the supreme sword intent from his mouth. The other party didn't seem to care at all. He continued to slap, as if he wanted to break Han Fei's invincible body. Boom. At that moment, with the protection of the invincible body, Han Fei took the blow forcibly. In exchange, he created a sword to break the situation and cut off the ominous arms. Han Fei, on the other hand, was hit by his palm and pushed billions of kilometers away. His invincible body was a little dim. There was a palm mark left on his chest, which was filled with ominous matter that didn't dissipate for a long time. Even the invincible will couldn't purify this power. It was the demon purification pot that extended from between his eyebrows and swallowed the remnants of this ominous matter. Last time Han Fei fought the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor, he was mainly beaten and had almost no room to fight back. This time, he really felt the horror of the ominous level. As expected of the ominous level. Chapter 3625, A Reminder Across Eris, 13625. A Reminder Across Eris. After only fighting this ominous level creature for a moment, Han Fei felt tremendous pressure. He couldn't imagine how his eldest senior brother had fought this thing for thousands of years. Of course, the situation he was facing now might be a little more complicated than Eldest Senior Brother's. Eldest Senior Brother only stopped one ominous level, and there were too many Dominator-level ominous creatures here. There were also 4 Dominator-level ominous creatures that had almost reached the extreme. The battle between the two parties didn't stop. Although the ominous level creature's arms were cut off, the recovery ability of the ominous matter exceeded his imagination. Even with the killing intent of the Tao of Slaughter God, the other party could still reconnect his arms in an instant. The battle was still going on. The ominous level creature tried to break Han Fei's invincible body by exchanging injuries. However, the invincible body controlled the power of the world and could fight continuously. In addition, Han Fei had the supreme will. Even if they fought for a day and a night, neither side could do anything to the other. However, the other party didn't just have this ominous level powerhouse. The other 4 strong masters and the 400 Dominator level ominous also participated in the battle. Although only the 4 strong masters could keep up with Han Fei's speed, it still caused Han Fei to be outnumbered. In a day, he was bombarded tens of thousands of times. Of course, on this day, Han Fei almost killed all the 4 strong masters, but the other party recovered in the blink of an eye. Such a high-intensity battle gave Han Fei no chance to attack ordinary Dominator-level ominous creatures. Many times, Han Fei wanted to use the time-splitting technique, but he held himself back in the end. If he guessed right, the other party might be waiting for him to do that. In the end, Han Fei retreated from this opening in the Sea of Stars. However, after he retreated, even the ominous level powerhouse didn't chase him. Han Fei was slightly surprised. The other party was so strong. How could they not chase him? Han Fei grinned and said to the ominous level creature, "So, you actually don't dare to leave the protection of this opening in the Sea of Stars?" One of the Dominators said coldly. "You think too highly of yourself? I didn't chase you just because there's no need. Human Emperor, neither of us can do anything to the other. Although you are powerful, you are at most at the level of Void. However, strong masters like you are limited after all. You can only protect yourself at most. You can't do anything else." Han Fei sneered. "You have no right to speak here. Hey, aren't you above the Dominator level? Why aren't you speaking?" From the moment this ominous level creature was born, it had never opened its mouth. The other party was like a combat puppet without any expression. The ominous level creature still didn't speak, but just looked at Han Fei quietly. In fact, Han Fei was also full of doubts. Although he said that they didn't dare to leave the Sea of Stars, the ominous level ominous creatures and the 4 Dominator level ominous creatures actually shouldn't be afraid of it. Anyway, he couldn't kill them. In the next moment, he charged into the Sea of Stars again. This time, his goal was clear. He went straight for the 400 Dominator level ominous creatures. Of course, the ominous level and the 4 strong masters wouldn't let Han Fei succeed easily. In this battle, the two sides fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights before Han Fei managed to catch a Dominator level ominous with the help of the Time Sky Sealing Lock and the Demon Purification Pot. Yes, he grabbed the Dominator level ominous and dragged it out of the opening in the Sea of Stars. However, the moment he tried to take the Dominator level ominous out of the area covered by the opening in the Sea of Stars, an extremely domineering power suddenly condensed. Immediately afterward, without Han Fei doing anything, the Dominator-level ominous was swept by a sudden light of purification and instantly purified, leaving only an energy crystal. This was beyond Han Fei's expectations. The reason why he wanted to take a Dominator-level ominous out to take a look was to test if the domain covered by the opening in the Sea of Stars suppressed his life law. But who could have expected that there was an invisible barrier in this world, which didn't seem to allow them to walk out of this opening in the Sea of Stars at all? I see. Han Fei realized why they gave up attacking him. No wonder so many strong masters of the ominous didn't attack the remaining Guardian God realm in the primordial Star Sea. It turned out that they couldn't come out at all. This opening in the Sea of Stars was blocked by an invisible barrier, and it had the power to instantly kill them. In that case, were the 12 well-liked passages in the opening of the Sea of Stars really leading to the chaotic Star Sea? This time, Han Fei was a little uncertain. These ominous creatures were clearly trapped. Their first thought should not be how to go to the chaotic Star Sea, but how to leave this sealed space. If the 12 passages didn't lead to the chaotic Star Sea, they could only be passages to break through this invisible barrier, and the exit of the passages was very likely in the primordial Star Sea. Seeing that Han Fei had seen through the secret here, one of the Dominators said coldly, "Human Emperor, don't think that you've discovered a shocking secret. This barrier is extremely unstable and may break at any time. Once we go out of here, no one can stop us. Not even you." Han Fei sneered. "Who are you fooling? Come out if you have balls." Han Fei couldn't help but feel much more relaxed. His original purpose of going here was to use the Demon Purification Pot to seal this place again. But to his surprise, there was already some kind of seal barrier here. Although he didn't know who created this seal barrier, it was clearly the ominous enemy. Otherwise, how could he enter and leave at will? Chapter 3626, A Reminder Across Eris 23626, A Reminder Across Eris 2. Han Fei laughed. No wonder. Otherwise, with so many strong masters here, if they appeared at the same time, who could beat them? Han Fei looked at the 12 passages again. Since he couldn't break them from the inside, he could break them from the outside. As it happened, he controlled the vast ocean navigator. If the exit of these passages was in the primordial star sea, he could quickly mince them. Even if their exit wasn't in the primordial star sea but in the chaotic star sea, he could still go back and easily find and mince it. Han Fei immediately lost interest in the opening in the Sea of Stars. At least, he didn't have to worry about any big accidents here now. However, he didn't want to leave immediately, because he was also curious. Who would set up such a mysterious barrier here that even he didn't notice at all? Hongjun probably didn't know at all back then. Immediately, the law of time surged in Han Fei's eyes and he began to trace back in time. In Han Fei's eyes, the barrier of time was penetrated. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed like a gust of wind. Finally, when Han Fei traced back to 6 eras ago, he saw the ominous mist emitting from here. Continuing to trace forward, Han Fei saw the brilliant river of stars flowing wantonly here. In the blink of an eye, he saw Hongjun arrive here. However, he knew all of this. After another 3 eras, the picture in Han Fei's eyes finally froze. This was because everything in front of him had turned into darkness. There was no star river here, no sky full of stars, only infinite darkness. Is this what it looked like before the primordial star sea was established? Han Fei was slightly stunned. This should be very similar to when the chaotic star sea first opened. Although Han Fei had never experienced it, it was not difficult to guess. Suddenly, the blurry figure of a 3-eyed woman was bathed in rays of light and enveloped by a golden body. She seemed to step out of the endless void and appear in this darkness. Han Fei tried his best to see the woman's appearance, but the law of time didn't seem to be able to reflect this person. He could only see a blurry figure in front of his eyes. Han Fei could vaguely see that the woman's short hair reached her shoulders and the battlesuit on her body was dilapidated but shining. She sat cross-legged in this darkness, and purple chi and blood suddenly erupted from her body, turning into a ripple that seemed to instantly ignite this darkness. The chi and blood ripple kept spreading, quickly and crazily, and there was more than one surging blood chi. 9 blood chi ripples spewed out of the woman's body, spreading infinitely far away before she stopped. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It was this chi and blood that opened the world. Besides, unlike Hongjun transforming into the heavens, this woman was a real sky opener. She only opened the sky with the 9 chi and blood in her body. Although the price might not be small, it was better than Hongjun turning into the chaotic star sea himself, right? And this also meant that this woman's strength had definitely exceeded the Dominator level, reaching an unknown level above the Dominator level. After releasing 9 pieces of chi and blood in a row, 3 strange objects appeared between the woman's eyebrows in a row. Yes, there were a total of 3, and 2 of them were the Demon Purification Pot and the Creation Jade Plate. As for the third strange object, it was a mirror. In the mirror, divine light bloomed, and then mysterious runes spread out, covering almost a swath of star rivers in a moment. Crack. Of course, Han Fei didn't hear anything, but he saw that after the mirror spewed out the runes, it suddenly shattered and turned into billions of mirror fragments, scattering in the range of this swath of star rivers. It wasn't until the mirror fragments completely melted in this void that the woman left the Demon Purification Pot and the Creation Jade Plate behind. After doing all this, the woman didn't seem to be in a good state, but she still slowly got up and then suddenly turned her head, her eyes seeming to penetrate the endless void as if she had discovered Han Fei who was prying. Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he felt that he had been seen through. And the woman did seem to be looking at Han Fei. When Han Fei was wondering if he should stop looking back in time, the woman nodded slightly at Han Fei and then spoke. Han Fei was shocked. Han Fei was shocked. This woman could see him too? How strong was this woman? He really wanted to hear what this woman said, but he couldn't hear it at all. There were as many as 9 eras between the two of them for him to hear anything from her. The woman seemed to be stunned for a moment too. As if realizing something, her expression strangely turned slightly ugly. The third eye between her eyebrows that symbolized the path of invincibility shone brightly. Then, the woman continued to speak. This time, before he could hear anything, Han Fei saw a certain twisted power in the time river, which seemed to be blocking the transmission of this sound. Han Fei tried his best to maintain the operation of the law of time. There were even blood tears flowing in his eyes, but it didn't matter, and a vague voice seemed to appear in his ears, but it was incomplete. Don't give up, there's no path, we wait for you at the end of the sea. The woman's voice vaguely came from the time river. Wherever the voice passed, the time river became unstable and even showed signs of collapse. Don't what? Give up what? Han Fei could roughly feel that this sentence was definitely not, don't give up. There seemed to be a whole sentence in the middle that was hidden. Chapter 3627, A Reminder Across Eras 33627, A Reminder Across Eras 3. What path? The end of the sea? Sister, tell me again. This voice was very weak and distorted, even harder to distinguish than the ravings. Han Fei listened hard and wanted to read the woman's lips, but the more he wanted to see, the more blurred the time became. And the woman on the other side of the Time River seemed to have discovered that the Time River was collapsing. Thinking that Han Fei might not be able to hear her at all, she stopped talking and raised her hand to draw 4 Dao patterns in the void. Bang! The moment these 4 Dao patterns appeared, the Time River here collapsed. Han Fei's eyes were full of blood and tears as if he were blind. However, this injury was obviously not a problem for Han Fei. The blood tears flowed back and recovered in the blink of an eye. Can't you just write? Han Fei was speechless. He immediately wanted to trace back in time, but when he opened the Time River again, he discovered that the parts of the Time River about this place were already chaotic. Yes, the law of time at the opening in the Sea of Stars had completely turned into turbulence. Damn it! Han Fei's face changed slightly. He immediately copied and simulated the 4 Dao patterns in his heart. Among them, the first Dao pattern was the simplest, and it was cracked by Han Fei in an instant, because this Dao pattern seemed to correspond to the realm of a monarch. As long as one was strong enough, it wasn't difficult to crack it. Even if one wasn't strong enough, it was possible to crack it slowly. Han Fei was no longer a monarch, so he could easily crack it. After cracking it, he learned that it meant monarch, no name. It only took Han Fei 10 seconds to crack the second sentence, which meant God, no contribution. The third sentence was not difficult. Han Fei spent 100 seconds cracking it too, which meant supreme, no heavens. Han Fei's heart trembled because he discovered that the third Dao pattern corresponded to the supreme realm. In other words, if he wanted to comprehend this line, it meant that theoretically he needed to reach the strength of a supreme and comprehend the supreme heart. Or, as long as he understood this Dao pattern, he could comprehend the supreme path. Therefore, the first 3 sentences that Han Fei had decoded corresponded to the 3 levels of monarch, God, and supreme. This meant that the next sentence was very likely to correspond to the realm above the dominator. However, when he tried to disassemble this Dao pattern and comprehend the true meaning of them, he couldn't feel anything. It was as if the 4th Dao pattern was empty and didn't say anything. Impossible. Han Fei knew that it was impossible for the woman not to see through his strength. To be able to trace back to this era, she was at least at the level of a sea-quelling god. Therefore, the latter 2 of the 4 Dao patterns left by the woman were obviously for Han Fei to see. Monarch, no name, God, no contribution, supreme, no heavens. With Han Fei's current understanding, it was actually not difficult to understand. To explain it, if a monarch wanted to enter the god realm, he shouldn't be in the mood to make a name, which meant that he could put down what he was sticking to and enter the god realm. God, no contribution, clearly meant that the gods didn't do anything intentionally, nor did they have any intention of seeking merit in the world. A god was a god, pure and powerful, not fighting for anyone or cultivating for anyone. Therefore, this purity should mean holding on to one's original heart and firming one's Tao. Supreme, no heavens clearly meant that there was no heavens or earth in the eyes of a supreme. Walking the supreme path was lawless, unrestrained, and uncontrollable. These 3 sentences corresponded to the 3 realms of cultivation, monarch, god, and supreme. Then the 4th sentence could only refer to the breakthroughs in cultivation methods above the dominator realm. Unfortunately, Han Fei stood still for a day but still couldn't crack the true meaning of this Dao pattern. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She could write, but she drew 4 Dao patterns for him to crack. Han Fei sighed in his heart, although he was really curious about the 4th sentence. He was also curious about who the woman was and why she carried the demon purification pot, the creation jade plate, and the mirror that had probably been destroyed. Unfortunately, he had no chance to ask her now. However, Han Fei wasn't discouraged. Although he couldn't crack the 4th line of the Dao patterns yet, it didn't mean that he couldn't in the future. After all, this was only condensed from Dao patterns. As long as he cracked this Dao pattern, it was only a matter of time before he deciphered it. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the opening in the Sea of Stars again. The ominous level creature and a large group of dominator level ominous creatures were still staring at him. Han Fei sneered and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. As he issued an order in his heart, he seemed to be asking something. After a few seconds, the vast ocean navigator finally turned. Golden light flashed in Han Fei's eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. Although there were some out of his expectations, his guess was generally correct. Some of the 12 well-shaped passages led straight to the chaotic Star Sea, and some led to other areas of the primordial Star Sea. Han Fei was about to turn around and leave when the ominous level creature suddenly spoke. Human Emperor. Han Fei suddenly looked at the man sharply. Can you speak? For a moment, Han Fei had a bad feeling. This ominous creature was different from the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor he had seen. This one was formed by ominous matter right under his nose. Although Hung Jun and he both guessed that the ominous matter was active and conscious, when he really saw that the ominous matter had consciousness, he couldn't help but still feel surprised. Chapter 3628, A Reminder Across Eris 43628, A Reminder Across Eris 4. The ominous creature slowly said, "This barrier is not unbreakable, otherwise the ominous wouldn't have spread throughout the Sea of Stars. Even if you destroy these passages, it's useless. You should be able to guess that in addition to these passages, the ominous has other ways to enter the chaotic Star Sea." Han Fei sneered. "No matter what you have, there are always restrictions. Otherwise, why would you have to fight for several eras? As for these passages, I'm going to destroy them. Come out and bite me if you have the ability," the ominous creature said in a low voice. "I'll give you two choices." Han Fei was about to sneer when something suddenly cracked in the depths of the Sea of Stars. Then, Han Fei's face gradually turned dark. In the opening of the Sea of Stars, two boundless cracks slowly appeared like two huge eyes that contained a river of stars. It was weird and creepy. Just by looking at the two huge eyes, Han Fei felt that his blood was not flowing smoothly and his heart was blocked. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to be caught in some kind of illusion. He saw war. Billions of stars were collapsing, all creatures were dying, and the Sea of Stars was collapsing. It was as if there was an invincible power gradually swallowing the Sea of Stars. And he seemed to be caught in endless battles, fighting desperately in the darkness, unable to see the end of the war. Divine Path? Han Fei had seen such a scene before. He had vaguely seen it when he saw his divine path in the past. War and killing were the main theme of this divine path. However, when he saw it again today, it became different. In the endless war, he seemed to feel tired. He seemed to understand in a daze that he was walking on this divine path, and this path had no end. This was what the ominous wanted to tell him. It seemed to be telling him that no matter how he fought, in the end, he would be the only one left on this path, fighting alone in the darkness, and everything would collapse. The ominous said again, "No one can stop me, but if you are willing to hand over the primordial Star Sea, I can promise you that I won't attack the chaotic Star Sea for a great era." "Heh heh," Han Fei sneered, but he didn't refute immediately. Instead, he continued to look at the depths of the crack in the Sea of Stars. After a long time, he suddenly said, "If you are willing to tell me what you are, I can consider it." The ominous replied without any emotion, "I am the home, I am the end, and I am the beginning. I am the end of the Tao." Han Fei was a little irritable. "What bullshit? Tell me clearly what you are." The ominous was still calm. "You can't understand. If I pay a certain price, I can still descend into the chaotic Star Sea." Han Fei sneered. "Then please pay the price. I'm not Zhang Taichu. I won't reach any agreement with the ominous. Since you want to fight, let's fight." Seeing that Han Fei was about to leave again, the ominous couldn't help but laugh dryly. In the next moment, he said, "Human Emperor, you are the second person to come here after Hongjun. You are also the first person who can force me to pay the price. Do you want to know how I descended into the chaotic Star Sea?" Han Fei wanted to leave for the second time, but he was stopped by this thing. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't curious. At this moment, the Dominator-level ominous wrapped in 1,203 big cocoons began to move. Bang. Suddenly, one of the big cocoons exploded, and even the Dominator-level ominous creature inside was annihilated, turning into an ominous matter that surged into the sky and began to circle. Then, big cocoons exploded one after another, and the Dominator-level ominous inside was all annihilated. Han Fei's pupils were constricted. "Are you crazy?" the ominous slowly said. "If you want to descend, you have to pay a price. Otherwise, I would have taken down the chaotic Star Sea long ago, right? They're merely Dominator-level ominous. They were born just for my descent." Immediately, Han Fei's face changed drastically. The annihilated ominous creatures turned into ominous matter, corroded the sky, pierced through the endless void, and finally formed a mysterious array. Even this invisible barrier couldn't resist them. This was indeed the destruction of the Dominator-level ominous. Han Fei had thought that if he could kill one more, the threat of picking up the chaotic Star Sea would be reduced. But now it seemed that his pitiful kill number didn't seem to be meaningful at all. The ominous level didn't care about the death of the Dominator-level ominous at all. These more than 1,000 Dominator-level ominous creatures sucked by the big cocoons and straws were just his tools to descend into the chaotic Star Sea. The ominous-level creature looked at Han Fei with a weird smile. "Why don't we compete and see who will reach the chaotic Star Sea first?" At this moment, Han Fei seemed to understand why the ominous wouldn't descend on the chaotic Star Sea until several great eras later. It was because he needed to accumulate Dominator-level ominous as his nutrients to pave the way for himself. However, he was still a little puzzled. Why could the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor return? It seemed that he didn't have to pay such a price at all. This question instantly appeared in Han Fei's mind. They were all above the Dominator level. The ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor seemed to be able to easily enter the chaotic Star Sea. After all, in the past 8,600 years, that guy seemed to have returned twice. Could it be that the one who returned wasn't the real primordial Tao ancestor's ominous body? But something was still wrong. The real ominous needed to pay such a huge price to enter the chaotic Star Sea. How could the primordial Tao ancestor's ominous body enter the chaotic star sea not long after he met him? If he had a way, why didn't he go to the chaotic star sea earlier? After all, when eldest senior brother stalled the ominous, he had full time to take action. Furthermore, senior sister Shen Lei and the others at that time shouldn't be a match for him at all. In fact, if the primordial Tao ancestor's ominous body attacked together with this ominous creature formed by the ominous matter, even eldest senior brother probably wouldn't be able to resist it, right? Why didn't they attack together? Suddenly, Han Fei had a bold guess. The intentions of the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor and the real ominous are not aligned. Chapter 3629, 3629, 3629, Crisis of the Two Worlds 1. 3629 Crisis of the Two Worlds 1. Han Fei's guess was not unfounded. In an instant, he understood something. The most important thing was that the difficulty of entering the chaotic star sea was too great. The real ominous in front of him needed to sacrifice 203 Dominator-level ominous to pave the way for him, and this shouldn't be the first time he had done this. However, the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor seemed to only need to sacrifice a peak-level Dominator-level ominous to build a passage between the two worlds. This was beyond doubt. After all, Han Fei was dragged into the primordial star sea like this. They were both ominous-level powerhouses. Why was it so difficult for the one in front of him to descend into the chaotic star sea? But why did the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor descend so easily? More importantly, as long as the primordial Tao ancestor wanted, he had almost countless chances to descend, but he didn't do so. Why did he have to wait until now? Not only had he descended into the chaotic star sea, but he had also conquered the first battlefield. He instinctively felt that the water was too deep, and there seemed to be a layer of mist between him and the truth. At this moment, Han Fei felt a sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this how those chess games old Han set up back then made him feel? He seemed to see the truth, but there were always hidden secrets waiting for him. Is Hongjun really trustworthy? Han Fei couldn't help but ask himself. At this moment, Han Fei frowned. Although Hongjun and his ominous body should be completely irrelevant, it was Hongjun's suggestion for him to come to the Sea of Stars. He also felt that this trip was meaningful, so he accepted it and came alone. However, he didn't expect to see the ominous being sealed all the way here. They even had to pay a huge price to walk out of the seal. Obviously, unless it was absolutely necessary, the ominous didn't want to sacrifice so many Dominator-level ominous for nothing. However, because of his arrival, his unwillingness to compromise, and his strength, this ominous chose to descend into the chaotic star sea. Wait, thinking that this ominous person chose to descend into the chaotic star sea, Han Fei sensed something strange. Han Fei immediately shouted, "Aren't you afraid that once you leave, I will destroy your nest? Don't forget, I can enter this invisible barrier at will." However, this ominous person looked at Han Fei with pity. Hongjun thinks that giving you the creation jade plate can increase your luck and luck. What a joke. He has been in charge of the creation jade plate for so long, but he's just a turtle in a jar. What's the use of giving it to you? In the end, the two of you know nothing about me or this place. Han Fei was too lazy to care about the ominous mockery. Instead, he said coldly, "Why didn't you go to the chaotic star sea the moment I fell into it, but today?" The ominous asked, "Why do you think I'm eager to enter the chaotic star sea, aren't you? Isn't swallowing the heavenly Tao of the entire chaotic star sea your pursuit all this time?" However, the ominous sneered. From the chaotic era to the primordial era and to this day, the star rivers that the myriad races can still control are probably not as good as the 3,000 star rivers guarded by Hongjun. How long do you think the strong masters of the myriad races can last? Why should I be anxious? As long as I descend again, even if you can resist me, the chaotic star sea can no longer withstand long-term battles. So, why do you think I need to be anxious? Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but have a strange feeling, because he found that there was nothing wrong with what the ominous said. Although in the history of the chaotic star sea, the ominous had never won, it was indisputable that the living space of the myriad races in the chaotic star sea had been extremely compressed. From the moment the chaotic star sea was divided, the chaotic star sea was actually gradually falling. Apart from the number of strong masters, the chaotic star sea was indeed not much better than the primordial star sea. At the very least, the primordial star sea had the guardian divine realm, but in the chaotic star sea, only the strong masters like senior sister Shen Lei could protect the myriad races. The only way was to fight. Han Fei sneered. "It seems that you were forced to descend into the chaotic star sea this time?" The ominous smiled contemptuously. "Look, didn't you guess it? Why do you think you fell into the primordial star sea? It's just that Hongjun's ominous body deliberately did it. Your appearance changed the unchanging layout of the primordial star sea and broke the peace of the primordial star sea. With your strength as a peak-level dominator, the only meaning for you to appear here with the demon purification pot is to force me to leave the primordial star sea. One thing he was sure of was that Hongjun's ominous body had different intentions from this ominous. At this moment, the ominous meant that he was forced to leave. In other words, it was Hongjun's ominous body that pulled him into the primordial star sea with the purpose of forcing this ominous to descend into the chaotic star sea. However, what was the purpose of Hongjun's ominous body? The ominous purpose was to destroy all races and control and devour the chaotic star sea. Hongjun's ominous body had no intention to help this real ominous, so he shouldn't let the real ominous obtain the chaotic star sea at this moment. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. Yes, the current ominous had been trapped in the opening of the Sea of Stars. Then was the ominous mist and ominous creatures that covered the entire primordial star sea really controlled by him? Would the Hongjun ominous body, which was also above the Dominator level, allow the real ominous to control all of this? The answer was clearly no. Chapter 3630, 3630 Crisis of the Two Worlds, 23630 Crisis of the Two Worlds, 230 Crisis of the Two Worlds, 2 He wants the primordial star sea? At this moment, he seemed to understand. Hongjun's ominous body had always wanted the primordial star sea. The reason why he forced the ominous to leave was that he had already controlled all the primordial star sea except the guardian divine realm and the opening in the Sea of Stars. Contrary to the layout of the primordial star sea, the real ominous was the one who kept descending into the chaotic star sea. Therefore, the real ominous was the one who controlled the chaotic star sea. Even if the ominous body of Hongjun conquered the chaotic star sea, he couldn't swallow the heavenly Tao of the chaotic star sea. Therefore, the two had different goals. Hongjun's ominous body had helped the real ominous fight for more than 8,000 years and even conquered the first battlefield. And the price to pay for the real ominous was to leave and give up the cake of the primordial star sea. Seeing the change in Han Fei's expression, the ominous couldn't help but say mockingly, "It seems that you figured it out," Han Fei said coldly. In the chaotic star sea, the three temples are still there. Senior sister Shenlei is in the same realm as me at this moment. Why do you think you can conquer the chaotic star sea? The ominous voice said leisurely. You've underestimated me. I should go. You'll figure it out sooner or later. Take it as a reminder. It's not that you don't have a chance now. If you can stay in the primordial star sea, Hongjun's ominous body can't beat you, and you might be able to control the primordial star sea again, but I'll definitely conquer the chaotic star sea. In the opening of the Sea of Stars, the Dominator-level ominous that was wrapped in more than 1,000 big cocoons had all exploded, and the entire opening of the Sea of Stars was filled with a vortex made of ominous matter. Han Fei roared and slashed with all his strength, but the knife was corroded by the ominous matter in midair and couldn't hit the ominous vortex at all. Han Fei made up his mind and stepped into the opening of the Sea of Stars again. However, this time, when he stepped in, he immediately felt an infinite suction force, and this place was filled with ominous matter. After only one step, Han Fei had to retreat. The passage formed by sacrificing more than 1,000 Dominator-level ominous creatures was too terrifying. Even he was no match for it. The ominous chuckled. You can also descend into the chaotic star sea with me. Han Fei was not stupid. He could indeed be teleported with them, but during the teleportation he would definitely be corroded by the ominous again and have nowhere to escape. If he was corroded again, he wouldn't even know how to transform into the heavenly Tao. Damn. Han Fei could only watch helplessly as the 4 strong masters and more than 400 Dominator-level ominous creatures entered the ominous vortex at the same time. At that moment, Han Fei also saw that a large amount of gray powder from the depths of the hole in the Sea of Stars was also absorbed into the vortex. The gray powder surrounded the ominous and slowly melted into his body. In the end, a pair of pupils appeared from the depths. Just now, Han Fei met these eyes. What he saw was his divine path, which indicated endless killing. At this moment, he looked at it again, but what he saw was infinite darkness. Han Fei had thought that it was some kind of ominous power. However, the ominous that was about to leave on the ominous vortex put on a strange smile at Han Fei. Human Emperor, this is the eye of the heavenly Tao, representing the heavenly Tao of this primordial star sea. Why don't you take a look? Perhaps you still have a chance to control the primordial star sea again. Otherwise, if Hongjun's ominous body controls this place, you won't be able to see it again. Eye of the heavenly Tao? Wasn't this something ominous? Of course, Han Fei knew the ominous intentions. The other party wanted to use him to restrain Hongjun's ominous body, and he said it very frankly. But if he was really entangled with Hongjun's ominous body in the primordial star sea, it would be in line with the ominous intentions. However, the ominous didn't know that he could indeed see some differences from the heavenly Tao eye. Han Fei's mind fell silent at that moment. As if he had fallen into a dark chaos, a strange light suddenly flickered in the darkness. In the next moment, he seemed to see all creatures growing at a visible speed. In the starry sky, a divine fetus was born. Han Fei was immersed in an inexplicable feeling. He felt that he seemed to have turned into a divine fetus. One moment, he was still a fetus, and the next moment, he was already above the heavens. In the next moment, his body crossed the infinite darkness and walked onto a black river. Buzz. Han Fei suddenly came back to his senses. The moment he sobered up, the heavenly Dao eye was already fading, as if it had been exhausted after showing him this. Is this the second divine path? Han Fei had 3 divine paths. He had thought that the 3 divine paths corresponded to his original body, Han Song and Zhang Daqian. However, it wasn't until this moment that he realized that it didn't seem to be the case. The 3 divine paths only corresponded to him. Recently, the heavenly Dao eye had demonstrated 2 divine paths for him, but he didn't understand them. What did the divine fetus that was born mean? Unfortunately, the heavenly Dao eye was the heavenly Dao after all, not a human. It couldn't tell him the details, so it could only give him some inexplicable inspiration. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see a river of black water flowing out of the eyes. Do the heavens cry too? Chapter 3631, 36331, Crisis of the Two Worlds, 33631, Crisis of the Two Worlds, 33631, Crisis of the Two Worlds, 333031, Crisis of the Two Worlds, 333031, Crisis of the Two Worlds, 330. Han Fei raised his head and looked at the ominous storm that had gradually subsided at the opening in the Sea of Stars. The ominous had left and might have descended on the chaotic star sea. When everything calmed down, Han Fei was a little confused. Could he make it in time? After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, Han Fei took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became sharp. He entered the opening of the Sea of Stars again. But at this moment, there were no more ominous creatures here. He stepped to the deepest part of the Sea of Stars and saw the passage corroded by the ominous matter here. However, at this moment, this passage was actually healing. Yes, Han Fei didn't see it wrong. The passage that Hongjun mentioned that had existed for countless years, the place of birth of the ominous, was actually healing. Bullshit channel. One of Hongjun's 2 guesses was confirmed. Since the ominous didn't come from the Sea of Stars, it meant that there had only been one so-called ominous from the beginning to the end. Besides, it was very likely to be the ominous matter. This didn't seem to be disputed. After all, the ominous matter gathered into an ominous figure in front of his eyes. But this also meant that the so-called ominous things he had seen or fought in the past were just puppet-like clones he had created. As for why Hongjun's ominous body became an independent ominous creature, Han Fei had some guesses, but he had to return to the Guardian Divine Realm and see Hongjun first to confirm his guess. The result of this trip was actually completely beyond Han Fei's expectations. He had thought that the opening in the Sea of Stars was either sealed or not sealed. But now, the opening in the Sea of Stars was gone, the ominous had left, and the barrier formed by the mysterious mirror had completely lost its meaning. The broken mirror couldn't be restored. Han Fei couldn't even feel the existence of this mirror at all, let alone find the fragments of this mirror. At this moment, what Han Fei needed to consider was how to return to the Guardian Divine Realm. It had taken him 18 years to come from the Guardian Divine Realm. Although the obstacles along the way had been cleared by him, the path was probably covered by the ominous mist again. The key problem was not that this road was covered in ominous mist, but that he couldn't quickly travel through the world of Star River source power, like in the chaotic Star Sea. This also meant that it would take him at least 10 years to return to the Guardian God realm. However, when Han Fei looked at the Creation Jade Plate at this moment, he felt that the luck environment of the Divine Vine immediately dimmed. This meant that the Sea Realm would definitely suffer changes in the near future, so he might not have decades. Even if he returned to the Guardian Divine Realm, it could be foreseen that Hongjun's ominous body would almost definitely be waiting for him outside the passage between the 2 worlds in the Mud Sea. Hongjun's ominous body was meant to take down the primordial Star Sea. At this moment, the opening in the Sea of Stars was no longer a problem for him. He only needed to take down the Guardian Divine Realm. Once the passage between the 2 worlds was opened and he was given a chance to enter the Guardian Divine Realm, the 3,000 star rivers in the primordial Star Sea probably wouldn't be enough for Hongjun's ominous body to fight for a day. Therefore, although the situation in the chaotic Star Sea was extremely urgent, Han Fei didn't race against time to rush back. This was because he knew that it would be too late if he left normally. No, there must be time. I must have missed something. Han Fei was so sure because he knew that Hongjun's ominous body definitely didn't want to see the real ominous conquer the chaotic Star Sea earlier than him conquering the primordial Star Sea. With their ominous greed and appetite, if one of them took the lead to control a Sea of Stars, would they give up another Sea of Stars? Han Fei didn't know if they would break through to a higher level or what after mastering a Sea of Stars, but he knew that Hongjun's ominous body and the real ominous would definitely compete. Therefore, Hongjun's ominous body must have known that it would take him more than 10 years to come here. He also knew that once the real ominous went to the chaotic Star Sea, it would launch an attack as quickly as possible. In that case, could he just watch the real ominous take down the chaotic Star Sea? The answer was absolutely impossible. Therefore, he must have left a way for him to return. Han Fei immediately tried to enter the world of Star River source power, but it was useless. The heavenly Tao of the primordial Star Sea had long been corroded, and Hongjun's ominous body didn't leave a way out for him here. Other than this, is it the Creation Jade Plate? Han Fei studied it for a long time but still didn't find that the creation jade plate had this function. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator again. The moment the needle turned, Han Fei was overjoyed. As I expected, I knew that this old fox would never let the real ominous succeed first. However, in the next moment Han Fei frowned because the needle was pointing at him. Me? Why are you pointing at me? Could it be that the way back was on him? Han Fei's heart stirred. He certainly knew what treasures he had. He immediately took out the most likely creation jade plate, followed by the demon purification pot, but the demon purification pot had never had the ability to teleport, so Han Fei didn't have much hope. The blood sky blade was a weapon. Impossible. The creation divine prison. Impossible. Chapter 3632, Crisis of the Two Worlds, 43632, Crisis of the Two Worlds, for the Hidden Divine Seal, possible. However, the Hidden Divine Seal was only a supreme nature treasure after all. Even if it could guide him, could it guide him to cross infinite distances? The Blade of Hope was possible, but when he tried to cut out a teleportation channel, it was useless. The primordial 8 fierce swords and the creation mystic yellow tower were both offensive and defensive, but they were still useless. The path of reincarnation was used for life and death reincarnation. Should he kill himself? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered. He had 2 reincarnation paths. The green jadestone bridge was the path of reincarnation in the chaotic star sea, but the reincarnation path of 6 Daos in the primordial star sea was also with him. And the green jadestone bridge could lead to the origin of chaos. What about the reincarnation path of 6 Daos? Could it lead to the origin of primordial chaos? Once he could enter the primordial origin, which contained all the star rivers in the primordial star sea, he could actually reach the guardian divine realm with a thought. Swish, 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 6 purple doors appeared. Han Fei didn't hesitate to enter from which door, because the purpose of the 6 doors was reincarnation, and the only place in the current primordial star sea that could reincarnate was to protect the divine realm. Therefore, no matter which door he took, the result would be the same. This time, Han Fei didn't hesitate and chose a door to walk in. This was the first time Han Fei had entered the primordial purple gate, which was the reincarnation path of 6 Daos. As soon as he stepped into this place, surging primordial purple chi enveloped him. At this moment, Han Fei was even more certain of his judgment. The fact that there was still such rich primordial purple chi on this day when the primordial purple chi was almost exhausted could only be from the primordial source. There was only one road behind the door, which was vast and boundless. Han Fei sensed the source of the primordial purple chi and quickly moved forward. After only a few steps, he felt a powerful force that wanted to forcibly deprive his body and soul and disperse his laws. This power was very strong. He had only taken a few steps, but he felt that this power was so powerful that it could disassemble gods. When Han Fei continued forward, this power was almost at the level of being able to shake the sea-quelling god. It seems that the effects of reincarnation paths are very similar. The difference was that the river of laws under the green jadestone bridge wouldn't hurt Han Fei. And the reincarnation path of 6 Daos path was even more domineering, even trying to disassemble Han Fei. However, this power was limited to this. When one reached the Dominator realm, it could no longer shake him. There was no telling if it was because the Dominator had already exceeded the upper limit of reincarnation, or if the current primordial starsea had already been corroded by the ominous. In short, this trip was quite smooth. When Han Fei walked to the end of this road, he finally saw the billions of star rivers. However, most of these star rivers were dim, and only one star domain was still emitting divine brilliance. That was naturally the 3,000 star rivers in the Guardian Divine Realm. At the end of this road, there was a floating platform leading to the primordial origin. On the platform stood an ancient stone stele with 3 patterns condensed from Dao patterns. As long as it was a Dao pattern, it could be resolved. Han Fei glanced at it, and infinite Dao patterns disintegrated in his eyes, finally gathering into 3 words. Reincarnation platform. Huh? Could it be that this path of reincarnation was not created by the heavens but by humans? Unfortunately, now was not the time for Han Fei to study this. He stepped in, tapped the bottom of the reincarnation platform with the tip of his foot, and stepped into the primordial origin. In the next moment, Han Fei felt countless summonings, which were extremely weak life auras. You want to reincarnate me? Han Fei ignored any of the summonings. Instead, he broke through the baptism of the primordial origin with his body and descended directly into the 3,000 star rivers of the Guardian world. Buzz. When Han Fei suddenly descended and appeared in the Guardian Divine Realm, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Therefore, as long as he was strong enough, he could break the rules and ignore the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Hong Jun's voice suddenly sounded. Just now, I sensed that a peerless creature was about to be born, so I guessed that it was you. You didn't hesitate to return through the reincarnation path of 6 Daos. You seemed to be in a hurry. Did something happen in the chaotic starsea? Han Fei said calmly. I'm indeed in a hurry. I need to go to the chaotic starsea immediately. But before that, I have a few more questions. I hope you can answer them truthfully. It's very important. After a few seconds of silence, Hongjun finally replied, Okay, Han Fei asked. First question, in your current state, can you open the passage between the two worlds? This question made Hongjun fall silent for a few seconds. Finally, Hongjun slowly said, Han Fei's pupils were constricted. Senior, is there ominous matter in the creation jade plate you brought back? Hongjun was silent for a few more seconds, then sighed slightly and said, Yes, Han Fei continued. So, Senior, you're actually contaminated by the ominous, right? Yes, Han Fei said. So, Senior's ominous body wasn't created because you were unwilling to give up when you transformed into the heavens, but because you were contaminated by the ominous and cut your negative side out, right? Yes. Han Fei seemed to have expected it, so he wasn't surprised. He said, Senior, as you speculated, there's nothing behind that passage. It's closed now, but there's not only one ominous, but two all the time. Hongjun was not surprised. Instead, he said calmly, Is there one in the demon purification pot and one in the creation jade plate? Han Fei nodded. Yes, and Senior's ominous body should be outside the passage of the Mud Sea at this moment, waiting for the passage between the two worlds to open. At this point, Hongjun finally raised his doubts. What happened at the opening in the Sea of Stars? At this moment, Han Fei also said calmly, It doesn't matter what happens. Senior, you just need to know that the hole in the Sea of Stars is gone, and the ominous has descended on the chaotic star sea, and your ominous body is waiting for the passage between the two worlds to open, and once this passage opens, the primordial star sea will be destroyed. Your ominous body will really control the primordial star sea and achieve the goal he has never achieved. After a pause, Han Fei's voice was full of killing intent. If the passage between the two worlds is not opened, the chaotic star sea will die. So, Senior, do you have a third path? This time, Hongjun was silent for a long time and finally said slowly, Yes. Hearing it, Han Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. He smiled and said, If you said no, I'm afraid I'll have to attack you. Chapter 3633, Fierce Battle in the Sea Realm. 13633, Fierce Battle in the Sea Realm. 1. In fact, Han Fei knew that there was no problem with Hongjun. He should be a friend but not an enemy, but he couldn't take the risk. Therefore, Han Fei's question was a trap from the first sentence. From the beginning to the end, he only wanted to ask the first and last questions. He asked Hongjun if he could open the passage between the two worlds now. Hongjun's answer to this question must be true and correct. Han Fei just made use of the information gap, because Hongjun didn't know what Han Fei knew from the opening in the Sea of Stars. He was afraid that once he said something wrong, he would immediately become Han Fei's enemy. However, this answer was actually not beyond Han Fei's expectations. This was because if there was something wrong with Hongjun and he had already fallen, if he could open the passage between the two worlds, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? Therefore, if there was a problem with Hongjun, he definitely couldn't open the passage between the two worlds on his own, so he could only answer no. However, Hongjun didn't tell him that he couldn't open the passage between the two worlds. He only said that he would permanently seal this path because after opening it, it would be accompanied by the loss of the heavenly Tao and luck of the primordial star sea, which would eventually cause the death of the primordial star sea. What he said was that it was easy to mistake that he could open the passage between the two worlds at any time. Therefore, when Hongjun said no, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. But he couldn't be sure if there was something wrong with Hongjun because of this. Therefore, he had one last question. Han Fei asked if there was a third way. As a person who had single-handedly established the chaotic star sea and sent countless creatures from the primordial star sea into it, how could he really not have any trump cards? There was one thing that Han Fei knew, which was the divine vine. The roots of the divine vine were rooted in the primordial star sea, which was a channel in itself. This passage might not be able to accommodate many people, but it could definitely be used as a singularity to cross space, even if this behavior would sacrifice the divine vine. Therefore, Hongjun could only say that there was, because if he said there wasn't, Han Fei would definitely take action. If Hongjun had no problem, he would decisively help him return through the third path. If there was anything wrong with Hongjun, he still had to help him return, because he clearly wouldn't open the passage between the two worlds. However, Hongjun couldn't let the real ominous control the chaotic star sea. He could only help him return. Therefore, all the questions were just Han Fei's test. He couldn't be sure that Hongjun was righteous just because he protected the 3,000 star rivers. This was because the fall of a person didn't necessarily need to be ominous, especially since Hongjun was in an extremely awkward situation now. He was only the heavenly Tao, not a human. He was lonely and must be unwilling. However, as the heavenly Tao, he couldn't attack ordinary people directly, so Han Fei couldn't be sure if Hongjun was good or bad. Han Fei couldn't judge whether Hongjun was good or bad just because he gave him the creation jade plate. What if the creation jade plate was a shackle to Hongjun? After all, with the creation jade plate, it couldn't become ominous, because the ominous would be suppressed by the creation jade plate. However, from the first question to the last question, Hongjun at least answered perfectly, so Han Fei still couldn't tell if he was good or bad. However, Han Fei had one last solution. However, before Han Fei could continue, Hongjun sighed slightly. There's no need for you to test me. Return the creation jade plate to me. Oh? Hearing this, Han Fei immediately felt a sense of respect and cupped his hands. Sorry, senior. It's not that I'm too suspicious, but this concerns the survival of the two worlds. I can't take the risk. Han Fei immediately took out the creation jade plate. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't like the creation jade plate. Who wouldn't like a treasure comparable to the demon purification pot? However, he couldn't keep the creation jade plate just because he liked it and wanted it. Only when the creation jade plate was in Hongjun's hands could Han Fei feel at ease. His last solution was actually to return the creation jade plate. In this way, no matter if Hongjun was good or bad, the creation jade plate would restrain him. Another moment later, when Han Fei returned the creation jade plate and watched it become a part of the heavenly Tao, he was relieved. Han Fei immediately cupped his hands. Thank you for your cooperation, senior. If I can defeat the ominous and your ominous body in the future, I will definitely return and help you purify the primordial star sea. At this moment, Hongjun said, actually, there's a better way for you to descend into the chaotic star sea. It might even allow you to surpass the dominator realm. Buzz. Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he looked up at the sky without saying anything. Hongjun slowly said, the spatial nodes of the two worlds penetrated by the roots of the divine vine can indeed allow you to descend. However, have you ever thought of the significance of the existence of the 6 fruits on the divine vine? Han Fei was puzzled. Isn't this used to give birth to creatures of 6 lineages? Hongjun said leisurely. The first time was, and the second time was not. In fact, this is the last way out I left for myself. Huh? Han Fei didn't speak, and Hongjun continued. People like you and I will have some ways to survive. If the primordial star sea really falls, I will be born in the chaotic star sea through the divine vine. But now, you chose to protect the primordial star sea and resist 2 ominous creatures beyond the dominator level alone. How can I sit by? The divine vine absorbed the luck of the two worlds and poured my billions of years of effort into it. I'll give it to you. Although the divine vine fruit hasn't matured yet, with your extraordinary luck that can carry the fate of the sea of stars and your aspiration to surpass the heavens, if you absorb the luck of the other 5 fruits, it should be able to mature in advance. At that time, you will gather the luck of the two worlds in one body, but I don't know if you can transcend the dominator level. Chapter 3634, Fierce Battle in the Sea Realm 2. 3634, Fierce Battle in the Sea Realm 2. Han Fei opened his mouth slightly, thinking to himself, as expected of an extraordinary existence who established the chaotic star sea. Even the retreat path left for himself is directly to surpass the dominator realm. Han Fei took a deep breath. What if the divine fruit doesn't ripen? This time, Hongjun's tone carried a trace of aloofness and confidence. That's impossible. I can't be wrong about your luck. If you descend, the divine fruit will definitely ripen. However, if you want to absorb the fruits of the other 6 lineages, it might take you some time. Whether to bet on the possibility of surpassing the dominator realm is up to you. I bet Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. He had to take the risk. In fact, even if he returned to the sea realm with his current strength, so what? He and senior sister Shen Lei might be able to restrain the 2 ominous creatures. But this time, in addition to these 2 ominous creatures, there were also 4 peak-level, dominator-level ominous creatures, and at least 400 dominator-level ominous creatures. This didn't include the power controlled by Hongjun's ominous body. Plus the gray powder, even if Han Fei appeared in his strongest state, could he really defeat them? It had to be known that since the chaotic era, no one had been able to kill an ominous-level creature, be it Kang Tian ruling all races, Li Daoyi who had suppressed an entire era, or his eldest senior brother who had guarded several eras. In the end, their only way was to lead the ominous into the path of no return. Han Fei had just fought an ominous-level ominous creature. Even if he only fought for a day, it was very difficult. He would be lucky if his Dao heart didn't collapse after fighting for 1,000 years like eldest senior brother. Therefore, if there was a chance to bet that he could surpass the dominator realm, why didn't Han Fei take the risk? Buzz. At that moment, in the guardian divine realm of the primordial star sea, the heavenly Dao moved. No one knew why the heavenly Dao moved. Only the heavenly monarch, the 9 heavens mystic fairy, and the supreme Dao monarch guessed that Han Fei had returned. At the same time, in the sea realm, the divine vine that had never shown signs of maturity in the ancestral land of the chaotic divine race, one of the 6 divine fruits emitted divine light and a dazzling golden halo. The moment the golden halo bloomed, the fruit retracted its charm. It has ripened? Xuanhuan's eyes lit up and his heart stirred. Why now? How could it be now? A great enemy had just come from outside the sea realm, and this divine vine happened to mature. Xuanhuan suddenly stood up. The first thing he wanted to do was to inform the dominator-level powerhouses. Now the only human dominator-level powerhouses were Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian. As for why he didn't inform others, this divine vine was used to nurture 6 lineages after all. It was only related to the 6 lineages. What was the use of calling others? However, just as Xuanhuan was about to go out, he suddenly heard a voice from the fruit. Old Chu, it's me. Xuanhuan was a little stunned. He first looked around, and in the end his eyes fell on the fruit that was emitting a halo just now, and he looked incredulous. Xuanhuan felt that he was hallucinating. He couldn't help but move forward and then ask uncertainly, "Hanfei?" "Yes." "Hiss." Xuanhuan was shocked. "Weren't you taken away by the ominous?" Why are you in the fruit?" Hanfei said. "It's a long story. Don't worry about how I got here." "Old Chu, what's the situation in the sea realm now?" Xuanhuan had seen a lot of things. Although this scene was very magical, he quickly recovered from his shock. The situation is not optimistic. The first battlefield has been conquered, and now the myriad races are guarding the periphery of the sea realm. However, there are too many enemies. 3 of the 7 divine realms you left behind have been destroyed. Besides, one of the divine realms happened to be conquered today. Today, there were suddenly many ominous strong masters outside the sea realm, so almost all the strong masters in the sea realm went to fight. Only 3 of them were conquered? Hanfei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard that. Sure enough, Hongjun's ominous body didn't sincerely make a deal with the ominous. Otherwise, with the strength of Hongjun's ominous body, this matter should have been broken through at least 4 divine realms. Only 3? How many of them do you want to be conquered? Xuanhuan was speechless. This was a life and death moment for all races, but Hanfei still had the strength to joke. Xuanhuan said, "I'll inform your parents, wife, and children." "Wait a minute." Hanfei said, "I can see, but I can only see Yi Yi. Where are old Han and my mother?" Hanfei immediately discovered Han Chanyi, who was fighting outside the sea realm with the unique perception of his bloodline. At this moment, Han Chanyi already had the strength of a great monarch. Even Hanfei couldn't help but wonder how she could stack laws so quickly without the help of the path of reincarnation. So far, Han Chanyi's combat power was not bad, and she was not in danger for the time being. Xuanhuan said, "Of course they're fighting outside. All the strong masters who can fight are fighting. Although they can't fight the powerful dominator-level ominous, they can still resist it." Hanfei thought for a moment and said, "Old Chu, I can't come out yet, and I can't expose the news that I've returned. It's not that I can't tell them, but I'm afraid that your voice transmission will be exposed." Hanfei knew the ominous strength very well now. It was almost impossible to hide the voice transmission of Xuanhuan, a sea-quelling god, from them. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment and asked suspiciously, "How long are you going to stay in this fruit?" Chapter 3635, Fierce Battle. In the Sea Realm, 33635, Fierce Battle in the Sea Realm. 3 Hanfei said, "I don't know, but it should be soon." "Old Chu, the reason why I can't appear for the time being is that once I appear, the Sea Realm will immediately be besieged by 2 ominous creatures above the Dominator level. And now, if I've guessed right, there should only be 1 ominous creature above the Dominator level. 2? Xuanhuan was stunned and immediately revealed a look of horror. Wasn't 1 taken away by your Void Temple?" "This news was spread by your Void Temple. It said that there was only 1 ominous left." Hanfei said, 2. I've already fought these 2. I can hold off 1 in the short term." Hanfei's words made sense. Hongjun's ominous body would never attack at this moment. He couldn't be a thug for the real ominous. Therefore, there was a 99% chance that he was waiting for the passage between the 2 worlds to open in the depths of the Mud Sea. As for how long Hongjun's ominous body would wait before he noticed it, Hanfei didn't know, but he could only delay it day by day. Xuanhuan's expression was ugly, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. "You said you restrained 1?" Hanfei said. "Sort of. Old Chu, guard me now. If no one takes the initiative to come here, don't go to the battlefield to tell them that I'm back." "Guard you? What are you doing in this fruit?" Hanfei's current state was very strange. This fruit contained the universe. After he entered this place, he had a half-illusory and half-real body. His body seemed to have completely fused with this fruit, turning into a special state of being one with the fruit. Hanfei felt that being able to control this fruit was like controlling his body. However, his flesh, soul, will, spiritual heritage, and so on had already been raised to the strongest state in the Sea of Stars, so this fruit couldn't substantially increase his strength. However, Hongjun had poured a lot of effort into leaving such a trump card for him, so there must be a deeper meaning behind it. He might not discover it until he absorbed the other fruits. At this moment, Hanfei was absorbing the other 5 fruits with his powerful strength. Not only did he want to swallow the other 5 fruits, but he also wanted to swallow the divine vine itself. Xuanhuan's eyelids were twitching crazily because he saw that the other 5 fruits began to emit a faint halo, but these halos were all absorbed by the fruit where Hanfei was. How could Xuanhuan not know what Hanfei was doing? He was going to swallow the fruits of the other 5 lineages. Faced with Xuanhuan's confusion, Hanfei said, "Old Chu, I'm trying to break through the Dominator realm. Tell me everything that happened while I was away." Above the Dominator realm? Xuanhuan was shocked. Had Hanfei already reached this level? What had he experienced after being taken away by the ominous? However, Xuanhuan didn't doubt him. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Hanfei and the fruit. In fact, only Hanfei could be connected to the fruit, because the 6 purple doors were all in his hands. Xuanhuan also calmed down and began to tell Hanfei about the events of the past 8,000 years. Hanfei listened while absorbing the luck and power of the other fruits. At the same time, outside the sea realm, a blazing sea of fire enveloped the entire sea realm. The fire was ferocious, as if it was a divine fire that had burned for billions of years and could burn everything. This was naturally the chaotic sea of fire. Outside the chaotic sea of fire, there were infinite star fragments. This place had almost become a huge shattered star sea, forming the outermost barrier of the sea realm. In this star river, there were countless creatures of the myriad races hidden. It could be said that almost all the myriad races of today were here. In addition to the creatures of the myriad races, the Immortal Temple had finally revealed their strength. Since ancient times, countless people had died, and the number of undead creatures accumulated by the Immortal Temple since the primordial era was an astronomical figure. And here, a great battle was breaking out. In the Shattered Star River at this moment, or rather at every moment, there were fireworks, each of which represented the death of a creature or an undead creature. With the top combatants restrained, the war between the ominous creatures and the undead lasted for 8,000 years. Han Fei glanced at the distance with his perception and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, after the first battlefield was penetrated, the ominous mist enveloped the chaotic Star Sea. The sea realm had probably become the last camp of the myriad races. Han Fei knew that the collapse of the first battlefield was almost inevitable. Although Senior Sister Shenlei had already taken over the Void Temple and become the new main force to fight the ominous, to restrain Senior Sister Shenlei, the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor would be enough. Although Senior Sister Shenlei was strong, she had just reached the realm of 49 pieces of Star River source power and wasn't proficient in controlling her strength. Besides, Senior Sister Shenlei was good at killing. Her combat power was indeed very strong, but she might not be good at defense. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't kill the ominous body of the primordial Tao ancestor alone. And unlike eldest senior brother whose random void attack could suppress the entire sea of stars, she didn't have enough ability to defend. Therefore, once Senior Sister Shenli was restrained and the Master of Time's strength dropped, it would be difficult for them to defend the first battlefield. Chapter 3636, Fierce Battle in the Sea Realm, 43636. Fierce Battle in the Sea Realm, for in fact, even if they could, Senior Sister Shenli and the others didn't want to defend it because it was meaningless to guard the first battlefield. In the past, they protected the first battlefield because the chaotic sea was cut off by the ominous mist and they couldn't return to the sea realm, so they had to fight. However, the predicament of the chaotic sea had been resolved. Senior Sister Shenlei and the others didn't want a top combat power like the Death God to be limited to the sea realm, so they had planned to abandon the first battlefield. Therefore, the collapse of the first battlefield was inevitable. At this moment, Han Fei didn't see Senior Sister Shenlei, the Death God, the Master of Time, and the other top powerhouses Han Fei knew appear. Perhaps they were all fighting fiercely in deep space. However, he saw the Emperor Sparrow. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow was soaring in the Shattered Star Sea, flying continuously around the sea realm. However, wherever the Emperor Sparrow passed, all the ominous creatures disappeared. The ominous creatures that had been trying to charge into the chaotic sea of fire all seemed to have become nutrients for the Emperor Sparrow. As if sensing a strange gaze, the Emperor Sparrow couldn't help but look at the sea realm. In the next moment, the Emperor Sparrow seemed to find something. He flapped his wings and was about to let out a sharp cry when Han Fei stopped him. Han Fei said, "Keep flying. Don't respond to me. Just pretend I don't exist." 5 days later. Rumble, knock, knock, knock. The heavenly Tao crack bloomed and the death knell wailed. This was the 18th time Han Fei had seen an astronomical phenomenon at the level of a god in the past 5 days. Among them, there were 7 times at the god-slaying level and 1 time at the sea-quelling god level. This meant that in just 5 days, the strong masters of the sea realm had suffered an unprecedented blow. In the sea realm, everyone was already in a panic, and the entire sea realm was discussing, what's going on recently? Did a super war break out outside the sea realm? Why did so many strong masters die in just 5 days? Even the sea-quelling god has died. Is the sea realm going to collapse? The number of strong masters who died in the past 5 days is comparable to the number of people who died in the past hundreds of years. How can we fight like this? Damn it, why can't these ominous creatures give us more time? Someone sighed. What can you do even if they give you more time? Do you know how difficult it is to become a god? Someone sighed. Forget it, whatever. The ominous is endless. We will die sooner or later. It's just the difference between early and late. Bah, what are you talking about? Even the strongest are fighting. They didn't say they would give up. Why should you? All kinds of voices spread throughout the sea realm. In the past few days, xuanhuan was probably the most nervous. He watched Han Fei swallow 4 6-pulse fruits in a row in 5 days. At this moment, the 5th fruit had shriveled and looked like it would be completely swallowed at any time. How do you feel now? Can you surpass the Dominator realm? Xuanhuan had asked this question countless times, and Han Fei replied every time, I don't know. Han Fei replied patiently, He really didn't know that after swallowing almost 5 6-pulse fruits, he seemed to be able to perceive everyone in the 6 lineages of the sea realm. There seemed to be infinite power accumulated in his body. This power might be able to help him break through the peak of the Dominator realm. However, there was no outlet of these powers. He had these powers, but he couldn't comprehend a way to surpass the Dominator realm. This was useless. His strength had long reached the peak of the Dominator realm in the first place, but no matter how much power he absorbed, it could only accumulate and had accumulated to the limit. Han Fei had to forcibly stuff this power into the black hole intertwined with his dual spiritual heritages or seal it. This made the black hole vortex with 2 spiritual heritages change. The black hole became dazzling, no longer a black hole, but a golden hole. This made Han Fei suspect that the Godfiend body could be advanced to a higher level. Unfortunately, when he mobilized the power in the golden vortex, what he showed was still origin power, but it was stronger than before. It had roughly reached 80 million points of origin power, but this was still equivalent to initially entering the Dominator realm. It wasn't a big breakthrough. Seeing that his hope was dashed in the past 5 days, in addition to absorbing the power of the 6 lineage fruits, Han Fei could only keep trying to deduce the 4th Dao pattern left by the mysterious woman. However, no matter how he tried, he found that the Dao pattern was empty. Could it be that this Dao pattern is meant to express the word empty? That's not right. These Dao patterns are all amalgamated with various great Dao patterns, but in the end, the Dao patterns melted. Why? Monarch, no name, God, no contribution, supreme, no heavens. Han Fei knew that the more eager he was, the more useless he would be. At this moment, something suddenly happened outside the sea realm. Retreat, retreat, retreatin'. Everyone, retreat into the chaotic sea of fire immediately. Before he saw anyone, he saw a voice that spread throughout all the battlefields outside the sea realm. Outside the sea realm, all the strong masters of the myriad races quickly retreated like dumplings thrown into the pot. After only half an hour, before the strong masters retreated and defended, ripples swept across the shattered star sea and an ominous aura surged over. Seeing this, the Emperor Sparrow's speed soared to the extreme. He circled the sea realm and set up a hurricane barrier at a speed outside the sea realm, forcibly blocking this wave of ominous aura. At the same time, the Emperor Sparrow opened his mouth and swallowed. Many sea realm powerhouses who were contaminated by the ominous aura were sucked away by the Emperor Sparrow as soon as they were contaminated. Han Fei couldn't help being a little surprised. The Emperor Sparrow didn't just have the strength of a junior dominator. This strength probably exceeded 10 pieces of Star River source power. How did he do it in just 8,000 years? Even when he broke through to the Venerable Realm, he only had 9 pieces of Star River origin. After another half an hour, a divine dragon rolled back in the sea of stars, smashing a large number of broken stars in a row. Its dragon scales were incomplete. Han Fei's heart stirred. Who was this? This was not Senior Brother Azure Dragon, but a black dragon, and the other party had the strength of a dominator and didn't seem weak. The old dragon roared, "Beastard, I'll spit you to death." As soon as the dominator-level divine dragon stopped declining, it turned over and rose. Black flames spewed out of its mouth, forming a black pillar of light that shot into the distant void. A Dominator-level Ominous swept over from deep space with boundless mist. Surrounding the Dominator-level Ominous were the strong masters of the Sea Realm. Han Fei saw Han Guanshu, Zhang Linxian, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, and 5th Senior Brother, as well as the 3 Palace Masters of the Time Temple and the 10 Yama Kings. Yes, so many people were fighting this one Ominous, but even the Dominator-level Divine Dragon was killed so miserably. The closer the ominous mist got, the more familiar figures Han Fei saw. For example, Zeman Linglin, Senior Sister Dark Shadow, Senior Sister Green Lotus, and Senior Sister Red Lotus, and the 2 Dominator-level powerhouses of the Sea Realm were also retreating. Among them, except for the people from the Time Temple who had mastered the Time Indestructibility technique, the others were all injured, weak in chi and blood, and their bodies were broken. Even old Han had lost an arm and his hair was disheveled. He was no longer as elegant as before. Han Fei immediately recognized the ominous creature with billowing ominous mist and many Dominator-level ominous creatures. It was one of the 4 ominous creatures who fought him in the opening in the Sea of Stars. Yes, although the ominous itself was 1 level weaker than the strong masters of the myriad races, it was still an ominous creature that had reached the peak of the Dominator realm. If no top combat power confronted it, the myriad races could only be defeated. In the past, such an ominous peak-level dominator could compete with Senior Sister Shenlei and the Master of Time without being defeated. Xuanhuan suddenly stood up. Is this really ominous? Why can't so many of us beat it? Han Fei, are you not done yet? Chapter 3637 Human Emperor Returns, Divine Vine Turned into a Gourd 1. 3637 Human Emperor Returns, Divine Vine Turned into a Gourd 1. It's only been 5 days. Where can I go? In 5 days, he hadn't had the time to absorb all the divine fruits. He didn't even know what would happen at the last moment. He wouldn't know until he completely absorbed the 5th 6-pulse fruit. However, it was indeed dangerous at this moment. There were a few people who hadn't had the time to retreat, and his parents were clearly no match for the ominous. If it weren't for the fact that they were mostly Dominator-level powerhouses, they might have been completely wiped out. And this was only a peak-level Dominator-level ominous creature. The other Dominator-level ominous creatures hadn't taken action yet. Seeing this scene, Han Fei already knew the combat power of the current Sea Realm. Senior Sister Shen Lei must have fought the real ominous. The Master of Time, the Death God, and Senior Brother Undead must have resisted the attacks of 4 peak-level Dominators, and even attracted the siege of a few ordinary Dominators. However, it was obvious that someone was fighting 2 alone, and he couldn't hold on anymore. One of the 4 peak-level Dominator-level ominous creatures ran out. As for the others, they were supposed to be responsible for the ominous creatures below the Dominator level. They had no choice but to work together to snipe this peak-level Dominator ominous. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't have lasted for 5 days. With this Divine Dragon, the Void Temple, and the Palace Masters of the Time Temple, it would be good if they could hold on for at most 1 day. It wasn't that Han Fei underestimated the 3 temples now, but that the other party was too strong. Even if he took action, he didn't dare to say that he could easily take down such a strong master without the help of the demon purification pot. However, it was precisely because they were working together to snipe this peak-level Dominator-level ominous that the battlefield they were originally responsible for suffered a loss of combat power and was forced to retreat step by step. At this moment, the peak-level Dominator-level ominous was about to reach the chaotic sea of fire. As the main force of this battle, the old Divine Dragon was seriously injured. Facing the peak-level Dominator-level ominous that could maintain its peak state with the ominous mist at any time, it was clearly not enough. In the next moment, Han Fei saw that Zhang Linxian was sent flying together with the primordial seal, and Zhang Linxian's arms were almost broken, and blood flowed from her mouth into the sky. Seeing this, old Han held Zhang Linxian with one hand and threw out a long scroll with the other. As soon as the scroll entered the sky, it turned into 9 dragons of laws, trying to lock the void. The peak-level Dominator-level ominous sneered. 9 Dragon Sea returning array, not good enough. The Dominator-level ominous condensed an ominous aura and punched out. The 9 dragons of laws were annihilated at the same time, and Han Guanshu's blood splashed in the sky. Grandpa, in the chaotic sea of fire, Han Chanye was extremely anxious. At this moment, Sha Xiaochan and the others hadn't returned and were still fighting. In the past 8,000 years, Sha Xiaochan had been busy cultivating, so Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian took care of Han Chanye more. Han Chanye felt that she was an orphan now. Seeing that Zhang Linxian and Han Guanshu were both seriously injured, she immediately became anxious. Han Guanshu roared, "Don't come over, we're fine, stay in the chaotic sea of fire." Han Chanyi knew her limits. That was a Dominator-level battle. Even the aftershock of the battle was not something she could withstand. Seeing that Han Guanshu and the others were fine, Han Chanyi, Zhang Panpan, and the others quickly raised their heads, eager to see Sha Xiaochan, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others return. As he spoke, Senior Brother Azure Dragon and 5th Senior Brother filled in. Senior Brother Azure Dragon took out a piece of intrinsic embryo scale, condensed it into an extremely dazzling broadsword, and slashed out a power several times greater than his own. His combat power instantly increased to 30 pieces of Star River Source power. 5th Senior Brother, on the other hand, drew a sword from the dust of history. The sword illuminated the sea of stars and shook in all directions. The power of that sword was comparable to Senior Brother Azure Dragon's full-strength blow. But Han Fei could tell that after 5th Senior Brother drew this sword, his blood and chi were exhausted and his body cracked. Obviously, he had also used some secret method. However, the peak-level Dominator-level Ominous turned into 2 huge claws and pounced forward with the ominous tide. Puff, 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 crack, 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 crack. A large amount of the ominous mist was purified, and the 2 huge claws were almost shattered by the broadsword and the sword. But immediately afterward, 2 more claw marks suddenly appeared. 5th Senior Brother barely had the time to summon a mist of history to block it, but it was easily pierced through by the 2 of them. As for Senior Brother Azure Dragon, his scales burst out with divine brilliance and blocked the ominous with his own body at that moment. Puh, puh, puh! However, Senior Brother Azure Dragon's huge dragon body was torn into 6 pieces. Fortunately, the Black Divine Dragon had recovered a little at this moment. It slapped Senior Brother Azure Dragon away with its tail and also tore apart the 2 claw marks with its sharp claws. The Emperor Sparrow arrived in time and swallowed an ominous mist. In this way, everyone managed to block this blow. Upon seeing this, Han Fei's face darkened. Were Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others not strong? Of course not. In the 8,000 years when he wasn't around, Senior Brother Azure Dragon and 5th Senior Brother had both become dominators. By paying a certain price and unleashing their secret techniques, they had nearly 30 pieces of Star River Source power. Who dared to say that they weren't strong? However, the strength of the enemy was beyond imagination. Ordinary dominators were actually meaningless to this peak-level dominator Ominous. No dominator-level powerhouse had died yet. It was completely because the powerhouses of the myriad races had many magic treasures and were born with some abilities to restrain the ominous. Emperor Sparrowit, the peak-level dominator-level ominous, snorted after seeing the Emperor Sparrow. This was because the birth of the Emperor Sparrow also exceeded the ominous understanding. But in a certain aspect, the Emperor Sparrow was the more perfect ominous, which made him jealous. Chapter 3638 Human Emperor Returns. Divine Vine turned into a gourd. 3638 Human Emperor Returns. Divine Vine turned into a gourd. 2 The Emperor Sparrow was actually complaining in his heart, thinking, that guy has clearly returned. What is he doing now? Why is there no sound at all? The Emperor Sparrow spread his wings, and flames flickered in his eyes. Hellfire burning. Hualala infinite flames suddenly ignited in the boundless void on the opposite side, but as soon as the power of the flames bloomed, it was extinguished by an ominous mist. The peak-level dominator-level ominous said, you haven't advanced for long. You're not qualified to burn the ominous with a thought. The Emperor Sparrow said, you'll know if I'm qualified or not after you try. The peak-level dominator sneered. Ha ha ha, do you need to try? Buzz. Behind him, the dominator-level ominous creatures finally moved. In an instant, more than 30 people came out, and the power emitted by these dominator-level ominous creatures was not weak. Many of them even reached 10 pieces of Star River source power. Obviously, these dominator-level ominous creatures had more or less swallowed some ominous matter. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so strong. The Black Divine Dragon cursed, Bastard, so what if you have more people? As the Divine Dragon cursed, it stirred the void, setting off tens of thousands of spatial channels outside the Sea Realm to help the weak return. However, this peak-level dominator-level ominous only waved its hand gently, and the more than 30 dominator-level ominous immediately took action to shatter these teleportation spaces. The peak-level dominator-level ominous said arrogantly, a mere Sea Realm will eventually perish. There's no need to save these people. You can't save them either. It was also at this moment that the 5th 6 lineage fruit that was about to be swallowed by Han Fei was finally completely swallowed. As Hongjun said, descending through the Divine Vine might waste a short time. 5 days was indeed very short, but after Han Fei absorbed the other 5-6 pulse fruits, he found that things were not that simple. The moment Han Fei swallowed the last 6-line fruit, he felt infinite douse. These douse were not great douse, but all the douse of the creatures of the 6 lineages. Some of these douse were owned by the current creatures of the 6 lineages, and some had once appeared and disappeared in the dust of history. But at this moment, they all appeared like countless stars. They're not the great douse, but all the paths that the creatures of the 6 lineages have walked. They're infinite Tao hearts. Han Fei discovered that even ordinary people had their own Tao. Their every choice and their existence had made this Tao. This discovery shocked Han Fei, because he realized that the great Tao was only a part of the Tao. The real Tao was endless. It would be born and die, just like life and death. Then where did the Tao come from? When the luck of the 6 lineages completely gathered into one, Han Fei seemed to have comprehended something extraordinary. Since an ordinary person could give birth to a Tao, and an ordinary person could destroy a Tao, this meant that there were all creatures in the world, so there was the Tao of all things. Without creatures, the Tao didn't exist. Living beings determine the existence of the Tao. At the beginning of the world, when there were only the primordial and the chaos, did Tao exist? At this moment, Han Fei seemed to suddenly understand something. When he remembered the 4th Tao pattern that the mysterious woman showed him, his heart trembled. Yes, it wasn't that he hadn't unlocked the Tao pattern, but that he had done so from the beginning. Yes, he should have known that since it was a Tao pattern recording, unlocking the Tao pattern meant unlocking its true meaning. However, he didn't understand it, and when the Tao pattern was broken down, the Tao pattern melted, leaving only an empty space, and this meant no Tao. When that woman established the primordial star sea, when the world was first created, there was no life or destruction, and there was no Tao. When all things were born, there were all kinds of Taos. Therefore, humans were the Tao, and all things were the Tao. All of a sudden, the spiritual fruit where Han Fei was trembled. He understood the last realm. Monarch, no name. God, no contribution. Supreme, no heavens. Tao, no Tao. The first Tao represented the realm of oneself and all living beings. And this realm could be called the Tao realm, or the Taoless realm, because in this realm one could really control all Taos. Or rather, whichever Tao you chose, you could give birth to that Tao. For example, in this realm, the great Tao of time was no longer mysterious. Anyone who entered this realm could control time. However, what Han Fei wasn't sure about at that time was whether the self-born Tao was an origin Tao or an ordinary Tao. This couldn't be known until he reached that realm. In short, this was the one that the heavenly Tao hid. This was because the heavenly Tao didn't master this Tao, but creatures gave it to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was never complete. There was a glimmer of hope in everything. This was because the last Tao was not in the heavenly, but in all creatures, even a small ant. At that moment, Han Fei felt that Hongjun was too terrifying and could be said to be a genius. In fact, he had already found a way to surpass the Dominator realm, but he couldn't abandon the primordial star sea, so the Divine Vine had never been born. Otherwise, if Hongjun gave up the primordial star sea and chose this retreat that was left for him, he would probably understand this. However, after understanding this so-called Taoless realm, what should he do? After all, just because he had mastered the realm and understood the abilities of this realm didn't mean that Han Fei could immediately advance to this realm. Chapter 3639, Human Emperor returns, Divine Vine turned into a gourd. 33639, Human Emperor returns, Divine Vine turned into a gourd. 33, bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the Dominator-level Ominous had already begun to destroy the void passage opened by the Black Dragon Dominator. At this moment, for a Dominator, it was simple to destroy a mere passage. And many of the powerhouses who didn't have the time to return to the myriad races had already been swallowed by the Ominous. Han Fei knew that he had no time to think. He had to take action. However, the appearance of a mere spiritual fruit was really not intimidating, and it was not conducive to combat. He couldn't come out now. He hadn't completely absorbed the Divine Vine. How could he come out easily? Han Fei shook and his fruit body transformed into a gourd. It became a gourd not for any special reason, but because Han Fei thought of it. Swish just as the Black Dragon Dominator, 5th senior brother, and the others had ugly expressions and didn't know how to attack, suddenly a wisp of sword intent bloomed from the sea realm. Everyone noticed that the sword intent appeared outside the chaotic sea of fire in the blink of an eye. With a puff, a Dominator-level Ominous was instantly pierced through by the sword. In the next moment, golden flames bloomed all over the Dominator-level Ominous creature's body. It burned fiercely and wailed in pain in the flames. It was directly incinerated to nothingness. Even the ominous mist couldn't revive. And this sword wasn't over yet. It instantly pierced through another Dominator-level Ominous. Only at this moment did the peak-level Dominator-level Ominous have the time to attack. He wanted to grab the wisp of sword intent, but in the next moment, the Dominator-level Ominous's expression changed drastically. This wisp of sword intent contained unparalleled killing intent, almost the same as Shen Lei's power. Bang! The ominous peak-level Dominator's entire arm was minced by this sword. Although it recovered in the next second, he was also shocked by this sword. Was there still a strong master of this level in the Sea Realm? Not to mention the peak-level Dominator, even the Divine Dragon and the others who were fighting him were shocked and looked at the Sea Realm. Lei Heng shouted, "Are there hidden strong masters in the Sea Realm?" However, when he looked over, he saw a big gourd floating where xuanhuan was guarding the Divine Vine. Yes, they weren't mistaken. It was a gourd that looked like the kind 5th senior brother drank wine with. Lei Heng said, "5th senior brother, that divine fruit has grown into a gourd." 5th senior brother was also dumbfounded. "Why does this look familiar?" Lei Heng rolled his eyes. "Isn't it familiar? You use gourd to store wine every day. Which gourd don't you find familiar?" Everyone was dumbfounded. It was a purple gold gourd, shining with divine brilliance, followed by a long green vine. Senior brother 6 God asked, "Why do I remember that the divine vine doesn't look like this, and the divine vine has 6 fruits? How did it become one?" 2 of these people had already guessed something. One was the Emperor Sparrow. He knew that this was Han Fei, but he didn't know why Han Fei became a gourd on the Divine Vine. The other was Zeman Linglin. She sensed the existence of the Blade of Hope. He's back. The corners of Zeman Linglin's mouth curled up into a faint smile, and her heart that had long been silent began to palpitate again. However, as soon as Han Fei attacked, the peak-level Dominator-level Ominous seemed to be a little angry. He had already fought his way to the gate of the myriad races and was about to sweep through the strong masters of the home of the myriad races, but now a hindrance appeared. How could he not be angry? He immediately attacked again. This time, he smashed out millions of ominous fistlights like stars falling and a natural disaster descending. "Hey, come on, activate the time-sealing skylock." Instantly, the 3 palace masters of the Time Temple and Zeman Linglin were about to attack at the same time. However, with a swish, the purple gold gourd in the Sea Realm appeared in the Sea of Stars outside the chaotic Sea of Fire. Bam, bam, bam. At that moment, thousands of huge gourds erupted in the void, spewing out endless brilliance. The ominous fist marks that looked like stars were shattered one after another. In the end, the purple gold gourd pierced through the sky billions of kilometers and crashed at the ominous creature at the peak of the Dominator realm. The latter didn't know that this was Han Fei. He only thought that it was a powerful treasure similar to the 9-turn heavenly wheel hidden by the myriad races. He even sneered, not believing that this gourd could really seriously injure him. Behind him, the endless ominous mist turned into an entire nebula, turned into huge sharp claws, and grabbed at Han Fei. However, when he felt the power of the gourd at close range, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. How could this gourd be so strong? Its strength had reached the peak of the Dominator realm. Which supreme nature treasure could be so strong? Why didn't he know about it before? With a loud bang, the void billions of kilometers long collapsed. In the shattered star sea, a vacuum collapsed. When everyone looked again, the ominous creature at the peak of the Dominator realm was directly smashed into a meat patty by the gourd. Its entire body was shattered, and its body was even enveloped by a rich light of purification. However, after all, it was an ominous at the peak of the Dominator realm. After being defeated in one blow, it immediately emitted an ominous mist, and he quickly retreated into the ominous mist. Hiss, the Black Dragon Dominator, who was about to fight head-on, was dumbfounded. He couldn't help being speechless. He, the dignified ancient dragon god, was even weaker than a gourd? Chapter 3640 Human Emperor returns. Divine Vine turned into a gourd. 3640 Human Emperor returns. Divine Vine turned into a gourd. The Emperor. Sparrow's eyelids were also trembling. He knew that this guy was not dead, but why did he suddenly become so strong? Han Guanshu, Zhang Linxian, fifth senior brother Lei Heng, and the others were also shocked and dumbfounded. Lei Heng said, "Is this mature divine vine so powerful? It's already standing at the peak of the sea of stars before it's born?" Senior brother, Sixth God, couldn't help but sigh. So, after cultivating for so long, we're still not as good as a fruit? Not only were the Black Dragon Dominator and the others dumbfounded, but the powerhouses who had escaped back into the chaotic sea of fire also sighed in shock. "What is that? Are you blind? That's a gourd. I surely know that's a gourd, but isn't this gourd too strong? Is this a supreme nature treasure? Impossible. How can a supreme nature treasure be so strong? Even so many dominators couldn't beat the ominous, but this gourd smashed it into pieces. If this was a supreme nature treasure that could be used by all races, the ominous would have long been gone." Han Chanyi and Zhang Panpan were also exclaiming. Zhang Panpan said, "What a powerful gourd. It smashed the ominous so easily. I think it can compare to Uncle Human Emperor's demon purification pot." Han Chanyi frowned. "That's impossible. The demon purification pot is the strongest." When Han Fei was forcibly dragged into that unknown place by the ominous, she cried for a long time. Countless people thought that Han Fei was the savior of the world. She firmly believed it. She no longer blamed Han Fei for hooking up with other women. She just hoped that Han Fei could return. Now, someone said that this gourd was comparable to the demon purification pot. How could she be willing? Like thunder in the clear sky, countless people shivered. As soon as Han Chanyi said so, with a crack, the green vine of the gourd waved in the air like a divine whip. With a whip, a Dominator-level ominous that was about to destroy the void channel was directly whipped apart, and then a light of purification fell from the sky. The moment the light of purification enveloped the Dominator ominous, Han Fei directly cut off the Dominator ominous's life river, causing the Dominator ominous to die and dissipate without any chance to recover. This time, even Han Chanyi couldn't help but open her mouth. She didn't know how to refute. The divine vine whipped 7 times in a row, and the 7 Dominator-level ominous creatures died without even having a chance to run. As for the ominous creature that was crushed by Han Fei, it finally couldn't sit still anymore. According to this killing method, no matter how many Dominator-level ominous creatures there were, they would still be whipped to death. He attacked again, but this time, he was no longer careless. Instead, he began to attack Han Fei with the boundless ominous mist, trying to wrap Han Fei in the ominous mist. But how could Han Fei be afraid of this thing? He had killed peak-level dominators before. The gourd was shining with divine light, the light of purification condensed, and the law of life accurately located it. Faced with the surging ominous mist, the gourd began to tremble crazily. The light of purification surrounded the gourd and seemed to turn into a ring of stars. The moment the Dominator-level ominous arrived, an oscillating ripple, like a blade, instantly spanned thousands of light years, covering the Star River. At that moment, the ominous mist that enveloped this Star River was dispersed. Billions of ominous creatures were killed and dispersed by the purifying knife light. In the ominous mist that dispersed the Star River, Xia Xiaoshan, Zhang Xuanyu, Zhang Daqian, Han Song, Little Black, and Little White all appeared in Han Fei's perception. Han Zong and Zhang Daqian immediately synchronized information with him. Xia Xiaoshan and the others were also at a loss. Where was the ominous creature fighting with them? Had it been purified by the light just now? Zhang Xuanyu shouted. "Come on, don't waste this opportunity. Go back to the chaotic sea of fire." Humph, die. Han Fei's super large-scale purification had limited effect on the ominous above the Dominator level. Even the God-slaying level ominous couldn't be completely purified. However, below the God-slaying level, there was almost no chance of survival. Seeing that Han Fei could unleash such divine brilliance, the ominous peak-level Dominator slapped Han Fei's gourd at the risk of being pierced by Han Fei again. However, the power of this palm failed to shake Han Fei. Only the ominous matter surrounded the gourd, trying to contaminate it. At that moment, the Black Dragon Dominator roared, "Don't be contaminated by the gray powder. That thing is a curse. Once you are contaminated, you can't escape." However, the Black Dragon Dominator reminded him too late. Therefore, seeing this scene, his heart couldn't help but turn cold. However, what made him even more speechless was that the gray powder was sucked into the gourd through its shell. It's over. It's over. Even the Black Dragon Dominator wanted to slap himself. It wasn't easy for a super existence to appear that could compete with the ominous, but it was contaminated by the gray ominous powder. This gourd would probably be damaged. Ha ha ha! The peak-level Dominator laughed ominously. "No matter how magical you are, you will still become an ominous servant. Shut up. Puff, puff." puff. Just as the ominous peak-level Dominator roared, suddenly, 10 small vines penetrated him in an instant and began to devour him crazily. Demon Purification Pot, how is it possible? The peak-level Dominator wanted to retreat, but the Demon Purification Pot caught him. Where could he retreat to? Even an ominous creature that had reached the peak of the Dominator level wasn't absolutely invincible. It was indeed a little difficult for Han Fei to kill it directly, but it wouldn't be difficult for the Demon Purification Pot to kill it. This ominous creature at the peak of the Dominator level didn't expect Han Fei to appear here in such a form. Otherwise, it would never have been able to fight Han Fei in such close combat. Demon Purification Pot? Demon Purification Pot? Little junior brother? Fei, darling? Dad? Human Emperor? Chapter 3641, Appointment with Hongjun's Ominous Body, 13641, Appointment with Hongjun's Ominous Body, 1 Pa. The Divine Vine was still whipping. Every time the Vine Whip fell, a Divine Whip fell, a Dominator-level Ominous died. Roar. Human Emperor hasn't died. He has returned. I knew it. As the owner of the Demon Purification Pot, how could the Human Emperor die so easily? So strong. Such an infinitely terrifying Ominous was destroyed with a vine. How strong is the Human Emperor? However, where is Human Emperor? Why is there only a gourd? It looks like the Human Emperor is in the gourd. The appearance of Han Fei and the Demon Purification Pot brought hope to countless people. They had been fighting too long and sacrificing too much in this war. Unlike the primordial era, they had pitifully few resources, magic weapons, and strong masters. Without the 3 temples, it was impossible for the myriad races to resist such a powerful ominous army. But even so, the strong masters of the myriad races were forced to retreat to the Sea Realm, and Han Fei's appearance killed the peak-level Dominator-level ominous that many Dominators couldn't shake in one fell swoop. For the strong masters of the myriad races, this was already a great victory worthy of everyone's cheers. Of course, most people were excited. For Xia Xiaochan and Shimen Linglin, the weight in their hearts was finally lifted. The last thing they wanted to see was that they were about to die but couldn't see Han Fei one last time. However, now was not the time to reminisce. Han Fei knew that he had to end this battle quickly. If he guessed right, Hongjun's ominous body would soon discover his return. He wanted to keep it a secret for the past few days because he needed time to absorb the 6-pulse fruit. It would be good if he could keep it a secret, but he needed to kill this peak-level Dominator-level ominous now. If he didn't kill it now, he might not have a chance in the future. Therefore, even if he was exposed, he had to kill it. Pa. The entire Star River was suppressed by Han Fei. The law of life enveloped the entire Star River, and the shadow of the Divine Vine flashed in the void. 1, 2, 3. Without that peak-level Dominator-level ominous creature, no Dominator-level ominous creature could resist Han Fei. The Black Dragon Dominator, 5th senior brother, and the others didn't hesitate. They immediately shouted, "Counterattack and kill our way back." Buzz. At the same time, under the brilliance of the light, the injured old Han, senior brother Azure Dragon, Han Fei's mother, the Black Dragon Dominator, and the others felt the flames of life beating on their bodies at the same time. In the next moment, they felt that the injuries in their bodies were recovering at a terrifying speed. Old Han's broken arm, which was originally covered with a destructive, ominous power, was also purified at this moment. The Black Dragon Dominator muttered, "When I saw this kid thousands of years ago, he was only a peak-level great monarch. But he's already at this level?" The Black Dragon Dominator's muttering didn't escape Han Fei's ears. Han Fei was a little puzzled. When had he ever met this Black Dragon Dominator? Suddenly, Han Fei remembered that this might be the ancient dragon god in the depths of the dragon pool. However, hadn't this guy already died? Why was he still alive? However, Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it. The strength of this ancient dragon god shouldn't be at its peak, at least not as strong as it sounded before. It must have been dormant for too long and its strength had dropped. When Han Fei killed another 9 Dominator-level ominous creatures with the Divine Vine, the peak-level Dominator-level ominous creature sucked by the Demon Purification Pot finally died. Han Fei was about to continue to attack when he suddenly felt a gaze coming from dozens of star rivers away. At the same time, an angry voice sounded between the heavens and earth. "Human Emperor, you disappoint me. Exchanging the primordial star sea for the chaotic star sea is your best choice. Unfortunately, you gave up." As soon as this voice sounded, the strong masters who were about to fight were also stunned. Where did this voice come from? In their perception, they had no idea where the source of the voice came from. Also, what was the primordial star sea? A muffled sound came from the gourd where Han Fei was. "Everyone, return to the sea realm immediately." Han Fei even triggered some of the void in this star river to teleport many people from the battlefield to the edge of the chaotic sea of fire. Ignoring the shock of these people, Han Fei finally responded, "If I give up the primordial star sea and let you achieve your wish, will you let go of the chaotic star sea?" The person who spoke was naturally Hongjun's ominous body. However, Han Fei didn't expect him to come so quickly. He had only appeared for dozens of seconds and hadn't even killed all these Dominator-level ominous creatures. Hongjun's ominous body was really a little angry at this moment. In his plan, after the real ominous appeared in the chaotic star sea, Han Fei should open the passage between the two worlds in a day, at most 3 days. The reason why he felt that he would come in 3 days at most was that he believed that Han Fei would definitely find a way to return to the guardian god realm through the primordial origin. The reason why he was sure that Han Fei would take the passage between the two worlds was that he didn't think Han Fei was stupid. He was shrewd and selfish. He should know that only giving the primordial star sea to him was the best choice. Otherwise, the chaotic star sea would face the wrath of him and the real ominous 2 people above the dominator level. This was an extremely stupid action. Hearing Han Fei's answer, Hongjun's ominous body snorted coldly. I thought that there would be a tacit understanding between us. If I devour the primordial star sea, the next one will destroy the real ominous. As for you, with the creation jade plate and the demon purification pot, you can completely protect the guardian world and the strong masters of the entire myriad races and take them into the path of no return. With the natural protection of the creation jade plate, even the path of no return can't annihilate you. You might even be able to reach the end of the path of no return. I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to choose to return alone and completely make me your enemy. Chapter 3642 Appointment with Hongjun's Ominous Body 23642 Appointment with Hongjun's Ominous Body 2 In the gourd, Han Fei's heart stirred. He had really neglected Hongjun's idea. Yes, he, who had the creation jade plate before, could indeed use him to protect all races. Even if he didn't leave the chaotic star sea, the worst situation would only become the current primordial star sea, but most people could still live and work in peace. Hongjun's ominous body was also good at calculating. He had even calculated that he could return to the guardian god realm through the primordial origin. How could he not foresee his future worries? If he really followed Hongjun's ominous body, he could indeed leave with the myriad races. As for what they would encounter and see after going to the path of no return, it was not his consideration. However, in general, Hongjun's ominous body was a little domineering, but he did leave a way for him and the myriad races. However, this idea never appeared in Han Fei's mind at all. However, after a moment of silence, Han Fei smiled and shook his head. You think I'll gladly take the risk, but you still ask me to bet. I don't mind if you ask me to bet, but I do mind if you ask me to take billions of lives to bet. They don't need to see the scenery of the path of no return. While talking to Hongjun's ominous body, Han Fei attacked again and killed a Dominator-level ominous. However, in the next moment, a black divine deer appeared only 10,000 kilometers away from Han Fei. On the divine deer sat a sage-like old man. At this moment, everyone noticed this person. Senior brother Azure Dragon asked, "Little junior brother, who is this person?" Han Fei was a little puzzled. "Have you never seen him before?" Hongjun's ominous body personally said, "If I really want to conquer the chaotic star sea, you can't defend this place at all. The one who attacked them before was only a peak-level dominator under me. As for me, I never personally took action." Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, Han Fei saw 3 peak-level dominator-level ominous creatures appear behind Hongjun. Seeing this scene, Han Fei's heart sank. For him, this ominous body at the peak of the dominator realm was naturally nothing to be afraid of. However, for others, the ominous at the peak of the dominator realm was almost no different from the real ominous, because they were no match for them. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If Hongjun restrained him, these 3 peak-level dominator ominous creatures would probably be able to directly enter the sea realm. Han Fei said, "You shouldn't take action now either. The chaotic star sea is occupied by the real ominous. If you conquer the sea realm, the ominous that swallows and controls the chaotic star sea won't be you." "Do you think he will let you go?" Hongjun's ominous body said indifferently, "Therefore, you can either open the passage between the two worlds now, or I'll restrain you. I won't destroy the sea realm, but that one will. I'll let you personally witness the destruction of the myriad races in front of your eyes, and I can still return to the primordial star sea and seal all the passages between the two worlds. Even if that person controls the chaotic star sea, it won't be easy for him to devour me." This time, Han Fei wanted to attack the scattered dominator-level ominous creatures again, but a void hand bloomed in the void and blocked the divine vine. Hongjun's ominous body said, "Although these ominous creatures are controlled by that one, why do you think I'll let you kill them?" This scene was seen by 5th senior brother and the others. Han Fei's terrifying whip could kill a dominator-level ominous, but it was easily stopped by someone. What did this mean? The old man riding the deer was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, even surpassing the peak-level dominator-level ominous just now. Finally, 5th senior brother said, "It's the ominous, an ominous-level powerhouse." Buzz. At that moment, everyone was shocked. How could another ominous-level powerhouse appear? Ordinary people had never fought an ominous-level ominous creature. Even 5th senior brother and the others had never fought a real ominous-level ominous creature. However, they knew how terrifying the real ominous level was. In history, no one in the chaotic star sea had ever really won against an ominous-level ominous creature. The only way was to take them into the path of no return. Therefore, when they saw another ominous creature appear, they felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts and could no longer be happy. Even Ximon Linglan's face was a little pale. Han Fei had been gone for more than 8,000 years. She didn't want to experience the pain of parting again. She had waited too long. However, Han Fei sneered. Once he takes control of the chaotic Star Sea, it's only a matter of time before you die. So what if he hides in the primordial Star Sea? Since he can come to the chaotic Star Sea, he can go to the primordial Star Sea. Therefore, do I need you to give me a choice? Why don't I give you 2 choices? Let's work together to kill all his subordinates. At that time, when you return to your primordial Star Sea, I will find a way to send that one to the path of no return, making it impossible for him to return. At that time, you will be the only ominous in this world. You can't kill us, and we can't kill you either. Then we can live in peace. What do you think of it? However, Hongjun's ominous body also chuckled. It's not impossible. However, you should be the one going to the path of no return, not Shenlei. Of course, Hongjun's ominous body wouldn't believe Han Fei's nonsense. How could he let others sleep soundly next to him? If the real ominous was sent away, it would be an endless war between him and Han Fei. Chapter 3643-3643, Appointment with Hongjun's ominous body, 33643, Appointment with Hongjun's ominous body, 3. And Han Fei controlled the demon purification pot and was almost invincible against him. At that time, there would only be an endless stalemate. However, what Hongjun didn't expect was that Han Fei actually said, okay, but you don't have to interfere first. That person has so many Dominator-level ominous subordinates. How can I be at ease if I don't kill some of them? If you don't let me take action and force me to a corner, I might really take away the entire sea realm and leave the chaotic Star Sea to that person. Then what will you do? Don't forget, this is his home ground. If we leave, you won't be able to escape death in the end. Hongjun's ominous body's eyes were sharp. Without the protection of the creation jade plate, aren't you afraid of leading the myriad races to destruction? Han Fei sneered. Anyway, staying here is also death. What's the difference between death and walking the path of no return? Besides, for us, we've already done our best. However, if the myriad races dare to die, do you? Hongjun's ominous body snorted and didn't speak again, as if he was thinking about something. Indeed, Han Fei's threat did touch him. Although he knew that Han Fei would probably not take away the myriad races in the sea realm, it was not impossible for him to be forced to a dead end. Although he didn't know where the path of no return led to, this might indeed be a way out. If Han Fei was really forced to this point, as Han Fei said, once the myriad races left, he would definitely die. Even if he returned to the primordial Star Sea, that person would eventually find and devour him. It was not unacceptable for Han Fei to weaken the power in the hands of the real ominous. However, giving Han Fei a chance was no different from asking a tiger for its skin, so he fell into a short hesitation. In the end, Hongjun's ominous body said coldly, 3 years. How many you can kill in 3 years depends on your own ability. In addition, I will watch you in the dark. Han Fei was overjoyed to hear that, but on the surface he rolled his eyes. 3 years? All the strong masters of the myriad races have been fighting that person for billions of years, but they were still beaten to this state. You only give me 3 years? However, this time Hongjun didn't allow him to retort. Do you really think I don't know? With your current strength, I don't want to give it to you for 3 years. If you don't accept this, you will face the wrath of the 2 ominous. 3 years it is. Retreat. Seeing Hongjun's ominous body disappear, Han Fei was secretly relieved. Although 3 years was very short, it was still a long time compared to 3 days. Otherwise, if these two joined forces to attack the Sea Realm, even with the protection of the 4 divine realms, it was hard to say if they could last 3 days. After all, these were 2 ominous-level powerhouses and 6 peak-level dominators. Could the divine domains left behind by Li Daoyi withstand an attack of this level? Anyway, Han Fei wasn't confident. Of course, Hongjun's ominous body gave him 3 years because he wanted to take advantage of the situation and use him to consume some of the real ominous power. That was all. Han Fei didn't believe that he would really sit by. He just didn't know what methods he would prepare next. However, at least the current crisis was resolved. Pa! Pa! In the next moment, the divine vine shot out like a whip again. Bang! 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 After a while, with the help of the Black Dragon Dominator and the others, except for the 5 or 6 Dominator-level ominous creatures that escaped because of the appearance of Hongjun's ominous body, the others all died. Seeing Hongjun's ominous body leave, 5th senior brother and the others were also puzzled. This ominous creature actually chose to retreat? Why? Swish! 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 For a moment, figures broke through the void and came to Han Fei one after another. Little junior brother, Fei Fei, son, dad. Everyone rushed forward, and 5th senior brother spoke first. Little junior brother, where were you taken by the ominous? What have you experienced in the past 8,000 years? How did you appear in such a way? Sha Xiaozhan asked. Are you okay? Why did you become a gourd? Ximon Linglan said. I know, you will definitely come back. Dad Han Chanyi, who was only a great monarch, came relatively slowly. As she rushed over, the green vine that could kill the ominous with a whip appeared under her feet. Immediately, Han Chanyi stood on the green vine. In the next second, she stood on the gourd. Dad, are you in the gourd? In the next moment, Han Fei's voice came from the gourd. Dad is this gourd now. Ah, not only Han Chanyi, but Xia Xiaoshan and the others were also stunned. Lei Heng said, "Ha ha! Little junior brother, have you become a demon plant now?" Lei Heng still wanted to tease him, but senior brother Azure Dragon shouted in a low voice, "All right, now is not the time to chat. Little junior brother, senior sister Shen Lei and the others are in trouble too. Since you are so strong, you have to help them quickly." Han Fei replied, "Okay, senior brother Azure Dragon, before we come back, don't let anyone leave the Sea Realm. This is no longer a war below the Dominator level. As for where I have been for the past 8,000 years, you can ask my avatars." After that, Han Fei said, Yi, girl, Linglin, I'll go help senior sister Shen Le first. Don't worry, I've reached the peak of the Dominator realm. This time, no one will be able to take me away. A peak-level Dominator? Everyone was horrified. Only when they reached the Dominator realm did they know how difficult it was to take a step higher in this realm. And only eldest senior brother and Shen Lei had reached the peak of the Dominator realm before. This made them feel relieved. Chapter 3644 Appointment with Hong Jun's Ominous Body 43644 Appointment with Hong Jun's Ominous Body 4. The Black Dragon Dominator asked, "Was the Deer Rider just now at the ominous level?" Han Fei knew of the Black Dragon Dominator's worry. He said, "Yes, but he won't take action for the time being." Although Han Fei said that the Hongjun ominous body wouldn't take action for the time being, everyone was still worried. And Han Fei didn't dare to believe the promise of the Hongjun ominous body, so he had to act quickly. Han Chanyi asked, "How long will you be gone this time?" Han Fei said, "I'll be back in a few days." Han Chanyi was relieved to hear that it would be a few days instead of a few years, but she was still a little worried about Han Fei's guarantee. However, old Han said, Yi, let's just wait for your father to return. Zhang Linshan said, "Fire, be careful." Shan said, "Be careful. You have to keep your word this time." Han Fei said, "Definitely. By the way, why don't I see Little White?" Yes, Han Fei saw everyone except Luo Xiaobai, which gave him a bad feeling. This time, it was fifth senior brother who said, "Don't worry, that girl didn't die. However, her path is too similar to Li Daoyi's. At this moment, she is staying on the world tree to comprehend." Huh? The calabash trembled slightly. Luo Xiaobai and Li Daoyi. On second thought, Han Fei realized that it did make sense. Li Daoyi and Luo Xiaobai were both born from the human race and demon plants. The difference was that Li Daoyi was born in the chaotic era and was born with extraordinary talent. As for Luo Xiaobai, she was born in the yin-yang world, which was only a small world and extremely lacked all kinds of resources. Even though she came to the Sea Realm later, how could the current Sea Realm be compared to the former chaotic era? Therefore, Luo Xiaobai's growth was not stunning. At this moment, when he heard that Luo Xiaobai had embarked on Li Daoyi's path, Han Fei couldn't help but understand what she meant. However, Luo Xiaobai had lost her innate opportunity and didn't embark on the path of invincibility. Therefore, she probably only embarked on Li Daoyi's path in one aspect. She stayed in the world tree because she wanted to directly break through to the sea-quelling god. However, since Luo Xiaobai was fine, Han Fei didn't stay any longer. With a swish, he disappeared from the 49-star rivers. At the moment Han Fei left, Hongjun's ominous body looked into the distance, his eyes revealing a trace of ruthlessness. He murmured, "Han Fei, you should have opened the passage between the two worlds, deep space." Senior sister Shen Lei, the death god, the master of time, and senior brother Undead were fighting. But when Han Fei arrived, he only saw the master of time and senior brother Undead. He happened to see the body of the master of time annihilated. In the next moment, he saw the time tide caused by the time indestructibility technique, and the master of time recovered again. Furthermore, as soon as he appeared, he was slapped away, and half of his body turned into the time river. Fortunately, the recovery ability of time was too strong, and the time sky ceiling lock could barely lock the ominous at the peak of the Dominator realm. However, the time sky ceiling lock was full of cracks. In Han Fei's opinion, it probably wouldn't last long. At this moment, Han Fei knew that the Master of Time was no match for the ominous at all. If he hadn't mastered the time indestructible technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. As for senior brother Undead, he was standing on the boundless black coffin. Yes, he had completely refined the black coffin. At this moment, there was a Dominator-level ominous suppressed in the coffin, and the Dominator-level ominous was melting at a visible speed, turning into ominous liquid. Han Fei could also tell that senior brother Undead seemed to have become much stronger. This must be the opportunity in the black coffin that eldest senior brother mentioned. Because he was in charge of the black coffin, although there were nearly 50 Dominator-level ominous creatures around senior brother Undead, he could still barely hold on. However, Han Fei saw that senior brother Undead's huge body had collapsed in many places. His bones were incomplete, and even his head had been separated and was fighting independently. At this moment, Han Fei had no time to find senior sister Shen Lei and the death god. If he could kill the ominous that besieged the Master of Time and senior brother undead, it would be a huge victory. The Master of Time and senior brother undead naturally noticed the sudden appearance of the purple gold calabash. Just a moment ago, they were a little puzzled. But in the next moment, the divine vine slashed out with a swish, producing an extremely dazzling knife light. The knife light contained the supreme will, the invincible will, the Tao of Slaughter God, the light of purification, the law of life. The peak-level Dominator-level ominous creature that was hammering senior brother undead's skull was already on guard the moment Han Fei appeared. But in fact, it didn't pay much attention to him, because it only regarded Han Fei as a supreme nature treasure-level treasure. However, when the knife light slashed down, he knew that this power was extraordinary. He decisively gave up on senior brother undead's head and faced it with billowing mist. Puffer. In an instant, knife light bloomed, covering billions of kilometers of star rivers. In the same realm, facing a strong master like Han Fei who specialized in killing, even an ominous god at the peak of the Dominator level would be cut in half in an instant, and half of the ominous mist was dispersed. Under this slash, the peak-level Dominator-level ominous instantly retreated in fright and shouted, "Impossible, how can you come back so quickly?" Senior brother undead couldn't help but look sideways. His voice was low, but there was a rare trace of joy. "Little junior brother? Senior brother, it's me. Let me help you." The moment the peak-level Dominator-level ominous creature retreated, the knife light didn't stop and crushed a Dominator-level ominous. Pa, pa. The divine vine whipped the void like a whip, shattering 2 Dominator-level ominous creatures in a row. This scene shocked the Master of Time. He roared, "Han Fei, shouldn't you help me first? I can't hold on much longer. What's the rush?" Wait, the Master of Time, Chapter 3645 Slaughter, Betrayal, Cooperation, 13645 Slaughter, Betrayal, Cooperation, when the Master of Time had been beaten up countless times. Perhaps he had never thought that he, who was high and mighty, would be beaten so badly by the ominous. Han Fei knew that the situation on the Master of Time's side was more urgent, but so what? His arrival had given this old thing hope. He would hold on until the moment he helped him no matter what. Of course, Han Fei didn't intend to delay for too long. 9 identical purple gold calabashes appeared in the void. There was no ominous level existence here. A peak-level Dominator-level ominous couldn't cut off the time river and make Han Fei's old body pay the price, so he used the time division technique without hiding anything. However, except for the fact that Han Fei's original body had a divine vine, the other old bodies were just calabashes. Obviously, the divine vine was of an extraordinary level, and it was impossible for more than one divine vine appear at the same time. However, even the calabash itself was enough. Different from the Master of Time, the Master of Time was born in time. His combat power was mediocre, but his comprehension of the law of time was unparalleled. But Han Fei, as a body cultivator, a peak-level dominator who had fought his way up from the Fisher realm, was not something the Master of Time could compare to in terms of strength, means, physique, killing techniques, and even realm. Therefore, Han Fei, who had mastered the time division technique, could summon 9 peak-level dominators at any time. This was why Han Fei dared to return to the chaotic sea of stars to fight the ominous. Of course, in the face of the real ominous level, he could only use the time-splitting technique as a last resort. Otherwise, if anything went wrong, it would be almost irreversible. However, these enemies were not enough to scare Han Fei. Seeing this, the ominous creatures at the peak of the Dominator level knew that something was wrong. They knew their own strength. They dared to challenge Shen Lei and the Master of Time and the Death God, but at this moment, Han Fei was like the former Void, invincible unless he was at the ominous level. In their eyes, he was no longer an ordinary peak-level dominator. The peak-level dominator roared, "Everyone, stop dealing with the undead. Attack with all your strength and stop Han Fei." Han Fei clearly felt the unwillingness of these 50 ominous creatures, but there seemed to be nothing he could do. They really pounced at him overwhelmingly. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. He could see the unwillingness in the eyes of these ominous creatures, but they seemed to have to take action. Could it be that these Dominator-level ominous creatures weren't driven voluntarily? Han Fei seemed to understand something. It was the ominous matter. These Dominator-level ominous creatures became stronger because of the ominous matter, but they were mostly restrained by the ominous matter. Therefore, the moment they received the order, they had to stop Han Fei even if they had to die. And the peak-level Dominator-level ominous knew that it was no match for Han Fei, so it quickly fled. However, at this moment, Han Fei had 9 clones, and the other party only had more than 50 Dominator-level ominous creatures. How could he escape? Han Fei sneered. Don't forget, this is the chaotic sea of stars, the territory of the myriad races. The heavenly Tao here hasn't been controlled by you yet. After the peak-level Dominator-level ominous escaped 10-star rivers, he found that he couldn't teleport at all. Besides, Han Fei's original body had already stood in front of him. On the other side, a group of Dominator-level ominous creatures were all emitting ominous mist. All kinds of great douse covered the sky. A Dominator-level ominous creature seemed to want to use the ability of its avatar to transform into millions of lightning strikes, trying to buy time. However, only one of Hanfei's old bodies took action. The calabash smashed at the void, and lightning shook and spread out. For a moment, countless lightning bolts covered this place, which were extremely intense. The lightning was dense, and the thunder rumbled. The vast sea of stars trembled non-stop, and the void kept cracking. Puff, puff, puff! In just an instant, the tens of millions of phantoms instantly disappeared. As for the Dominator-level ominous, it was pierced by a lightning spear. The light of purification burned its body, and the law of life severed its life. It died on the spot before it could even attack. At the same time, a Dominator-level ominous turned the ominous mist into a demonic claw that blotted out the sky. It also used the God-fiend sound-killing technique and shattered half of its original body to launch a powerful blow. For a moment, the battle was fierce, and all kinds of methods were used. Countless Dominator-level ominous figures were entangled with the purple-gold calabash, and many of them even took out their remaining ominous matter, trying to corrode Hanfei. However, all of this was in vain. Hanfei's calabash body emitted a holy light of purification. The surrounding space distorted and collapsed, turning into his power and means. Endless runes appeared on the surface of the calabash, and billions of knife lights left his body. The scene was too terrifying. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 Dominator-level ominous creatures were killed on the spot. Senior Brother Undead had just recovered his complete body. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but secretly exclaim. Now his little junior brother had so many killing methods that were comparable to Shen Li's. Besides, his little junior brother's killing technique was ferocious, domineering, and extremely efficient. More importantly, in addition to the light of purification, little junior brother's calabash body was also bathed in golden divine brilliance. It was the power of the world triggered by the invincible will. Chapter 3646, Slaughter, Betrayal, Cooperation, 23646, Slaughter, Betrayal, Cooperation. The Master of Time looked from a distance and naturally saw this scene. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous. It wasn't that he didn't know the infinite killing techniques. He could peep at time at will, had witnessed too many divine techniques, and knew all kinds of peerless power. However, his body didn't allow him to use such a powerful and terrifying divine might. This was the weakness of time. Perhaps, with gains, there would be losses. It was most appropriate to use it on the Master of Time. However, what he was jealous of was why Hanfei could do anything. Not only did he have a terrifying physique, but he also had the supreme will and the path of invincibility. He could even control time and win the favor of countless treasures. The battle was still ongoing. Although Hanfei was in the form of a calabash, he had used all his abilities. Seeing that he really couldn't escape, the peak-level Dominator-level ominous creature that fled, but was stopped by Hanfei shouted, "Hanfei, you forced me to do this. If you want to die, let's die together. In the end, you haven't reached the Dominator level, so you must have a weakness." The peak-level Dominator-level ominous was slapped in the chest by Hanfei as it spoke. The ominous aura exploded there, and some ominous matter fell and was absorbed by the demon purification pot, and the peak-level Dominator-level ominous had already distanced itself from Hanfei. In the end, it didn't dare to get too close to the demon purification pot. After pulling away, an altar appeared under him. From the body of the peak-level Dominator-level ominous, endless Dao pattern runes surged out. This seemed to be some kind of intrinsic technique of his. It seemed that this peak-level Dominator-level ominous wasn't born out of nowhere, but was once a strong master or had swallowed a certain strong master with extraordinary means. As soon as the altar appeared, it blocked Hanfei's thousands of collisions in a row. Although it was full of cracks, it didn't completely shatter. Inside the altar, the Dominator-level ominous actually produced a huge ominous Dharma idol. The surrounding black light flashed, and the entire altar began to turn into greenish-black smoke. Living sacrifice, life-stealing divine spell. Hanfei retreated light years away, his eyes shining with golden light, and the surrounding green smoke, like maggots, tried to brand on the calabash in the form of Dao patterns. Because this green-black smoke was mostly composed of runes, even the demon purification pot couldn't damage it much. This was a typical way of fighting where you harmed the enemy by 1,000, but also suffered a loss of 800 yourself. This guy used his own body as a living sacrifice and tried to brand a curse mark on Hanfei. Hanfei wanted to dodge, but the green-black smoke seemed to have corrosive power and spread infinitely far. If he kept dodging, he would only let the guy escape with his broken body. Hanfei shouted. I guess you were a genius in the past. However, as a supreme, how can these mere runes shake me? Buzz. In the next moment, Hanfei's purple-gold calabash body expanded crazily. His huge body seemed to transform into a world, like a huge star. From Hanfei's calabash body, infinite light burst out at the same time. The power of the starry river around him unleashed all kinds of techniques, which were extremely majestic. The momentum of the world turned into ripples that filled the sky as if they had the power to destroy everything. As this light bloomed, in these star rivers, the endless ominous mist was purified and burned. The rune mark was dispersed by the power of the world in one fell swoop. On Han Fei's calabash vine, the power of the world gathered, glowing and condensing, making the divine vine straighten and bloom with divine light. It was peerlessly dazzling and finally turned into the embryonic form of a knife. Then, Han Fei waved the divine vine, and the sound of laws rumbled. This broadsword of the heavens and earth emitted bursts of brilliance, indestructible and indestructible. The entangled runes were easily broken. Kill. As Han Fei roared, the broadsword of momentum cut through the chaos, the ominous mist and the green-black smoke of the runes, cutting the peak-level dominator-level ominous that sacrificed itself in half. This blow was too terrifying. The peak-level dominator-level ominous was even shocked. They were both peak-level dominators. How could there be such a gap? Most of this peak-level dominator-level ominous creature's body had been annihilated, leaving only the two pieces of ominous mist that had been cut open. It was still trying to escape. Han Fei roared and the creation mystic yellow tower rose from the distant sky, enveloping him. The primordial 8 ominous swords stood in all directions, wrapped in the invincible will. With a clang, they shattered the void. With a thought from Han Fei, the 10 vines of the demon purification pot between his eyebrows shot out at the same time, penetrating the ominous mist. The vines flickered as if they were breathing. The demon purification pot could seal the real ominous. How could it not seal this mere peak-level dominator-level ominous creature? At this moment, dozens of star rivers away, Senior Sister Shenlei was like a flowing fire, smashed down by some extraordinary power. Han Fei knew that the real ominous level must have sensed the situation here and rushed over. However, Han Fei put on a cold smile. A blood-colored feather flew out of his body, crossed the river of stars in an instant, and burned the world. It was Senior Sister Shenli's life feather. When he fell into the primordial star sea, although it had bloomed, the time it bloomed was too short. Now, it had returned to its rightful owner and burned the world. It would definitely increase Senior Sister Shenli's strength slightly. Sure enough, in the sea of fire, Senior Sister Shenli grabbed the life feather, turned it into a knife, and slashed at the surging ominous tide with all her strength. Rumble. As the two sides fought, the world collapsed, and an endless void storm cut off the star rivers. Chapter 3647, Slaughter, Betrayal, Cooperation, 33647, Slaughter, Betrayal, Cooperation, 33. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the roar lasted for 8 seconds. The peak-level dominator-level ominous creature in front of Han Fei finally couldn't resist the terrifying suction force of the demon purification pot and completely dissipated. Han Fei guessed that the ominous matter might have just been absorbed by the demon purification pot and sealed. As for how to obliterate it, he didn't know, but he couldn't care less for the time being. On the other side, his old bodies and senior brother Undead had already killed all the other dominator-level ominous creatures. The main reason was that Han Fei had too many old bodies, which were equivalent to 9 peak-level dominators. How could ordinary dominator-level ominous creatures withstand them? 1 peak-level dominator-level ominous had restrained most of the dominator-level powerhouses of the myriad races. Han Fei's old bodies could only be stronger than him. These dominator-level ominous didn't even have a chance to restrain Han Fei's old bodies and could only die. Human Emperor, you will pay the price. I will turn all living beings of the myriad races into my nutrients. Faced with the threat from far away, Han Fei sneered. You can't do anything to me in the primordial star sea. Do you think I'm afraid of you here? As he spoke, Han Fei, his old bodies, and senior brother Undead had already plunged into the dilapidated time-sealing skylock of the Master of Time. Bang, bang, bang. With an abnormally strong peak-level dominator-level powerhouse like Han Fei taking action, the more than 20 dominator-level ominous creatures and 1 peak-level dominator-level ominous in the time-sealing skylock were on guard. The Master of Time shouted, "There are still some in the time predicament. I'll release them." However, Han Fei said, "Don't. I'll go in." In the next moment, Han Fei's 5 old bodies disappeared from the time-sealing skylock. At the same time, Han Fei attacked with all his strength. This was because countless cracks had already appeared in the boundless sea of fire. The real ominous was determined to come to help. If it refused to fight Senior Sister Shenli fiercely, it couldn't last long. As soon as Han Fei, his old bodies, and senior brother Undead killed the 12th dominator-level ominous, Senior Sister Shenli retreated again. And this time, Senior Sister Shenli was surrounded by a large area of ominous matter. Obviously, the real ominous had paid a lot of ominous matter. He knew that he couldn't let Han Fei continue to fight like this. Han Fei's strength was already comparable to the void. Unless he was at the ominous level, it was almost impossible to suppress him. Han Fei could see that in the world where Senior Sister Shenli was, the 3,000 heavenly Daos were trying to stop the real ominous for a moment. Unfortunately, this ominous was a powerhouse above the Dominator realm after all. In just 1 second, it pierced through that world. Shenli vomited blood. She could no longer withstand the corrosion of the ominous matter. The power of the heavenly Dao returned and tried its best to wear down the ominous matter. Han Fei sighed in his heart. In the end, it didn't work. The ominous reinforcements came too quickly. When the other party arrived with a thought, the time sky ceiling lock was shattered. Senior Brother Undead shouted in a low voice, "Little Junior Brother, keep killing." With that, Senior Brother Undead disintegrated and his body turned into 6 parts. His head, body, and limbs were separated and he charged at the real ominous at the same time. Fuck off. In an instant, billions of brilliance bloomed, and infinite Dao technique sent all 6 parts of Senior Brother Undead's body flying. However, just as the ominous was about to go further, he found that 6 skeleton hands grabbed him in the void and suddenly pulled him into the huge black coffin. Humph, you want to use my things to keep me in check? Who do you think you are? Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive ominous tides bloomed from the black coffin. In the next moment, ominous hands grabbed the sides of the black coffin, trying to forcibly walk out. However, how could Senior Brother Undead, who had just been sent flying, let him do as he pleased? He grabbed the coffin lid with both arms and smashed it down, and great Dao runes burst out of the 6 parts of his body. Yes, Senior Brother Undead used himself as a seal to forcibly lock down the ominous. Boom. In the black coffin, a huge force came out and ripples spread in all directions. The 6 parts of Senior Brother Undead's body almost bounced up. Senior Brother Undead shouted, "Little Junior Brother, kill the enemy quickly. I can't hold on for long." Bang, bang, bang! Han Fei gritted his teeth. At this moment he had no time to speak. His original body blocked the peak-level Dominator-level ominous, and his old bodies were killing crazily. The Master of Time was a little horrified. In the dilemma of time, Han Fei had already killed more than half of the ominous. In the time-sealing skylock, there were only 6 Dominator-level ominous creatures and 1 peak-level Dominator-level ominous creature left. He didn't dare to imagine how this battle would have been fought if Han Fei hadn't appeared. Knock, knock, knock. As the continuous rumbling and shaking came from the black coffin, after the black coffin shook more than 30 times in a row, with a crack appeared on the coffin lid. At this moment, there was only the ominous creature at the peak of the Dominator level left. However, at this moment, this ominous creature was besieged by 9 Han Fei and forcibly cut through the river of life. The demon purification pot had already pierced through it. Bang. As if unable to hold back his anger anymore, a large amount of ominous matter spread out of the crack of the black coffin. Immediately afterward, the coffin lid exploded with a bang, leaving only half of it. 5 of the 6 parts of Senior Brother Undead's body were wrapped in ominous matter and exploded. Another head reacted quickly and retreated to Han Fei. Han Fei said casually, "Sorry, you came out late. Of the 4 peak-level Dominator-level subordinates of the real ominous, 3 had already died, and the other should still be fighting the Death God." Chapter 3648 Slaughter, Betrayal, Cooperation 3648 Slaughter, Betrayal, Cooperation 4. After Han Fei returned this time, it could be said that he was on a killing spree. If it weren't for Hongjun's ominous body, he was confident that he could counterattack. The ominous said coldly, "Just a peak-level Dominator. Do you think I can't create another one?" The ominous was really a little angry. He never expected Han Fei to come back so quickly and even become a calabash. At this moment, Han Fei's tone was equally cold. "Who are you fucking kidding? If you make one, I'll kill one. If you make a pair, I'll kill a pair. I'll see if your ominous matter is endless, and by the way, I'll see if you're so good at making." At this moment, Han Fei's old bodies had dissipated. Faced with the real ominous, he didn't dare to be as negligent as he said. Only after fighting the ominous would he know that it was extremely difficult to fight it even just for a day. If he was accidentally tricked, there wouldn't have been anything he could do. Senior Sister Shenlei was the example in front of him. Although the moment Han Fei was taken into the primordial sea, he didn't see her strength because she had just made a breakthrough. However, at the opening of the Sea of Stars in the primordial star sea, he had fought the ominous with the strength of a peak-level Dominator. Therefore, he knew very well how difficult it was for Senior Sister Shenlei to hold on for 5 days. At this moment, Senior Sister Shenlei was resisting the corrosion of the ominous matter. It could be said that the Master of Time and Senior Brother Undead were seriously injured. Even if they weren't seriously injured, the 2 of them were no match for the ominous. Only Han Fei could still fight him. But Han Fei knew that the ominous should still have a trump card, which was related to the ominous matter. When the ominous descended in the chaotic starsea through the passage that day, it took away a large amount of ominous matter. The amount of ominous matter should not only help these Dominator-level ominous creatures increase their strength, but might also have other uses. But Han Fei didn't know now. The ominous was also thinking at this moment. If he couldn't continue to suppress Shenlei, it was only a matter of time before she escaped. And Han Fei was obviously another Shenlei. No, Han Fei, who had mastered the law of life and the demon purification pot, was stronger than Shenlei. In terms of killing speed, he was even stronger than Void. This was because although Void could refine the ominous matter, it would take time. But for Han Fei, he didn't need to refine the ominous matter at all. He could just absorb it. Just as the ominous was hesitating, suddenly, a voice sounded leisurely in everyone's ears. "It seems that I really can't give you 3 years. In your state, even I think something will happen if I give you 3 days, let alone 3 years. What are you doing here?" Han Fei frowned. Of course, he wouldn't really think that Hongjun's ominous body would give him 3 years. All he wanted was to temporarily hold the other party back. But how long had it been? It had only been a moment, but this guy had returned? Hongjun's ominous body chuckled. Why do you think I'm here? Seeing this, Hanfei immediately said, Senior brothers, guard senior sister Shenlei. Senior brother undead didn't speak. He didn't ask who the comer was, but carried the damaged black coffin and went to senior sister Shen Lefershan, the master of time, looked solemn as if he had guessed something. He took a deep look at Hanfei and retreated to Shenle's side too. As for the ominous and Hongjun's ominous body, they ignored the two of them. For them, the strong masters of the myriad races who hadn't advanced to the peak of the Dominator realm weren't enough to be a threat. The real ominous suddenly said, Hongjun, did you deliberately let him back? Hongjun's ominous body chuckled. If I deliberately let him back, why would I interfere in your war? Do you think I'll believe you? The ominous was not stupid. Hongjun's ominous body used Hanfei to force him to leave the primordial star sea. However, he also knew that he controlled a lot of ominous matter and had too strong a military force, so it was completely possible for him to release Hanfei and restrain him so that he could focus on conquering the Guardian Divine Realm. Once the opening in the Sea of Stars was gone, Hongjun's ominous body only needed to seize the Guardian Divine Realm to become the first winner, or perhaps the only winner. Although Hongjun's ominous body did think so, he didn't expect Hanfei to rather face 2 ominous-level ominous creatures, multiple peak-level Dominator-level ominous creatures, and hundreds of Dominator-level ominous creatures then open the passage between the two worlds. In his opinion, this was simply courting death. But now that everything had happened, the plan had been messed up, and Hongjun's ominous body could only adapt to the situation and take out a backup plan. He said, Ominous, it's time for the two of us to join forces. Why don't we cooperate again? Although the ominous was unwilling, once Hongjun's ominous body didn't interfere and Hanfei was here, it wouldn't be easy for him to conquer the sea realm. How can we cooperate? Hongjun's ominous body smiled faintly. We've been wary of each other for too long. Why don't we advance at the same time? Upgrade at the same time? Hanfei's heart was full of doubts. One couldn't open the path of no return, and the other's combat power wasn't enough to suppress him and senior sister Shenlei, and they couldn't work together to conquer a Sea of Stars first. So, how could they advance at the same time? Hongjun's ominous body said, It's not too much for me to take half of your ominous matter, right? After all, my sacrifice is huge. Okay. The ominous's reaction was extremely decisive, as if he knew that this was already the ultimate battle. Although the result might not be as perfect as he thought, he had to make a choice. Compared to continuing to fight the myriad races, he would rather level up together with Hongjun's ominous body. Chapter 3649, Slaughter, Betrayal, Cooperation 5 3649 Slaughter, Betrayal, Cooperation 5 Hongjun's ominous body continued. Also, give me half of that thing. The ominous suddenly looked at Hongjun's ominous body. Your appetite is too big. Hongjun's ominous body chuckled and his lips curled into a sinister smile. Without that thing, what's the use of me taking the ominous substance? This time, the ominous's expression was a little ugly, but after thinking for less than a second, he said, Okay. Seeing that the two ominous creatures had reached an agreement, Hanfei's heart sank. Although he didn't know how the other party would advance together or what the thing they were talking about was, it was obvious that if Hongjun's ominous body wanted to devour the Guardian Divine Realm, opening the passage between the two worlds was not the only way. Buzz. At this moment, Hanfei saw a large amount of ominous substances emerging from the ominous body, and Hongjun's ominous body was also receiving the ominous matter in front of Hanfei. Humph! Dividing the chaotic star sea and the primordial star sea in front of me? Do you think I don't exist? Hanfei suddenly attacked. The 10 vines of the demon purification pot danced wildly and immediately rushed at the two of them. It wasn't that Hanfei wanted to attack, but he had no choice. He didn't know what the two of them were planning, but they clearly understood each other's meaning. However, in the face of the two ominous-level powerhouses, the two of them each summoned an ominous mist. Like two dark seas, they turned into a huge wave of stars and sent Hanfei flying. Hongjun's ominous body said, Don't waste your effort. You can only restrain one of us. If you want to restrain both of us at the same time, not to mention that you have the demon purification pot, even if you have the creation jade plate, it won't be enough. With that, Hongjun looked at the ominous. Where is that thing? The ominous said coldly. I'll give it to you the moment this plan succeeds. Hanfei still wanted to attack again, only to see that the two of them had completed the preliminary deal and the ominous matter had been given out. Swish, swish, swish. Before Hanfei had the time to curse, at this moment, 3 peak-level Dominator-level ominous creatures appeared in the void in a row. At the same time, nearly 50 peak-level Dominator-level ominous creatures blocked Hanfei's way. No, 4. At that moment, Hanfei saw the Death God fighting another ominous creature at the peak of the Dominator realm. Hanfei's face changed slightly. Something was wrong. Why were all the strong masters of the Sea Realm here? He roared. Death God, retreat. Don't come over. Bang. As soon as Han Fei said so, the death god moved horizontally with a thought. He didn't have time to react. Although he didn't know what the reminder meant, the calabash was clearly on the myriad races side. However, the peak-level dominator-level ominous fighting the death god plunged into this star river. At the moment Han Fei shouted, Hongjun's ominous body suddenly looked at Han Fei and grinned. Collapse. Boom, boom. The entire sea of stars, including senior sister Shenlei and the others, began to collapse. Han Fei's first reaction was to teleport out of here. However, he discovered that this star river was no longer affected by the origin power of the star river. At the same time, the heavenly Tao of this star river collapsed and completely turned into an independent star river, as if it had been sealed with a barrier. Han Fei suddenly looked at Hongjun's ominous body. So, you have been setting up something on the star river since just now? Hongjun smiled. Otherwise, do you really think I'll give you 3 years if I compromise with you? Buzz. The star river collapsed into the endless void, and billions of stars disappeared without a trace. The death god was horrified. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Otherwise, he would have collapsed with the star river. However, where did they go? Chapter 3650, 3650, Banishment, Path of No Return, 13650 Banishment, Path of No Return, 1 Rumble. This was the first time Han Fei had seen an entire star river collapse. However, the moment they fell into the endless void, Han Fei discovered that this was not a void turbulence, but a directional void channel wrapped in ominous mist. Feeling that this passage was filled with star river origin power, Han Fei suddenly realized that this was clearly a star river origin power space condensed from countless black holes. It was the fastest shortcut for dominators to quickly travel in all directions of the chaotic star sea. Where is Hongjun's ominous body going to take me, senior sister Shenlei and the others? Han Fei was puzzled. He had thought that this collapsed star river would eventually be trapped in the endless ominous mist, and the ominous and Hongjun's ominous body would besiege him in the boundless ominous mist. If that was all, Han Fei was confident that he could still leave. However, the other party was clearly using the heavenly Tao they had already controlled to forcibly teleport the Sea of Stars. However, why did they teleport the Star River? How could it be possible to seal and suppress Han Fei and senior sister Shenlei in the chaotic Star Sea? But in the next moment, when this Star River reappeared in the Sea of Stars, the first thing Han Fei saw was the Path of No Return. Yes, when he saw the Path of No Return, Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He immediately understood the other party's purpose. These two guys wanted to exile him, senior sister Shenlei and the others, to the Path of No Return. No one could return from the Path of No Return. This was a law that no one could break in the chaotic Star Sea for several eras. Once he and senior sister Shenlei fell into this Path of No Return, the destruction of the sea realm would be inevitable. At this moment, Han Fei's mind became clear. Why did the other party want to gather the strong masters of the sea realm together? Why did these two ominous-level powerhouses personally take action with 4 peak-level dominator-level ominous creatures and more than 50 dominator-level ominous creatures? Hongjun's ominous body had already thought of a countermeasure. The other party was clearly trying to send them into the Path of No Return. It had always been the strong masters of the myriad races who led the ominous creatures to the Path of No Return. But why couldn't it be the ominous creatures who led the strong masters of the myriad races to the Path of No Return? Not only Han Fei, but Senior Brother Undead and the Master of Time also realized this. At this moment, Senior Brother Undead was helping Senior Sister Shenlei absorb the ominous matter with the black coffin. Although Senior Sister Shenlei didn't speak and was still resisting, she clearly realized what had happened. She was also using all her strength, trying to break through the seal of the ominous matter. Han Fei knew that in the battle among the strong, victory or defeat lay in the seconds. Senior Sister Shenlei might be able to break through the ominous matter soon, but they would be sent to the Path of No Return even sooner. He immediately understood that he couldn't just sit idle. Han Fei roared, and the 9-time rivers lined up. At this moment, he couldn't have too many scruples. He couldn't resist the 2 ominous level and 4 peak level dominators alone. He had to use the time division technique. However, as soon as the 9-time rivers appeared, Hongjun's ominous body snorted coldly. I know you have many means, but it's too late to use this technique now. Hongjun and the ominous both triggered the laws in the ominous mist at the same time and messed up the great Tao laws here. The law of time was one of the many laws after all. How could the law of time not be messed up? Immediately, the 9-time rivers behind Han Fei collapsed at the same time. In the end, he couldn't use the time division technique. Han Fei wasn't surprised about this. After all, these two were ominous level. Even without them, even if he faced the 4 peak level dominators alone, it would be difficult for him to use the time division technique. This was because he needed his original body to suppress the other party and not give the other party a chance to shake the law and the time river before he could complete the time division technique. As for peak-level dominators, they were actually in the same realm as him. As long as one of them couldn't be suppressed, the other party could interrupt the time-splitting technique in the same way. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but think of the Taoist realm above the Dominator realm. If he could reach that realm, he could give birth to his own great Tao and condense a law. That way, he wouldn't be restrained by this. Taking advantage of the moment when the two ominous-level ominous creatures attacked at the same time, Han Fei took the opportunity to try to kill the way to Senior Sister Shenlei's side. However, the 4 peak-level dominators wouldn't give him a chance to approach Senior Sister Shenlei. However, Han Fei had to rush over and help Senior Sister Shenlei get out of this predicament before he had a chance. Holding the demon purification pot, Han Fei bathed in the divine light of purification in his invincible body and rammed at it. However, this time, one of the 4 peak-level dominator ominous creatures actually approached the demon purification pot head-on. This scene stunned Han Fei, and then his heart turned cold. Under normal circumstances, a peak-level dominator-level ominous creature couldn't resist the demon purification pot at all. It would only take 10 seconds for the 10-vine demon purification pot to absorb a peak-level dominator-level ominous creature. This was a fundamental suppression. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no peak-level dominator-level ominous creature would be stupid enough to fight Han Fei in close combat. However, at this moment, 10 seconds was extremely important. The other party was clearly prepared to sacrifice themselves to hold back the demon purification pot and buy more than 10 seconds for the ominous and Hongjun's ominous bodies. Chapter 3651, Banishment, Path of No Return, 23651 Banishment, Path of No Return. 2 Therefore, after Han Fei understood what the other party meant, his heart turned cold. However, it was too late to stop now. Han Fei was attacking as fast as he could, and the other party was also courting death as fast as he could. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, the 10 vines pierced through this ominous creature at the peak of the dominator level. However, Han Fei couldn't be happy at all, because all of this was still part of their plan. At this moment, the ominous bodies of the ominous and Hongjun had already reacted. The 2 of them blocked Han Fei's way in unison. They knew Han Fei's intentions very well. Remove the ominous matter around Shenle so that she could continue to fight. However, it was a beautiful idea, but they couldn't let Han Fei realize it. Boom, boom, boom. Raging flames suddenly rose from the surface of the bodies of the 2 ominous-level ominous creatures at the same time, burning fiercely, but it was not dazzling. As the 2 of them attacked, wherever they attacked, the void would collapse, causing this world to wail, tremble, and twist. Han Fei counterattacked angrily. On the calabash, great Tao runes kept overflowing, turning into broadswords that slashed out. Unfortunately, even though Han Fei used all his combat power, his calabash body was still retreating and staggering like a tumbler. The divine vine lashed out, breaking the law and evil, but it was grabbed by the real ominous and crushed a part of it on the spot. If it weren't for the effect of the invincible body, this part would have been contaminated by the ominous substance. The 2 sides were fighting fiercely in the air, and Senior Brother Undead shouted in a low voice, "Time, guard Shenlei." Although he was not strong enough, Senior Brother Undead resolutely attacked. However, the black coffin was broken, and Senior Brother Undead hadn't reached the peak of the Dominator realm, so he was only slapped back billions of kilometers by Hongjun's ominous body. Wherever he passed, the void collapsed. Immediately afterward, Hongjun's ominous body said to one of his peak-level Dominator-level ominous subordinates, "Go and restrain the 3 of them." Tweeter Shenli erupted, and her chi and blood surged, forcibly charging at the ominous matter. However, this thing couldn't be broken at any time with all her strength. No matter how anxious Shenli was, it was useless. As for the Master of Time, he was not good at fighting in the first place. The power of the Time Temple was not in one-on-one battles, but in large-scale killing and guarding. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to set up the Time Sky Sealing Lock. He could revive ancient creatures, but even ancient creatures didn't have a peak-level dominator among them, so it was useless whether he revived ancient creatures or not. In this situation, although Senior Brother Undead tried his best to fight the peak-level dominator-level ominous, he couldn't enter Han Fei's battlefield. At this moment, Han Fei was forced to retreat step by step by the 2 ominous figures. Even his invincible body had dimmed. The invincible body was immune to both body and soul attacks and was not afraid of war, but when the power it carried exceeded its limit, it would be broken. If it was just one of them, Han Fei was confident that he could fight him without being defeated. However, at this moment, he felt helpless. Han Fei, even if you use all your strength, it's impossible for you to fight the 2 of us at the same time. This is the limit of this sea of stars. You'd better obediently seek a breakthrough on the path of no return, the ominous said in a cold tone. Cracking. Cracks appeared on Han Fei's calabash body, and the invincible body was already flashing, which meant that it couldn't hold on for long. Han Fei roared, "Even if I go, I'll take you 2 with me. Ha ha ha." Hongjun's ominous body raised his hand and turned into an ominous sword embryo. Black light devoured people, and then he slashed at the crack on Han Fei's calabash body. He said, "Do you think you can really keep me in check without opening the passage between the 2 worlds?" Now that things have come to this point, I'm not afraid to tell you that the creation jade plate is not indestructible. You can't protect either the chaotic star sea or the primordial star sea. You can't kill me or the ominous. Clank as the sword slashed at the calabash body, billions of cracks appeared in the surrounding void, like cracked glass. The ominous level attack was extremely sharp, almost pushing Han Fei to the edge of nowhere. Rumble. In the next moment, Han Fei turned into billions of lightning marks, outlined a boundless lightning net, and shouted, "I said that if you want to send me away, you'll have to come with me." Humph, with your own lightning technique, how long can you last? Two ominous-level ominous creatures rolled up an ominous tide at the same time, spreading from the distant Star River. The lightning technique could purify the ominous mist, and the ominous mist could also destroy the lightning technique. In the darkness, lightning intertwined and purified. Han Fei recited in his heart, "It's been 5 seconds. In another 5 seconds, the demon purification pot will completely swallow the peak-level dominator ominous." However, at this moment, in the boundless ominous mist, the remaining 2 peak-level dominator-level ominous creatures burned at the same time. A blood-colored altar appeared under them, and endless great Dao runes surged out of their bodies. Those great Dao runes were weaving into chains for unknown purposes. They were probably for sealing Han Fei. At the same time, the ominous body of Bu Sheng and Hongjun sprinkled out a large amount of ominous matter. Judging from its size, it was twice as big as those used on senior sister Shen Lei. If they were contained in the small bottle he had seen before, there might be dozens of bottles. How rich. Although Han Fei didn't know how useful these ominous things were to ominous creatures, they were definitely extremely precious. Chapter 3652, Banishment, Path of No Return, 3652 Banishment, Path of No Return, 3. After these 2 masses of ominous matter were thrown out, the demon purification pot was restrained, the invincible body was extremely unstable, and the 2 peak-level dominator-level ominous creatures were holding back their ultimate moves. Han Fei immediately knew that if he couldn't fight back, he would definitely be beaten into the Path of No Return. Han Fei shouted, "If you exile me, you will never be able to open the passage between the 2 worlds." Really? Hongjun's ominous body sneered. The ominous can still descend into the chaotic star sea after being trapped by the World Divine Mirror for many eras. Why do you think it's like this, the World Divine Mirror? Han Fei thought of the 3 treasures that the mysterious woman used to seal the ominous: the demon purification pot, the creation jade plate, and a broken mirror. It turned out to be called the World Divine Mirror. However, he had no time to think about this now, because Hongjun's ominous body's words made Han Fei realize that the ominous had a way to cross the seal of a treasure at the level of the demon purification pot. If he could cross the World Divine Mirror, he could cross the creation jade plate. In the past, Hongjun's ominous body couldn't get this because the real ominous didn't want to give it to him, and now the real ominous had no choice. If he couldn't take down the chaotic star sea this time, what awaited him was still endless war. However, with the help of Hongjun's ominous body, although he could only obtain the chaotic star sea, it was better than endless war. Otherwise, if he completely descended into the chaotic star sea and the myriad races thought of some way to deal with him, he might not even be able to obtain the chaotic star sea. Han Fei immediately understood that there must be something in the ominous's hand, or a certain method, that could break the seal of the World Divine Mirror and the creation jade plate. But if that was the case, he couldn't leave even more. If a high-level combatant like him left, what would happen to the Sea Realm? It was mainly Xia Xiaoshan, Yi Yi, Shimen Linglin, his parents, Zhang Xuanyu, and his senior brothers and sisters. If senior sister Shen Lei was exiled at the same time as him, the myriad races in the chaotic star sea and the infinite ocean would really be doomed. Han Fei's calabash body trembled violently. Is this the ultimate battle? No, I'm unwilling to give up. I've worked hard to grow and dare not be negligent. It wasn't easy for me to stand at the top of the sea of stars, at the same level as the sky. How can I not even protect the people I want to protect? Roar. Do you really think I don't have any trump cards? Come on, let's see if this ominous matter can corrode me. Buzz. The purple gold calabash that Han Fei transformed into suddenly became abnormally dazzling. The chaotic laws of the great Tao here were illuminated by this divine brilliance like a rain of light. Han Fei rushed into the ominous matter, which was completely beyond the expectations of the ominous and Hongjun. They didn't understand Han Fei's stupid behavior. Was he courting death? But in the next moment, the world trembled, and the light of the great Tao was dazzling. An overwhelming will resonated with the world. Explode takakaka, countless cracks appeared on the purple gold calabash. Its source power surged with a terrifying momentum. This didn't seem to be a terrifying divine might that could be activated with 49 pieces of Star River source power. Yes, Han Fei's final trump card was to detonate the Divine Vine, but this was not to detonate himself. On the Divine Vine, he had already finished absorbing the 6 heritage fruit. He had also comprehended the Taoless realm. He had also obtained the infinite power contained in the 6 heritage fruit. Only the Divine Vine itself was left, which contained infinite power. Han Fei had planned to swallow it slowly and wait for it to completely absorb the power of the divine vine before breaking out of the cocoon. However, the other party didn't give him a chance. He knew that if he didn't break out of the cocoon now, he might really not have a chance. Seeing this, the real Ominous's expression changed drastically. He suddenly pounced forward, and something suddenly appeared in his hand, as if he was holding a broken arm. As soon as this arm appeared, the ominous mist in the world almost instantly faded a lot. In the next moment, it turned into a big hand that covered the river of stars and slapped at Han Fei heavily. Rumble! A violent explosion swept across the starry sky. Han Fei detonated the divine vine that had given birth to the 6 lineage fruit twice in a row, this supreme treasure that had produced the 6 lineages. At this moment, the law storm was whistling, billions of brilliance were flashing, the world was collapsing, the star rivers was shattering, and the peak-level dominator-level ominous creature sucked in by the demon purification pot was destroyed on the spot, dissipating with the ominous matter. More than 90% of the 2 masses of ominous matter had been crushed and purified by this shocking power. Even the ominous matter that enveloped Shenlei was purified by nearly 50%. Hongjun's ominous body was shocked. This guy was even more difficult to deal with than Li Daoyi and the others. Although he didn't expect to blow Han Fei into the path of no return so easily, he didn't expect to pay such a huge price, sacrificing a peak-level dominator-level ominous in exchange for one of Han Fei's trump cards. In the center of the terrifying explosion, a figure exuding monstrous chi and blood stood proudly in the air. He jumped up, covered in cracks, and didn't care. At this moment, Han Fei stared at the arm in the real ominous hand. If this was just an ominous ultimate move, Han Fei wouldn't have cared. However, he detonated the divine vine and unleashed such a terrifying divine might, but it was blocked. He was indignant. Chapter 3653, Banishment, Path of No Return, 3653 Banishment, Path of No Return, 4. Yes, this explosion almost shattered this star river. Countless big stars exploded and turned into dust in the sea of stars. However, the altar formed by the 2 peak-level dominators was still there. The ominous bodies of the ominous and Hongjun weren't even shaken back much. All of this was thanks to the broken arm. This hand seemed to have been cut off by someone. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it was still filled with rich life power. At the cut, blood was still dripping. The appearance of the drop of blood shocked Han Fei. It was an ominous substance. As for the hand, it had been dripping with blood for a long time. It could be seen that the hand had the ability to regenerate and was still alive. Han Fei was shocked. What is this? This time, the real ominous said, "You won't know what it is even if I tell you. This vast sea of stars limits your vision. Don't you know that on the ultimate path, there should be no concerns?" Killy, in this violent storm of laws, in this collapsed star river, the 2 ominous-level ominous creatures attacked again, ruthless and domineering. Han Fei paid the price of the divine vine, but he was also seriously injured. At this moment, the law was chaotic. Even the law of life was very troublesome to guide. The 2 sides fought fiercely for dozens of seconds, but this time, the 2 ominous-level ominous creatures didn't use that arm again. Obviously, although that thing was powerful, it probably cost a lot to use it once. However, as long as Han Fei could be sent to the path of no return, it was worth it. For a moment, Han Fei's blood splashed across the sea, and his body was almost torn apart. In particular, the death of a peak-level dominator-level ominous creature was exchanged for the suicide charge of more than 50 dominator-level ominous creatures. Yes, these dominator-level ominous creatures charged at Han Fei desperately, letting the demon purification pot penetrate them. They didn't even wait for the demon purification pot to penetrate them, but took the initiative to crash into the demon purification pot. Although Han Fei was strong and the demon purification pot could restrain the ominous, it couldn't resist the suicidal charge of 2 ominous-level and so many dominator-level powerhouses. Tweeten. At this moment, a clear cry resounded throughout the world. Because Han Fei didn't hesitate to blow up the divine vine just now to purify part of the ominous matter that enveloped Senior Sister Shenlei, Senior Sister Shenlei finally broke through the shackles of the ominous matter. Little junior brother, hold on. Whoosh! Fiery flames burned the sky, and the collapsed great Tao here was burning. Endless chi and blood burst out of Senior Sister Shenlei's body. Wherever the blood and chi spread, killing intent was like fire, unstoppable. Hongjun's ominous body snorted coldly. I'll leave Shenle to you. The real ominous didn't say anything. Compared to Han Fei, he still felt that Shenle was easier to beat. After all, Shenle didn't master the law of life, the ridiculously strong art of invincibility, or a treasure like the demon purification pot. Of course, he also knew why Hongjun's ominous body chose to face Han Fei in person. He was just afraid that he wouldn't give that thing to him. In fact, the ominous knew that if he could really exile Han Fei with his own hands, he would never give the thing to Hongjun's ominous body. Therefore, even if Hongjun's ominous body had to take the risk, he had to take action himself. The ominous took action personally and instantly faced Shenlei. As soon as the 2 collided, they fought their way out of the turbulent Star River. Senior Sister Shenlei shouted with anger and dazzling chi and blood. She was confident that her killing Dao was unparalleled, but she didn't have Han Fei's great luck. Now that eldest senior brother had left, Shenla knew very well that she couldn't leave all the burden to her little junior brother. More than 8,000 years ago, she watched her little junior brother fall in front of her eyes. More than 8,000 years later, she didn't want that scene to happen again. However, even though Shenla tried his best, the ominous didn't take a step back. On Han Fei's side, because the real ominous had left, the pressure was greatly reduced. However, the two peak-level dominator-level ominous creatures that had been setting up a trap suddenly attacked. On the altar under the two of them, billions of chains intertwined in the void, and they turned into nothingness. In the next moment, the heavenly Tao couldn't be absorbed, and black thunderclouds gathered. Han Fei's heart trembled. Is this the sky transformation? Han Fei was a little horrified. He never expected that these two ominous creatures at the peak of the Dominator level would choose the sky transformation. It turned out that the ominous could also transform into the sky. In the next moment, Han Fei roared, "Not to mention whether you can succeed or not, even if these two people can transform into the heavenly Tao, can they definitely suppress me?" However, Hongjun's ominous body smiled contemptuously. "I don't need to suppress you for long. As long as I can suppress you for 1 second, it's enough." At that moment, Han Fei was horrified. Endless heavenly Tao chains descended from the sky. Although he could dodge these heavenly Tao chains with his amazing footwork, he couldn't dodge this world. The two peak-level, dominator-level ominous creatures dissipated at the same time, and Han Fei seemed to have instantly fallen into some quagmire. He was finally entangled by the heavenly Tao chains and couldn't move at all. Although senior sister Shenlei's chi and blood had already spread over, they dissipated as soon as they touched this world. This was no longer fighting the ominous. At this moment, they were all fighting the world. In an instant, the situation almost collapsed. Han Fei was imprisoned and had no way out. At this moment, Hongjun's ominous body shouted, "Ominous, give me the hand." And the ominous who was fighting senior sister Shenlei didn't hesitate at this moment. One of the two peak-level dominator-level ominous was his person, controlled by him, and controlled a large amount of ominous matter. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that Hongjun's ominous body would go back on its word. If Hongjun's ominous body really went back on its word, at such a close distance, he could also push Han Fei into the path of no return. Swishta. The ominous threw the arm Han Fei saw just now to Hongjun's ominous body. Seeing this, Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. Although he didn't know whose arm it was, he knew that this thing must not fall into the hands of Hongjun's ominous body. Steal, steal, steal. He activated the void stealing technique one after another. However, as soon as he activated it, Han Fei suffered 3 backlashes in a row and vomited 3 mouthfuls of essence blood. Hongjun's ominous body had already grabbed the arm and looked at Han Fei disdainfully. "You overestimate yourself. You don't know what this is at all." Bang. In the next moment, the heavenly Tao formed by the two peak-level dominators finally took the last step and took the trapped Han Fei onto the path of no return. Roar, Han Fei roared. He was unreconciled. He had just promised Han Chunye, Sha Shaoshan, and Jimin Linglin. How could he go back on his word? Collect. At that moment, a disc appeared in the sky from the endless void. Han Fei didn't know if this method would work. If the Divine Vine exploded, he would have no trump cards left. Therefore, at the moment the Divine Vine exploded, Han Fei hid the Creation Star Compass in the endless void, waiting to activate it. And this was the last moment. The Creation Star Compass swallowed the Star River. The real ominous immediately wanted to retreat. However, Hongjun's ominous body laughed. With one hand, he held the infinite power of the world to stop the ominous from escaping. With the other hand, he swept across the void with his broken arm, cutting off a section of the world that was about to be swallowed by the Creation Star Compass. Ha ha ha, Hongjun's ominous body laughed out loud. I already knew of the existence of the Creation Star Compass. Do you think I didn't know it? It's just that this idiot, the ominous, thought he was strong and underestimated these small tricks. Shenlei, I'm not very interested in your chaotic star sea, but I don't have the time to help you. Whether you can suppress the ominous depends on your own ability. At this moment, the ominous still had a trace of spiritual will that hadn't been completely swallowed. He roared, Han Fei, let go of the Creation Star Compass. At least I can help you destroy Hongjun's ominous body. At this moment, Han Fei had almost been dragged onto the path of no return. A misty water vapor almost covered him. Han Fei roared, we can't release the ominous, nor can we release Hongjun's ominous body. Immediately afterward, Han Fei condensed the last wisp of his spiritual will and left the last divine sound in front of the dam of the path of no return. The sound wave surged. Primordial chaos has no Tao. When the world was first created, all things were born and myriad Taos were born. If they don't enter the world, I'll be the Tao. This is the path to surpass dominators. In the next moment, Han Fei's figure was completely covered by the mist and disappeared on the path of no return. Chapter 3654, Great Tao Spiritual Body, 13654, Great Tao Spiritual Body, 1. On the path of no return, from the dam, the distant sky was enshrouded in multicolored light. and there seemed to be flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. But on the path of no return, Han Fei saw a boundless sea, where water vapor was steaming, furious waves were surging, and waves were rising and falling. As soon as Han Fei fell into it, he felt that the restraining power of the heavenly Tao on his body had loosened. The two peak-level Dominator, ominous creatures that sacrificed themselves and transformed into the heavenly Tao, turned into colorful light of the great Tao that filled the sky under the impact of the steaming water vapor here. Then, these great Taos began to collapse and melt. Whoosh! A wave of water vapor surged and swept away the ominous mist in one fell swoop. Han Fei was sucked into the wave with some ominous matter. At that moment, Han Fei felt the infinite great Tao slapping him. Laws filled the sky, impacting his body and breaking laws. What a terrifying wave. Han Fei hurriedly activated the invincible body because he discovered, to his shock, that this sea flowed with the great Tao and the waves undulated to form tides. The waves slapping here were laws, endless, the great Tao tide and the waves of laws. Every wave was like the power of a star river impacting. If one wasn't a Dominator, how could he dare to set foot here? A single wave would be enough to destroy a sea-quelling god. Even a Dominator probably couldn't cross far here. This was because Han Fei had already seen some broken ancient corpses precipitating in the sea of great Taos. These corpses looked like they had just died. Some had been pierced through, leaving mysterious holes on their bodies. Some had broken bones as if they had been whipped by a huge force, and some had broken bodies with claw marks all over their bodies. Is there a creature on this path of no return? Not all of these people were Dominators. In the primordial era, many people had actually embarked on the path of no return, but they didn't know the conditions to embark on this path at all. They had to be at least sea-quelling gods to stop here for a moment. However, it was obvious that many people just came here without knowing much about this place and then were swept into the sea by the great Tao tide, killed at the entrance by the waves of the law. However, they probably wouldn't kill each other because they might not even have a chance to fight here. Therefore, how these corpses were injured was still a mystery. This was just the first thing Han Fei saw when he fell on the path of no return. Activating the invincible body, Han Fei immediately turned around and looked in the direction he came from. If possible, he certainly wanted to go back. Although he was indeed curious about the path of no return, he was not in the mood now because there were still many people waiting for him. Han Fei looked back and found that the dam was still there, visible to the naked eye. He was excited and couldn't help but look forward to it. Although he couldn't return once he stepped on the path of no return, the dam was clearly there. He had just come in and was almost still on the shore. As long as he climbed up the dam, he had a chance to successfully return to the chaotic Star Sea. As for why the predecessors said that there was no way to return, it might be because the people who came in were either not strong enough and were slapped to death, or they pursued the supreme great Tao, went deep into the path of no return, and fell into an even more terrifying situation, so they couldn't return. As for him, he was a peak-level supreme Dominator. If he didn't go deeper, why couldn't he return? Han Fei stepped back on the road. However, before he took 2 steps, the great Tao tide that hit the dam surged back. Bang! Han Fei seemed to be baptized by infinite force. Not only did he fail to take a few steps forward, but he was also knocked back 7 or 8 steps by this terrifying force. Humph. I'm not afraid of the heavenly Tao or the myriad Taos. This wave is just a little stronger. What can it do to me? Kill, Han Fei roared and took dozens of steps forward with his hand as a knife. These dozens of steps were the limit of what Han Fei could do. In addition to the great Tao tide and the surging tide of laws, there was also endless mist above the sea. This mist seemed to be an extremely special power. Every wisp of water vapor seemed to be as heavy as a star. Therefore, if Han Fei wanted to go back, he had to first withstand the heavy pressure of the water vapor. But this was not a reason to stop Han Fei. Puff, puff, puff. The falling tide was cut in 3 places by Han Fei in a row. This scene gave Han Fei hope. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Han Fei slashed thousands of times, and along the way he saw corpses one after another. Obviously, many people immediately chose to go back after coming in. However, it was not easy to return. In the end, they died here. Han Fei was getting closer and closer to the dam, and his heart was even more excited. However, when he really stepped not far from the dam, he suddenly stopped. He couldn't see the chaotic Star Sea through the dam. Yes, the dam seemed to block his vision and all his perception. Han Fei pointed his hands and the Sword of Shattering suddenly shot out. But this time, it wasn't as smooth as before. When the sword hit the edge of the dam, fist light shot out of the dam one after another. Han Fei didn't know where the fist light came from, but it appeared just like that and stopped him from returning. I'm going home. Why are you stopping me? Han Fei no longer attacked from a distance. He immediately pounced forward and threw out thousands of fist lights in an instant. However, Han Fei's attempt to cross the dam seemed to have triggered some mysterious power. Chapter 3655, Great Tao, Spiritual Body, 23655, Great Tao Spiritual Body. 2 all kinds of attacks appeared from behind the dam. Fist light, sword chi, knife intent, axe marks, and claw marks were endless. Kill endless great Tao runes also appeared around Han Fei, turning into dazzling knife lights that collided with the power gushing out of the dam. Bang, bang, bang! The explosions were continuous, and the attacks of the two sides had almost filled this place. However, it wasn't like in the Sea of Stars here. In the chaotic Star Sea, or the primordial Star Sea, the collision of such extraordinary powers was enough to crush a star river. However, here it was just an ordinary explosion. After all the power dispersed, it only turned into the runes of the Great Tao and was sucked into the tide. Han Fei moved forward with difficulty under these obstacles. He was very close to the dam, only 1,000 steps away. But at this moment, he saw the Great Tao tide floating in the air and stopping, turning into a huge wave and tsunami. Fuck! Han Fei couldn't help but curse. Not only was there a Great Tao tide, but there was also such a Great Tao tsunami. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei roared and activated his invincible will to the extreme. At the same time, he summoned the creation mystic yellow tower and stood in front of him. Whoosh! The tsunami tide, the endless Great Tao, the surging laws, and the misty water vapor destroyed all the attacks that Han Fei had launched before. The powerful tide slapped at Han Fei ferociously, and the creation mystic yellow tower emitted sizzling sounds as light flashed on it. Crackabamoa. In the end, it only lasted for 8 seconds before the creation mystic yellow tower shattered, and the entire tower was broken in half. The creation mystic yellow tower collapsed, and the tsunami tide hit Han Fei. Han Fei retreated all the way. Only by constantly retreating could he digest this crazy tsunami. In just a moment, Han Fei retreated past his starting point and was pushed all the way to the depths of the path of no return by the tsunami tide. Crack. The invincible body was broken, and in the blink of an eye, countless fine cracks appeared on Han Fei's body. Fortunately, there was no shortage of law power here, so with a thought from Han Fei, the law of life kept repairing itself. Unfortunately, when the tsunami stopped, Han Fei was 7 or 8 times further away from the dam than before. Han Fei clenched his fist in anger and suddenly punched the flowing sea of the Great Tao, shattering the Great Tao under his feet, but in an instant, the sea returned to normal. Han Fei seemed to understand why he couldn't return from this path. It was because it was too difficult to return. Even though he had 49 pieces of Star River origin power, when facing the tsunami, he felt that he was facing an entire sea of stars. He felt lucky that he wasn't slapped to death on the spot. It was a pity that the creation mystic yellow tower, a top supreme nature treasure, collapsed on the path of no return. This was the first time Han Fei had seen a supreme nature treasure level treasure collapse so completely. In addition, Han Fei also made some other discoveries in this tsunami, which was that there were some unknown Great Taos and unknown laws here that Han Fei had never seen. Besides, there was something wrong with the steaming mist. Not only was it as heavy as a star, but it also seemed to be sharper than the infinity water that had reached the level of an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure. When the tsunami came just now, the first thing that rushed over was water vapor, which was extremely sharp. It was also one of the main forces to destroy the creation mystic yellow tower. At this moment, the law of life surged on Han Fei's body and divine brilliance spread. He wondered if he should try again. Perhaps there was only one tsunami of that level? This time, Han Fei was prepared. He left the remnants of the lightning technique along the way as a springboard for lightning jumping, so that he wouldn't have to use his supreme nature treasures. An hour later, bang! The tsunami wave came again. Thunder arcs flashed and jumped. When the tsunami came again, Han Fei was blasted back a little, but fortunately, he was safe. However, this also proved one thing. No matter how many times he went back, there would probably be such a powerful tsunami waiting for him. Han Fei made a clear judgment. A Dominator couldn't withstand the impact of such a tsunami at all, not to mention the Dominator realm. Even Han Fei, who had cultivated to the 3rd level of the Path of Invincibility and had a Supreme Nature treasure, had been blasted back. What would happen to other Dominator-level powerhouses could be imagined. No, I have to go back. Han Fei thought of something and immediately summoned the Green Jade Stone Bridge. What if he could return from the River of Laws? The more Han Fei thought about it, the more excited he became. However, when he walked to the Green Jade Stone Bridge, he couldn't enter the Path of Reincarnation. He just stood on the bridge. Han Fei tried to get off the bridge, but nothing changed. The Green Jade Stone Bridge seemed to have really become an ordinary bridge. Is it because I've left the chaotic Star Sea? Han Fei took a deep breath, was silent for a moment, and thought to himself, there's still time. I can accelerate time. Han Fei calmed himself down and began to think. He couldn't go up the dam. The Path of Reincarnation might not be within the range of the chaotic Star Sea and couldn't be connected to the River of Laws in the chaotic Star Sea. What else could he do? There was only one answer. Breaking through to the Taoless level was the only way for him to return to the chaotic Star Sea. However, even if he comprehended the Taoless realm, how could he make a breakthrough so easily? His time was limited now. Chapter 3656, 3656. Great Tao Spiritual Body, 33656. Great Tao Spiritual Body, 3366. Great Tao Spiritual Body, 33 Ominous had trapped the real Ominous. Now that the Creation Star Compass was in the hands of Senior Sister Shen Lei, he shouldn't have to worry about the Ominous coming out for at least a year. Previously, in the primordial era, the creation star compass had trapped the ominous, but it was broken after only 3 years. Now, after the creation star compass was broken and repaired, it was damaged again. It probably wouldn't last 3 years, but it would be good if it could trap the ominous for a year. However, a year was too short for Senior Sister Shenlei and the myriad races in the Sea Realm, unless Senior Sister Shenlei could immediately comprehend the way to advance above the Dominator level. But even if Senior Sister Shenlei comprehended it, she probably didn't have the time to make a breakthrough, because she had clearly told Senior Sister Shenlei that she couldn't let Hongjun's ominous body leave. This was because Hongjun's ominous body had obtained the mysterious severed arm. This thing was the agreement between Hongjun and the ominous. This thing would definitely be able to break the creation jade plate, just like how the ominous could use that thing to break the world divine mirror. Therefore, once Hongjun's ominous body left, the creation jade plate would definitely be broken through. Senior Sister Shenlei and the others wouldn't even be able to descend into the primordial star sea. And once the primordial star sea was really swallowed by Hongjun's ominous body, its strength would definitely be higher. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort to conquer a sea of stars? Once the primordial star sea fell, the chaotic star sea would definitely fall, and the real ominous who had lost the initiative would almost certainly die. At that time, Hongjun would swallow 2 pieces of the sea of stars and destroy the ominous original body, which would be the biggest winner. Therefore, no matter what Hongjun's ominous body said, he couldn't believe it. It was pure nonsense that he wasn't interested in the chaotic star sea. This was just his stalling plan. The only good thing was that the peak-level Dominator-level ominous subordinates of the real ominous and Hongjun's ominous body had almost been wiped out. Furthermore, these two people were shockingly similar. The real ominous controlled 4 peak-level Dominator-level ominous creatures which had been wiped out by Han Fei. Hongjun's ominous body also controlled 4 peak-level Dominator-level ominous creatures. 1 died in the primordial star sea, 1 died on the path of no return, and 1 transformed into the heavenly Tao and was dispersed by the great Tao tide. Therefore, the only powerhouses in the ominous at this moment were Hongjun's ominous body and one of his peak-level Dominator-level subordinates. As for whether he had more, Han Fei didn't know. Even if he did, there were still Senior Brother Undead and the Death God in the Sea Realm. It shouldn't be a problem to temporarily entangle them. Of course, the premise was that Senior Sister Shenlei could defend against Hongjun's ominous body. In fact, Han Fei wasn't optimistic about this. The ominous was unimaginably powerful. After fighting the real ominous for 5 days, Shenlei was forcibly trapped by the other party with the ominous matter. It wouldn't take long. As long as Senior Sister Shenlei was trapped for half an hour or a moment, Hongjun's ominous body could return to the primordial star sea easily. This was what Han Fei was most worried about. Although Senior Sister Shenlei had already suffered once, there were some things that even if she knew, she might not be able to avoid it. Just like when Han Fei was washed back by the tsunami once, could he say that he wouldn't be affected the second time? Therefore, the best way was for him to break through the bottleneck of the Dominator realm and enter the Taoless realm. He hadn't gone deep into the path of no return yet. There was still a chance. The only obstacle to his return was the dam. After careful consideration, Han Fei decided to set up time acceleration here and comprehend the Tao. In the misty water vapor above the surging waves, Han Fei sat cross-legged in midair, as steady as a rock. Even though the power of various great Taos impacted him again and again, he still couldn't shake it. However, less than half an hour after Han Fei sat cross-legged, an inexplicable threat struck his heart. With a bang, Han Fei turned into a lightning arc and jumped out, cracked a wing. Han Fei looked back, he found that a crab had appeared behind him. Its pincers were like the sharpest blades, and there were great Tao laws flowing on its body. Crab? How is it possible? Han Fei found it ridiculous. How could creatures be born on this path of no return? But in the next moment, Han Fei was surprised to find that this crab was not a real creature at all, but born with some kind of power, because they didn't have the river of life. No vitality. It's just an illusion. Swish the crab was as fast as the wind. In the tide of the great Tao, it seemed to enter an uninhabited place and was shockingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Han Fei and waved its huge pincers, as if it wanted to hammer Han Fei to death. Han Fei was not afraid at all. Facing the giant pincer, he punched out. Boom. The violent explosion crushed the surrounding great Taos and laws. Han Fei's face changed drastically. How is this possible? Isn't this fake? However, this real impact of power was too real. It didn't feel like an illusion at all. Furthermore, the power of this crab's hammer contained the power of annihilation, the Tao of destruction, and even a power seal. It was just a hammer, but it contained dozens of extremely rare and difficult to comprehend rules and laws. If it weren't for the fact that the crab's strength seemed to be a little weaker, Han Fei even felt that this blow might have hurt him, but Han Fei had no time to think. In the next moment, he was horrified again. This was because he saw with his own eyes that behind the crab, a great Tao tide rose, but it didn't cause any waves. Instead, a cyan flood dragon crawled out. Chapter 3657, Great Tao Spiritual Body, 43657, Great Tao Spiritual Body, 4365 Sorrel Body, 4. Not only the Cyan Flood Dragon, but Han Fei also saw countless bulging bumps. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Did they say that there was a strange creature in every bulging bump? Han Fei roared and held the blood sky blade in his hand. The knife light burst out and the surrounding void rumbled. With Han Fei as the center, the Great Tao collapsed, and Han Fei didn't let the Great Tao tide here hit his body again. Swish, swish when Han Fei moved like wind and thunder. In the next moment, he was already standing on the crab, and information had already appeared in his eyes. The nameless Great Tao Spiritual Body Introduction. Spiritual bodies evolved from Great Taos. They don't exist in themselves. It's the rules of the Great Tao that give them form. Great Tao spiritual bodies have no consciousness and no combat skills. They fight with the fundamental power of the rules or laws of the original Great Tao. Type, Great Tao Spirit Body A Realm, Sea Quelling God, a battle technique. None, collectible, none, unabsorbable, na-m. Fighting with a Great Tao, spiritual body can increase your comprehension of the origin Great Tao or the origin law. Origin Great Tao, origin law? Han Fei was speechless when he saw the information about the crab. No wonder he couldn't feel the vitality of this thing. It turned out that this thing was formed by the rules of the Great Tao. However, to Han Fei's shock, these Great Tao spiritual bodies all used the origin Great Tao, the Great Tao of origin and the law of origin. That was all the comprehension of this Tao. Ordinary people's Tao was enough for them to explore for a lifetime, and even so, they still couldn't fully show their Tao's power. But here, the Great Tao spiritual bodies were born with the origin Great Tao and the origin law. How terrifying was this? This power made a sea-quelling god-level Great Tao spiritual body almost injure him, but Han Fei failed to kill it with one blow. Puff the blood sky blade stabbed into the shell of the Great Tao crab and poured out power, annihilating the crab. However, infinite Great Tao spiritual bodies appeared in all directions, which made Han Fei's scalp tingle. Could the sea-quelling god really not kill a dominator? Not necessarily. If the sea-quelling god had an independent consciousness and mastered the origin Great Tao and the origin law, it was completely possible. For example, the 10 Yama kings could suppress a dominator together. For example, the master of the Time Palace could resist the power of a dominator. These people had all walked extremely far on their respective paths. Although they weren't dominators, they barely had the power to resist a dominator. When the number of sea-quelling gods of this level reached a certain number and attacked at the same time, not to mention ordinary dominators, they might even be able to kill peak-level dominators. After all, a peak-level dominator could only grasp 49 pieces of Star River origin power, and a sea-quelling god could actually barely grasp one piece of Star River origin power. If there were thousands of sea-quelling gods who had mastered the origin Great Tao and laws, they would probably be able to kill even peak-level dominators. Therefore, facing the countless Great Tao spiritual bodies, Han Fei was speechless. Would they give him time to cultivate and comprehend the Tao? Obviously not, but he had to find a way to survive their hands first. However, how should he survive in this vast sea of Great Taos? Either he could quickly return to the dam, or he could only run deeper into the path of no return. If he ran slowly, he might be killed by these Great Tao spiritual bodies. Han Fei gritted his teeth. At this moment, he understood why no one could return after embarking on the path of no return. On the way back, if one's strength didn't exceed the limit of the Dominator realm, he wouldn't be able to climb the dam after stepping into the Taoless realm. And if he couldn't climb the dam, so many Great Tao spiritual bodies would appear. Although they weren't conscious, there were too many of them. Therefore, those who came in could only run into the depths of the path of no return. If they were slow, they would be directly killed. However, the dense water vapor here was extremely powerful. Not everyone could run quickly here. Therefore, as soon as he stepped on the path of no return, he saw a pile of corpses. At this moment, Han Fei was facing the same situation as the others. He couldn't climb the dam, nor did he want to face these countless Great Tao spiritual bodies, so there was only one way for him. Go deeper, which was the only chance to survive. No matter how unwilling Han Fei was, he had no choice. He couldn't die. Only by living could he have a chance to return. And if he didn't want to die, he had to go deeper. At this moment, Han Fei made a choice. He would walk deeper and avoid the battle first. He had a chance. As long as he found a way to step into the Taoless realm, it would be an opportunity. Swish! 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 Immediately, Han Fei didn't stay any longer and accelerated towards the depths of the path of return. Of course, during this process, battles were inevitable. Bang! 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 Han Fei walked on the path of no return, full of danger along the way. From time to time, a Great Tao spiritual body would attack him. Han Fei didn't know how far he had gone. Anyway, in the endless battles, he was distracted by thinking about a way to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in Han Fei's vision in the distance. Here, perception was meaningless and could only be observed with the naked eye. Is that an island? Han Fei had a strange feeling, but then he was overjoyed. The path of no return was full of Great Taos. Why was there an island? What power and what matter could turn it into an island here? However, since it was an island, did it mean that there was a temporary habitat? After all, islands, like dams, could resist the Great Tao tide. In the vast sea of Great Taos, if you moved forward every day, there would always be unexpected situations. At this time, if there was an island, would you go? Han Fei rushed to the island without hesitation. Whether there was a more terrifying danger there or not, that was his only choice. After a while, Han Fei leaned forward and saw the cliff of the island. He also saw that under the cliff, 3 tides were converging because of the terrain. Han Fei saw with his own eyes that a great tide turned into a spiritual body, but it was no longer as simple as the sea-quelling god. Those are Dominator-level Great Tao spiritual bodies, 3. Chapter 3658 Breakthrough, above the Dominator level, 13658 Breakthrough, above the Dominator level, 1. Although Han Fei had been walking on the path of no return for a day, he hadn't walked far. With the mysterious majestic water vapor blocking him, he couldn't move fast. In other words, this island was very close to the dam. At this moment, the 3 Great Tao spiritual bodies all turned into flood dragons. After seeing Han Fei, they rushed at him at the same time. Han Fei had defeated countless sea-quelling god-level Great Tao spiritual bodies along the way, so he was naturally not afraid. Furthermore, Han Fei took the initiative to attack first. He flipped his palm and expelled the water vapor here. Laws gathered in Han Fei's palm, thunder and fire spread, and a huge force was condensing, dazzling. Roar, rumble. Han Fei's casual blow seemed simple, but it was actually extremely domineering. The power of his palm crushed the 3-headed flood dragon into the Great Tao wave. However, how could it be so simple? The 3 dragons raised their heads and spewed out the brilliance of the Great Tao. Among them, there were original strength techniques attacking, original lightning techniques interweaving, and original fire techniques burning. The 3 dragons worked together and broke the power of Han Fei's palm. Han Fei snorted. The strength of the 3 early-stage Dominator-level Great Tao spiritual bodies should be between 5 and 8 pieces of Star River origin power. But when they used their origin Great Taos or laws, they could even penetrate the power of him, a supreme dominator. This at least proved that skill was superior to brute force. Han Fei's fist light flashed and he instantly fought the 3 flood dragons. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't want to fight, but he felt that the existence of Great Tao spiritual bodies was a little strange. How did they condense the origin laws they had? Along the way, countless Great Tao spiritual bodies had unique Taos, which were all origin Taos. Although Han Fei knew that on the path of no return the tide of the Great Tao was surging, why was it that what was condensed was the origin Tao? If he could comprehend the origin Tao on the path of no return, even if he couldn't break through to the Dominator realm, he should be very strong. While Han Fei was thinking, he saw a figure appear on the island. Someone was looking over. Has anyone come? This person is very strong. He actually fought Dominator-level Great Tao spiritual bodies for so long. He's not just very strong, he hasn't used his full strength yet. Look, the 3 origin laws can't shake him at all. Instead, he's trying to condense these 3 origin laws. Han Fei was a little surprised and excited to see someone. This was because this could at least prove one thing, which was that one didn't have to die on this path. He might indeed be able to survive this path. Han Fei immediately lost interest in continuing to fight. He didn't know which era they were from. They should know the path of no return better. At the same time, this proved that the island on the path of no return could resist the Great Tao tide. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 punches were unparalleled, like 3 rivers of stars, and billions of stars were attacking. The 3 Great Tao spiritual bodies shattered. What? This person is actually so strong? He blew up 3 Dominator-level Great Tao spiritual bodies with 3 punches. Has the crisis in the chaotic star sea been resolved? Are the strong embarking on this path again? Buzz. Han Fei quickly landed on the island and came to the group of people in the next moment, looking at the 8 of them. Of the 2 powerhouses of the 6 lineages, one was from the strange beast lineage and the other was from the demon plant lineage. The rest were from other lineages. On the opposite side, someone was the first to speak. May I ask your name? Han Fei glanced at the 8 of them. They were all dominators, but their strength was neither high nor low. Their strength exceeded 10 pieces of Star River origin power, but the highest seemed to be no more than 20 pieces of Star River origin power. Han Fei nodded slightly. Human Emperor, Han Fei. Human Emperor? Someone was surprised. The human race has risen again? Someone asked in concern. How is it? Has the chaotic star sea been defended? Han Fei looked at the man. Do you know that the chaotic star sea is fighting? A woman said. More than 8,000 years ago, the Master of the Void descended here and brought us news. Oh? Han Fei's eyes glittered. Eldest senior brother? Where is he? Eldest senior brother? Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but look at Han Fei again. They didn't expect this person to also be from the Void Temple. However, it wasn't surprising. Perhaps only the strong masters of the 3 temples could guard the current chaotic star sea, right? Therefore, it seemed natural for the strong masters of the 3 temples to take the ominous to the path of no return. Someone said, the Master of the Void only stayed for a day, left some inheritances on the island, and left. Oh? Han Fei scanned around with his perception. At least, on this island, his perception hadn't been blocked by the Great Tao tide and laws. This island was only the size of an ordinary star, relatively small. Compared to this boundless sea of great douse, it was simply one of the stars. On the island, there was a dense, mysterious cave. There were thousands of caves, but each of them had a seal. Among them, some of the barriers outside the caves were surrounded by rays of light. On the rock walls outside every cave, there was some information about this inheritor. I, Yu Xing, from the demon plant race, cultivated on the dragon-subduing island for 12 million years. But in the end, I couldn't make any more progress when I obtained 23 pieces of Star River origin power. Therefore, I decided to go deeper into the path of no return. I specially left my entire life of cultivation insights for future generations to see and appraise. I, Lin Shumeng, the patriarch of the true Phoenix Fish clan, cultivated on the dragon-subduing island for 8 million years. In the end, I obtained 27 pieces of Star River origin power and couldn't make any more progress. Therefore, I decided to go deeper into the path of no return. I specially left my lifelong cultivation insights for future generations to take a look. Chapter 3659, Breakthrough, above the Dominator Level 2, 3659 Breakthrough, above the Dominator Level 2. Wang Yang, the descendant of the Beiming Heavenly Rock, cultivated on the dragon-subduing island for 17 million years and finally obtained 31 pieces of Star River origin power. Luo Huafeng, a member of the Big Demon Sunflower family, cultivated on the dragon-subduing island for 41 million years and finally obtained 43 pieces of Star River origin power. Seeing these records, Han Fei was shocked. Countless strong masters from ancient times who embarked on the path of no return had once come to the dragon-subduing island and cultivated here. When they couldn't improve anymore, they finally chose to embark on the journey. As for what they cultivated, Han Fei could understand. It was nothing more than comprehending more origin great Daos and origin laws to modify themselves. In fact, when he saw the great Dao spiritual bodies, Han Fei also had an urge, which was to slowly study the various great Daos here and improve the Dao techniques he had mastered to the origin realm. At that time, his strength would definitely soar. At that time, even those who were also peak-level dominators and had mastered many origin great Daos and laws were almost definitely stronger than those who hadn't mastered the origin great Dao. However, what Han Fei knew better was that he didn't have time. Most of these people who left behind the cave inheritance had stayed here for tens of millions of years. Even so, there were very few people who could step into the 49 pieces of Star River origin power. Among them, there were some caves that were quite extraordinary. For example, Han Fei saw an ancient cave with the words, "The First Supreme of Chaos was here for a visit." Another example was that there were only 4 words written outside a cave. "My name is Kang Tian." Another example was the words, "Li Daoyi passed by here outside the cave." Han Fei soon found a new cave. There was nothing written outside the cave, but there was a void enshrouded. Immediately, Han Fei understood that this was the cave left behind by eldest senior brother. However, Han Fei looked around again, but didn't find Teacher Prophet's inheritance. He thought to himself, does Teacher disdain leaving an inheritance? Han Fei came back to himself and then looked at these people. Fellow Taoists, I'm afraid I'm in a hurry and can't have a long chat with you. Let's talk after I finish reading these tens of thousands of inheritances, okay? Huh? Someone frowned. Fellow Taoist, you've already come to the path of no return. What's the rush? Han Fei looked back and said casually, I have to go back. Go back? They were all a little stunned for a moment, and then someone smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist, you should have seen the corpses along the way. You can come, but you can't return. So far, no one has ever embarked on the path of return. Someone shook his head. Fellow Taoist, we know that you are not weak and probably have more than 40 pieces of Star River origin power. But it's unlikely for you to return. After you read the records left behind by those people, you will find that even if you reach the peak of the Dominator realm, you still can't return. Han Fei's Dao heart was firm and unwavering. With a swish, he appeared in front of the tens of thousands of caves. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the barriers of the tens of thousands of caves were all opened. Well, the 8 people were all shocked. How terrifying was this power? Is he a peak-level dominator? It's very likely. Although it's not difficult to break these barriers, it's unbelievable that they can all be broken with a thought. That's right. It took us more than 8,000 years to break the void barrier left behind by the Master of the Void. I didn't expect it to be broken at this moment. As they spoke, the time river suddenly flowed out around Han Fei, and the entire space was covered by the law of time. The 8 of them looked at each other. Someone was puzzled. Aren't they strong masters from the Void Temple? How did they master the great Tao of time? More importantly, this time law is so terrifying. It accelerated this place by more than 1,000 times in an instant. Then, let's just watch. We haven't had the time to introduce ourselves. Someone said, this person is extremely powerful. He might not care who we are. However, so what? He can only go forward. I don't believe that he can return to the chaotic Star Sea. Those who could leave caves on the dragon-subduing island were all peerless heavenly talents of the myriad races in the past. Although most of them stopped at the Dominator realm, their lifetime insights were still precious. For a moment, countless divine techniques, countless paths, endless bumpy experiences, and endless storms of blood appeared from these insights. Han Fei paid special attention to the cave left by the First Supreme and the others. However, nothing was left in the cave of the First Supreme. Just like his message, he was just here. In the cave of Kung Tian, there was his understanding of the supreme technique. However, even if future generations could find out through this place, they wouldn't have this chance. So what if they knew the way to walk the supreme path? Ordinary people couldn't make it in the end. Immediately afterward, in Li Daoyi's cave, there was only a hairpin floating. At the end of the hairpin was a butterfly. There were no words or perceptions. It was just a butterfly hairpin. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Chen Lingsu gave him a butterfly hairpin, and Li Daoyi left a butterfly hairpin. It seemed that these two people were deeply in love. However, Han Fei didn't know why Li Daoyi left the butterfly hairpin. Had he put this relationship down? What was left in eldest senior brother's cave was a memory of the Tao of all living beings. What Han Fei saw was a void wandering in the sea of stars without a body. This void could swallow everything and became bigger and bigger until he swallowed a large area of primordial mist. As a result, this void gave birth to consciousness and even gradually turned into a human shape. Chapter 3660 Breakthrough above the Dominator level, 3660 Breakthrough above the Dominator level 3 in the body of Void, billions of stars and endless creatures were born. However, after Void turned into a human, he was still wandering. He felt that he should pursue something, but he didn't know what to do. Until one day, Teacher Prophet appeared, met him, and saw through his nature. She said, "You don't have a heart, so what you've been chasing is just your own heart." Eldest senior brother asked, "How should I find it?" The prophet pointed at the billions of creatures in his body and said, "You can treat them as your heart. They are you, and you are them." Therefore, eldest senior brother cut off all his consciousness, slumbering in the star rivers he nurtured, hiding in the hearts of the billions of creatures. Gradually, eldest senior brother witnessed the birth, growth, and destruction of living beings. He witnessed the various states of life, the entanglement of love and hate, the separation of life and death, and the cycle. Until the ominous appeared, corroded this void, and destroyed the creatures here. And this behavior woke up eldest senior brother who was dormant in the hearts of billions of creatures. When all living beings were destroyed, the great Tao was born. Therefore, eldest senior brother, who had suppressed the chaos for countless years, was born at this moment. From the moment he was born, eldest senior brother was all living beings, holding the Tao of all living beings and transforming into all living beings. And eldest senior brother was the only one who practiced the Tao of all living beings because of love, instead of giving up love and severing affection to practice the Tao of all living beings. Therefore, eldest senior brother was the only one who controlled the Tao of all living beings and still had emotions. After reading the short memory brand of eldest senior brother, Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath. All Taos had to be walked by suitable people. Eldest senior brother's path was almost impossible to replicate. This was because at the moment he cut off all his consciousness, eldest senior brother was actually equivalent to dying, or he had transformed into the will of the heavenly Tao at that moment. When Han Fei finished reading this memory, 12 words appeared in the cave. "It's the world, the heavenly Tao, all living beings, and myself." When he saw these 12 words, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. When he saw the last sentence, "It's myself," Han Fei knew that eldest senior brother had comprehended something. Perhaps, a long time ago, eldest senior brother had already comprehended it. However, he still needed to guard the sea realm, and only he knew how to become himself. However, eldest senior brother's path was not suitable for the creatures of all races. The conditions of this path were extremely harsh. First of all, you had to master the Tao of all living beings and be able to suppress the Tao of all living beings to prevent yourself from becoming ruthless. Only then could you be qualified to propose the path of finding yourself. Han Fei knew that this was the path left by eldest senior brother. He even left the path behind the Tao of all living beings. Unfortunately, this path didn't mean much to him. In addition to the caves opened by these top figures he knew, Han Fei was still searching and checking other people's insights. 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Most of these inheritances were the path of cultivation of the creators of these caves. In the end, they all came to the same destination without any particularly enlightening insights. Just as Han Fei was about to give up, he suddenly saw that in the last few caves explored, a guy with only 13 pieces of Star River origin power raised an interesting guess. "Since we've cultivated to this point, how can we not die? This is because of our Tao hearts. Our physical bodies will eventually decay, but our Tao hearts will last forever. Since my body can't return from the path of no return, I shall abandon my body, refine my soul, and use everything I have to transform into a supreme Tao seed until the flower blooms on the other side." Who is this person? How bold! Han Fei couldn't help but look at the words left behind. He learned that this person was actually a human powerhouse, but he didn't sign it. "Is this, teacher?" Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. His teacher had never said that he was very powerful, but all this time his teacher had always given people the feeling that he was a real wise man. Therefore, Han Fei didn't find the cave left by his teacher before because he instinctively felt that his teacher had at least 40 or even 49 pieces of Star River origin power. However, he had neglected one thing. As a teacher, he might not be stronger than his students. 13 pieces of Star River origin power were indeed not strong, even weaker than most people here. However, the insights he left in his cave shocked Han Fei greatly. Just as he said, he would use everything he had to transform into a supreme Tao seed. Who knew where this Tao seed would eventually be and where it would flow to? However, as long as his Tao heart was not destroyed, this Tao seed would eventually be revived and reappear somewhere, stunning the world. Of course, Han Fei was amazed by this idea, but this path was not suitable for him. What he wanted was to return to the chaotic Star Sea, not to bloom on the other side. However, he had gained something. Would he really die after using all his strength? After reading the comprehension of all the strong masters in a day, Han Fei stopped looking. From the moment he comprehended the Taolist realm, he had already opened a new door. The door was right in front of him. He just needed to enter it. The Taolist realm is definitely not the true Taolist realm, but a realm where I can derive my own great Tao. If my great Tao hasn't been derived, what am I? A Taolist body? No. Han Fei didn't dare to continue thinking. 3 years later, Han Fei calculated countless possibilities, but none of them worked. He had to go back to his original idea. Chapter 3661 Breakthrough, above the Dominator Level 4, 3661 Breakthrough, above the Dominator Level 4. It was very difficult to achieve the Taolist body. First of all, spiritual heritage was a problem. If he wanted to build a Taolist body, he had to destroy his dual spiritual heritages first. This was almost no different from suicide. It wasn't enough to destroy his 2 spiritual heritages. His supreme bones would probably collapse too. Then wouldn't his flesh and blood have to be rebuilt? In this case, he'd better let the creation jade plate completely reshape him. Han Fei thought carefully about the price this kind of behavior would bring him. If he went the wrong way, not only would he not be able to return to the chaotic Star Sea, but he might also die. Although he had comprehended death, God knew how long it would take for him to revive again. In a flash, 8 years had passed. Although less than 2 days had passed outside the law of time, Han Fei became anxious. Not to mention 2 days, even half an hour might be enough for something to happen in the chaotic Star Sea. What if Senior Sister Shen Le failed to stop Hongjun's ominous body? Han Fei estimated that Senior Sister Shen Le could only hold Hongjun's ominous body in check for 5 to 7 days. This was because if Hongjun's ominous body was determined to run, even if Senior Sister Shen Le wanted to stop him, it wouldn't be easy. With the power of the primordial Star Sea, it was impossible for it to resist the baptism of Hongjun's ominous body for a day. If he didn't hurry up, it would be too late even if he could return. I'll try it. Han Fei suddenly got up and the surrounding time loss suddenly dissipated. The 8 dominators were stunned to see Han Fei suddenly get up, wondering if he had finished reading it so quickly. However, in the next moment, Han Fei punched out a cave. He curled his finger and wrote in the air, permanently leaving the true meaning of the Taolist realm in the cave and branding it with a seal. Han Fei wrote outside the cave, "My name is Han Fei. I'll leave a way to surpass the Dominator realm for future generations to see." Han Fei's actions stunned the 8 dominators. A technique that surpassed the Dominator realm? Impossible. I don't believe it at all. He is powerful, but why? I've never heard of anyone surpassing the Dominator realm. I think we can take a look. I don't think a strong master at his level will brag. Someone said, "Why don't we just ask him?" Fellow Taoist, Tao. As soon as this person shouted, before he had the time to say anything, Han Fei had already arrived at the terrain where the 3 dragons of the dragon-subduing island converged. Swish. These people hurriedly followed him, only to see that Han Fei had already taken a step forward and returned to the Sea of Great Taos. At that moment, the surrounding waves of laws began to transform into spiritual bodies again. Han Fei had made up his mind. He bet that he might still have this chance to return to the chaotic Star Sea. If he lost the bet, he would walk ahead of Xia Xiaoshan and Jimin Linglin. After all, he didn't want to hear the bad news about them. Fellow Taoist Han Fei, what are you going to do? Han Fei glanced at them and then shouted, "My name is Han Fei. Today I'm on Dragon-Subduing Island. I want to break through the Dominator realm and reach the Taolist realm. Fellow Taoists, you can take this as a reference." What? Break through the Dominator realm? What realm is the Taolist realm? At this moment, on the Great Tao Sea, waves rose one after another, and Great Tao spiritual bodies were condensed. Even the 3 Dominator-level Great Tao spiritual bodies that Han Fei pierced through were condensing. Explode. Han Fei was breaking his spiritual heritage, but he wasn't courting death. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a pulseless body before. The first technique he cultivated, the indestructible body, was actually based on the pulseless body. This was created by Ren Tianfei in the past. It could be said to have pioneered body refinement. Therefore, destroying one's spiritual heritage didn't mean death. Besides, Han Fei also wanted to try the path behind the God-fiend body. One of his dual spiritual heritages carried power, and the other carried the soul. Although the two fused to give birth to a black hole vortex, this was not the true fusion. Therefore, he had once wondered if the dual spiritual heritages should be fused. However, he didn't have to worry about this problem now. Boom, boom. As the origin spiritual heritage and the eternal darkness. Spiritual heritage shattered. Han Fei drenched himself in blood in an instant. The first step is to have no spiritual heritage. Rumble. Even on the Sea of Great Douse, a strange phenomenon appeared, and a death knell began to wail. Multicolored light spewed out of Han Fei's body, accompanied by terrifying energy, instantly expelling the surrounding water vapor. As for Han Fei, his 7 orifices were bleeding, but his expression was unusually calm. There was no turning back. The golden cave born from the convergence of the two spiritual heritages had already trembled crazily. Han Fei thought to himself, the second step is to fuse the gods and devils and condense a divine persona, Tao seed. At that moment, the two shattered spiritual heritages were all sucked into the golden cave. At the same time, infinite energy was sucked in. Since he became a god, Han Fei hadn't condensed a divine persona because he didn't need it. But today, he wanted to give it a try. If he refined the golden cave as a divine persona and a Tao seed, he could temporarily stabilize its form. And the collapse of his dual spiritual heritages represented the collapse of his original great Tao. Although the law of life was powerful, if he wanted to go further, he had to put it down. First, it was dual spiritual heritages, then energy, and then the great Tao and laws. Everything was surging into the golden cave. Just as the powerhouse suspected to be Teacher Prophet said, use all his strength to transform into a supreme Tao seed and wait for the flower to bloom on the other side of the shore. But Han Fei didn't want the flower to bloom on the other side. He wanted the flower to bloom in the present. A terrifying energy burst out of Han Fei's body, which shocked the 8 people on the dragon-subduing island. What a terrifying power. Sure enough, this person is definitely a peak-level dominator. So strong. At that moment, Han Fei's body was like a huge black hole, from the passive swallowing at first to the active swallowing now. The newly condensed Great Tao spiritual bodies flew uncontrollably to Han Fei. When they flew into the air, they suddenly dispersed, turned into the origin Great Tao, and were also absorbed by the golden hole. At the same time, with a crack, Han Fei's supreme bones were broken. Cracker 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 groar. As the supreme bone cracked inch by inch, Han Fei felt excruciating pain. At first, he could still roar, but later, his flesh and blood were already melting, and the supreme bone had already shattered. Only his tenacious supreme will was still showing its power. In the eyes of the 8 people on the dragon-subduing island, Han Fei had completely turned into a golden hole, swallowing everything he could. The water vapor that was as heavy as stars, the endless Great Tao spiritual bodies, and the supreme Great Tao laws produced by the surging tide were all crazily swallowed by Han Fei. This was the Sea of Great Taos. There were infinite Great Taos and laws. The 8 people on the dragon-subduing island watched dumbfounded until more and more waves of Great Taos completely enveloped the black hole, turning it into a cocoon of origin Great Taos. Chapter 3662-3662, Return 1-4662, Return 1-4C62, Return 1, Can he succeed? On the dragon-subduing island, the 8 people looked at each other, shocked, nervous, and even a little excited. They had stayed here for too long and were in a dilemma. At this moment, if someone could step into the unknown domain above the Dominator realm, he might be able to lead them back to the chaotic Star Sea. He even led them across this land of no return. In short, it was better than being trapped on the dragon-subduing island. At this moment, Han Fei was solely supported by the black hole. The human powerhouse suspected to be his teacher had suggested using all one's strength to transform into a supreme Tao seed. Han Fei's current situation was basically the same. He had used all his strength to transform into this black hole. As for whether this black hole was called a divine persona, a Tao seed, or a black hole, it didn't matter. Anyway, the general meaning was the same. Infinite Great Taos were gathering, and the Supreme Will barely maintained itself. If there was no destruction, there would be no construction. Han Fei was crazy enough to abandon his original Great Tao, his dual spiritual heritage, and his supreme bones. Of course, he couldn't die. Unseal. Open. Dozens of terrifying seals suddenly appeared on Han Fei's body. This was the power of the 6th lineage fruit. He had long obtained it, but because he couldn't break through it, he had to seal it. Now, he needed to use this power to rebuild his true self. It was not easy to put everything down. Even for an ordinary person who had infinite wealth, it was extremely difficult for him to completely let go of his wealth in one go. Han Fei had obtained unparalleled divine power and had reached the strongest in the world. Han Fei had already seen through his own life and death, but he couldn't see through the lives of others, such as Xia Shaoshan, Shimen Linglin, and Han Chanyi. If Han Fei died, he would be reborn one day. But if the chaotic Star Sea fell and the people he cared about all died, so what if there was a path of reincarnation? If the chaotic Star Sea was gone, how could there be reincarnation? Therefore, Han Fei decided to go completely crazy. In the Great Tao Tide, the Great Tao cocoons were still intertwined. 6 hours later. On the dragon-subduing island, someone said, ordinary people can't withstand such a baptism of the Great Tao for a few seconds. This one lasted for 6 hours. Someone sighed. The Great Tao's spiritual bodies are still surging. Doesn't this mean that new Great Taos are pouring into the cocoon? Someone said with a trembling voice. We exhaust all our efforts to explore and control the Great Tao of origin, but I'm afraid what we've obtained is not as good as what this person has gained in a breathing. Alas, look, the Great Tao spiritual bodies are no longer attacking. At that moment, everyone saw that the Great Tao spiritual bodies that covered the Great Tao Sea gradually calmed down and turned into a Great Tao tide again, and the waves rose and fell. Another 12 hours passed. Cracks. Everyone saw cracks appear on the Great Tao cocoon. As he succeeded, he's still alive. Are we going to witness history? Bang. The Great Tao cocoon shattered, but no one was seen. There was only a spiral black hole still spinning. Where is he? Did he fail? How can that be? Didn't it go quite smoothly just now? How is it smooth? I knew it. How can anyone withstand the baptism of the Great Tao for hours? But what's with this black hole? They had never experienced such a scene before. They knew nothing about the realm above the Dominator realm. It was impossible for them to understand Han Fei's current state. Buzz buzz suh. Suddenly, some golden light spewed out of the black hole like a small mass of mist. Immediately afterward, an arm extended out of the black hole without any warning. On the dragon-subduing island, the 8 people immediately held their breath, not daring to miss it. 1 arm, 2 arms, they seemed to be pulling at the door frame, and a familiar figure slowly crawled out of the black hole. But this time, the Great Tao tide didn't turn into spiritual bodies again, as if it had completely ignored Han Fei. The moment Han Fei crawled out of the black hole behind him seemed to build a bridge with Han Fei's body. In the next moment, the black hole kept shrinking and finally seemed to freeze. It no longer vortexed but seemed to become a mark that disappeared into Han Fei's body. So that's it. Feeling this body, Han Fei put on a faint smile. When he crazily kept absorbing the origin Great Tao in the Great Tao tide, he suddenly understood. The Taoless body was not really Taoless, and the Taoless realm couldn't escape the Tao. The Tao was born with and without. At this moment, he was in an intermediate state. He was above all Taos but below the Taoless realm. Therefore, he hadn't completely reached the Taoless realm. The current realm should be called the realm with Tao. The current body could also be called the body with Tao, the 10,000 Tao body, the heavenly Tao body. No matter what it was called, it was a real Tao body. It was on a completely different level from the Tao body he had when he was at the immortal level. When he was at the immortal level, his body was called the Tao body as long as he comprehended a single Tao, and that Tao he comprehended was not the Tao of origin. That kind of Tao body could only be considered a beginner Tao body. As for the real Tao body, he didn't need to deliberately control a single great Tao. In his body, 10,000 Taos fused. It could be said that it carried 10,000 Taos and had also melted 10,000 Taos. The Tao body no longer distinguished 10,000 Taos. It was just a pure Tao. At this moment, he had achieved the realm with Tao before he achieved the Taoless realm. Although he didn't know the difference, he felt that there should be only one step between the two. Chapter 3663 Return. 23663 Return. 2. At this moment, with a thought from Han Fei, the law of life and the law of time burst out of his body. However, after Han Fei put down this thought, the two laws immediately disappeared. The Tao is born from temptation, and the Tao is destroyed by peace of mind? Interesting. As for strength, Han Fei didn't feel that it had changed much. He immediately looked at the demon purification pot, only to see information popping up in it. Owner, Han Fei level. Immortal Supreme Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. Number 1 Star River Source Power, 50 pieces. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish, God Slaying level. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow Dominator, Main Art, God Fiend Body, Immortal. Is that how this realm is called? Han Fei wasn't surprised. Both the realm with the Tao and the Taoless realm were concepts he came up with himself, and no one could verify them for him. However, at this moment, when he reached this realm, he saw the name of this realm. He understood what the immortal meant. All things and the world would eventually decay. Only the foundation of the Tao wouldn't decay and would exist forever. However, were there only 50 pieces of Star River source power? Han Fei was puzzled. Could it be that after breaking through to the immortal level, his strength only improved by 1 piece of Star River source power? Han Fei frowned. There was no mistake that a casual blow of his could produce 50 pieces of Star River source power. Different from when he was at the peak of the Dominator realm, at that time he could unleash 49 pieces of Star River source power at most, but it didn't mean that every blow could unleash 49 pieces of Star River source power. But now, in the immortal level, there was no need to deliberately attack. Even if he casually attacked, his power could reach 50 pieces of Star River source power. As for whether he could become stronger, the answer was no. Yes, after Han Fei discovered this, he immediately understood that the immortal realm should only be a transition realm above the Dominator realm. And above the immortal realm, the true Taoless realm was the key to a breakthrough in strength. Yes, at this moment, Han Fei was very sure that he hadn't reached the Taoless level, but had only reached the immortal level. He was really at the same level as the heavens, even slightly stronger. The number of grand development was 50, and he was now 50. He had only found one of the heavenly Tao escapes. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the 8 people on the dragon-subduing island who were flushed and excited. Seeing Han Fei's gaze, the 8 of them shouted, "Congratulations on becoming a dominator, fellow Taoist. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You've completed an unprecedented feat. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, xuanhuan." In the next moment, Han Fei appeared on the dragon-subduing island and smiled. "Thank you, fellow Taoists. I haven't mastered this realm yet. Therefore, I want to ask you to attack me at the same time." "Ah? Fellow Taoist, this isn't good, right?" "I won't fight back." Everyone thought to themselves, "You want to fight back?" They haven't even reached the peak of the Dominator realm. If Han Fei fights back, he might be able to kill all 8 of them with a slap. Seeing that Han Fei was going to test the power above the Dominator level, they didn't dare to be negligent. They weren't really afraid of hurting Han Fei because it was impossible. Among them, the strongest was only 23 pieces of Star River source power. Even if they used all their strength, they could only resist peak-level dominators a few times at most. Another moment later, they all unleashed their strongest attack methods. In the years on the dragon-subduing island, they had achieved something. They had already mastered a lot of the Origin Great Tao, and their strength couldn't really be looked at with a normal gaze. Although the superimposition of the Origin Great Tao couldn't give them the power of a peak-level dominator, their combined strength was enough to shake a peak-level dominator. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. A sky-penetrating divine finger pressed down from the void. A sword light soared into the sky, and its speed reached its peak. A fist light dazzled the world, and a secret technique was superimposed on Origin strength techniques. Demonic sounds vibrated and ripples surged. Surrounded by 8 people, Han Fei stood calmly. These 8 people also wanted to see how strong the so-called Dominator above realm was and if they could shake Han Fei. However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The power they punched out was melting. All kinds of great Taos and secret techniques dissipated before they were even qualified to approach Han Fei. Without the support of their great Taos, their strength was like rootless duckweed, unable to even break Han Fei's protective barrier. I see. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Although the power he controlled didn't increase much, there was one thing that was almost unsolvable. That was the mastery of the Tao. In short, I know all the Taos you know and all the ones you don't know. Your Tao can't hurt me, and your strength can't surpass mine. In this sea of stars, I am already invincible. The expressions of these 8 people changed drastically. How is it possible? The Origin Great Tao we mastered has melted. How can we fight then, fellow Taoist Han Fei, may I ask? Is this the inheritance you left on the dragon-subduing island? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes, however, don't try it before you reach the peak of the Dominator realm. A peak-level Dominator? They were excited just now and couldn't help but want to observe, but Han Fei's words chilled them. A peak-level dominator. How many peak-level dominators had there been in the chaotic Star Sea in all these eras? One attack from these people was enough. Han Fei had already understood the power of this realm. Although it was not the Taoless realm he wanted, Han Fei thought that it would be enough to help him return to the chaotic Star Sea. After a pause, Han Fei suddenly said, "Do you still want to continue on the path of no return?" Chapter 3664, 3664 Return, 33664 Return, 3 Instantly, the 8 of them shook their heads in unison. Fellow Taoist Han Fei, can you lead us back to the chaotic Star Sea? Han Fei thought for a moment. I don't know, but I can give it a try. Han Fei was really not sure. If his estimation was correct, the Great Tao Tide could no longer hurt him, or it wouldn't attack him at all. However, it was hard to say for the others. It would be fine if they returned to the dam, but he couldn't guarantee that they could board it. However, if he could take them back to the chaotic Star Sea, it could greatly increase the strength of the chaotic Star Sea. Although these people hadn't reached the peak of the Dominator realm, they had been on the dragon-subduing island for countless years. It wasn't easy for them to survive the Great Tao Tide. Besides, they had been cultivating in seclusion for so long and had mastered several Origin Great Taos. To put it bluntly, with the strength they had just shown, they might be able to stop 2 ominous creatures at the peak of the Dominator realm for years. Han Fei said, "In that case, there's no time to lose. The chaotic Star Sea is in great danger. I have to return quickly." They were overjoyed. In the chaotic Star Sea, even if they couldn't continue to improve their strength, so what? The Sea of Stars was so big. It would definitely be better than this remote and desolate dragon-subduing island. With that, Han Fei had already stepped out, and the 8 people from the dragon-subduing island followed closely behind. However, even if the Great Tao Tide here no longer attacked Han Fei, it would still attack the other 8. Therefore, the Great Tao Tide turned into spiritual bodies again. However, with a wave of Han Fei's hand, 7 or 8 Great Tao spiritual bodies dissipated on the spot. After all, they were not peak-level dominators. Before, they could barely stop Han Fei, but now, it was completely impossible. With Han Fei as their backer, they traveled smoothly and arrived at the dam in a moment. Sure enough, at the immortal level, I become stronger in all aspects. It took me a day to go from the dam to dragon-subduing island. Now, it only takes me 3/4 of an hour, and I'm taking 8 people with me. The difference is obvious. Faced with the dam, only the last Great Dao tsunami was the most terrifying. Han Fei's only problem was to take 8 people with him. He had to rely on his control of the Great Dao to take these 8 people through the Great Dao tsunami. At this moment, what they relied on was no longer strength, but Dao. They were nervous, and a man among them said, "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, we know that it's difficult to go back, and we once saw big waves drowning our companions. Will there still be such waves?" "Waves? Then you are indeed very far away. Stay within 10 feet of me, or I won't be able to protect you." They didn't dare to be negligent and quickly approached Han Fei. Han Fei, on the other hand, was not fast. The moment he tried to land on the dam, countless powerful techniques attacked him again. Fist light, knife light, sword chi, finger marks, arrow streams, palm prints, all kinds of destructive techniques poured down. Han Fei's eyes were firm. He could see all the techniques when they were 1,000 feet away from him, and these powers would collapse in an instant and transform into the Great Dao again. Behind Han Fei, the 8 people were horrified. This was the first time they had faced a dam head-on. The moment they saw so many terrifying powers descend, to be honest, their hearts turned cold. With such a terrifying power, even if the 8 of them worked together, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand 10 seconds before being killed on the spot. They wouldn't even have a chance to retreat. However, Han Fei could withstand the overwhelming divine techniques alone, which was completely beyond their understanding. However, Han Fei suddenly roared, "Everyone, be careful." Hualala, the terrifying Great Dao tide turned into huge waves and then into a tsunami. If Han Fei weren't here, these people would have felt despair. How can human strength stop it? It was no wonder that they had this illusion. When Han Fei faced this tsunami back then, he was also shocked. Just once, the creation mystic yellow tower collapsed, and his invincible body couldn't resist it at all. If he hadn't mastered the law of life, that wave would definitely have seriously injured him. Bang! The furious waves surged and the tsunami pounced. The monstrous tide drowned Han Fei and the others in an instant. In front of Han Fei, countless Great Daos were impacting and collapsing. And Han Fei's resistance range fell from 1,000 feet to 10 feet. Han Fei didn't say anything. Under such power, the Star River source power was useless. All he could do was to wait and shatter this charging Great Dao with all his heart. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, the tsunami still didn't stop. Han Fei immediately realized that he had to go forward. "Everyone, follow me." Han Fei raised his hands flat. In front of him, Dao techniques were invincible. The tsunami flowed around him. The whistling sound resounded in his ears, but just the Dao sound that seeped in had already made the 7 orifices of the 8 people behind Han Fei bleed. Even their bodies cracked to varying degrees. How can this Great Dao tsunami last so long? It's as if this wave can't pass at all. Not good, fellow Taoist Han Fei. We don't seem to be able to carry such Dao sounds. Han Fei frowned. Hold on a little longer. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, after Han Fei took 30 steps in the tsunami of the Great Dao, the flesh and blood of the 8 people behind him melted to varying degrees. Chapter 3665, 3665, Return 4, 3665, Return 4, 3665, Return 4. Han Fei said, "Even if your flesh and blood dissipate or even your bones melt, as long as your will is not destroyed and your divine persona exists, once we reach the chaotic star sea, I can revive you." Han Fei didn't have to take these people back. He just wanted to see if he could lead them back to the chaotic star sea. Whether he could or not made a great difference. He had a feeling that he would come back eventually. At that time, would he return alone or leave with his men? Although he didn't know, it was necessary to try now. Even if he failed several times, it would be worth it if he could bring these people back to the dragon-subduing island. After Han Fei took 37 steps in a row, there were only 8 shining bones left behind him. After Han Fei took 42 steps, someone's dominator bone shattered. Fortunately, the divine persona was still there. After Han Fei took 49 steps, 2 more dominator bones shattered, leaving only divine personas. And Han Fei seemed to have discovered something. The road of the dam had a total of 50 steps, which secretly conformed to the heavenly Dao. Open, crack, buzz. After Han Fei took 50 steps, everything was calm in front of him. He looked back and found that he was standing on the dam again. However, there were only 2 people behind him who could barely maintain the dominator bones, and their bones were already full of cracks. "Are we back? I'm finally back. I didn't expect Nanfeng Liu Jie, to return one day." The 2 of them were so excited that they had completely forgotten their current state and appearance. If their bodies were still there, they would probably be in tears. Even Han Fei was overjoyed. He had returned. He had broken the rule that he couldn't go back. At this moment, except for the 2 skeletons, they had all turned into divine personas. With a thought from Han Fei, the law of life swept across the 2 people and the 6 divine personas. Although Han Fei could bring them back, it would take a certain amount of time and resources to revive them. It could be seen that even if he exceeded the dominator realm, it would be very difficult for him to bring them back from the path of no return. And these 8 people were all dominator-level powerhouses, old monsters who had lived for countless years. If it were an ordinary dominator, he might have been directly annihilated by the Tao sounds of the tsunami. While healing these people's bodies, Han Fei looked at the sky and felt that the will of the world entered his heart. He felt that he seemed to be able to feel the entire chaotic star sea with a thought. However, his expression immediately turned ugly. Is it too late? It's only 4 days. Han Fei said that because he didn't see senior sister Shenlei and senior brother Undead here. Han Fei didn't need to guess where senior sister Shenlei and senior brother Undead went. They must be in the primordial star sea, but he didn't know how they got there. Besides, judging from the current situation of the sea realm, it was completely different from a few days ago. The current battle was almost white hot. A few days ago, the sea realm was still protected by the chaotic sea of fire. But now, the chaotic ice domain and the chaotic thunder domain erupted at the same time. The death god was fighting fiercely to stop a peak-level dominator-level ominous. As for the others, there were more than 300 dominator-level ominous creatures guiding the ominous mist to corrode the 2 divine realms of the sea realm. On the periphery, the shattered star sea had already been in a mess. In the past few days, there had been scenes of large stars falling non-stop. However, this spectacle was not a good thing. Instead, a large number of stars in the shattered star sea had been pierced through and blasted down. The dense, ominous army, billions of them, was pressing forward step by step. If it weren't for the fact that there were many undead creatures in the Immortal Temple, these creatures might have surrounded the sea realm. At this moment, countless Dominator-level ominous creatures were attacking the Guardian Divine Realm while shouting, trying to quell the army of the myriad races. A Dominator ominous creature shouted, "Let go. You will die in the end." No one in the entire chaotic star sea can save the myriad races. Human Emperor Han Fei has been trapped on the path of no return. The strongest person in the Void Temple, Shen Lei, has been suppressed by our master. The Master of Time of the Time Temple has also been suppressed by our master. Your struggle is meaningless. The Immortal Temple can't last long. It's just the Divine Realms. When Master returns, even if all the Divine Realms of the Sea Realm are opened, you guys won't be a match for Master. What's wrong with becoming ominous? You will coexist with the heavens and earth when you become ominous. Such shouts kept ringing. Their only purpose might be to shake the morale of the army. On the battlefield, the strong masters of the myriad races naturally didn't believe these ominous creatures' nonsense. However, the other party repeated it over and over again. Not to mention the countless creatures living in the sea realm, even the brave ones couldn't help but feel a little pessimistic at this moment. And these negative aspects were one of the sources of ominous power. Someone sighed. Are we going to die in the end? Someone heaved a long sigh. I thought that the human emperor would be able to kill the ominous after he returned, but in the end, I'm afraid he's still no match for the ominous. It's indeed been a long time since I saw the strongest powerhouses of the Void Temple. I didn't see them the moment the chaotic sea of fire was broken through. Are they really suppressed? That's bullshit. A bunch of useless people who scare themselves. The war is still going on. We can still fight. Beside Han Chanyi, Zhang Panpan and the others responded angrily while fighting fiercely. Someone sneered. I'm telling the truth. If Human Emperor and the others were still here, why aren't they here at this moment? You said we're scaring ourselves? Don't think we don't know that the shattered star sea is about to fall. The Immortal Temple is about to lose to the ominous. Chapter 3666-3666 Return 53666 Return 53666 Return 5 Han Chanyi shouted angrily. Anyway, the Human Emperor will definitely return. He promised me that himself. Promise you personally. Who do you think you are? How can a figure like the Human Emperor know you? Besides, with the Human Emperor's character, if he could return, he would have come back long ago. Toot, Han Chanyi was about to flare up when a deafening horn suddenly sounded in the sky above the 5 divine realms of the Sea Realm. Countless people's expressions changed when they heard that. Not good. It's the ominous charge horn. The ominous tide is coming. In the next moment, a divine voice spread throughout the Sea Realm. The outer domain of the Central Sea Divine Realm is about to welcome an ominous tide. Everyone, take relevant defensive measures. It's best if you find secret realm caves, defense spiritual treasures, cultivation caves, and so on, to temporarily stay in. In the next moment, the voice sounded again. Order, all cultivators above the Monarch Realm come through the teleportation arrays of the 5 divine realms. Buzz. In the Free City, the settlement of the human race, and now the center of the Central Sea Divine Realm, thousands of barrier arrays appeared in the city. These were all arrays set up by the founders of the Free City. The residents of the city were a little panicked. Someone exclaimed, "It's only been 3 days. 3 days ago, the ominous tide launched and broke through the chaotic sea of fire. A shocking power fell on the Divine Capital Dynasty. It said that even the dynasty array of the Divine Capital Dynasty was destroyed. Just the aftershock killed billions of people." Someone's face turned pale. How can it be so fast? In just 3 days, why is there a second ominous tide? Someone panicked. It's over. We're itinerant cultivators and haven't joined any sects. Can the protective barrier of the Free City withstand it? At this moment, in the city, a voice sounded from the direction of the Thug Academy. In the face of crisis, all creatures of the myriad races should suffer together. The Thug Academy can open the gate of the Academy and provide shelter for everyone. Hualala, in the place where the Thug Academy was, a huge tree that towered into the sky soared thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. The Thug Academy is honorable, as expected of the strongest academy of the human race. A place that can give birth to a figure like the human emperor is indeed extraordinary. It's not something some small sects can compare to. Let's go quickly. That divine tree looks majestic and extraordinary. It must be an extraordinary super barrier. In the Free City, countless people saw this and ran away. At the same time, the major sects and forces in the city followed closely behind. The Divine Capital Dynasty can offer shelter for you. The Phoenix Divine Race can offer shelter for you. The East Sword Pavilion can offer shelter for you. While everyone was preparing, Lei Heng, Feng Yu, and the others had already arrived in the Central Sea Divine Realm. They had no choice. Their manpower was limited. In recent days, the ominous army seemed to be on drugs and attacked crazily, not caring how many ominous creatures were sacrificed. It could be said that the chaotic sea of fire was forcibly extinguished by the ominous army with their own bodies. Now only 3 days had passed and the ominous tide came again. Don't forget, there were still more than 300 Dominator-level ominous creatures outside the sea realm. As a result, almost all the powerhouses who had stepped into the Dominator realm were restrained and couldn't come over. They could only rely on the Divine Realm itself to resist them. They summoned Lei Heng and Feng Yu back under great pressure. Even Senior Brother Six God was not free, because the insect army was large and needed someone to control it. Only Lei Heng was extremely fast. He could turn into a vast sea of lightning alone and barely guard this place. As for Feng Yu, after 10,000 years of cultivation and battle, she finally followed closely behind and advanced to the sea-quelling god level. At this moment, summoning her to support was also a special form of protection for her. This was because compared to fighting the ominous tide attacking the Central Sea Divine Realm, the other battles outside were equally terrifying. Swish, swish to Han Chanyi's eyes lit up when she saw Lei Heng and Feng Yu. Uncle Lei Heng, Aunt Feng Yu, seeing Han Chanyi rush over, Lei Heng felt a headache, but he said with a smile, "Yi, have you been guarding here?" Han Chanyi said, "Yes. Pan Pan, Xiao Xiao, and I have been outside the Central Sea Divine Realm. However, you are too busy. I haven't seen you at all these days. By the way, Uncle Lei Heng, how is my father now?" "Well," Lei Heng said solemnly, "Yi, your father is fighting. As you know, his enemies are stronger than ours." Han Chanyi was immediately relieved, and her eyes were filled with surprise and joy. "Those Dominator-level ominous creatures said that my father was trapped on the path of no return and couldn't return. They must be lying, right?" Lei Heng's heart sank. In fact, Shenlei had already told them about what happened to Han Fei, but how should he tell Han Chanyi about this? Not long after he said that, Senior Sister Shenlei and Senior Brother Undead disappeared together. He couldn't even contact them with the void mark. Feng Yu snorted and said, Yi, don't listen to the ominous's nonsense. Your father is only fighting the ominous on the path of no return. You should know that the eldest senior brother of the Void Temple has been fighting the ominous for 1,000 years, right? At their level, it's difficult for them to die even if they want to. Besides, your father is the human emperor. How can he abandon the human race and enter the path of no return with the ominous? I knew it. Han Chanyi was furious. I knew that those Dominator-level ominous creatures were very bad. They're all liars. Feng Yu said, It's good that you know. Okay, Yi, the ominous tide is about to come. Your Uncle Lei Heng and I are going to enter the chaotic ice domain first. Remember, don't approach it. Don't forcibly block the aftershock. Okay, Aunt Feng Yu, in the chaotic ice domain, Lei Heng sighed. Little junior sister, are we going to keep this a secret forever? Feng Yu said. Senior brother, we don't know how many days the sea realm can exist. We have to give Yi something to look forward to. At that time, if the sea realm is annihilated, it doesn't matter if we keep it a secret to her or not. Chapter 3667, Calming the Chaos, 13667, Calming the Chaos, 1 outside the sea realm, it was covered by ice. Further out, the shattered star sea stretched out. The shattered star sea itself couldn't resist the ominous army, but there were a large number of undead creatures and creatures of the myriad races in the shattered star sea, which was why it had been in a stalemate with the ominous. However, this persistence had lasted for too long. After several eras, although the Immortal Temple had accumulated countless undead creatures, the ominous had also been dormant for several eras, producing more and more ominous creatures. At this moment, in the outer domain of the Central Sea Divine Realm, a passage was rushed out of the shattered star sea with a bang. Immediately afterward, countless ominous creatures smashed into the chaotic ice domain like raindrops. They were so fast that they arrived in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, millions of ominous creatures rushed into the chaotic ice domain. Ka-ka-ka-I. However, the moment these ominous creatures entered the chaotic ice domain, they were instantly frozen into ice and then exploded, only exploding into an ominous mist. However, the ominous mist was quickly enveloped by the extremely cold power of the chaotic ice domain and then purified by the power of the chaotic ice domain. And purifying this ominous creature, the extreme cold power in the chaotic ice domain would also dissipate a little bit. Although it was almost imperceptible, this was only one ominous creature. When hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions, or even tens of billions of ominous creatures launched this kind of suicide charge at the same time, it would be different. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of ominous creatures were annihilated by the chaotic ice domain, but the layers of ice were also slightly damaged. Another moment later, 1 million, 10 million, more and more ominous creatures rushed forward fearlessly. It was as if it had suddenly rained on a snowy land. The raindrops were very subtle, but every drop of rain could melt some ice and snow. After about an hour, a gap was chiseled open in the chaotic ice domain. Although the chaotic ice domain had the ability to repair itself, it was difficult to quickly heal this huge gap that was chiseled through by the ominous. At this moment, Lei Heng and Feng Yu finally took action. Rumble. Hula, the lightning domain, the sea of fire, and the extreme cold intertwined, forcibly blocking this gap. After all, 2 sea-quelling gods had taken action, and Lei Heng was an extremely powerful sea-quelling god who controlled the lightning domain. Therefore, to the ominous, Lei Heng was almost equivalent to a dominator. However, the ominous creatures were not stupid. They certainly couldn't just let Lei Heng and Feng Yu block the ominous tide that they had spent so much effort to create. Therefore, the moment Lei Heng and Feng Yu attacked, 12 dominator-level ominous creatures immediately rushed over along with the ominous tide. Seeing this, Lei Heng immediately shouted, "Little junior sister, attack." Upon hearing this, an ice-blue divine bead immediately appeared in Feng Yu's hand. This was the divine bead that controlled the chaotic ice domain. As soon as this bead appeared, it could mobilize the power of the chaotic ice domain. In the blink of an eye, the power of the chaotic ice domain quickly gathered and filled the gap, and the 12 dominator-level ominous creatures were still charging. A dominator shouted ominously, "Do you know why only 12 of us came? Because the current chaotic ice domain is different from the previous one. The current chaotic ice domain has exhausted too much power." Puff, puff, puff. For a moment, the power of the 12 dominators was suppressed by more than 50% by the chaotic ice domain, but they didn't care. At the same time, a tremendous amount of extremely cold airflow began to spread out from the chaotic ice domain, trying to sweep away these 12 dominator-level ominous creatures. However, dominator-level ominous creatures were not to be trifled with. The surging ominous mist of these 12 people worked together and barely blocked the invasion of this wave of extremely cold air. However, as a variable, Lei Heng attacked consecutively. Endless lightning and fire burned in the gap at the same time. Besides, Lei Heng also turned into the thunder god Dharma idol and began to attack. 20 minutes. Half an hour passed. 2 hours. After fighting for more than 6 hours, the gap in this chaotic ice domain was broken through by the ominous tide 3 times in a row. However, only 3 dominator-level ominous creatures had been purified by the extreme cold power of the chaotic ice domain. The other 9 had suffered varying degrees of damage, but they were basically intact. Crack. Feng Yu's expression suddenly changed drastically. Senior brother Lei Heng, the chaotic ice domain is not very efficient at killing dominators. Feng Yu had tried her best, but the chaotic ice domain wasn't specifically targeted at dominator-level ominous creatures in the first place. Furthermore, in the primordial era, the chaotic ice domain and the chaotic sea of fire had all been activated. At that time, a chaotic sea of fire could burn the primordial era, and a lightning domain could stop the endless ominous for thousands of years. The chaotic ice domain was mainly a defensive divine domain, famous for being easy to defend but difficult to attack. Therefore, even if the chaotic ice domain could kill a dominator-level ominous creature, there was still a limit. Lei Heng said, "There's nothing we can do, but it's easy to defend but difficult to attack. Let's cooperate and hold on first." 8 hours later. Even though the dominator-level ominous creatures were heavily injured under the suppression of the chaotic ice domain, Lei Heng was only a sea-quelling god after all. Although his strength was invincible, he was still lacking in the realm. Even if he used all his strength, he could only kill 1 dominator-level ominous creature with the help of the chaotic ice domain. However, there were still 8 of the 12 dominator-level ominous creatures left. Chapter 3668, 3668, Calming, the Chaos 2, 3668. Calming the Chaos 2, 3668. Calming the Chaos 2, however, Lei Heng and Feng Yu couldn't fight anymore. This was because in the end, he and Feng Yu were just keeping the ominous in check. What really killed these dominators was the chaotic ice domain. At this moment, the chaotic ice domain had been dug open countless times. The biggest characteristic of the ominous tide was that it was endless. Lei Heng and Feng Yu were both a little weak at this moment. There were too many enemies and they were too strong. If this went on, the ominous could eventually penetrate the chaotic ice domain. Once the chaotic ice domain was penetrated, the sea realm was also in danger. Feng Yu asked, Senior Brother Lei Heng, should we ask for reinforcements? No. Lei Heng shouted in a low voice, their side is much more miserable than ours. All the dominators are there. As many as 100 dominator-level ominous creatures have participated. Countless god-slaying level powerhouses have been involved. If it weren't for the chaotic thunder domain continuously resisting the impact, their side should have long been defeated. Feng Yu asked, then what should we do, unless we detonate the divine realm? Lei Heng panted heavily. Of course not. The reason why the dominator-level ominous haven't all been deployed is that they are afraid that we will do something with the divine realm itself. Otherwise, if hundreds of dominator-level ominous attack together, no matter how strong the divine realm is, it won't be able to resist them. Rumble, knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, great Dao cracks stretched across the sea of stars, and the heavenly Dao death knell sounded one after another. This meant that a top powerhouse of the human race had died. Lei Heng's expression changed. It's the death of a dominator. Feng Yu's expression changed drastically. What? Has it reached this point? In the chaotic ice domain, a dominator said ominously, someone has died, which means that the other side is completely restrained. It's about time. Let's begin. As he spoke, the 8 dominator-level ominous creatures that were fighting fiercely in the chaotic ice domain retreated at the same time and retreated from the chaotic ice domain. Huh? Retreat? Why? Feng Yu said. Something seems to be wrong. The ominous has already sacrificed so much. It definitely won't give up for no reason. Sure enough, in the next moment, the overwhelming ominous creatures attacked the gap of the chaotic ice domain again. At the same time, another channel appeared in the Shattered Star Sea, but this time, it wasn't the ominous creatures pouring down. From the Shattered Star Sea, from the endless ominous mist, a black ship was extremely huge. Compared to it, the stars were only worthy of being a light on the hull. At the front of the hull was the skull of an unknown creature, like some kind of single-horned star-giant beast. This hull was pushed forward by a massive amount of ominous mist, heading straight for Lei Heng and Feng Yu. Shoot at Lei Heng cursed, is this a ship? Feng Yu opened her mouth. Well, it's ramming over. Senior Brother, retreat Lei Heng and Feng Yu immediately retreated. Both of them were a little stunned. This ship was going to hit the sea realm? At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, 5th Senior Brother, the Old Dragon God, and the other strong masters were all restrained here. There were nearly 100 Dominator-level ominous creatures here. They were tied down here and couldn't help Lei Heng and the others at all. At this moment, 5th Senior Brother immediately shouted in a low voice, not good. That's the ominous ice-breaking ship. That's why the chaotic ice domain didn't make any contributions in the primordial era. We've been tricked. This is an ominous scheme. The other party deliberately used hundreds of dominators and a large number of god-slaying level powerhouses to hold us here. In fact, they're attacking the chaotic ice domain at the same time. If we leave, this battle line will collapse, and some dominator-level ominous will have a chance to forcibly cross the chaotic thunder domain. If we don't go to support the chaotic ice domain, the other party only needs to send a small number of strong masters to attack the chaotic ice domain. Once something happens in the chaotic ice domain, Lei Heng and Feng Yu won't be able to resist it. Our last resort is to detonate the divine realms to quell this war. Therefore, the ominous is forcing us to detonate the 2 divine realms at once. Senior Brother Azure Dragon's expression was ugly. Such a huge ice-breaking ship. The other party has invested a lot. The ancient dragon god shouted, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was such a thing? 5th Senior Brother said, the ominous's attacks these days are too fast, and this thing has only appeared once in history and has been used up. I didn't know there was a second ship. Now I suspect that this ship was very likely built by the ominous itself. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Is the ominous crazy? If these 2 divine realms really explode, I'm afraid there are only a handful of people who can escape. And the nearly 100 Dominator-level ominous creatures that came to restrain us will probably be wiped out. If Han Fei were here, he would understand the ominous behavior very well. In order to descend into the chaotic star sea, he had personally seen the ominous sacrifice 1,023 Dominator-level ominous creatures. Therefore, what was the big deal of sacrificing hundreds of Dominator-level ominous creatures? In short, this was because the myriad races were desperately outnumbered by the ominous. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although Han Fei had almost killed all the other party's peak-level dominators, there was still one who wasn't dead. And this was the biggest problem. At this moment, anyone above the god-slaying level could feel that something was wrong in the chaotic ice domain. In the chaotic thunder domain, Sha Shan shouted, Fatty, Zhang Xuanhu, I'm going to the chaotic ice domain. You stay here. Zhang Xuanhu immediately spat. I'm going too. Pan Pan and Yi Yi are both in the chaotic ice domain. Chapter 3669. Calming the Chaos 33669. Calming the Chaos 33669. Calming the Chaos 33669. Renquang said, if you 2 go, how can I stay here? Xuanhuan and xuanhuan deliberately left Han Chanyi and the others in the chaotic ice domain. Because the attack of the chaotic thunder domain was too ferocious, almost all the strong masters of the myriad races and all their supreme nature treasures were still no match for it, and the chaotic ice domain was easy to defend but difficult to attack. After the chaotic fire domain was easily destroyed by the ominous, in just 2 days, the power of the chaotic thunder domain was weakened by the suicidal charge of countless ominous creatures. In just a few days, more than 500 strong masters of the myriad races had died. If it weren't for the high-end combat power of the chaotic thunder domain and the time temple, all the strong masters of the myriad races would have been killed. Although there were still many dominators on the ominous side, some of them were restrained by the death god, and some reserved their strength and didn't attack. The reason why they reserved their strength was that they were afraid that the myriad races would detonate their divine domains and wipe out all the ominous powerhouses at once. Furthermore, they seemed to know that there were other divine domains behind the chaotic ice domain and the chaotic thunder domain, so it was clearly impossible for them to release all the dominator-level ominous powerhouses at once. Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others' defense of the chaotic ice domain was so simple, and they only sent Lei Heng and Shen Lei over purely because the chaotic ice domain was easier to defend than the chaotic thunder domain and could repair itself. In their opinion, it was actually more difficult to break the chaotic ice domain. However, who could have expected that the ominous had a way to break through the chaotic ice domain? Puff, a cross-shaped light knife, instantly cut through the 3 god-slaying level ominous creatures besieging Xuanhuan. The flames of purification burned and purified the 3 god-slaying level ominous creatures in the blink of an eye. Jimin Linglin held 2 knives in her hands and stood proudly. It's useless even if you go. I'll go. Xuanhuan took a deep look at Jimin Linglin and gritted her teeth. I'll leave Yi Yi and the others to you. Take them back to the Sea Realm. Xuanhuan was not stupid. The 3 of them were only at the god-slaying level. Even if they went to the chaotic ice domain, they could only die with Han Chanyi and the others. But Jimin Linglin was different. She had mastered the 6 divine time techniques, and her combat power was almost comparable to that of a dominator. If she used the time sky sealing lock, she might be able to protect Han Chanyi and the others. Boom. As soon as Xuanhuan said so, Jimin Linglin had already disappeared. It was also at this moment that the black ice-breaking ship hit the chaotic ice domain in one fell swoop. With countless cracking sounds, the chaotic ice domain was naturally shattered. However, because of the obstruction of the chaotic ice domain, the entire hull of the ominous giant ship was pushed by infinite power. At first, it broke through the ice in the chaotic ice domain, and the billions of years of extreme cold and freezing failed to stop it. At the same time, a large amount of ominous mist spewed out of the hull, as if it was not afraid of the law of extreme cold. Lightning tide shakes the world. Phoenix feather cover the sun. Lei Heng and Feng Yu both erupted, but the surging lightning tide was broken under the ice-breaking ship and couldn't even withstand a second. Instead, Lei Heng was seriously injured and sent flying back. Feng Yu's feather shot across the sky, but it was instantly bent by the ice-breaking ship, bent to the extreme and shattered. Puff Feng Yu's blood splashed across the sky, and then she followed in Lei Heng's footsteps. However, although Lei Heng and Feng Yu failed to stop the ice-breaking ship, the chaotic ice domain was ranked among the 7 divine realms and had once suppressed the wasteland of the East Sea divine realm, so its reputation was not unearned. This ice-breaking ship struggled to move halfway through the chaotic ice domain before it was stuck in the chaotic ice domain, unable to move. Seeing this, Lei Heng and Feng Yu were relieved. Feng Yu pointed at the ice-breaking ship and shouted angrily, "Bastard ship, keep being arrogant if you have what it takes." However, in the next second, a tremendous amount of ominous mist spewed out of the huge ship at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it spread out, as if it was about to fill the holes in the chaotic ice domain. Lei Heng was lost for words. "Little junior sister, there are only 2 of us. Don't provoke them." Feng Yu was also dumbfounded. "Well, I'm just saying." At this moment, the huge black ship trembled, the law here was no longer stable, and the law of extreme cold seemed to have been challenged. Lei Heng and Feng Yu looked at each other and immediately shouted, "Run, rumble." In the blink of an eye, a violent explosion blasted a huge hole in the chaotic ice domain. The moment the rumbling shook, Han Yi and the others, who were closest to the chaotic ice domain, were already prepared. However, the impact of this power was too strong. The nearly 100 gods in the lead roared at the same time and tried their best to block this energy impact. Swish, swish-ta. At that moment, everyone saw 2 shadows falling from the sky of the Sea of Stars. A divine phoenix had lost nearly half of its feathers, one of its wings was broken, and 3 circles of flames revolved around its body. At this moment, it was also full of cracks. The other was a bronze cauldron with thunder rumbling inside. The bronze cauldron was also full of cracks. Knock, knock, with 2 consecutive bangs, something smashed into the seal barrier formed by hundreds of gods. Puff, puff, puff! For a moment, nearly half of the gods vomited blood. However, not only that, there was also a terrifying energy impacting down from the chaotic ice domain. This energy contained many great Tao laws and was mixed with a large amount of Star River source power. Under such a violent force, the seal barrier of hundreds of gods immediately couldn't withstand it. Chapter 367. Calming. The Chaos 4 367. Calming the Chaos 4. With continuous cracking sounds, the sealing barrier was instantly full of cracks. Everyone, hold on. Someone shouted and spared no effort to unleash his full strength. However, even so, it only lasted for less than 3 seconds before the barrier shattered with a bang. Fortunately, Lei Heng had recovered in time. He held a bronze cauldron in his hand and burst out boundless lightning, blocking the terrifying energy impact. Immediately afterward, Feng Yu had recovered and hurriedly followed him. At this moment, she said in shock, "This power is too strong. Not only did it penetrate the chaotic ice domain, but it also shattered the 100-god sky-locking array. In the end, you still had to use a supreme nature treasure to resist it," Lei Heng said. "That should be an attack condensed after the ominous aura was infinitely compressed. Its purpose is to penetrate the chaotic ice domain. Now that the chaotic ice domain has been penetrated, the ominous won't give us a chance to fight back. It seems that we can only use the chaotic sand sea. Buzz www Buzz www Axe domain has been penetrated. The ominous creatures crawled out of the cracks of the chaotic ice domain." "Oh no." Feng Yu immediately shouted, "Everyone, retreat to the second line of defense." In the plans of the strong masters of the Sea Realm, the chaotic sand sea and the world tree were the last barriers of the Sea Realm. Once it involved the use of the chaotic sand sea, it meant that the enemy was almost unstoppable. Swish, swish, swish. However, the Dominator-level Ominous wouldn't give the strong masters of the myriad races a chance to escape. In an environment that wasn't the chaotic ice domain, they only needed one person to keep Lei Heng and Feng Yu in check. And there were 8 of them here, so it was almost impossible to leave at this moment. Previously, no one had expected the Ominous to break through the chaotic ice domain so quickly. In theory, even in the face of such a terrifying ominous tide, the chaotic ice domain could last for many years. It was impossible for it to be broken through in a moment. But now, the myriad races seemed to have completely underestimated the ominous power and the number of ominous creatures. The moment the chaotic ice domain was penetrated, the sky above the entire sea realm rumbled, and a strange color seemed to appear between the heavens and earth, like rolling thunder, scaring countless people. Countless people looked up at the sky in horror and anxiety. Will the ominous really invade the sea realm? What should we do? So the strong masters of the myriad races can't resist the ominous in the end? Hold on. Some were afraid, some were desperate, some were hoping fervently, some were praying, some were cheering for their superiors, and some were thinking about what they should do if they only had one day left. At this moment, ordinary people were confused and lucky, because they had never seen a real enemy, nor did they know what they would face in the next moment. At this moment, Lei Heng, Feng Yu, and the strong masters of the myriad races guarding under the chaotic ice domain were in despair. The ominous had never been merciful. If they were given a chance, they would corrode everyone present, no matter who you were or what your identity was. Therefore, the moment those Dominator-level ominous creatures appeared, they immediately launched a fierce attack on all the strong masters of the myriad races. The billowing ominous mist covered the sky and swept over. At that moment, Lei Heng and Feng Yu both knew that they had nowhere to run, and Lei Heng roared, "Chaotic sand bang!" Suddenly, before Lei Heng finished shouting, a time tide surged here, and a time-sealing skylock condensed. The ominous mist was temporarily blocked. Lei Heng was overjoyed. He thought that reinforcements had arrived, but there was only a valiant woman. "Huh? Sister-in-law? Only you here?" Feng Yu was speechless. "Are you crazy?" "Zeman Linglin, this is a dire situation. Why did you come here?" Feng Yu, on the other hand, looked at Han Chunyi, who was guarding the rear of the army. Their eyes met for only a moment before Zeman Linglin retracted her gaze and said indifferently, "The chaotic ice domain can still be saved." "Huh?" In the next moment, Zeman Linglin pushed the huge hole in the chaotic ice domain and said solemnly, "Because I still have a void." Swishta, a void power, was slapped out of Zeman Linglin's palm. The void encompassed darkness and swallowed. The ominous mist that was about to extend was swept away by this invisible and strange power. Seeing this, the 8 Dominator-level ominous creatures suddenly retreated, looking as if they wished they had 8 legs. Lei Heng laughed. "Great! If you have the ability, keep being arrogant. How can you break my eldest senior brother's void power? Today, you'll have to fill it with at least 1 star river of ominous mist." Outside the current sea realm, in a star river, how many ominous creatures were there? No one expected that Zeman Linglin still had the power of the void in her hand. Before eldest senior brother left, he left some for senior sister Shen Lei and senior brother Undead. However, in the endless battles, this consumable void power had long been used up. After all, this thing was only for temporary life-saving purposes, and eldest senior brother couldn't give Zeman Linglan much. Giving her a piece actually consumed a portion of his strength. Therefore, as soon as the power of the void appeared, Lei Heng and Shen Lei both heaved a long sigh of relief. However, after this void appeared, the 8 Dominator-level ominous creatures only retreated to the crack of the chaotic ice domain before stopping and not continuing to escape. The power of the void didn't spread as fast as imagined, just like in the Creation Star Compass, so there was still time for them to react. This behavior of the ominous stunned Zeman Linglan and the others. Are you looking for death? Lei Heng was still puzzled. However, among the 8 of them, a Dominator-level ominous walked out and said calmly, "Sure enough, you still have some trump cards. What a pity. I originally wanted to use them on the chaotic sand sea, but now I have to use them on you." The ominous hand took out a small bottle. He opened the bottle without hesitation and sneered. "If it's just a piece of void, half a bottle is enough. The extra, welcome to joining us, ha ha ha, clatter." As the bottle was poured out, a large amount of ominous matter quickly disappeared into the void, and the void power that Zeman Linglan punched out suddenly stopped and began to disintegrate on the spot. Feng Wu glared at Lei Heng. "You jinx, what you said has come true." Run, however, the ominous matter was at the peak of the Dominator level. Even Shen Lei couldn't stop an ominous creature from swallowing the ominous matter. Now, how could Lei Heng and the others escape the spreading speed of the ominous matter? Zeman Linglan disappeared in an instant, grabbed Han Chanyi, and was about to run towards the sea realm. But even someone as strong as Zeman Linglan wasn't a Dominator yet, so her speed wasn't that fast. As soon as she came to Han Chanyi, she was caught up and contaminated by the ominous matter. Feng Yu and Lei Heng were also contaminated. Obviously, the ominous matter targeted people too. After all, this thing was conscious. At this moment, the moment he was contaminated by the ominous matter, Lei Heng had already taken out the divine bead that represented the chaotic sand sea, but his speed was still a little slow. Damn it, Lei Heng cursed and was about to release the chaotic sand sea, but in the next second, the chaotic sand sea didn't appear. Lei Heng, Zeman Linglan, Feng Yu, and even the Dominator-level ominous were all stunned. However, Lei Heng immediately roared, "Fuck, where is my chaotic sand sea? Puff, puff, puff." As soon as Lei Heng said so, 3 green vines suddenly drilled out of Lei Heng, Zeman Linglan, and Feng Yu's bodies. As for the ominous matter, it had already dispersed, preparing to infect everyone here. However, they suddenly stopped here as if someone had pressed a pause. Immediately afterward, a gentle voice sounded here. "Senior brother, you'd better keep the chaotic sand sea." Han Chanyi felt that the voice was right beside her ears. She suddenly turned around, only to see Han Fei standing beside her with a smile. "Dad?" Han Chanyi's eyes widened with joy. The situation here was changing rapidly. A moment ago, she thought she was going to die. How could she have expected Han Fei to appear beside her at this moment? Han Fei rubbed Han Chanyi's head and then looked at Zeman Linglan. "Does it hurt?" Zeman Linglan's lips curled into a rare, warm smile. "Yes. Alas, that's a serious problem." Chapter 3671, The 4th level of the Path of Invincibility, Mastering the Chaos 13671. The 4th level of the Path of Invincibility, Mastering the Chaos 1. Impossible. The 8 ominous creatures were all shocked. "You've already been trapped on the path of no return. How can you still return?" Even Lei Heng and Feng Yu were extremely shocked and surprised. Senior sister Shen Lei saw with her own eyes that little junior brother was dragged into the path of no return. How could it be fake? These words puzzled Zeman Linglan and Han Chanyi. Earlier, the ominous said that Han Fei fell onto the path of no return, which could be said to be shaking the morale of the army. But now, Han Fei had already appeared. Why did they still say that? Although Han Chanyi knew that the path of no return was terrifying, she had never seen it. However, unlike Han Chanyi, Zeman Linglan had seen the path of no return. Others didn't know the path of no return, but she knew it. She couldn't help but look at Han Fei with lingering fear. If this was true, did it mean that they would almost never see each other again? Han Fei smiled. "Why can I come back? Do I have to tell you? Die." At that moment, the 8 Dominator-level ominous creatures immediately turned around and wanted to run. Come on, how could they shake Han Fei? They were not stupid. Of course they had to run. However, their bodies seemed to be frozen, as if even that space and that world were imprisoned. All laws were no longer under their control, and their bodies seemed to be clasped by billions of threads. Han Fei waved his hand, and a knife light appeared out of thin air. With puffs, it instantly pierced through the 8 Dominator-level ominous creatures. Then, the world-cleansing fire burned in their bodies, and the large amount of spewing ominous mist was purified as soon as it dissipated. This move stunned everyone here. They knew that Han Fei was very strong, but this was the first time many people had witnessed him being so strong. Feng Yu looked at Han Fei in shock. "Is this so casual?" Lei Heng sighed. "As expected of the only guy who has embarked on the supreme path in the past 2 eras. He's ridiculously strong." At this moment, the demon purification vine had already been pulled out of the bodies of the 3 of them, and the ominous matter had all been absorbed. And the ominous matter frozen in the void was also quickly absorbed by the demon purification vine. Immediately, countless strong masters here came back to their senses. Human Emperor is invincible. Human Emperor, let's kill a way out. Human Emperor, we are willing to fight side by side with you. Roar, it's time to counterattack. Everyone was excited. He could kill 8 Dominator-level ominous creatures with a flip of his hand. How powerful was this? And these 8 Dominator-level ominous creatures could have killed all of them. Suddenly, Lei Heng's face changed. Little junior brother, go help senior brother Azure Dragon and 5th senior brother. Han Fei nodded slightly. No rush. Wait for me to break through this ominous tide. The ominous tide that was rushing over didn't expect Han Fei to appear. Even if they did, they wouldn't stop, because most of them had no consciousness and only knew how to charge. At this moment, the opening of the chaotic ice domain was densely packed with ominous creatures that were about to rush in. Like a black pillar of light, it shot through the chaotic ice domain from the shattered star sea. Han Fei raised his hand, and with a bang, another part of the chaotic ice domain shattered, stunning everyone. The cave that the ominous spent a lot of strength to drill out was even weaker than Han Fei's raise of his hand. Ka. Those extremely cold ice bodies were shattering, turning into thin cones. In the blink of an eye, they changed into billions. Swish, 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 swish. Billions of ice cones were blooming with divine brilliance, surging up like a rain of light. The ferocious, ominous tide was annihilating at a visible speed. In less than half a second, the ominous creatures in the extreme ice domain were wiped out, and the chaotic ice domain immediately began to repair itself. Swish, swish, Han Fei teleported, and in the next moment, they appeared above the chaotic ice domain. Therefore, they saw the billions of ice cones shoot into the shattered star sea like a pillar of light. Wherever they passed, no ominous creatures could survive. The sea realm was only so big. The chaotic thunder domain naturally knew what happened in the chaotic ice domain. Sensing Han Fei's appearance, everyone was relieved. Senior brother Azure Dragon shouted, "Okay everyone, hold on a little longer. We're about to win a big victory." Seeing Han Fei attack, the ancient dragon god immediately laughed. "We'll win. We'll definitely win this battle." Xuanhuan clutched her chest and felt relieved. Zhang Xuanyu and Lei Renquang both heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Xuanyu said, "The ominous was so confident just now, I even suspected that Fei Fei had really fallen onto that path of no return." Lei Renquang said, "Me too. It's said that there are 2 ominous existences above the Dominator level, but none of them appeared for many days in a row. I suspected that Fei Fei led one of them into the path of no return." Xuanhuan smiled and said casually, "We grew up together anyway. Do you have so little confidence in him?" Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. "I wonder who has been on tenterhooks these past few days." Lei Renquang nodded. "Someone even asked us if we should go to the path of no return." Tesk. Immediately, Xuanhuan blushed. "I didn't." Different from the reaction of the myriad races, the Dominator-level ominous creatures were all shocked. How can Han Fei return? Impossible. He had clearly fallen onto the path of no return. Chapter 3672, the 4th level of the Path of Invincibility, Mastering the Chaos 2 3672, the 4th level of the Path of Invincibility, Mastering the Chaos 2. Was our master deceived? What should we do now? Retreat. Retreat first. When our master returns, it won't be too late to destroy the myriad races. A Dominator-level ominous immediately retreated. However, a white stream of fire suddenly blotted out the sky and rolled over. At the same time, in the void, a hand appeared in the air. Disaster-flowing fire. Swish, 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 swish. Then, 9 balls of white fire instantly surrounded the fleeing Dominator ominous. As the flames rose, the Dominator ominous had no chance to escape at all. It was covered by the white fire, burned and purified into ashes in the blink of an eye. Is this the great Tao of white fire? It was once one of the strongest Taos in the Age of Gods. It was created by Nanfeng Liuzhou. Someone quickly explained the origin of this fire. But then someone said, however, it's said that Nanfeng Liuzhou has embarked on the path of no return. At the same time, a broken broadsword, half of which was a broadsword and the other half a great Tao, slashed down. It was dazzling like a line in the sky, impossible to dodge. Immediately afterward, a Dominator-level ominous was cut in half by the broadsword. Before it could recover, the great Tao on the broadsword light burned and drowned the Dominator-level ominous. He cut off vitality with one slash and severed the great Tao with another, its broken blade, Lu Tian. This person was a peerless powerhouse from 30 million years ago. He was once known as the person most likely to suppress an era. Countless people saw a group of 8 people lined up, blocking the way of nearly 100 Dominator-level ominous creatures. Get lost. A Dominator-level ominous creature roared and turned into a boundless mist, as if it wanted to directly envelop the 8 people above. However, in the next second, the boundless mist was instantly cut into hundreds of thousands of pieces. When he looked again, the void was full of silver threads, which seemed to be sharp enough to cut everything. Li Yue, the Silk Lady, can control the Heavenly Tao and all laws with the Heavenly Silk Tao. She's also a super powerhouse who disappeared in the Age of Gods. Who are the remaining 5? No matter who it is, he seems to be very strong. The 8 of them attacked in unison. Each of them had cultivated bitterly on the dragon-subduing island for thousands of years and mastered various origin laws. How could ordinary ominous creatures resist them? Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. These 8 people were like 8 city walls, blocking the Dominator-level ominous that was trying to escape. Accompanied by Senior Brother Azure Dragon's Dragon Roar, another battle broke out here. In the field, Lu Tian and the other 3 were fighting like crazy. The more they fought, the faster and fiercer they became. Someone laughed. Great! I haven't felt so good in a long time. Someone exclaimed. A long-awaited feeling, the long-lost myriad races. A woman said leisurely, okay, don't be pretentious. The other party is not weak. We might not be able to stop them. Someone smiled and said, what are you afraid of? With fellow Taoist human emperor here, what's the big deal? Sure enough, as soon as they said so, in less than 3 seconds, Han Fei had arrived with Han Chanye, Zimin Linglin, Lei Heng, and the others. When Lu Tian and the others saw Han Fei, they hurriedly said in unison, greetings, human emperor. Seeing this, Senior Brother Azure Dragon and 5th Senior Brother seemed to understand something. 5th Senior Brother said, little Junior Brother, be quick. Han Fei smiled and nodded. With his hands behind his back, he stepped to the side of a Dominator-level ominous. The Dominator-level ominous seemed to want to dodge, but he was stunned to find that he couldn't move at all. Han Fei just glanced at him and took the second step without attacking, disappearing in front of him. Although this Dominator-level ominous didn't know why Han Fei left again, it couldn't help but feel a little glad. Unfortunately, before it could be happy, its body shattered uncontrollably. Yes, he didn't see Han Fei attack, and the others, including the ancient dragon god, didn't see Han Fei attack. Only Lu Tian and the others looked yearning. Lu Tian said, wherever the human emperor is, all the Daos are shattered. As long as there is a Dao in the ominous body, it can be used by the human emperor. This realm is really fascinating. Nanfeng Liuzhou shook her head slightly. It's too profound for you and me to understand now. Li Yue smiled. It's useless to yearn for it. Let's be realistic. The Sea of Stars will definitely revive this time. We should have many interesting things to do. Hearing this, Lu Tian nodded quickly. Yes. While they were talking, Han Fei had already taken 13 steps in a row. With every step he took, a Dominator-level ominous creature died. This scene made many people stop fighting because half of the Dominator-level ominous had already stopped fighting and gathered together. At this moment, when Han Fei walked to a Dominator-level ominous creature, this person took out half a bottle of ominous matter. However, as soon as this half bottle of ominous matter was released, it was absorbed by the demon purification pot that extended out from between Han Fei's eyebrows. Among the Dominator-level ominous creatures, the stronger ones shouted, everyone, charge out with me. However, this time, Han Fei finally raised his hand. With a flip of his hand, he turned into a great Dao palm and pressed down in the void, as if he had fused with the sky. Everyone felt that the world was about to collapse, and there was boundless divine might that seemed to be about to annihilate everything. As for the Dominator-level ominous creatures, their faces were filled with horror. They wanted to resist, but they discovered that their Dao had already collapsed. They couldn't even control the power of the laws here at all. Chapter 3673, the 4th level of the Path of Invincibility, Mastering the Chaos, 3673. The 4th level of the Path of Invincibility, Mastering the Chaos, 3. The moment the great Dao palm condensed by Han Fei crushed down, the bodies of nearly 50 ominous creatures disintegrated like rotten stars. Endless energy rushed in all directions, but no matter what, it couldn't exceed the range of Han Fei's palm. However, it could be imagined that none of these ominous creatures could escape. Nearly 50 ominous creatures couldn't even withstand the power of Han Fei's palm, which stunned countless people present. The ancient dragon god said in shock, above the Dominator realm? This is definitely the peerless power above the Dominator realm? Han Fei, what realm is this? The ancient dragon god might be the one who had lived the longest and was the most shocked and excited among this group of people. No one in the myriad races had ever reached this realm. Similarly, among the myriad races, no one had ever been able to kill 50 Dominator-level ominous creatures with a single palm. Whether in the chaotic era or any other era, there was no such person. In the chaotic Star Sea, a peak-level Dominator only had 49 pieces of Star River source power. How could he suppress nearly 50 Dominators at the same time? Therefore, there was only one answer, which was above the Dominator level. Above the Dominator level? Hiss. Is there really such a realm? Heavens, I've never heard of it since ancient times. Has the human emperor really reached this realm? Not far away, the corners of Zimin Lingwen's mouth curled up slightly. This was her man. Han Chanyi looked at the magnificent figure and couldn't help but be shocked. She felt that this was the first time she had worshipped someone so much. Since she was young, she had been extremely talented. She had never met an opponent in the same realm as her. Even so, she was not proud, nor did she stop polishing herself, just so that one day she could catch up with Han Fei. However, at this moment, she discovered that there were some steps that she could only follow. There had never been anyone like Han Fei who had transcended the Dominator realm. Han Fei didn't hide it and said frankly, This realm is called immortal. Immortal? The ancient dragon god's body trembled. In his life, he finally knew the realm above the Dominator realm. He was too excited. As for the remaining Dominator-level ominous creatures, they were already desperate. Perhaps, including Hongjun's ominous body, no one would expect that Han Fei could return. Not only did he return, but he had also stepped into a higher realm. Han Fei attacked again. His palm glowed, and the law of life was flowing. The remaining peak-level Dominator's river of life appeared and was torn apart by Han Fei. Is this the immortal level? At this moment, everyone who could witness this battle was horrified. The enemy they fought with all their strength was like fish meat in front of Han Fei. A Dominator-level ominous knew that he would definitely die, so he roared, Han Fei, when our master returns, even if you surpass the Dominator level, you won't be a match for him. As Han Fei clenched his hand, the remaining Dominator-level ominous creatures all exploded. A battle that was almost impossible to win was turned into a victory because of the appearance of one person. Senior brother Azure Dragon hurriedly asked, Little junior brother, where are senior sister Shen Li and senior brother Undead? Han Fei was also a little worried. They have fallen into the primordial star sea. When I solve the ominous powerhouses in the chaotic star sea, I will go there immediately. Han Chanyi asked, the ominous creature said that they still have a master. Is he very powerful? Are they in danger? Han Fei smiled. It doesn't matter. I can fight him. With that, Han Fei's figure flashed, crossed the chaotic thunder domain, and appeared outside the thunder domain. In the next moment, everyone saw a dazzling golden light burst out of his body. His invincible will turned into a tangible light, which was like a sword that broke through the void. Buzz. At that moment, billions of kilometers away, a huge eye slowly appeared. If one had to describe the size of this eye, it might be bigger than the sea realm. Hiss! What is this? Ominous? Countless people were shocked. Such a big thing was only an eye? Then how big was the entire body? This time, all the strong masters of the myriad races, the undead who were fighting in the shattered star sea, and the death god who was fighting an ominous peak-level dominator, all saw this magical scene. While countless people were horrified, fifth senior brother finally said, Everyone, calm down. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Eye of Heavenly Tao. What is that? I've only heard of the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, but I've never heard of the Heavenly Tao Eye. Are the two the same? The ancient dragon god said leisurely. The rumors are actually true. The Heavenly Tao has eyes, representing the Heavenly Tao of the entire sea of stars, and the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye is just a wisp of its law. Senior brother Azure Dragon asked, What is little junior brother going to do? Fifth senior brother shook his head slightly. Han Fei had reached the untouchable level above the Dominator level. Therefore, they didn't understand what Han Fei was going to do at all. At this moment, between Han Fei's eyebrows, the invincible eye opened, and a golden pillar of light shot out of his eyes at the Heavenly Tao Eye. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Han Fei stepped forward and slowly said, By obtaining the myriad Taos of the heavens and controlling the great trends of the world, one can control the chaos and enter the fourth level of the path of invincibility. The golden pillar of light that spewed out of Han Fei's eyes fell on the Heavenly Tao Eye and quickly spread out, gradually covering the entire Heavenly Tao Eye until the latter turned dazzling golden. Then, the Eye of Heavenly Tao began to shrink and finally reflected in Han Fei's eyes. But in everyone's eyes, it was as if Han Fei had swallowed the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Chapter 3674, the fourth level of the Path of Invincibility, Mastering the Chaos 3674, the fourth level of the Path of Invincibility, Mastering the Chaos 44. For a moment, no one knew what to think of Han Fei. Was Han Fei still a human? In fact, after Han Fei reached the immortal level and completed the Tao that the Heavenly Tao missed, he knew how to control the Sea of Stars, and once he controlled the Sea of Stars, he would definitely succeed on the path of invincibility. At this moment, Han Fei was just going through the process. He wanted to directly open the origin of chaos, but the Eye of Heavenly Tao appeared on its own. And the Eye of Heavenly Tao represented the Heavenly Tao of the chaotic star sea. By controlling the Eye of Heavenly Tao, he controlled the chaos. However, completing the path of invincibility still didn't increase Han Fei's strength. However, this meant that Han Fei was already invincible in the chaotic star sea. As long as it was in the chaotic star sea, Han Fei could represent the Sea of Stars itself. No matter who came from the outside world and how strong they were, they couldn't kill Han Fei in the chaotic star sea. Of course, if this person could destroy the chaotic star sea with a flip of his hand, it would be a different story. This process was very fast. After about half an hour, Han Fei completed this breakthrough on the path of invincibility. After all, this was just a matter of time. On Han Fei's forehead, the invincible eye that used to represent the path of invincibility had already changed. Now, in his third eye, there seemed to be billions of rivers of stars flowing, deep and unfathomable. It was as if Han Fei had embedded an Eye of Heavenly Tao in his eyes. At this moment, the chaotic star sea was still controlled by the rules of the Heavenly Tao, but Han Fei controlled the Eye of the Heavenly Tao, which meant that as long as he wanted, he could also control the rules of the Heavenly Tao. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. With a thought, 2 pearls of the divine realm appeared in his hand. They were the pearls of control of the chaotic ice domain and the chaotic thunder domain. He said indifferently, the guardian divine realm is no longer needed. Then, Han Fei used the power of the heavenly Tao without hesitation. In the next moment, the rules of the heavenly Tao in the chaotic star sea seemed to have changed a little. Immediately afterward, Han Fei's voice sounded in the shattered star sea, the outer domain battlefield, and the entire sea realm. I am human Emperor Han Fei. I command the heavenly Tao, rule the myriad worlds, purify the law, and dispel the ominous mist. From today on, there will be no ominousness in the chaotic star sea. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei finished speaking, the entire sea of stars, the vast star domain, and the billions of star rivers were enshrouded in rays of light. 10,000 Taos vibrated, and the light of laws spread out across the entire sea of stars. Rumble. Everyone saw with their own eyes that the vast sea of stars that was originally calm began to tremble. Lightning, light, divine brilliance, extreme cold, divine fire, countless powers bloomed among the endless stars. In this star river, the ominous mist gathered the most. There were the most ominous creatures, so the great Tao baptized it the most crazily. Sea realm, free city. As soon as Han Fei said so, many humans in the city walked out of the sealed barrier and looked up at the sky, trying to see something. What about the human emperor? I can't see anything. Of course. How far can your eyes see? How is it possible for you to see the human emperor? A strong master from another race shouted, What are you doing? Hurry up and enter the barrier. Any power that dissipates from the sky can crush you. Humph, a human elder sneered. What do you know? The human emperor has already returned. What are we afraid of? You old idiot, I know you humans worship the human emperor, but no matter how strong the human emperor is, how can he defeat the ominous alone? However, the old man's expression changed drastically. He raised his walking stick and pointed it at the powerhouse, shouting, Hey, what are you talking about? He can command the myriad worlds and disperse the ominous. The human emperor said it himself. How can it be fake? That's right. Which race are you from? How dare you doubt what the human emperor said? Hey, I can understand that you're insensible. If you dare to say it again, although I'm weak, as long as I call out, a lot of Huma powerhouses can hammer you to death. The strong master of another race shook his head and thought to himself, I'm too lazy to argue with these stupid people. If you don't want your lives, so be it. I shouldn't have wasted my kindness on you. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and said, Look, it's stars. Stars all over the sky. Really? The sky has been sealed by the so-called ice domain sea of fire until now. I haven't seen a star in a long time. Let me take a look, really? Ha 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 ha, human emperor didn't lie to me. The ice domain is gone. Wow, look, there are flames burning in the stars. Someone didn't believe him. Keep bragging. Do you know how far away that star is from you? There's still a fucking fire burning. Why don't you say that there are lightning bolts between the stars? The man said angrily. Why not? Look, if you fucking dare to come out to take a look, isn't that lightning? If there isn't lightning, I won't return the spiritual stones I owe you. Fuck. Is there really lightning among the stars? In just a moment, the streets of the free city were overcrowded. Someone roared hysterically. The savior of the world is only the emperor of our human race. Someone laughed. I knew that human emperor would return whenever there was a crisis. Human emperor, human emperor, human emperor, human emperor. Instantly, the voices in the free city rose and fell like a tide. The shattered star sea. A large number of undead were still fighting. Someone laughed. Brother, I'll die first. Someone greeted him with a smile. Brother, you die first. I'll follow. However, the moment the undead released all the death energy and self-destructed, with a bang, a thunderball the size of a head suddenly descended, purifying the ominous creatures fighting him. The undead could feel that even if he touched the thunderball, he would disappear on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. However, the thunderball didn't touch him. Instead, it jumped around in the shattered star sea. Every time it jumped, an ominous creature was purified. Fuck, what is this? The other undead pointed at the sky. Brother, you, look. The two of them looked up, only to see aurora flashing in the ominous mist and laws enshrouded. The ominous mist that they couldn't see through at first was actually turning incorporeal and turning white. Tweeta, a group of fire phoenixes, like a swarm of bees, swept inside and outside the ominous mist. An inexplicable rhythm came from the distant sky, and the sound waves rolled. Wherever the sound waves passed, the ominous disappeared. There was even an inexplicable wind blowing in the sea of stars which carried divine brilliance. No one knew where it came from, but wherever the wind passed, the ominous was annihilated. Such scenes were everywhere in the shattered star sea. In short, at this moment, countless laws were blooming, giving birth to a light of purification. In the vast sea of stars, countless places covered by the ominous mist began to gradually reveal light. The Death God and the peak-level Dominator-level Ominous who were fighting outside this star river had both stopped. The Death God felt everything he could feel in shock. He felt that the great Tao and laws of the entire sea of stars seemed to be rioting. The place he was fighting was already covered by the ominous mist. Although the fight between him and the Dominator-level Ominous had almost destroyed this place, it still couldn't avoid the erosion of the ominous mist. But at this moment, all the laws in this star river were blooming with the power to disperse the ominous. The peak-level dominator-level ominous said with a trembling voice, "Impossible. The heavenly Tao is unconscious. How can it struggle? The heavenly Tao won't struggle, but humans will." At that moment, a time river flowed past here, and Han Fei's figure walked out of the time river. Obviously, this was just one of Han Fei's old bodies. The death god's pupils were constricted. "You've returned? That's impossible. I saw you fall into this path of no return with my own eyes." "How can you return?" The peak-level dominator-level ominous looked horrified. Han Fei sneered. "I don't care if you believe it or not. I'm just here to send you to hell." Han Fei flicked his finger and a knife light appeared. A terrifying and vast aura dissipated from the knife light and crossed half of the Star River in the blink of an eye. Kill. Puffa, a peak-level dominator, still lacked one Tao. Even if he used all his strength, how could he be a match for Han Fei? When the dominator-level ominous creature found that all the Tao techniques here couldn't be used, Han Fei extended his hand into the void and directly cut off the other party's long river of life. "Impossible. What kind of power is this? Why are my Taos melting?" Roar. The death god looked at Han Fei leisurely. The peak-level dominator-level ominous that he had been fighting fiercely for days couldn't even last 2 or 3 rounds in Han Fei's hands. The death god said leisurely, above the dominator level, Chapter 3675, The Ultimate Battle, 13675, The Ultimate Battle, 1. After Han Fei was trapped on the path of no return, the first thing Shenle did was to tell the disciples of the Void Temple about the path above the Dominator Realm, and then to the Death God and the Master of Time. Now Shenli and the undead had disappeared, Han Fei had returned from the path of return, and then such a law abnormality erupted in the Sea of Stars. The Death God naturally guessed that Han Fei had made a breakthrough. Although it was very fast, the Death God wasn't surprised. To be able to find the path above the Dominator Realm was already something that no one in history could do. Besides, Han Fei had the high hopes of many people. The Death God said, "Shenlei, undead, and I fought Hongjun's ominous body for 2 days. Time couldn't resist the siege of peak-level dominators and the dominators of the ominous. In the end, I replaced him to protect the Sea Realm. But in just half a day, they disappeared without a trace. Perhaps they had fallen into the so-called Primordial Sea." Han Fei nodded. "I know. I'll go there immediately after I solve the remaining Dominator-level ominous." With that, Han Fei's old body entered time again and disappeared. The law riot in the chaotic Star Sea could almost kill 99% of the ominous creatures. However, a small number of God-slaying level ominous creatures and the remaining nearly 200 Dominator-level ominous creatures could escape. This was because the Sea-quelling god could control a star river, so the ominous that could reach the strength of the Sea-quelling god could withstand the spontaneous power of laws in the chaotic Star Sea, not to mention the Dominator-level ominous. After half an hour, Han Fei, who had just flattened the Dominator ominous in the chaotic Star Sea, had already come to the end of the Mud Sea and stood in front of the passage between the two worlds that separated primordial chaos and chaos. Han Fei looked at the door and could feel that the heavenly Tao of the chaotic Star Sea was blocking this channel that connected to the outer domain. This was the fastest and safest way for Han Fei to go to the primordial Star Sea. Although there was another channel connecting the chaotic Star Sea to the primordial Star Sea, that channel had long been controlled by Hongjun's ominous body. Although he had broken through to the immortal level, if Hongjun's ominous body had already controlled the primordial Star Sea, it might be able to cause a devastating blow to him. But the passage between the two worlds was different. He could advance, attack, or retreat. If the primordial Star Sea had already fallen, he would have to fight Hongjun's ominous body. If he couldn't win, he could retreat to the chaotic Star Sea. With his current control of the chaotic Star Sea, even if the ominous reached a higher level, it was impossible for the ominous to defeat him in the chaotic Star Sea. A day and a half. I hope senior sister Shenle and senior brother Undead can hold on. Han Fei didn't know what was going on the other side of the door. A day and a half was enough for him to do many things. For example, less than an hour after he returned to the Sea Realm, he had not only swept through all the Dominator-level ominous creatures, but also broken through to the 4th level of the Path of Invincibility. Similarly, once Hongjun's ominous body killed his way into the Creation Jade Plate, he might be able to subdue the primordial Star Sea in less than an hour. In any case, this battle has finally come. Buzz! Han Fei pushed open the Gate of Two Worlds without hesitation. When he pushed the door open, he discovered that the power needed to open the door was above 30 pieces of Star River source power, and it required the blood of 6 lineages to open it. Han Fei's chi and blood surged into the sky and covered the entire door. With cracking sounds, the door was finally slowly pushed open. When the door was pushed open a crack, what came at him was not the ominous mist, which made Han Fei heave a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the ominous mist, it was fine. This meant that the Guardian Divine Realm hadn't fallen yet. Perhaps it was indeed because Hongjun's ominous body hadn't returned for long, and there were Shenlei, the undead, and time keeping him in check that he couldn't attack the Guardian Divine Realm. Buzz. When Han Fei walked out of the White Halo, he saw the figures of the Heavenly Monarch, Supreme Tao Monarch, and 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy rushing over. At this moment, the 3 of them looked nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. There were more than 100 weapons floating around them. However, when they saw that it was Han Fei, they were overjoyed and quickly put away their weapons. Immediately, the Heavenly Monarch cupped his hands. "Greetings, Human Emperor." The Supreme Tao Ancestor and the 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy also hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Human Emperor." Although the Heavenly Monarch ruled the 3,000-star river, he still knew his limits. Han Fei was much stronger than him. Besides, the strength of the other 2 people was not something he could compare to. "You're actually back." Immediately afterward, Hung Jun's voice sounded in Han Fei's heart, seeming a little stunned. Han Fei didn't respond to the Heavenly Monarch and the other 2. He first scanned around with his perception and didn't find Shen Lei or Senior Brother Undead. However, he found that there were only more than 1,200 pieces of the Star River controlled by the Creation Jade Plate, more than half less than when he left a few days ago. He knew that something must have happened to the Guardian Divine Realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for the control range of the Creation Jade Plate to decrease so much in just a few days. Han Fei looked up at the sky. "Well, you can only return after you've comprehended a lot on that path. However, thank you for your divine vine. Where are Shen Lei and Undead?" The Heavenly Monarch was puzzled. Fellow Taoist Shen Lei and Fellow Taoist Undead, Chapter 367D6, 367Ds, The Ultimate Battle 2, 367D6, The Ultimate Battle 2, 367Ds, The Ultimate Battle 2, I'm not talking to you. Han Fei interrupted the Heavenly Monarch, but the latter was full of doubts. Who were you talking to if you weren't talking to me? However, since Han Fei had said so, he could only suppress his curiosity and wait quietly. The world trembled slightly, and Hung Jun said, "Something happened. Half a day ago, Hung Jun's ominous body descended to the Guardian Divine Realm and corroded nearly half of the Star Rivers in a moment. Shen Lei and the other 2 paid a certain price to take my ominous body away from the Guardian Divine Realm. They should be in the vast sea of stars now. You have to find them yourself." Han Fei's heart sank. It was probably not a small matter to make Hong Jun say that they had paid a certain price. Senior Sister Shen Lei and the other 2 must have paid a huge price. Okay, Han Fei thought for a moment and closed the door behind him. Then he looked at the Heavenly Monarch and the other 2 and said, "You can gather all the strong masters here. If there is really an unresolvable problem in the Guardian Divine Realm, I will take you away." The Heavenly Monarch and the other 2 were shocked. The 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy hurriedly asked, "Master Human Emperor, even you are not confident of defeating those otherworldly sky fiends." In just half an hour, we lost more than 1,300 star rivers and trillions of creatures. Han Fei naturally knew how they felt now. After all, they had no experience in fighting the ominous. They were naturally stunned to encounter an existence at the level of Hong Jun. The Heavenly Monarch said, "Fellow Taoist Human Emperor, who were you talking to just now?" What the Heavenly Monarch was curious about was this. He was the strongest person in the Guardian Divine Realm. But since Han Fei didn't speak to him, did it mean that there was still a super powerhouse in the Guardian Divine Realm? Han Fei said casually, "Heavenly Tao." After Han Fei finished speaking, he disappeared from the Guardian Divine Realm with a swish. As for the Heavenly Monarch and the other 2, they seemed to be struck by lightning and couldn't help but look up at the sky, shocked and puzzled. Could the Heavenly Tao speak? The primordial star sea was not the chaotic star sea. Han Fei didn't control this place, so he couldn't control the Heavenly Tao here. The law of time flashed in Han Fei's eyes. Through the time trace of the aftershock of past battles, Han Fei instantly crossed more than 50 star rivers with a thought. Shen Lei and the others couldn't move quickly in the primordial star sea either, so the place where they fought couldn't be too far away from the guardian god realm. At this moment, in a certain star river in the primordial star sea, an intense battle was going on here. The source of the battle was Shen Lei and an ominous creature at the peak of the Dominator level. Cough, cough, Shen Lei was coughing violently. Because of this short distraction, she was blasted back. Besides, every time she coughed, a mass of filthy blood would be coughed out. The peak-level Dominator-level Ominous said brazenly, "Shen Lei, your strength has plummeted after you were hit by the ominous forbidden curse. You won't be able to withstand it in the end. However, as long as you make way for me, I can transform you into an ominous creature. At that time, you will be second only to me and above everyone else. In the future, you might even surpass the Dominator realm." Behind Shen Lei was a sealed sealing barrier formed by the time-sealing skylock. And in the sealing barrier, a black coffin would suddenly collide with the time-sealing skylock every dozens of seconds. Crack. Several cracks appeared on the time-sealing skylock again. In the coffin, a voice roared, "Undead time, the 2 of you can't trap me. In a moment, I will kill all of you." The Master of Time's face was very pale, but he had no choice. He had to resist. Senior Brother Undead didn't speak, but it was obvious that he was also in the black coffin at this moment, probably to restrain Hong Jun's ominous body. As for the black coffin, it was also trembling violently. The coffin board that was already broken was almost cut into rotten wood. It was densely packed with cracks and could collapse at any time. Shenla seemed to have temporarily calmed down and said coldly, If you are destined to take down the Guardian Divine Realm, the moment you take down the Guardian Divine Realm, I will definitely open the Creation Star Compass and release the real Ominous. Ha ha ha! The peak level Dominator level Ominous laughed out loud. You can forget that this is the Primordial Star Sea, my territory. Even if you let him out, so what? Besides, as I said, I'm not interested in the chaotic Star Sea. I just need to control the Primordial Star Sea. But once you release the real Ominous, TS I will definitely banish him, and the only place I can banish him to is your chaotic Star Sea. Shenle sneered. So what, do you think I'll believe you? Will you give up the chaotic Star Sea that has almost fallen? The other party said. Shenle, don't say that I didn't give you a chance and suggestion. It takes time for me to control the Primordial Star Sea. As for you, why don't you take this opportunity to go back to the chaotic Star Sea and take the creatures of your sea realm to embark on the path of no return? Look, the path you pursue is on that path. Han Fei has gone there, and you should go there too. And I might embark on that path in the future as well. Otherwise, it would be boring to guard these two seas alone. Humph! Do I believe your nonsense? Cough, coughed Shen, Le coughed again, and filthy blood overflowed. Seeing this, the other party couldn't help but smile. If you are willing to go back and take away the myriad races, I can even remove your curse. Think about it. Otherwise, even if you are here, how can the Death God defend against hundreds of Dominator-level Ominous and peak-level Dominator-level Ominous? Chapter 3677 The Ultimate Battle 33677 The Ultimate Battle 3 Shenle was also extremely anxious at this moment. This time, the price they paid was really too great. In the past, when eldest senior brother fought the Ominous alone, she thought that as long as she reached eldest senior brother's level, she could fight the real Ominous. However, when she really reached this level, she realized how difficult it was. Not to mention 1,000 years, even a day was an extremely headache. However, she believed that the path of no return was definitely not a place ordinary people could step on. Even peak-level dominators couldn't return after entering it. Otherwise, there would definitely be such cases in history. Even in the primordial era, many people had tested it. Among them, she knew Li Daoyi. Li Daoyi had once said that even if he entered the path of no return, he would try to walk back. If he didn't come back, it meant that the path of no return was a place one could go but couldn't return. That path could even suppress peak-level dominators, so it was definitely not something ordinary people could step on. If I hadn't cooperated with you once, I might have been tricked by you. Oh, by the way, how long did we cooperate last time? I remember it wasn't even half a day. At this moment, a voice sounded leisurely, his tone full of playfulness. Buzz. The peak-level Dominator-level Ominous hurriedly looked at the source of the voice, but he didn't see anything. In the next moment, the voice sounded again. You are indeed not at the Ominous level. You are just a powerful Ominous creature half a step into the immortal level. Someone was stepping into the range of the 49-star rivers. Shenle's eyes lit up as she said in joy, Little junior brother? The Master of Time was also overjoyed and shocked. The peak-level Dominator-level Ominous's expression changed drastically. How is it possible? How did you return? This is impossible. Han Fei chuckled. I've heard many people say that today, but look, am I not standing right in front of you? Ah ha ha. In the next moment, a holy brilliance enveloped Senior Sister Shenle, accompanied by a large amount of steaming black fog. Senior Sister Shenle's expression was especially painful. Han Fei quickly stopped and frowned deeply. Ha ha ha, the peak-level Dominator-level Ominous couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is an ominous forbidden curse. How can you purify it so easily? Senior Sister Shenle said. Little junior brother, I was corroded by the ominous matter in the end. This corrosion permeated my Tao technique and soul. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It doesn't matter. Senior sister, as long as you return to the chaotic Star Sea, I can solve it for you. Huh? Shenle couldn't help being overjoyed. Really? Han Fei smiled and said, Of course, and I suspect that there should be more than one way to resolve this ominous forbidden curse. However, let me kill this guy first. Shenle said, Be careful. This peak-level Dominator-level Ominous was sacrificed. It's actually a part of Hongjun's ominous body. Han Fei nodded slightly and then raised his hand, and the blood sky blade appeared in his hand. He instantly appeared beside the Dominator-level Ominous. The latter's reaction was not slow either. A small piece of ominous matter emerged from his body. He chose to use the ominous matter to test Han Fei's strength. However, Han Fei just sneered and slashed out the astonishing power of 50 pieces of Star River origin. The knife light was extremely powerful, turning into great Tao runes that filled the sky. As for the Dominator-level Ominous, he wanted to use his strength, only to find that his great Tao and law immediately collapsed the moment they left his body, which shocked him. The 10 divine vines between Han Fei's eyebrows attacked, enveloping the ominous matter. And under Han Fei's slash, half of the Dominator-level Ominous creature's body was almost shattered. Unfortunately, he couldn't fully exert the 4th level of the Path of Invincibility yet, so he couldn't instantly kill this peak-level Dominator-level Ominous. After all, it was because he had controlled the heavenly Tao of the chaotic Star Sea that he could control the chaos and mobilize all the laws of the chaos. However, in the primordial Star Sea, he didn't master the heavenly Tao and laws here, so at this moment he was only suppressing it with his immortal realm and strength. However, even so, the control of the great Tao of the immortal level was not something this peak-level dominator-level ominous could compare to. As long as the ominous creature dared to use his Tao on him, he could instantly make it collapse. The peak-level dominator-level ominous seemed to sense how terrifying Han Fei was and immediately exclaimed, "You made a breakthrough? He made a breakthrough?" Shenlei's heart trembled, and the Master of Time who was struggling to hold on was also refreshed. Had he really made a breakthrough in the mysterious Taoless realm? Bang! In the time-sealing skylock, Hongjun's ominous body in the black coffin seemed to have become manic. Although he was also ramming crazily before, he was not in a hurry at that time. This was because no matter if it was the primordial star sea or the chaotic star sea, there was no power that could restrain him. As long as he waited for a moment, he would be able to break free. In another half a day, he would be able to fight his way back to the guardian god realm. Why can he still return? Roar. The violent Hongjun ominous body roared. In the next moment, with a loud bang, a deafening sound burst out of the black coffin, and the cracks on the coffin lid gradually enlarged. The Master of Time shouted, "Han Fei, Chapter 3678, 3678, the ultimate battle for 3678. The ultimate battle for Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. Dazzling divine brilliance burst out of his body, and endless great Tao runes burst out of his body. The entire star rivers where they were began to tremble, the void hummed, and then cracks appeared. Yes, countless cracks appeared in a star river, as if they were about to split this star river into billions of pieces. In those cracks was the original color of the star rivers. It turned out that what cracked was an ominous mist. Laws filled the sky, and thousands of great Taos overflowed from these cracks. At the same time, infinite light burst out, instantly enveloping the entire star rivers. Aha! The peak-level dominator-level ominous was roaring, and its body was burning. It was the light of endless laws shining on its body, burning the ominous and cutting off the possibility of it absorbing power from the ominous mist. Han Fei turned his blade and slashed nearly 10,000 times in an instant, disassembling it into tens of millions. At the same time, the ominous river of life at the peak of the dominator level appeared, and Han Fei cut it with his hand as a knife. Boom! Han Fei. The black coffin exploded, and the peak-level dominator-level ominous died under Han Fei's knife at the same time. It couldn't be helped. The primordial star sea wasn't his floor after all. It wasn't convenient to fight here. Destroying a peak-level dominator-level ominous also wasted some of Han Fei's time. But even if Han Fei thought things weren't going too smoothly, in the eyes of Shenlei and the Master of Time, it was extremely shocking. Is this what it means to be above the dominator level? It's simply inhuman. Not only did it forcibly sever the connection between this star river and the other star rivers, but it also commands all the great Tao laws in this star river in a few seconds. That power is almost equivalent to instantly launching billions of laws at the dominator level ominous creature. Therefore, this move directly purified the dominator level ominous. Except for energy crystals, not even a slag was left. Of course, Han Fei didn't unleash such a powerful force just for the dominator level ominous. At this moment, behind Han Fei, endless great Tao runes enveloped half of the star river. Those great Taos and laws were gathering crazily, as if they wanted to transform into a sword embryo. On the opposite side, the coffin lid was broken and overturned. Han Fei looked around and only saw Hongjun's ominous body, but he didn't see Senior Brother undead. However, Han Fei saw some broken bones with weak will and vitality. Every black and shiny bone had several cracks. If he had come half an hour later, these bones might have been obliterated. Old 3. Feng Yu's expression changed drastically. Obviously, Senior Brother Undead had paid a huge price to forcibly lock Hongjun's ominous body in the black coffin. Immediately, Han Fei's heart sank and he said coldly, "Thank you for your kindness. You sent me to the path of no return. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough. What a blessing in disguise." Hongjun sneered and took out the broken hand at the same time. He shook his hand and shattered his arm, pressing the broken hand to his broken arm. Hongjun's ominous body said, "Han Fei, you can't kill me. Why don't we each take a step back? I'll give you the chaotic star sea, and maybe you can take away the remnants of the 6 lineages of the primordial star sea and the creation jade plate itself. From now on, let's mind our own business, okay?" Han Fei sneered. "You haven't really entered the realm above the dominator. Do you think you're qualified to contend with me just with that hand?" Neither Hongjun's ominous body nor the real ominous had stepped into the immortal level. This had been known after Han Fei made the breakthrough, or rather, the two of them were only half immortals. Otherwise, regardless of whether the ominous was stronger than the myriad races, it was not something a peak-level dominator of the myriad races could resist. However, in a real battle, they were indeed very strong, and it was difficult for peak-level dominators to keep them in check. This meant that they had barely reached the immortal level. However, the ominous was different from Han Fei's current situation. Han Fei could control the heavenly Tao and the primordial chaos, but the ominous could only swallow. In other words, they had used some kind of power to reach the immortal level, but they lacked a qualitative leap. Therefore, they needed to complete this complete breakthrough by swallowing a sea of stars. However, if they wanted to completely swallow the source of chaos or the source of primordial purple chi, they needed to swallow the Sea of Stars whole before they could go deep into the foundation. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao itself would resist and resist. This was also why they had been attacking the chaotic Star Sea and the primordial Star Sea for so many years. Therefore, when Han Chanyi asked Han Fei if it was dangerous, he said that he could fight them. Han Fei snorted, and the sword body formed by the 10,000 runes behind him that spanned half of the Star River suddenly attacked. And Han Fei was already standing on the sword. Hong Jun's ominous body grabbed the black coffin and smashed it at Han Fei. But after he threw the black coffin out, the space had collapsed and changed. In the next moment, the black coffin appeared directly in front of senior sister Shen Lei. This Star River had already been controlled by Han Fei, and the Tao here was Han Fei's Tao. Therefore, it was impossible for Hong Jun's ominous body to use the black coffin as a shield. Seeing this, Shen Lei immediately pressed down on the black coffin and examined the broken bones. Hong Jun's ominous body's pupils were constricted. You can control the primordial Star Sea? Han Fei chuckled. As long as there is a great Tao, I can control it. Therefore, it doesn't matter where it is. Han Fei said, Senior sister, time, stay away. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately retreated. They were both in a bad state. They would only become burdens here. Hong Jun's ominous body also snorted coldly. Human Emperor, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Since you insist on fighting, let's fight. Do you really think you're the only one who can control the heavenly Tao? As he spoke, the unknown arm of Hong Jun's ominous body burst out with a strange light. In the sky, the scene when Han Fei shattered the ominous just now appeared again. At this moment, this Star River was filled with black cracks. However, unlike Han Fei who summoned the great Tao laws, in the next moment, this place collapsed. Billions of stars were shattering, and the darkness turned into a hurricane, also intertwined with dense great Taos, shaking the Star Rivers here, triggering a monstrous wave of ominous mist. Huh? Han Fei frowned. Something was wrong. If the other party could completely show the power of the immortal level, the real ominous could have done it long ago. If that was the case, even eldest senior brother probably wouldn't be able to resist them. Why did he have to fight the strong masters of the myriad races for several eras? Therefore, why didn't the real ominous use this power? The answer to all this was in that hand. At this moment, this starry river seemed to have been cut in half. One half was a sword, showing off its sharpness, and the other half was like a tide, surging with furious waves. Chapter 3679, The End of the War of the Era, 13679, The End of the War of the Era, 1 Buzz. The void was trembling and collapsing, and the entire Star River was like a collapsing house, producing cracking sounds. The two sides collided, entangled, and fought fiercely. The divine chains of order, the light of laws, and the power of the great Tao collided. The world was opening and closing, and the universe was collapsing. Han Fei felt that the terrifying divine might that emerged from the broken arm was stronger than he had expected. In terms of strength, Hong Jun's ominous body was even stronger than his. He laughed out loud. Han Fei, you have no idea what kind of power you are facing. Retreat now. I'll keep my word and won't touch your chaotic Star Sea. However, Han Fei sneered. You're just borrowing strength, but I'm using my own strength. At the end of the path of invincibility, I'm least afraid of fighting. I can keep fighting until the end of time and the Sea of Stars collapses. Can you? How long can you be so strong? Hong Jun roared. Not only am I strong, but I can also kill you. However, after only 3 hours of fierce fighting, Han Fei discovered that something was wrong. Hong Jun's ominous body seemed to have gone a little crazy. The unknown arm was flashing with black light, and the originally dry and skinny arm gradually became full, while Hong Jun's ominous body gradually became incorporeal. Not only Han Fei, but even the Hong Jun ominous body had discovered this. Therefore, Hong Jun's ominous body roared repeatedly and even tried to cut off his arm, but no matter what, he couldn't do it. Instead, the ominous matter controlled by Hong Jun's ominous body was all spraying out. His body inexplicably became broken, and his power seemed to be sucked by that arm. Ominous, you set me up. Hong Jun's ominous body was roaring. Han Fei was a little surprised and horrified. He seemed to have guessed that there was definitely something wrong with this arm. On the path of no return, the real ominous gave this arm to Hong Jun's ominous body. Was he really not afraid that Hong Jun would burn the bridge after crossing it and harm him? Obviously, they were all old monsters who had lived for billions of years, who didn't have 1,000 thoughts. Hong Jun's ominous body was too complacent, thinking that everything was in his plan and others would die on the path he set for them. However, sometimes not fighting was also a kind of fighting. The more complacent, confident, and arrogant he was, the more he would end up as the saddest clown. Why didn't the ominous use the power of this arm after being trapped in the Sea of Stars for many eras? Why did Hong Jun's ominous body dare to use this power? Hong Jun's ominous body couldn't be a fool. He knew that there was something wrong with the arm, but he still used it. Obviously, the ominous had deceived him in some aspects. For example, driving this arm required a large amount of ominous matter, or for some other reason that he didn't know. But there must be a reason that made Hong Jun's ominous body think that he could drive this arm. Anyway, Hong Jun's ominous body had been tricked. At this moment, he used this arm at the price of sacrificing himself. However, whether there was anything wrong with Hongjun's ominous body or not, Han Fei had to take action now. He couldn't just watch the power of the arm continue to grow. Just a severed arm was qualified to contend with an immortal-level cultivator. How strong would the owner of this arm be? Han Fei opened his palm and 5 beams of divine light flew out, trying to imprison the void and seal the arm. The latter punched dozens of times in a row in the blink of an eye, breaking Han Fei's imprisonment. Then, Han Fei discovered that his power to annihilate the Great Tao was ineffective against Hongjun's ominous body. Or rather, it was ineffective against that arm. At this moment, Hongjun's ominous body seemed to be lost and he no longer spoke. What really attacked Han Fei had become that arm. Could it be the arm of a Taoless realm cultivator? Han Fei made a bold guess. To be able to annihilate the power of the immortal and suppress him in strength, he had to be at least in the same realm as him. But one arm was comparable to an immortal. If his complete body was still there, would he still be an immortal? Unfortunately, Hongjun's ominous body had already fallen silent and seemed to have become the puppet of that arm. "Who are you?" Han Fei asked warily, wondering if the hand could respond. Unfortunately, the hand extended 5 fingers and controlled Hongjun's ominous body to attack him, forcibly suppressing the heavenly Tao here. However, how could Han Fei let him have his way? He snorted coldly. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Your strength is also limited. If you were strong enough to shake an immortal, the chaotic star sea and the primordial star sea would have long become yours. Why would you wait until now? Let me see what you are." Han Fei's body emitted infinite light, and he immediately clenched his fist and punched out. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. He wanted to fight this hand in close combat. Only in close combat could he dominate. Boom, 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 my knock, knock, knock. This battle lasted for 3 days and destroyed more than 300 star rivers. In the end, the arm couldn't hold on anymore. As Han Fei said, he could remain invincible. In terms of realm, he was stronger than Hongjun's ominous body. In terms of strength, he might be a little lacking in the early stages, but the more he fought, the braver he became. Countless origin Great Taos had been used by Han Fei, and he took the chance to familiarize himself with them one by one. And this arm gradually seemed to become a sparring partner. Chapter 3680, The End of the War of the Era, 3680. The End of the War of the Era, 2. Han Fei shouted, "No matter how long you fight, you're just a broken hand. As for me, I'm invincible. All my techniques and infinite Great Taos are nothing to me, and your strength is drying up." Han Fei shouted, but he knew in his heart that it was meaningless to fight like this. It might even take years. Han Fei roared, "Senior sister, inform Hongjun to shrink the creation jade plate and open the passage between the 2 worlds." Shen Le and the Master of Time had been following Han Fei. They had also witnessed the power of the immortal level. When the 2 of them fought, on average, they would shatter a star river every day. How terrifying was their combat power. Hearing this, Shen Le immediately understood what Han Fei meant. He wanted to take Hongjun's ominous body into the chaotic star sea. That hand was naturally unwilling. The chaotic star sea was Han Fei's home ground. When he got there, he would definitely be completely suppressed. Therefore, he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, although they were both immortals, Han Fei was still in his complete state. Another half a month later, Han Fei, together with the demon purification pot, forcibly drove the arm into the passage between the 2 worlds. Bang! Han Fei's fist dazzled the sea of stars, and wind and thunder rumbled. His momentum was shocking. As soon as he entered the chaotic star sea, he was like a supreme god, carrying the momentum of the sea of stars as he punched the broken arm out of the mud sea. For a moment, the star river here was in turmoil, and the infinite heavenly Tao and billions of laws were all under Han Fei's control. At this moment, because the severed arm didn't control the chaos, it couldn't resist Han Fei anymore and was finally caught by the demon purification vine. Swish, 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 swish. Instantly, 10 vines locked down, and Han Fei finally suppressed the broken arm. At this moment, a voice slowly came from the arm. "Guard my hand. I will come to you eventually." This was the first time the broken arm spoke, but Han Fei wasn't surprised. Han Fei sneered, "Sure enough, you have always been conscious and can speak. Don't worry, you don't have to come to me. Maybe I'll come to you." The hand didn't respond again. At the same time, Hongjun's ominous body, who had been in the puppet state, had just woken up when he saw that he had been caught by the demon purification pot. Seeing this state, he knew that he had no chance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was desperate. Han Fei said, "You haven't been sucked to death yet?" Hongjun's ominous body said. "Humph, if you hadn't stepped into the immortal level and returned from the path of no return, I would have long taken down the primordial star sea." Han Fei sneered. "There are no ifs in this world. If you lose in one move, you lose the entire game. You shouldn't have become the ominous from the beginning." "Shouldn't have become the ominous?" Hongjun's ominous body laughed. "Han Fei, you know too little. The world you and I have seen is limited. Do you know where these arms come from?" "A pair of arms?" Han Fei frowned slightly. Hongjun said, "Do you think the real ominous doesn't have any trump cards at all?" "Do you think he doesn't have another hand?" Han Fei said. Obviously, once you use this hand, you will be lost and become puppets. That's not it. Hongjun's ominous body was a little irritable and angry. He scolded angrily. It's him. These two hands are actually usable. He and I are independent consciousnesses born from these two arms. How can I become a puppet with my own hands? However, I was taken away by Hongjun in the past, and my arm was left in the world divine mirror. Who knew that the ominous would wake up a wisp of consciousness of the original body? No wonder he returned this hand to me so easily. What a good plan. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, your original body? What is your original body? As I said, I was an independent consciousness born from the arms, but I was awakened by Hongjun, so I don't know my original body well. But even that little information let me know how vast the world is. Hanfei, the winner takes all. Although I'm unwilling, I still lost in the end. However, don't think you've really won. My original body's consciousness had once awakened here. One day he, an existence stronger than immortals, will come here. Hanfei's pupils were constricted. The severed hand had already threatened him just now. However, Hanfei sneered. I've also somewhat comprehended the realm above the immortal level. What do you mean by the world is vast? Hongjun's ominous eyes revealed a trace of yearning. I don't know the details, but I know that the primordial and the chaos exist in the first place. The creators only used them, not created them, and there are at least 5 existences like the primordial and the chaos. Hanfei was horrified. There were at least 5 other huge seas of stars like the chaotic star sea and the primordial star sea. He couldn't help but wonder what this world was like. Buzz. At this moment, Hongjun's ominous body was getting more and more incorporeal, and half of the broken arm had melted. Half of it must have been swallowed by the demon purification pot with some power. Hongjun's ominous body smiled miserably. Hanfei, he will find you eventually. Hanfei's eyes were fierce. Anyway, you are not him. He has nothing to do with you. Do you know how to destroy this arm? It can't be destroyed. Ha ha ha. As Hongjun's ominous body laughed out loud, he completely turned incorporeal, and the arm was completely swallowed by the demon purification pot. Hanfei looked solemn. Shenlei and the Master of Time also came to Hanfei. They had heard the conversation of Hanfei and Hongjun's ominous body. Chapter 3681-3681. The End of the War of the Era. 33681. The End of the War of the Era. 33681. The End of the War of the Era. 33681. Shenle said, little junior brother, don't be swayed by him. Even if there are stronger existences, even if there is an unknown sea of stars, so what? Hasn't our cultivation path always been like this? There is always someone stronger and there is always a mountain higher. We can just proceed and cherish as we go. Hanfei nodded slightly and asked, how is senior brother undead? Shenlei's expression was solemn as he shook his head slightly. I can't revive him. It must be that Hongjun's ominous body used the power of the immortal level to leave the coffin. That's what it's called, right? He's only left with incomplete bones and his vitality is extremely weak. Cough, cough. Senior sister Shenle coughed up blood again, her face pale. With a thought from Hanfei, Shenle felt that her great Tao was dissipating. In the next moment, the demon purification pot's vines pierced through her body one after another, and the ominous forbidden curse that corroded her was disintegrating. Hanfei said, when you reach the immortal level, you can grasp 10,000 Taos and the Tao of origin. After I control the star rivers, the heavenly Tao of the entire chaotic star sea will be controlled by me. Therefore, as long as you are in the chaotic star sea, no matter how your Tao is shattered, I can help you recover. Therefore, when your Tao is shattered, you can take the opportunity to remove the curse. Shenlei said, I did understand, but I haven't reached this realm yet, so I still don't understand. However, my little junior brother is really something. You've become the first immortal in the entire chaotic star sea. As she spoke, Shenle glanced at the Master of Time, who snorted. If there is one, there will be 2, Shenle sneered. Even if there is the second one, he won't be from your time temple, but can only be from our void temple. By the way, little junior brother, how to revive old 3. Hanfei summoned the River of Life and connected the River of Life for senior brother undead. Then he waved his hand, and the surrounding dozens of star rivers and endless resources gathered to rebuild Undead's body. After a while, Hanfei pondered and said, Senior Brother Undead's injuries are indeed very serious. The River of Life has been connected for the time being, but its will is a little scattered. This is not something I can control. Senior Brother Undead has to rely on himself. As for when he can revive, I don't know. Alas, Shenle sighed slightly. Old 3 is really tough. He's the only one in our void temple who is like eldest senior brother. He's lonely. Hanfei's heart stirred and his eyes glittered. Perhaps senior brother Undead can take eldest senior brother's path. Shenle shook her head. We can't leave. Undead is transformed from the 6th lineage fruit. Although he looks like a skeleton, he has a heart. Hanfei said. We can steal its heart. Huh? Shenle was speechless. What do you mean? Hanfei said leisurely. Because eldest senior brother has found the path behind the Tao of all living beings. Buzz. Shenlei and the Master of Time both looked at Hanfei in shock. The Master of Time asked, How do you know? Hanfei said, On the path of no return, I saw the inheritance left by eldest senior brother. Shenlei's eyes lit up. Well, is eldest senior brother's path different? Is the immortal level above the dominator realm? Han Fei shook his head. Perhaps there are many ways to go to the back. The road eldest senior brother found is not suitable for us. Senior sister, you said that senior brother undead and eldest senior brother are the most similar. Sure enough, Shenlei agreed. Let's do that, Han Fei asked. Aren't you going to consider it? Shen Yi chuckled. What's there to consider? Do you really think anyone can enter the immortal level? If it's so simple, how can you be the only one since ancient times? Han Fei nodded slightly. What he wanted to do was simple. He didn't know how long it would take for senior brother undead to revive. At that time, if there was a chance, he could put his heart in the inheritance cave of the eldest senior brother of the dragon subduing island. If one day senior brother undead would go to the dragon subduing island, he might be able to comprehend it. Of course, Han Fei didn't know if this would work. But if it worked, in the future, another super powerhouse above the Dominator realm might be born in the chaotic Star Sea. The Master of Time was silent for a moment. Han Fei, what do you think if I take off my heart? Han Fei sneered. I don't know you well, the Master of Time said. You're already in the immortal level. Why are you still so petty? Han Fei snorted. You only have time in your heart. Are you lonely? Yes, sir. Bullshit. Shenlei interrupted the two of them. All right, enough chit-chat. There is still an ominous. Han Fei smiled. I'll go meet him in the Creation Star Compass. Wherever the ominous was, everything would be contaminated, including the Creation Star Compass. However, after what Zhang Taishu did in the past, its inside had long been broken, and the energy contained in it was not enough to support the breakthrough of a Dominator. Therefore, except for attacking the Creation Star Compass itself, the real ominous had nothing to do here. When Han Fei entered the Creation Star Compass, the ominous was bombarding the Creation Star Compass. This place was already full of cracks, but these cracks were not enough for the ominous to go out in a short period of time. According to this fighting style, it would probably take at least a few months. When Han Fei came in, the real ominous suddenly stopped and said in disbelief, impossible. That's what Hong Jun's ominous body said. The ominous pupils were constricted, and he was silent for a moment. He lost? You don't seem surprised at all. You can even return from the path of no return. What's there to be surprised about if he's defeated? Chapter 3682, The End of the War of the Era 4 3682, The End of the War of the Era 4. Han Fei glanced at the world in the Creation Star Compass and said, I'm very curious. You can use the power of the immortal. Why don't you use it? If you use it, I'm afraid the Creation Star Compass won't be able to trap you for so long. Oh, you know the immortal realm? It seems that you've made a breakthrough? The real ominous sneered. Hong Jun's ominous body must have used the power of that hand, right? What's the result? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, he suffered a backlash and completely lost consciousness. The ominous sneered. If you want to destroy someone, make him self-inflated. He claims to be smart and has many schemes, but he knows too little about the power of our original body. No matter how many schemes he has, he is just a clown. Even if you don't return, he won't be able to subdue the primordial Star Sea. Oh, why do you say that? The ominous said with a hint of mockery. This question is very stupid. When the severed limb appears, you should know that what the demon purification pot and the creation jade plate want to seal is never the ominous matter, but the severed limb. Although he was also a consciousness born from the severed limb, he doesn't know much about the severed limb and thinks he can use it. In fact, the number of times he can use this thing is extremely limited. It might not matter if he uses it once, but if he uses it for a long time, he will be courting death. It will take him at least several years to refine the primordial origin. But if he uses the severed limb, he can obtain the power of the immortal level and control the primordial star sea in a few months. With me in the Creation Star Compass, he must feel pressure in his heart, so he will definitely use the severed limb. However, he doesn't know that once he continues to use the severed limb, he will suffer a backlash. Therefore, he will definitely lose. Han Fei frowned. I also saw with my own eyes that you used the power of that arm. Why didn't you suffer a backlash? Besides, you used your severed limbs to descend into the chaotic Star Sea. Isn't it considered continuous use? The ominous sneered. Why do you think I sacrificed the Dominator level ominous? To pave the way for me? It's just to let them suffer the backlash in my place. Do you really think the power of the immortal level alone can't open the passage between the two worlds? Han Fei couldn't help but take a deep look at the ominous. It seems that you are the one who schemes. No wonder you fought me with a broken limb. It turns out that you deliberately showed it to deceive him? Han Fei asked. What is your original body? Kekekekeke. The ominous smiled ominously. I'm about to die. Why should I tell you? With that said, the ominous took out another severed limb and put it on his body reluctantly. Then he said, I might be no match for you or die. However, don't think you can have an easy time. Our original bodies will sense the existence of our clones. One day, he will find this place. At that time, you will see what true fear is. Boom, the ominous didn't tell Han Fei much. It just wanted to tell Han Fei that a stronger existence would come to intimidate him. Han Fei immediately made the creation star compass spit out this sea of stars, and the two of them fought fiercely in the chaotic star sea. However, this was not the primordial star sea. Even if the ominous barely used the power of the immortal level, it only took Han Fei less than half an hour to suppress it with his control of the chaotic star sea and the full power of the demon purification pot. At this point, the chaotic star sea and the primordial star sea finally welcomed peace. What Han Fei didn't know was that at the moment when the ominous was suppressed by the demon purification pot in the primordial star sea, the void trembled, and pieces of the void actually glowed. Gradually, these voids intertwined and formed a huge mirror. The mirror quickly compressed and finally turned into a palm-sized mirror. With a swish, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the vast sea of stars. The battle was over. Shenle said, "This war that has lasted from the chaotic era to today is finally over. I suddenly feel inexplicably relaxed." The Master of Time asked, "Did the demon purification pot destroy that thing, or was it just a seal?" Han Fei said, "It's just a seal. Senior Sister Shenle, you should have heard it. These two ominous creatures are probably not in their complete forms." "Wait a minute." Shenle raised her eyebrows. "I don't want to hear it." Shenle was speechless. "Can't you let me rest for a day?" "Just a day," Han Fei was amused. "Senior Sister, can you still sleep at this level?" Shenle snorted. "It's none of your business. Anyway, I'm going back to sleep until I wake up." Han Fei shrugged. "Okay, go to sleep. I'm going to the primordial star sea. I have to consider whether to close the passage between the two worlds." Shenle said, "Go. You have the final say in the current chaotic star sea." The Master of Time was resentful. Han Fei ignored him, but it didn't matter. He was too lazy to talk back. Another moment later, protect the divine realm. The heavenly monarch and the others were still waiting for Han Fei's news. Now, in order to give up the passage between the two worlds, there were only 800 star rivers left. When Han Fei arrived again, the heavenly monarch hurriedly went forward. "Fellow Taoist human emperor, how is it going? Have you resolved the otherworldly demons?" This time, Han Fei was not in a hurry to chat with Hongjun. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, the strongest extraterrestrial demons have been resolved. Besides, from now on, there will be no extraterrestrial demons of that level in the primordial star sea." Huff! The heavenly monarch immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid. He had never seen such a strong extraterrestrial demon. In a moment, it annihilated more than 1,000 star rivers, which was shocking. Chapter 3683, The End of the War of the Era 53683, The End of the War of the Era 53683, The End of the War of the Era 5. Supreme Tao Monarch hurriedly said, "Master Human Emperor, may I ask, can we go to the other side to take a look?" Han Fei thought for a moment. This could be allowed. There were only 800 star rivers left in the primordial star sea, and there were as many as billions of star rivers covered by the ominous mist. He didn't control primordial chaos, so he couldn't purify this place at once. In that case, the passage between the two worlds couldn't be left open for a long time. At least, he could make an attempt. Seeing that the Nine Heavens Mystic Fairy and the Heavenly Monarch were also looking at him expectantly, Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "I'll consider it. Wait a moment. I'll talk to your Heavenly Tao." The three of them felt that it was ridiculous. Could the Heavenly Tao be chatted with? Han Fei looked up at the sky. Hongjun's will was branded in his mind. "You made it." Han Fei smiled. "Yes, I made it. However, I have some bad news. The ominous and your ominous body you and I saw might not be the complete ominous." Hongjun was silent for a few seconds before saying, "So?" Han Fei said, "In the distant future, or it might not be that far away, the flames of war might spread again. However, at that time, it might not be my war." Hongjun sighed. "In that case, I have a presumptuous request." "Oh?" "Senior, just tell me," Hongjun asked. "You're from the 6 lineages after all. Can you leave some inheritance in the primordial star sea?" "No problem." Han Fei didn't hesitate. Eldest senior brother had left, senior brother undead had fallen into a deep sleep, and he still owed the Void Temple a disciple. He could leave a test of the Void Temple in the primordial star sea. Han Fei smiled and said, "I'll arrange this matter later, but my test will be abnormally strict. Perhaps no one will be able to pass it in millions of years. In addition, I'll leave the reincarnation path of 6 Taos behind. In this way, the passage between the two worlds can be opened for a long time. Now, both worlds have a lot of things to do. It's time to give birth to more children. In addition, the chaotic star sea can provide some combat power that can help the primordial star sea resist the ominous mist. Although most of the dominators have died, there are still many ominous creatures of various levels. It's still a long way to go to reclaim the primordial star sea." Hongjun was silent for a moment and then said, "Thank you." Han Fei paused and said in the end, "By the way, let me give you a suggestion. After the primordial star sea recovers, you can try to create another divine vine." "Oh," Han Fei said, "I've taken your divine vine, so I'd like to give you something in return. You can try reincarnation. Perhaps the primordial star sea will have one more immortal." "Thank you." Han Fei smiled, thinking that if the ominous came again in the future, he didn't want to fight alone. Even if he was still here, it would be a problem whether he could defeat it or not. When Han Fei lowered his head, the heavenly monarch hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist human emperor, how is it? Did you have a good chat?" Buzz. In the next moment, 6 purple doors suddenly appeared around Han Fei, which stunned the heavenly monarch and the others. Han Fei patted the heavenly monarch's shoulder and said, "This thing is called the reincarnation path of 6 Taos. Since you are the strongest in the primordial star sea, I'll leave this thing to you, but you have to remember that this thing concerns the reincarnation of billions of people in the primordial star sea. Whoever holds this thing can't pass the passage between the 2 worlds. This thing can't be obtained by evil people and can't be abused. In short, before the ominous mist in this vast sea of stars is dispelled, this thing is more important than your life." Immediately, the heavenly monarch was refreshed and the hands in his sleeves were trembling slightly. "I won't disappoint you, fellow Taoist human emperor." Han Fei nodded slightly, then turned around and left. He didn't stop until he reached the entrance of the passage between the 2 worlds. Without looking back, he said casually, "You can send someone over to prepare for the matters regarding the connection between the 2 worlds." Chapter 3684, Step Down as Human Emperor, 13684, Step Down as Human Emperor, 1,000 years later. It had been 1,000 years since the ominous was sealed. Now, it was called a new era, also known as the Origin Era, because there was no ominous in this world anymore, but the vast sea of stars had been destroyed in the end. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning, when the world was first created and the myriad races hadn't risen. The chaotic star sea welcomed the long-lost peace. The population of the myriad races also entered an era of outbreak. Most of the strong masters above the monarch level in the chaotic star sea went to the primordial star sea. It couldn't be helped. It would take a long time for the endless creatures and opportunities in the vast chaotic star sea to completely revive, and the war in the primordial star sea was still ongoing. That was where the strong masters continued to grow. In the primordial star sea, wars were happening one after another, leaving behind many touching stories. As for the chaotic star sea, it was full of vitality. There were too many people who were too tired. Just like senior sister Shen Lei, they needed to rest, relax, and enjoy this rare peace. The curse of the dragon race had been removed and had returned to the sea realm. These guys began to eat meat every day until Han Fei personally stopped them. Otherwise, another mass extinction would have occurred. The lineage of strange beasts had also recovered. It wasn't until now that Han Fei knew that the Emperor Sparrow grew so fast because this guy had swallowed the dragon body of the ancient divine dragon, an existence that could fight the ominous in the chaotic era. Little Black and Little White were still swallowing star rivers, but their swallowing speed was getting faster and faster. Even so, it would take them about 8,000 years to become sea-quelling gods. However, Han Fei was not in a hurry. They could just take time swallowing. On this day, in the sea realm under the mysterious world tree in the West Wilderness, Han Fei, Xiao Shaoshan, Shimen Linglin, Zhang Xuanyu, Yi Xian, Renquang, Linji Renquang's wife, Luo Xiaobai, Han Chanyi, Zhang Panpan, the hexagon starfish, a large group of people were drinking around a big table. Renquang said, "I've summoned everyone today to congratulate Xiaobai for surpassing us, becoming a sea-quelling god from a great monarch in one go. Come on, let's raise our glasses. Congratulations, Xiaobai. Congratulations, Auntie Xiaobai. Sizzly Acha." Luo Xiaobai seemed to have a rare smile on her face. She couldn't make it to the ultimate battle against the ominous, but it wasn't a pity. If Han Fei didn't return, she would have to participate in the battle anyway, because the last of the 7 divine realms, the world tree, was in her hands. She knew what everyone meant. Everyone felt that her feelings were fading, so they specially gathered at this moment to let her feel this friendship and warmth. "Thank you," Zhang Xuanyu said. "Xiaobai, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you can actually try accepting a man, okay? Give yourself a wild romance," Renquang said. "I think so." "Xiaobai, tell me what your standards are." Luo Xiaobai glanced at the two of them casually and said reproachfully, "Get lost." Xiaoshan also said, "I think they're right. Unfortunately, Xiaobai, you improved too fast and suddenly became a sea-quelling god. Even if men are interested in you, I'm afraid not many people dare to pursue you. Xiaobai, why don't you go to the mortal world to gain experience?" Luo Xiaobai glanced at Xiao helplessly. "Why are you getting involved?" Han Fei was thinking about what cultivation technique suitable for Luo Xiaobai. Before he said anything, Han Chaoyi said, "How can others be worthy of Auntie Xiaobai? Only my father is worthy of her. Auntie Xiaobai, let's be a family. My father is very good at coaxing people. He will definitely make you happy every day." Puff, 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 Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, and Renquang spewed out 3 mouthfuls of saliva in a row. Han Fei was embarrassed. "Hey, you darn girl, stop talking nonsense," Han Chanyi said. "I'm not talking nonsense. You're so close, and all of you already have a family. Do you want Aunt Xiaobai to die alone? Second mother, don't you think so?" Shimen Linglin was dumbfounded. Would the 3 of them be xenophobic? However, she still said, "This kind of thing is consensual. When you have someone you like, you'll understand. However, being alone is really lonely." Xiao Shaoshan shrugged. "I don't mind anyway." Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei calmly and then at Han Chanyi. I'm going to the primordial star sea in a few years. Yi, come with me then. Huh? Why? Luo Xiaobai chuckled. I heard that you haven't been in the mood to cultivate in the past 1,000 years. All day long, you take the hexagon starfish around to travel and play, claiming that you're gaining experiences in the mortal world. I think it's time for you to get down to cultivation. Hearing this, the hexagon starfish, who was lying in the corner and enjoying the delicious roasted shrimp, rolled his 6 big eyes. We aren't slacking off. Yi and I are really training in the mortal world. We're so miserable that sometimes we can't even eat our fill. Han Chanyi nodded. Yes, Han Fei said leisurely. Yes, it's time to get down to cultivation. If I've guessed right, there is a peerless treasure comparable to the demon purification pot hidden in the primordial star sea called the World Divine Mirror. If I can get this thing, Tesket. In the past 1,000 years, Han Fei had gone to find the World Divine Mirror. Unfortunately, when he went to that opening in the Sea of Stars, he found that the barrier had disappeared. The World Divine Mirror didn't even leave any fragments and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 3685 Step Down as Human Emperor 2 3685 Step Down as Human Emperor 2. However, he firmly believed that the World Divine Mirror was in the primordial star sea. After a full meal, everyone began to discuss surrounding Le Renquang. Because Lin Ji was also pregnant, they were discussing how to name their child. There was indeed something wrong with Luo Xiaobai's path of cultivation. It was only because they were here that she was a little emotional. At this moment, she had climbed up to the world tree and was sitting at the top of it, thinking about something. Shan pinched Han Fei. Go take a look. I'm really worried about Xiaobai's state. If it doesn't work out, I think Yi's suggestion is actually good. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Look at how worried you are. Don't we know Xiaobai's personality? Forget it. I've done some research over the years. I think it's still possible to awaken her emotions. On the top of the world tree, Han Fei sat next to Luo Xiaobai and asked casually, what are you thinking about? Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. Nothing. I just feel that I'm a little similar to this tree. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. I advise you not to think about this nonsense. Do you still want to become a tree? Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but turn to look at Han Fei. How do you know? Han Fei said. Other demon plants still have rich emotions. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Over the years, I've customized a scripture for you. If you read it every day, it might change your life and the future. Luo Xiaobai stroked the hair behind her ears, slightly pressed down her white skirt that was blown by the wind, and said indifferently, Actually, I think it's quite good now. Han Fei said impatiently, Good my ass. Let me tell you, if I'm not wrong, Li Daoyi has also experienced the process you're experiencing now. As a result, he planted a tree and raised a little Kylin and a bird. Later, he must have met Chen Lingsu. How about it? Let me tell you their story? A moment later, the story ended. Han Fei didn't know if Luo Xiaobai listened to him or not. Luo Xiaobai stayed on the world tree alone after all. 10,000 years later, Han Fei had never stopped cultivating. Of course, it wasn't his original body, but Han Song, Zhang Daqian, and Neza. After synchronizing with the information of his original body, his 3 clones grew extremely fast. This was inevitable. Han Fei's original body had comprehended too much. Once these insights fell on his 3 avatars, their cultivation speed would definitely soar. For example, the chaotic star sea was purified by Han Fei, leaving a massive amount of energy crystals in the vast sea of stars. And this helped Han Song grow and improve extremely quickly. 10,000 years ago, Han Song had already stepped into the realm of sea-quelling God. Now, Han Song's loose life form was like a virus, spreading to the boundless sea of stars, buried in tens of thousands of star rivers. Now, Han Fei had only gathered these loose parts and combined them into one, allowing Han Song to easily break through to the Dominator realm. He chose to do this because he needed to. Although Han Song was absorbing the power of the entire chaotic star sea to grow, his growth was equivalent to helping the billions of star rivers in the chaotic star sea rebuild their ecology. As a sea-quelling god, Han Song spread his loose life forms too slowly, so he raised Han Song to the Dominator realm. In addition to Han Song, Zhang Daqian had also broken through to the sea-quelling god realm. The higher the level of the Tao of Nirvana in the giant beast divine Tao, the harsher the requirements. In the chaotic star sea, Zhang Daqian couldn't find any enemies, so he went to the primordial star sea. But even in the primordial star sea, it was difficult for him to find enemies, so his strength growth stagnated to a certain extent. Even with the infinite insights of Han Fei's original body, his strength was still stuck at the peak of the sea-quelling god. He could barely fight a dominator, but he couldn't cross that threshold. As for Neza, because he had taken the spirit of plants and trees in a row, his cultivation potential had gradually increased. Now, he had already stepped into the god-slaying level. It was worth mentioning that whether it was Han Song, Zhang Daqian, or Neza, his comprehension of the path of invincibility had directly increased to the 3rd level. This was inevitable. His original body had already comprehended the path of invincibility, so his avatar could directly grasp it. As for the 4th level, it was unlikely. This was because the requirements for the 4th level of the path of invincibility were too harsh. Not only did it require comprehension, but it also required the support of the entire sea of stars. In addition to the cultivation state of his avatars, Han Fei left 9 tails, the 9 death soul-splitting octopus, Little Gold, and the licking dog to Neza. As for Han Fei, he had been doing 3 things in the past 10,000 years. Firstly, it was to try to comprehend the true meaning of the Taoist realm, and secondly, it was to try to obliterate the 2 ominous severed arms. Unfortunately, he couldn't complete either of these things. He had completed the 3rd task, which was to accompany his wives and child on sightseeing and walking in the sea realm. At this moment in the raging sea, Han Fei took Zimen Linglin, Han Chanyi, and Xia Shaochan back to the yin-yang world where the story began. The yin-yang world was still there, but it was no longer in the small world. When Han Fei left, he was not strong enough and still missed some people. After more than 20,000 years of development, many new people appeared here. However, most of them were still ordinary people. As for the history of the human race in the past, they could only find it from the murals and books left behind by the 36 mystic worlds. Chapter 3686, 3686, Step Down as Human Emperor. 33686, Step Down as Human Emperor. 33686, Step Down as Human Emperor. Yin-Yang World, Blue Sea Town, Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei had thought that after 20,000 years, this place had long been abandoned. The buildings had collapsed and the old site was gone. But he never expected that when he came here, the small yard he used to live in was still there. However, the buildings showed signs of renovation. Although the buildings looked ordinary, the building materials were extraordinary. Besides, most of the Heavenly Water Village was indeed desolate. Obviously, someone had come here and rebuilt this place. Han Fei already knew who this person was. Han Fei said, Yi, this is where I lived back then. At that time, I was only a few years old. I lived in this palm-sized place. I remember that at that time, I was only a level 2 fisher. I lived here with your uncle, Tang Ji. Your uncle saved me a bowl of spirit-swallowing soup, Han Chanyi said impatiently. Got it. You've told me 800 times. A while ago, I gave Uncle Tang Ge and Aunt Mu Ling's youngest son, Tang Mu Fei, a bowl of true dragon soup. Shashan asked, Yi, didn't I tell you not to bully dragons? Han Chanyi snorted. I didn't do it on purpose. I took the big starfish out to play, but they coveted the big starfish's meat. How could I not do anything? Shashan said. Then be gentle. They're your senior Uncle Azure Dragon's clansmen after all. Got it, eh? Han Chanyi pushed the door open curiously and entered. Then, she said with a strange expression, Dad, since it's an ancestral land, shouldn't we leave some inheritance here? Han Fei scanned around with his perception and thought to himself, no wonder Han Chanyi spoke so strangely. It turned out that there were signs of occasional residents in the house. Han Fei said in embarrassment, It's up to you. The sun and moon rotate and the mountains and rivers change. The past is in the past. Perhaps I'm only obsessed with some things in my memories. Xia Xiaoshan said, Okay, no one said anything about you. Go meet your old friend. Cough, cough, you can walk around. Shimin Linglin said, Let's go greet teacher. Since we're already here, we should go meet him. Han Chanyi hurriedly said, Okay, I haven't seen Master Divine Sun yet. Another moment later, in the plantation in the Heavenly Water Village, some tombs still existed here, but the words on the tombstones were already blurred. Not far from the tombstones, there was a hut and a figure was standing in front of it. Han Fei bowed 3 times in front of these tombs and then said casually, Long time no see. I didn't expect that the little girl who was only a grand fishing master back then was already preparing to transcend the monarch tribulation. He, Xiao Yu, looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. I made breakfast. Do you want to eat something? Then, as if thinking of something, Xiao Yu smiled. You used to treat me, but now it's my turn to treat you. I live in your house occasionally because I miss my old friends. I know. On the ordinary wooden table, Han Fei was drinking shrimp, crab, and roe porridge. He Xiao Yu asked softly, Are you going on a long trip? Han Fei put down the bowl. Why do you say that? He Xiao Yu took a sip of the porridge, her mouth a little swollen. After she swallowed it, she smiled. I heard that you have been traveling in the mortal world all these years, but this seems to be the first time you've revisited your old home, so I guess you're going to travel far. He, Xiao Yu, didn't know where Han Fei was going or where else was worth going for him, but she knew that Han Fei was leaving. She didn't know when they would meet again. Han Fei smiled casually. Yes. This time, I'm going to the end of the Sea of Stars, the other side of the Great Tao. There might be something waiting for me there. He Xiao Yu continued to eat the porridge. When the bowl was empty, she looked at Han Fei with a smile. If you can't beat them, run. This is what you taught me before. Han Fei smiled. It's still the truth. A moment later, after He Xiao Yu cleaned up the dishes, Han Fei stood in the plantation holding a strawberry in his hand and biting it. He Xiao Yu stood behind him without speaking. Han Fei said, By the way, I came back this time with the intention of rebuilding the raging sea. It's time to revive here. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei said so, the boundless mist in the raging sea dissipated, and in a mysterious and unknown place, the world origin soared at a visible speed, surging like a river. For a moment, the spiritual energy in this world soared several times. Countless spiritual plants and spiritual heritages grew rapidly like bamboo shoots after a rain, and the heavenly Tao laws were enhanced by new wills. After half an hour, all these changes slowly subsided. After doing all these, Han Fei turned around and said casually, "He Xiaoyu, I'm leaving, goodbye." A long while after Han Fei left, He Xiaoyu smiled, "Goodbye." On the other side, in the new Grand Myriad Mountains, Han Chanyi had just met the Divine Sun. Then, she pouted and said, "Oh, look what Dad did. He's completely changed this world." Xia Xiaochan said, "It's the ancestral land of the human race after all. It's time to revive here." On the other side, Seaman Linglin and the Water Immortal were reminiscing, and the Water Immortal said, "I know that his return this time shouldn't just be a revival of his old home. Linglin, I think you two should have a child as soon as possible, in case you regret it in the future." Seaman Linglin blushed. "Got it, teacher." Han Fei's family stayed in the Grand Myriad Mountains for a few months. Chapter 3687, Step Down as Human Emperor. 3687, Step Down as Human Emperor. 4. Just as they were about to leave, Han Fei and Zeman Linglin sensed a fluctuation from the Time River at the same time. Zeman Linglin frowned slightly. There are traces of battle in the Time River. Han Fei was also puzzled. And the intensity of the battle is not weak. It has reached the sea-quelling god level. Let's go and take a look. Buzz, buzz. In the Time River, 2 dragon carp, one big and one small, were fighting someone. For a moment, in the Time River, the world kept fluctuating, and laws kept dissipating out of the Time River. In the Divine Light, 2 dragon carp were attacking a man crazily. As for that person, he was wearing a golden robe and looked a little helpless. He had no intention of fighting back and just let the 2 of them attack him. After a while, the man in the golden robe slowly said, "Sheer, stop fooling around. Come home with me." The big dragon carp snorted coldly. "That's impossible. Don't think I don't know your evil intentions. You just want to take Yinner back to take over your position and deal with your great ominous cause. You've been fighting for several eras, and you still want my daughter to fight for you?" "Impossible." The golden-robed man said helplessly. "The ominous has been wiped out. This time, I really just want to take you back. Who are you fooling?" "Mom, he, who is he? Who is he?" The little dragon carp was also a little stunned at this moment. She stopped attacking and looked at the golden-robed man opposite her in a daze. The golden-robed man retracted his serious expression and said indifferently, "Child, I am your father." The little dragon carp was stunned for a moment. "Mom, I have a father?" The big dragon carp said. "Don't listen to his nonsense. You don't have a father. This person is a liar. Sheer, as I said, the ominous is already gone. I have no reason to lie to you. Besides, the child can't never know who her father is, right?" The big dragon carp snorted. "I won't believe you. How can the ominous be destroyed so easily? How many eras has it been? Which of you has succeeded? Don't think I don't know your plan. You just want to send Nianer back to the chaotic era to find a way to kill the ominous. That place is not easy to go to." "If one doesn't carry great karma, he will definitely die there." The golden-robed man sighed helplessly. Okay. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe him, right? Han Fei, can you come out and help me explain?" "Han Fei?" The big dragon carp was stunned. The little dragon carp's eyes glittered when she heard Han Fei's name. "Brother Han Fei?" "Where is he?" "Swishta." In the next moment, Han Fei and Seaman Linglin appeared in the Time River. Han Fei greeted her with a smile. "Nianer, senior time." "Ah, Brother Han Fei, Mom, it's Brother Han Fei." With a scream, she accelerated and rushed at Han Fei. The Time Dragon Carp was also relieved, but when she looked at Han Fei, she couldn't see through his strength at all. Why was Han Fei here? Why was Han Fei qualified to be called by the Master of Time? "Brother Han Fei, I miss you so much. I miss Sister Yinner too." Han Fei smiled. "Yinner and I miss you too." Nianer had already turned into a little girl and was hugging Han Fei's arm. Han Fei rubbed Nianer's head and said, "Senior Time, have you been well these years?" The Time Dragon Carp said, "Not bad. We stopped in various eras and came back, but you went east, so we didn't look for you again. But what's your relationship with him?" Han Fei looked at the Master of Time with a complicated expression. "I have nothing to do with him. I want to ask that too. Time, how did you know I was here?" Hearing this, the Time Dragon Carp's pupils were constricted slightly. Han Fei called him Time directly. How dare he? The Master of Time looked at Han Fei. "I'm just luring you here at this time. This is my wife, Xiling, and this is my daughter. I want you to help me explain that the ominous has been destroyed and the chaotic star sea is safe." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Good Lord, who the hell could have guessed this? The Master of Time was actually Little Time's father. Han Fei asked, "You, the Master of Time, can't even have your wife and child trust you?" The Master of Time said, "It's a long story. After all, I arranged for someone to save Zeman Linglin back then. Don't you want to return this favor?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at Zeman Linglin only to see that Zeman Linglin was dumbfounded. Obviously, she didn't know this either. However, after Zeman Linglin comprehended the Tao of Hope, she was indeed saved by a strong master of the Time Temple passing by. It was probably not a coincidence. It could only be said that she had always been in others' plans. Han Fei was a little speechless, but he still said to the Time Dragon Carp, "Senior, the ominous has indeed been annihilated." The Time Dragon Carp was a little unconvinced. Who did it? Who has this ability? The Death God or Void? Han Fei had examined the time dragon carp with the demon purification pot before, but at that time, the time dragon carp was only in the sky-opening realm. Now it seemed that what he saw back then was probably just a clone of the time dragon carp. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. I did it? The time dragon carp? Are you kidding me? You killed them? You, the time dragon carp, looked Han Fei up and down, but she couldn't understand him. This meant that Han Fei was at least above the sea-quelling god realm, which was the dominator realm. Chapter 3688-3688, Step Down as Human Emperor, 53688, Step Down as Human Emperor, 5. However, it had only been 20,000 years. It was unbelievable for that boy who was only a law enforcer back then to become a sea-quelling god, let alone a dominator. At this moment, the time dragon carp noticed Zeman Linglin beside Han Fei and asked in a suppressed tone, "Is this the little girl from back then?" Zeman Linglin had never seen the time dragon carp, but the time dragon carp had seen her before. The time dragon carp could tell at a glance that Zeman Linglin's realm was comparable to hers, or even stronger. Zeman Linglin greets Senior. The time dragon carp asked with a complicated expression, "What happened in the past 20,000 years?" Han Fei shrugged slightly. "Senior, you can go to the sea realm on your own. The current chaotic star sea is different. As for the entanglement between you and the Master of Time, I won't get involved and don't want to ask. However, I can guarantee that he won't force Nianer to do anything outrageous. After all, Nianer is my sister. As long as you don't want to, the Time Temple can't stop me." As he spoke, Han Fei looked at the Master of Time warningly. As for the Master of Time, he pretended not to see it. The time dragon carp was skeptical. Although she more or less felt that Han Fei's words were a little ridiculous, even Zeman Linglin was already so strong, it could be seen that too many things had happened in the past 20,000 years. The time dragon carp was still a little vigilant. "In that case, I'll take Nianer to the sea realm first. Han Fei, can you help me stop him?" "Okay." Seeing that her mother was about to leave again, Nianer hurriedly said, "Brother Han Fei, where can I find you?" Han Fei laughed and said, "The free city of the sea, divine realm, in the sea realm." After the time dragon carp left with Nianer, the Master of Time said indifferently, "She is a spirit in time. She is unique." Han Fei stopped him. "I'm not interested in listening to stories." "Anything else?" The Master of Time was speechless. He couldn't understand how this petty-minded Han Fei could become an immortal. He said, "Are you going to the path of no return?" Han Fei nodded. "Someone has to explore the unknown. Generations of strong masters have embarked on that path, including me. Perhaps you are no exception." The Master of Time nodded slightly. "Good luck." Han Fei knew that the chaotic star sea was far from absolutely safe. If what the ominous said was true and they still had an original body, it would definitely be extremely difficult to deal with. He shouldn't become complacent and stuck in his ways. At this point, anyone could stop, except him, Han Fei. He was the hope of too many people. After the Master of Time left, Zeman Linglin held Han Fei's hand and said, "You know, I will definitely go." "I know, Sea Realm." Han Fei and the others only stayed in the Grand Myriad Mountains for a year before returning to the Sea Realm. This time, Han Fei took his family to cultivate in seclusion for 1,000 years. On a certain evening 1,000 years later, the free city was still noisy. Suddenly, from the location of the Thug Academy, a shocking light soared to the sky. In the sky, there were a total of 24 golden pages. Great Tao runes surrounded the pages, and Tao sounds rang. The light of laws spread in the Sea Realm, radiating to the 5 divine realms. Countless people looked up, and all the strong masters of the Sea Realm looked at this place. A divine voice resounded in the Sea Realm. "I'm Han Fei, the current human emperor. May I occupy you a little time? In the 12,001st year of the Origin Era, I consumed a supreme nature treasure to forge 24 pages of the Human Emperor's book. It records in detail everything I've learned, comprehended, felt, and obtained in my life. Whoever gathers the 24 pages of the Human Emperor's book can get an unexpected surprise. Now, I've scattered the pages of this book all over the world. I hope those who are fated can obtain them. Buzz." As soon as Han Fei said so, the 24 pages of the Human Emperor's book scattered in all directions at the same time. Han Fei's words shocked the world, and countless people were shocked. Heavens, this book actually contains all the knowledge of the Human Emperor. Doesn't this mean that if anyone can obtain this book, they have a chance to achieve what the Human Emperor has achieved today? Human Emperor refined a supreme nature treasure into a book. Even if one doesn't learn the technique on it, just the page itself is a peerless treasure. Did the Human Emperor cast this book to select disciples? Why is it so troublesome for Master Human Emperor to choose a disciple? I wonder who will be so lucky. Some superpowers had already begun to take action. The Crown Prince of the Divine Capital said, "The intelligence agency of the Divine Capital dynasty immediately operate at full strength. I don't care what method you use. Once the Human Emperor's book appears, I have to know it immediately." In the Phoenix Divine race, Fengxing Liu was enjoying the massage of his maidservant while holding a big pipe in his mouth. He raised his head and sighed. "Brother, shouldn't we digest such a good thing internally first?" As soon as Fengxing Liu said so, he discovered that a golden jade token had appeared on his fruit plate at some point. Immediately, Fengxing Liu stood up and signaled the maidservant to retreat. Then, he picked up the golden token with trembling hands and couldn't help swallowing. Feng Xinglu quickly glanced around and then quietly put away the golden token, with a faint smile on his lips. You're really my good brother, sound-ending mountain. Boom, boom, boom. In the past 20,000 years, the rise of Zhu Yingling was unstoppable. She was already proficient in music, and with the help of the creation void spiritual drum, she had made rapid progress. Chapter 3689, Chapter 3689, Step Down as Human Emperor, 6. Chapter 3689, Step Down as Human Emperor, 6 now. Zhu Yinling's strength had far exceeded that of a peak-level extreme Dao Great Monarch, but she still had no intention of making a breakthrough. She had to wait for a breakthrough. But even so, she was almost invincible in the current sound-ending mountain. This was because, except for the master of the sound-ending mountain, no one could be stronger than Zhu Yingling. Suddenly, a golden jade token appeared on the mountain where Zhu Yingling was cultivating. The moment the jade token appeared, the creation void spirit drum immediately appeared and said in surprise, I couldn't feel the arrival of this jade token at all. What a vicious guy. He actually refined the hidden divine seal. He's simply a lunatic. However, he still knows to give you a share. He has some conscience. Zhu Yinling said lightly, let me take a look. In a secret realm in the sea realm, a giant turtle was transforming into a human. His appearance was a little neutral. Beside him, a demon-vanquishing tree followed. Swishta, a golden jade token appeared out of nowhere. Huh, brat, I thought you had forgotten me. You gave me this human emperor's book yourself. I didn't leverage any connections. On the infinite desolate sea, South Monarch's crossing was crossing. South Monarch was looking up at the starry sky from the top of her ship when a golden token appeared in front of her. Is this the human emperor's book? Immediately afterward, she heard Han Fei's voice. Han Fei never owes anyone a favor. The favor he owes is already returned. The corners of South Monarch's mouth twitched slightly, and in the end, she sighed slightly. I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death. That being said, South Monarch immediately put away the human emperor's book and disappeared from the crossing with a swish. Of course, Han Fei didn't give all the human emperor's book to his acquaintances. There were only a few. At this moment, the human emperor's book had dispersed, and Han Fei's voice sounded again. In addition, I have another thing. The myriad races in the infinite ocean have suffered from the ominous's invasion. From the ancient chaotic era to the doomsday era, countless people have died or been injured. Countless races have disappeared in the long river of history. Now, although the ominous has been suppressed by me, the root of the ominous hasn't been eliminated. The creatures of the myriad races can't slack off. I, Han Fei, have been fighting all my life, and now is no exception. I will embark on a journey that I don't know when I will return. This road is long, far, and full of the unknown. Therefore, from today on, I will step down as human emperor. Although I have left, a new human emperor will eventually appear. The human race is indestructible. Human emperor, for a moment, countless people in the free city looked up at the sky. Countless people burst into tears. Someone shouted, Master Human Emperor, don't leave us behind. Shut up, an old man shouted sternly. The current human emperor is no longer just the human emperor of our human race. To put it bluntly, he is also the emperor of all races. We can't be so selfish. The human race and even all races shouldn't continue to be a burden to the human emperor. Someone heaved a long sigh. Human emperor has suffered too much and is too tired. I don't know when he will return from his life of fighting. Someone swore, the human emperor is still fighting without stopping. How dare we slack off? I dare not say that we can catch up with the human emperor in this life. I just hope that when the human emperor needs me, I am still here and can still fight. Someone shouted, those of the human race should kneel. That day, no one made a sound on the billions of long streets of the free city. The human race knelt all over and respectfully sent the human emperor off. In the future, history called this day Human Emperor's Day. Chapter 3690, Chapter 3690, Return Ruins 1, Chapter 3690, Return Ruins 1, Chapter 3690, Return Ruins 1. No one knew that on Human Emperor's Day, Seaman Linglin, drawing on the hope and expectations of all living beings, had finally reached the peak of the Dominator realm. On this day, Han Fei was saying goodbye to his parents, Xia Xiaoshan and Han Chanyi, and Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and Luo Xiaobai. Even the hexagon starfish was sobbing, and Han Chanyi couldn't stop crying. Xia Xiaoshan looked at Han Fei deeply. If you don't return, I will go to you one day. Han Fei had already clarified his Dao heart. He had to go on this trip no matter what. Everything was not over yet. He sensed that the summoning from the path of no return was very strong. Similarly, he felt a pressure from the unknown. It was a battle of fate that he had to accept. Han Fei stroked Xia Xiaoshan's cheek. This departure is for the sake of return. You know that I want to stay more than anyone else, but I can't stay, Xia Xiaoshan said. I know, but this day came too fast, Han Fei said. Wait for me. As long as the heavenly Dao Eye doesn't return, I won't die. Okay. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang each punched Han Fei's shoulder. Zhang Xuanyu said, I don't know if it's because I'm old, but I really miss my childhood when I wanted to become stronger. There was no pressure above my head at all. The sea was so big that we could play around. In the end, the old days are gone. Good brother, we won't stop. When you need me, remember to call me. Han Fei smiled. Okay, sure. Renquang took out a small world with trembling hands. Fei, there are 800 ultra-quality dishes here that I've painstakingly studied. I've made a lot of them. If you're tired on the way, stop to rest. You can't just go hungry, right? Among the 5 of them, Renquang had the richest emotions, and now his eyes were full of tears. Han Fei took the small world and patted Renquang's shoulder heavily. Sure enough, you know me. I could have been the #1 divine chef in the world, but unfortunately there were too many things to do and I forgot my skills. Now, the title of the #1 divine chef in the world still falls on you. Ha ha ha! After saying goodbye to Renquang, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Remember to read the scripture I made for you every day. Luo Xiaobai pouted, showing a rare feminine look, even if it was only for a moment. She said, I'll wait for you to return in the world tree. When you return, you must have reached the Taoist level. Then perhaps you can create a better scripture for me. Of course, if it takes too long, I will embark on the path of no return too. In fact, Han Fei always felt that Luo Xiaobai was the loneliest one. Such a person was either strong or crazy. He even felt that with Luo Xiaobai's temperament, once she stepped into the Dominator realm, she might become the fastest to advance on the path of dominance. Even the immortal level couldn't stop her. After all, reason and intelligence gave Luo Xiaobai extremely high comprehension ability. When Han Fei looked at old Han, his mother, and Yinner, he chuckled. Stop traveling around, okay? You've been busy from the primordial era to now. Now you must have been tired. Why don't you help me take care of Yi Yi? Don't let Yinner be too tired. She doesn't need to be so strong. Han Guanshu sighed slightly. Son, have a safe trip. Zhang Linxian let her tears flow, and Yinner couldn't help but hug Han Fei. Brother, Han Fei stroked Yinner's long hair and said, the rise of the 2 worlds will definitely give birth to countless talents. Live your life well. Zhang Linxian said, Fire, your father and I love you. Han Fei smiled. I know. In the end, Han Fei came to Han Chanyi. Even the hexagon starfish lying on her head was sobbing. Yi, I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. Han Fei reached out to wipe the tears on her cheeks. Believe Dad will return. Boo-hoo, when? Han Fei smiled. Maybe soon. Big liar, you always speak you'll return soon, but it's always a long time. Han Fei didn't say anything else but glared at the hexagon starfish. Big starfish, remember to take Yi Yi to eat and play more in the future. Don't just enjoy yourself every day. Otherwise, when I come back, I'll skin you alive. The hexagon starfish sobbed and covered his eyes. You're about to leave, but you're still so fierce. Starfish has actually been working very hard all the time. Humph. Ignoring the hexagon starfish, Han Fei said solemnly, Dad, Mom, Yinner, Girl, Yi, you, Quang, Xiaobai, I'm leaving. Han Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. He took Seaman Linglin and disappeared. The reason why Han Fei wanted to take Seaman Linglin with him was that her path was extremely special and she had a certain dependency on him. If he didn't take her with him, Zeman Linglin would definitely embark on the path of no return. At that time, her life might be in danger. How could he sit by and watch? Besides, Zeman Linglin was different from Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan had Yi, Xian Xiaoyu, Renquang, Luo Xiaobai, and the Thug Academy, but Zeman Linglin only had Han Fei. Therefore, he would rather take Seaman Linglin with him than leave her alone in the chaotic Star Sea. Before leaving, Han Fei no longer let Han Song and Zhang Daqian continue to cultivate here. Buzz. At that moment, in the tens of thousands of star rivers, countless loose lifeforms were gathering. Han Fei had always felt that the loose lifeforms' growth way was unbelievable. Once they were supplied with enough resources, their growth speed could be described as terrifying. Chapter 3691, Chapter 3691, Return Ruins 2, Chapter 3691, Return Ruins 2. In just a few years, tens of thousands of loose bodies comparable to the sea-quelling god began to gather. Another 3 days passed. When these loose lifeforms at the sea-quelling god level gathered and fused into one, in the chaotic star sea, a sky-penetrating divine bamboo revealed its original body, spanning several star rivers. At this moment, Han Fei's second peak-level Dominator avatar was formed. To embark on the path of no return, all 3 would eventually be one. Han Fei couldn't let go of Han Song and Zhang Daqian. At the same time, Han Fei exiled the humans on his origin star to an unknown star river and completely refined his origin star. After he created the world, he didn't deliberately observe this new human race that was growing stronger and stronger. However, all their senses had been branded in his mind. He had a certain understanding of creation. When this path reached the end, it would still evolve into 2 paths. One was the Tao of all living beings. This was the easiest path of creation. The other was to comprehend the Taoless realm, but it was just to comprehend it, on the path of no return, in front of the dam. When Han Fei and Zeman Linglin arrived, they found that the Death God, Senior Sister Shenla, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, 5th Senior Brother, Senior Sister Green Lotus, Senior Sister Red Lotus, Senior Sister Dark Shadow, Lei Heng, 6th God, and Feng Yu were all here. Lei Heng said, Little Junior Brother, we're here to see you off. Feng Yu said, Brat, even if you become a Dominator, you're still my little junior brother. Why don't you inform me? Shenla asked. little junior brother. I thought you would stay in the chaotic star sea for an era. Why are you so fast? Hanfei said. Senior sister Shenlei, I have a premonition of something and feel some summoning. Therefore, I have to embark on a journey. Alas, Shenlei said indifferently, the Void Temple has always respected everyone's choice. We all have our own paths, and we may all embark on this path. Little junior brother, you go first. When someone from the Sea Realm takes over, I will embark on the journey too. At this moment, Hanfei looked at the Death God. Now, the Death God was not guarding the Immortal Temple. In the ominous battle, 90% of the 10 Directions Purgatory was empty, and now the Death God was guarding the path of no return. Eldest senior brother had once sat here and waited for several eras. Occasionally, great Tao spiritual bodies would appear out of nowhere. The reason was unknown, so theoretically, someone needed to guard this place. However, the real reason why they had been guarding here was still to wait for some people to return, for someone to rise in the chaotic star sea, and for him to step onto the path of no return. In front of Hanfei, a green jade stone bridge appeared. Hanfei said, Senior Death God, Purgatory and Reincarnation should be one. I've always known that the path of reincarnation still has flaws. Now that I've left, I can't take the path of reincarnation away. Please accept it, Senior. Okay, but I have a feeling that I will embark on this path too soon. Hanfei's heart stirred as he seemed to understand something. Perhaps the Death God also had an understanding of the realm above the Dominator realm. Hanfei smiled and said, the path of reincarnation belongs to the chaotic star sea. It's up to you how to deal with it. In the end, Hanfei took out 2 wine gourds and threw a pot to 5th senior brother. In the long history, countless gods have died, and I have turbid wine for you. Senior brothers and senior sisters, this wine contains some of my insights. This is the only thing I can leave behind. Senior brothers and senior sisters, I'm leaving. Little junior brother, take care. The path of no return. When Hanfei stepped in with Zeman Linglin and his 2 avatars, it was calm at first. Then, the Great Tao wave rose again, and countless Great Tao spiritual bodies appeared. Zeman Linglin's expression changed slightly. These are all at the sea-quelling god level, Hanfei said, and he's a sea-quelling god who knows the Tao of origin. Zeman Linglin attacked several times, shocked. These sea-quelling gods were so strong. Was this the so-called control of the Tao of origin? Zeman Linglin believed that if she continued on this path of no return, it wouldn't be long before she was drowned in this great Tao wave and finally became a corpse here. Zeman Linglin said, I am a burden to you. Hanfei took Zeman Linglin's hand with a smile and said, you are never a burden to me. Besides, if this is all there is to this path of no return, it can't stop me. A faint blush appeared on Zeman Linglin's face. By the way, why don't you fuse these 2 avatars? It's not the time yet. There's an island ahead. We need to stay on that island for a while. Although he was going to embark on the path of no return, Hanfei was not unprepared. He knew how to step onto the path of immortal. Han Song had accumulated a massive amount of energy over 10,000 years. As long as he used the Great Tao Tide here to constantly cleanse himself with the special characteristics of loose living beings, under his guidance, it was completely possible for him to step into the immortal level. 3,000 years later, on the dragon-subduing island, although Hanfei had the strength of the immortal level and could accelerate time, it still took Han Song nearly 10 million years to make Han Song finally step onto the immortal level from the peak of the Dominator realm. During this period of time, Han Song almost collapsed and died here. In the past millions of years, Zeman Linglin had observed the path of many predecessors, coupled with the baptism of the Origin Tao and her own cultivation, and her strength had finally grown to 21 pieces of Star River source power. Hanfei knew that Zeman Linglin had tried her best. She had already shown the terrifying cultivation speed of the Tao of Hope. Chapter 3692, Chapter 3692, Return Ruins, 3692, Return Ruins, 3692, Return Ruins, 36. This speed was faster than Zhang Daqian. Zhang Daqian walked the giant beast divine Tao. Although he could grow without nirvana, even in a place like the dragon-subduing island, he had only stepped into the Dominator realm in millions of years and controlled 6 pieces of Star Rivers. If he entered the path of no return alone, he might be killed in a few waves. Don't think that this kind of breakthrough was very desirable. In fact, if it were anyone else, such as anyone from the Void Temple, their strength would soar after staying on the dragon-subduing island for thousands of years. This was because of this environment. As long as they could survive on this island, their strength would inevitably grow. However, on the path of no return, whether one's strength grew or not was actually meaningless to those who couldn't return to the chaotic star sea. This was because as long as they didn't reach the peak of the Dominator realm, once they left the island, they would most likely die. On this day, Han Song had broken through to the immortal level. Hanfei knew that this might be his last seclusion on the path of no return. Hanfei said, Linglin, it's time to go. Zeman Linglin smiled. Okay. With you around, I can set off at any time and go anywhere. This time, as Hanfei expected, after walking forward from the dragon-subduing island, it didn't take long for the great Tao spiritual bodies he encountered to reach the Dominator level. At this level, Zhang Daqian could no longer participate in the battle, and Jimin Linglin could only barely escape. Therefore, the two could only be protected by Han Fei and Han Song. This journey was endless. Along the way, Han Fei saw the corpses of more than one dominator. On the way back, he even met some dominators who entered with Kang Tian in the chaotic era. These people had died here. Although their bodies were still there, their consciousness had long been obliterated, and their wills had been pierced through. Perhaps they still had a wisp of will in this great Tao tide, but this path was long. No one knew where the wisp of will was, if it was sleeping, or if it had completely dissipated. Therefore, even if he brought the corpses of these people back to the chaotic Star Sea, they couldn't be resurrected. However, as Han Fei continued to move forward, he found that there seemed to be too many Dominator creatures buried on the path of no return. Logically speaking, in the history of the birth of the chaotic Star Sea, there might not have been so many Dominator creatures in total. However, along the way, he saw more than 10,000 corpses. In the end, there were even more than 100,000. Could it be that the chaotic Star Sea had once been destroyed? Before Hongjun turned the heavenly Tao, the chaotic Star Sea had appeared, but for unknown reasons, it was destroyed and turned into chaos again. Otherwise, how could he explain the countless Dominator-level powerhouses along the way? Unfortunately, Han Fei couldn't find out the truth. He couldn't stay here and pry into history. On the path of no return, the colorful light was still flashing in the distant sky. True phoenixes and dragon shadows occasionally appeared, but no matter how Han Fei hurried, he couldn't touch the colorful light. They seemed to be infinitely far away from him. In the past decades, Han Fei had never stopped walking, avoiding the pursuit of countless great Tao spiritual bodies. Finally, he saw an island, another island after the dragon subduing island. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Under the pursuit of the Dominator-level great Tao spiritual body, very few people could travel for decades on the path of no return. Only peak-level Dominators might have this possibility, but if they were careless and were held back, they would be endlessly entangled. Only death awaited them. Therefore, seeing the second island gave Han Fei hope. Just like the last time they went to Dragon Subduing Island, this time, before Han Fei and Zeman Linglan stepped into the island, they saw figures appear on the island. A black flower bloomed in the sky, and a woman stood in the middle of the flower, speaking to Han Fei. Unfortunately, for some reason, Han Fei couldn't hear him. A strange creature that was half human and half beast branded runes in the void. Han Fei instantly disassembled the meaning, only to see that the runes were, "Be careful." Han Fei's heart stirred. In the next moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in front of the island, and a huge octopus formed by the Great Tao stood in front of Han Fei. Immortal? Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. This was really a little unbelievable. Along the way, not even a peak-level Dominator-level Great Tao spiritual body had appeared. But at this moment, an immortal-level Great Tao spiritual body had appeared. Han Fei couldn't help but think of the 3 Dominator-level Great Tao spiritual bodies he encountered the moment he boarded the Dragon Subduing Island. Was this the trial he had to experience before landing on the island? Linglin, follow Han Song. With that, Han Fei took the lead to attack. The octopus in the immortal level slapped the Great Tao Sea, and the waves rolled back in the sky, forming a tsunami. It was vast, tall, and silent. The surrounding waves had stopped and subsided. In the tsunami, every wave of water was extremely dazzling, as if it had turned into a sky full of gods and demons. Han Fei roared, and a blood-colored sea appeared behind him. It was condensed from chi and blood, which was also blood-colored. Under Han Fei's feet, the Great Tao tide turned into Great Tao runes that filled the sky, condensing into dense sword shadows in the void. The sword shadows burned and burst out, and infinite power surged. Sword chi pierced through the sky and slashed at the tsunami. Bam, bam, bam. Dazzling halos exploded here one after another. In the terrifying collision power, all kinds of dazzling runes cracked and shattered, piercing through the tsunami. Chapter 3693, Chapter 3693, Return Ruins, 4. Chapter 3693, Return Ruins, 4. On the island, people's vision was blocked by the tsunami. Someone said solemnly, "I didn't expect 4 people to come at once this time. I wonder if anyone can pass through this tsunami." Someone shook his head slightly. "I saw 2 of them being protected. If the 2 peak-level Dominators don't give up on those 2, the 4 of them will probably be wiped out. Alas, it's not easy for someone to come, but they're going to die in front of us. How unfair is the Great Tao?" Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, someone said, "Look, a sword chi broke through the tsunami and opened a channel. Good Lord, some of the people who came are not weak. If they try their best, it seems that someone can reach the island." Bang! In the next moment, everyone saw that the tsunami exploded, riddled with holes. Han Song crossed this place and was about to land on the island. As for the big octopus, it didn't seem to want to see anyone take people to the island in front of it. A tentacle bloomed with destructive power, piercing through infinite sword chi, shattering the boundless Great Tao, and spreading chi and blood, trying to stop Han Song. At this moment, Han Fei stood in front of the tentacle and waved his fist. The brilliance illuminated the void, and the surrounding order shattered. At this moment, he heard someone on the island exclaim, "You can't resist the power of the immortal level by force. Stop, bang, rumble." Han Fei shook the tentacles head-on and fought with his strength. The wind howled, the sky was torn apart, and the blood was stained by the waves. Then it shattered, blooming with billions of rays of light and falling like rain. Everyone saw that the immortal-level octopus was repelled and lost a tentacle. As for Han Fei, he stood on the great Dao tide, looking ferocious. His body emitted dazzling brilliance as he looked at the big octopus deeply. What? He can resist an immortal head-on? Is he still a peak-level dominator? No, his strength is so strong. He can repel an immortal and his great Dao won't collapse. This is an immortal. He's an immortal. Han Fei didn't fight the big octopus. If the big octopus was really murderous, the creatures on the island couldn't be so safe. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that this was just a test. Sure enough, as soon as Han Fei stepped onto the island, more than a dozen people immediately gathered around. However, before these people could speak, Han Fei felt a strong summoning from the great Dao tide in front of this island. He seemed to be able to feel that someone was waiting for him. At this moment, someone exclaimed, interrupting Han Fei's thoughts. He said, "A new dominator dares to step into the Return Ruins? If I'm not wrong, this person only has more than 20 pieces of Star Rivers. What's the use of him coming here?" When Han Fei landed on the island, someone couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist, why did you bring 2 ordinary dominators over?" The strange creature that reminded Han Fei said, "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you? Have you stepped into the immortal level?" Han Fei glanced around and found that the people here were all peak-level dominators. There were 13 people standing in front of him who were still alive. As Han Fei scanned around with his perception, he found that there were still people sleeping here. Some of them had broken bodies, but they were still alive. However, Han Fei didn't see eldest senior brother, Li Daoyi, or Kang Tian, let alone the first supreme here. Therefore, he might not have arrived at the right spot yet. In addition, Han Fei also saw hundreds of thousands of inheritance grottos. This meant that in ancient times, talented cultivators had arrived here one after another and left their inheritances here. Han Fei said casually, "I'm Han Fei. You are my wife, Jimin Linglin. Nice to meet you." "What? You took your family with you on this path?" "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, you're so bold." The black flower that bloomed in midair turned into a woman in black and looked at Han Fei up and down. Immortal-level powerhouses can indeed be willful. "Then who are you?" Han Fei said. "These 2 are both my avatars." What? Even his avatars are so strong? Everyone immediately realized that Han Fei was a super powerhouse himself, so he definitely didn't bring his avatars here to play. His avatars didn't fuse with his original body, so his original body was probably still waiting for his avatars to grow up in order to fuse with him to reach a stronger state. It seemed that Han Fei was trying to break through the immortal level. Hearing this, the woman in black couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect 2 tough guys to come at once." Han Fei was puzzled. "2?" the woman in black said. 20,000 years before you, a man named Void came here, but he only stayed for a day before he killed his way into the Return Ruins." Han Fei's eyes glittered. He keenly sensed 2 problems from the woman's words. These people definitely didn't enter the path of no return after the chaotic era in the chaotic Star Sea. Otherwise, it was impossible for them not to know eldest senior brother. Secondly, it wasn't that he hadn't arrived at the right spot, but that he had arrived at a battlefield. As for why he was fighting, he didn't know. Han Fei asked, "Are you from the chaotic Star Sea?" "Huh." Someone raised his eyebrows. "You're from the same place as Void." Han Fei said, "That's my senior brother." Someone exclaimed, "2 dominators in one sect. It seems that the chaotic Star Sea is a very powerful place." The woman in black said, "I'm from the Heaven Spirit world." In your words, it should be called the Heaven Spirit Star Sea. Chapter 3694, Chapter 3694, The Return Ruins, 5, Chapter 3694, The Return Ruins, 5, The Strange Man said, "I come from the Origin Energy World, which can also be called the Origin Energy Star Sea." Someone said, "I'm from the Mystic Yellow Ancient River. I can also become the Mystic Yellow Star Sea." The Strange Man said, "As for the known Sea of Stars, there are Mystic Yellow, Heaven Spirit, Origin Energy, and Chaotic Star Seas. We only know of these 4 places." Upon hearing this, Han Fei had an epiphany. However, as far as he knew, there was also the primordial Star Sea. In this case, there were already 5 seas of stars. However, according to the ominous, there were probably at least 2 seas of stars that hadn't appeared. He didn't know what they were. Of course, he didn't care too much about this now. The place where eldest senior brother and the others went in the Return Ruins was what he should care about. They must fight for some reasons. The woman in black said, "Everyone embarked on this path of no return because their path was exhausted, but they were all stopped outside the Return Ruins. Over the countless years, too many people died in battle. Many of their former companions were buried in the Return Ruins." Han Fei asked, "Then where are the Return Ruins?" The strange man said, "I don't know. We don't dare to set foot in it. Only by breaking through to the immortal level can we be qualified to step into the Return Ruins. Therefore, on this Return Ruins island, we are all waiting for a breakthrough." Someone said, "But even if you are immortal, once you enter the Return Ruins, you can never return." Han Fei was shocked. "Because we'll die there?" The woman in black replied. "It's hard to say. Someone may have died, but there must still be people fighting." On the Return Ruins Island, peerless power often escapes from the Return Ruins. Han Fei couldn't help but look back, only to hear the woman in black say, "No one below the immortal level can go back. You should have seen it before you came. Before landing on the island, there is an immortal level Great Tao spiritual body waiting. Even if someone can rush out, he will be hunted by the immortal level Great Tao spiritual body unless someone becomes an immortal and escorts him all the way. But those who really become immortal won't return but advance." Han Fei looked at Zeman Linglin, who was a little pale at this moment. From the conversation with these people, the Return Ruins was not a place Zeman Linglin could step into at all. If she went there, she would definitely die. Therefore, Zeman Linglin knew that she couldn't follow Han Fei the rest of the way. Han Fei slowly said, "Linglin, if you're destined to be unable to walk forward, I can send you back. Wait for me. I will definitely return." However, Zeman Linglin shook her head slightly. "You know, I don't feel a sense of belonging in the chaotic Star Sea. My only place of belonging is by your side. So, don't worry. No matter how long it takes, I will wait." Someone said, "We all came from this road, so no one knows if this road can return to the place we came from." Someone seemed to be reminding him, "How can I dare to have anything to worry about on the path of cultivation? But fellow Taoist Han Fei has even reached the immortal level. It's really beyond my understanding." In fact, the others here had the same feeling. They had only seen Han Fei before. This was because, in their opinion, once they had something to worry about, at certain moments, if they had any distracting thoughts, it would be dangerous. Bang! At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the distant sky. There, rays of light soared to the sky, and smoke and clouds filled the air. In the vast mist, there seemed to be an ancient voice ringing, indistinct. It was also at this moment that Han Fei felt as if his heart had been hit hard. The call was getting stronger and stronger. Besides, he felt an urgency. As for the others, they were very natural, but they were attracted by the colorful light and didn't seem to feel anything. Chapter 3695, Ultimate Secret, The Beginning of the Story 1. Chapter 3695, Ultimate Secret, The Beginning of the Story 1. Han Fei looked into the distance, but he couldn't see past the misty mist at all. He couldn't see the battle in the distance, let alone the so-called Return Ruins. Someone said, "Recently, energy riots of this level have become more and more frequent." The strange man said, "Although I don't know what happened, a place that can make an immortal fight is definitely not a good place." Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if it was the real ominous. Perhaps the other party was here for the indelible arm? Han Fei suddenly said, "Fellow Taoists, did you come to the Return Ruins just because there is no road ahead of you? I wonder if you know the ominous." The ominous, of course. The reason why we entered the path of no return is not only because of the end of the road, but also because of the ominous. The ominous existence made us realize that there is a higher level at the peak of the Dominator realm. The woman in black said firmly. The strange man also said, "In our origin energy world, we have been fighting the ominous without stopping. Because of the ominous existence, everyone cultivates with all their strength." Han Fei's heart trembled. It seemed that not only the chaotic Star Sea and the primordial Star Sea, but in the world of these people, they were also fighting against the ominous. However, this made him wonder why all the final enemies in the Sea of Stars were ominous. And in the end, they all embarked on the path of no return because of the ominous. Han Fei asked again, "Have you subdued the ominous? Which part of the severed limb did you get?" At this moment, everyone looked at Han Fei. "Broken limbs? What broken limbs?" Han Fei said. "Isn't the source of the ominous in your respective Sea of Stars a limb of a corpse? That corpse flows with blood, which is the ominous matter. Anyone contaminated by it will be corroded by the ominous." Someone said, "I see. Fellow Taoist, do you mean that a severed limb formed the ominous of our world?" "A severed limb, damn it," the strange man said. "I don't know. When I left, I only took an ominous into the path of no return. In the Great Tao Tide, the ominous will be directly disassembled. I thought I had killed an ominous. According to fellow Taoist Han, I actually only took away a little of the limb blood." Han Fei nodded. Being that they seemed to be thinking, he could understand. When he saw the limbs, it was when he entered the path of return. Only after he entered the path of return, broke through to the immortal level, and returned to the chaotic Star Sea did he understand the nature of the ominous. Therefore, it was understandable that these people didn't know the nature of the ominous. The woman in black asked, "So, fellow Taoist Han subdued the ominous and obtained a severed limb?" Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei. This showed Han Fei's strength. They didn't even know the existence of severed limbs, but he had already subdued them. Han Fei nodded slightly. "It's sealed, but it can't be erased." The strange man asked, "Even the Great Tao Tide can't obliterate it?" Han Fei shook his head. He had already tried, but this severed limb was not afraid of the Great Tao Tide at all, which meant that the other party's level was too high. Just the Great Tao couldn't annihilate him at all. Han Fei paused and said, "If my guess is correct, the owner of this limb should have surpassed the immortal level." No one was surprised. Even Han Fei, an immortal, couldn't destroy his broken limbs. It was not hard to imagine how strong the other party was. Han Fei wanted to ask these strong masters if there was a way to obliterate the broken limbs, but unfortunately they didn't even know the broken limbs. What a waste of his explanation. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the inheritance caves and said, "Are these all peak-level, dominator-level inheritance caves?" Someone said, "Not only that, but there are also inheritance caves for immortal-level powerhouses here. In history, there are many powerhouses on the Return Ruins Island who have broken through to the immortal level. Most of them comprehended the immortal level by reference and borrowing from the various inheritances. We haven't comprehended the essence of it, so we can't break through." Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little curious. If he could borrow the inheritance of the strongest to the immortal level and comprehend it, he might be able to comprehend the true meaning of the Taoless. After that, for 3 consecutive years, Han Fei and Zemin Linglin sat cross-legged in front of the inheritance caves. Hundreds of thousands of inheritance caves were too shocking. In the past 3 years, Han Fei had read through one inheritance after another and roughly understood some cultivation methods of the Origin Energy Star Sea, the Heaven Spirit Star Sea, and the Mystic Yellow World. Unfortunately, all paths led to the same destination. In the end, most inheritances were actually very similar. It was difficult to make a breakthrough on this foundation, and here there were more than 1,000 strong masters who had left behind immortal inheritances, and this time most of them had comprehended the Taoless realm before they advanced to the realm with Tao. Therefore, these inheritances were not much different from his breakthrough, but these people had raised countless opinions about the Taoless realm. Some people felt that the body was a shackle, and the existence of the body was the existence of the Tao. Therefore, abandoning the body, leaving behind the soul and will, and giving birth to a brand new power was a way to make a breakthrough. Some people felt that when the body evolved to its limit, there should be another power above the Tao and law, which was the will that people had always ignored. Some people felt that the so-called Taoless was just an existence that no longer cared about anything. It was a breakthrough in the state of mind and had nothing to do with the great Tao itself. Everyone had different opinions, but no one succeeded. If they really succeeded, the Return Ruins might change. Chapter 3696, Chapter 3696, Ultimate Secret, The Beginning of the Story, 2. Chapter 3696, Ultimate Secret, The Beginning of the Story, 2. There was also a saying that was a little similar to his thoughts. That was, some people felt that the Taoless could definitely be broken, which was to forcibly break the Taoless. That person felt that when the quantity changed to a certain extent, whether you were willing or not, there would be a qualitative change. This was the reason why Han Fei took Han Song and Zhang Daqian with him. He felt that by fusing all 3, there might be a change in his immortal level. But the problem was that there was no upper limit or lower limit for the immortal level. Everyone had 50 pieces of Star River source power, and no one was stronger than the other, so there was no quantitative change. This was the fundamental reason why most people ignored this technique. However, Han Fei felt that if 2 immortals were forcibly fused, they shouldn't only become one. Otherwise, where did the other go? Did it turn into energy and settle in his body? Han Fei was also afraid of sacrificing an immortal-level avatar for nothing, so he hadn't used all things 3 because he hoped to find some answers on the path of no return. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't get anything. Forget it. Han Fei didn't want to wait. There was no answer he wanted here. Besides, in the past 3 years, the Return Ruins had shaken dozens of times, and Han Fei often felt the strong summoning. Finally, on this day, Han Fei said, "Linglin." In the past 3 years, Zemin Linglin didn't cultivate but looked at Han Fei. Han Fei had always known it, but he couldn't resist the summoning. Or rather, if he didn't go, that power would become his obsession. Summoning. Or rather, if he didn't go, that power would become his obsession. Han Fei seemed to understand why none of the powerhouses who had broken through to the immortal level returned. It was because they also felt this summoning, a summoning that seemed to be fate. Zemin Linglin's body trembled slightly. "Are you leaving?" Han Fei nodded and was silent for a moment. "I still have you, Xiaoshan and Yi Yi. Although I don't know why I'm going there, I will return. After all, my purpose of this trip is to return." Zemin Linglin smiled, and the blade of hope appeared in front of her, coming to Han Fei. "Take it with you. I hope you won't despair no matter what situation you're in. This is my, and our hope." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay." Han Fei was about to move, which attracted the attention of everyone on the Return Ruins Island. The strange man said, "Fellow Taoist Han, take care." The woman in black said, "May you return triumphantly." Someone sighed. "I really want to see the world you are in. I'm already tired of cultivation. Brother Han, you must return." Han Fei cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kindness. I'll go first. Buzz." Han Fei stepped into the mist with Han Song and Zhang Daqian and disappeared in front of everyone. Seeing Han Fei leave, Zemin Linglin immediately sat cross-legged and covered an area with the law of time. She activated time acceleration and began to cultivate. Han Fei was working hard, and she didn't want to slack off. She didn't know when they would meet again. She didn't want to die. She wanted to accompany Han Fei to see the prosperity of the world and the vicissitudes of life. Therefore, she wanted to cultivate, catch up with Han Fei's realm, and go to his side again. Seeing this, someone couldn't help but sigh. "I've cultivated for countless years, but I don't know why I cultivate, alas," someone sighed. "Now that I think about it, it's good to be an ordinary person and repeat reincarnation forever. It's so carefree." In the mist, Han Fei finally walked alone. However, even with Zhang Daqian, no more great Tao spiritual body was born. Bang! The distant sky trembled again, and a strong wind rose from the Sea of Great Douse, pushing Han Fei forward. The strength of this wind was rare in the world. Even Han Fei felt that it couldn't go back. There seemed to be some kind of causal law hidden in the wind. After only a moment, Han Fei was pushed to a strange place by the strong wind. On the Sea of Great Douse, there was a terrifying vortex spinning. Countless vortexes surged into it from all directions. It seemed that nothing could escape from the suction of the vortex. Han Fei knew that this was the only way to the return ruins. Han Fei and Han Song grabbed Zhang Daqian at the same time and fell into the vortex at the same time. Buzz! What came into view was a blood-colored mist that enveloped the boundless void. In the mist, countless bubbles appeared. It seemed that in the endlessly distant mysterious area, a certain scene appeared in the sky through the bubbles and gradually became clear. It was a palace. Although it was still a little blurry, Han Fei had already sensed its grandeur and majesty, as well as its intimidating and terrifying aura. Han Fei had already approached the palace, but the palace in his eyes was already stained with blood. Killer ear-splitting sounds burst out of the palace. Han Fei saw an arrow shadow carrying the worlds shooting into the distance. The arrow was shot somewhere because Han Fei's vision was blocked by the palace. Everyone, new people have come. A voice was resounding, spreading throughout this strange space, covering the blood-colored mist. Han Fei finally stepped into this mysterious palace at this moment, but he didn't see the person who spoke. They seemed to be on the other side of the palace. The arrow just now was also shot from the other side of the palace. In front of Han Fei, the palace was open, and towering divine pillars carved from great Tao talismans stood on both sides of the palace. Han Fei looked up and saw that this palace was at least billions of kilometers high. Chapter 3697, Ultimate Secret, The Beginning of the Story, 33697, Ultimate Secret, The Beginning of the Story, 333, Han Fei could guarantee that this was the largest palace he had ever seen. It was even bigger and grander than the Myriad God Palace on the first battlefield of the Chaotic Sea. There were great Tao runes on it. After condensing, two ancient words were outlined: Return Ruins. As Han Fei stepped into the palace, it was a path that extended far away. There were towering statues, only slightly shorter than the palace itself. These statues stood in a row. At a glance, there were 3,000 of them, no more, no less. On the dome, there were stars all over the sky, painted with great Tao runes. In the painting, it seemed to be describing ancient history. Han Fei stood still and looked up. He was interpreting these great Tao runes and understanding their profound meaning. Han Fei recited, "From the beginning of the void, 7 mysterious substances floated in the void. They are respectively the primordial, the chaos, the mystic yellow, the immortal martial, the heavenly spirit, the origin energy, and the ominous. They are all ominous. These mysterious substances all have indestructible characteristics." After reading so much, Han Fei was surprised to find that the ominous was a mysterious power like the chaos and the primordial. On the Return Ruins Island, Han Fei knew that there were a total of 5 seas of stars. Now it seemed that there was also an unheard of immortal martial star sea and an ominous one. However, Han Fei didn't quite understand. Could it be that this so-called ominous star sea was the source of ominous creatures? In that case, the ominous star sea should have an entrance somewhere on the path of no return. And what were the return ruins here? Han Fei continued to interpret the ancient painting. After a long time, these 7 substances began to flash with divine light. They took root, germinated, and produced their own domains. In the end, they bloomed, turned into 7 seas of stars, and rotated forever. The 7 worlds were interconnected, accompanied by 3,000 demon gods who were guarding the 7 worlds. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the 3,000 statues. Was this the so-called 3,000 demon gods? The numbers corresponded. The 7 worlds gave birth to creatures, each extraordinary. In the eternal cycle, the 7 worlds gave birth to the most primitive ancestor-level powerhouses, a total of 7. The portrait showed 7 people holding hands, about to leave the 7 worlds and walk towards the unknown. In the outer domain, there was nothing, until they encountered an ultimate dark creature. Its body was boundless, swallowing the void and spreading in the direction of the 7 worlds. Therefore, the 7 of them tried to join forces and attack it together. However, the 7 of them encountered a great enemy. In the void, they fought fiercely for countless years and successfully annihilated the ultimate dark creature. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. This creature was too big and boundless, as if it had already become a part of the void. Therefore, they stopped and returned. At this moment, the ominous rebelled, causing the other 6 to be swallowed by the ultimate dark creatures. When they killed their way out of the ultimate darkness, it was already countless ages later. Among them, the strong masters from the mystic yellow world, the heavenly spirit world, and the origin energy world had already died. The 3 strong masters from the primordial world, the chaos world, and the immortal martial world were also seriously injured. When they returned, they found that except for the ominous realm, their respective realms had been destroyed. The 3,000 demon gods had all been contaminated by the ominous and submitted to the ominous. The 3 of them were furious and launched revenge on the ominous. They entered the ominous world and forcibly killed the ominous. Because its fusion with the power of the world couldn't be obliterated, they dismembered it. However, in this battle, the primordial powerhouse who was already seriously injured died. The chaotic and immortal martial powerhouses survived, but the chaotic powerhouse seemed to be seriously injured. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. So this was the story. If his guess was correct, the woman he saw through the time river in the primordial sea was the immortal martial powerhouse. At that time, she seemed to have been seriously injured and was bathed in blood. She recreated the primordial star sea and sealed the demon purification pot and the creation jade plate in it. Logically speaking, she should have also recreated the chaotic star sea, but perhaps because her injuries were too serious or because the chaotic powerhouse was still alive, she didn't do that in the end. Han Fei hurriedly continued to read, only to find that when the immortal martial powerhouse went to seal the ominous, the chaotic powerhouse blocked 3,000 demon gods alone. He didn't hesitate to cut off part of his self and turn it into a sea of great Taos, isolating the 7 worlds in order to maintain the separation of the 7 worlds and make the body parts of the ominous suppressed by the immortal martial powerhouse be separated forever. After that, he created the return ruins and suppressed the 3,000 demon gods forever. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. The great Tao Sea was actually transformed from a part of the chaotic powerhouse. How strong was this person? And there were actually 7 such terrifying guys at the beginning. When Han Fei finished looking at the painting in the sky, he had unknowingly come to a door that led to the other side of the palace. Squeaka, ka-ka-ka. As the infinitely tall door was pushed open by Han Fei, he saw the towering city wall in front of him, where figures bathed in blood stood proudly. There were a total of 37 people here, all immortals, all stained with blood. At this moment, these people all looked back at where Han Fei was. Huh? A new dominator can also come here? A 3-headed divine dog, whose body was like a star, looked at Zhang Daqian with intimidating eyes. A blood-colored demon ape held a huge Vajra rod and laughed. That's right. 2 immortals have come. I'm a little surprised. There was a white-haired man with a divine body 1,000,000 feet long. His hair fluttered in the starry sky, and there was a sword embryo between his eyebrows that emitted divine light. On his left, right, and in front, there was a long sword each. At this moment, he had already slashed out, and the terrifying sword Qi seemed to instantly cross the vast sea of stars. Chapter 3698, Ultimate Secret, The Beginning of the Story, 43698 Ultimate Secret, The Beginning of the Story, 4. There was also a 6-armed god who was glaring angrily. He held a green and blue bow in his hand, held the bow in 3 hands, and pulled the bowstring with 3 hands. The arrow just now seemed to have been shot by him. Among this group of people, Han Fei saw an acquaintance who was domineering and powerful. On one of his arms, there was an azure dragon lying on the ground. In his other hand, he held a long sword. The third eye between his eyebrows indicated that he was walking the path of invincibility. Junior brother, how have you been? I knew you would come one day. Han Fei was shocked. These people were all ferocious and bathed in blood. Their battlesuits looked rotten, but their will was overwhelming and domineering. The one who greeted Han Fei was Kang Tian. Han Fei smiled. Senior brother, long time no see. They were indeed senior and junior brothers because both Kang Tian and Han Fei walked the supreme path. An evil-looking Kylan that was chewing stars looked at Han Fei and said, Immortal Kang Tian, do you know this newcomer? Kang Tian laughed. This is my dear junior brother. Han Fei walked in the air, taking Han Song and Zhang Daqian with him. The divine voice in Han Fei's mouth shook. Everyone, my name is Han Fei. I'm from the chaotic star sea. Kang Tian looked at Zhang Daqian and said, Why did you bring a guy who has just entered the Dominator realm here? Han Fei was not afraid of these 37 people, although they all looked extremely ferocious, like 37 blood demonic monarchs. Han Fei replied calmly, This is my avatar. Someone said, Even if he's your avatar, he's too weak. It's meaningless for him to come. Fuse him. Someone asked, What about the other one? What's his name? However, Han Fei continued, This is also my avatar. Upon hearing this, the 37 people all shut up, but the way they looked at Han Fei had changed a little. Good lord, this guy had even cultivated his avatar to the immortal level. This was a little ridiculous. Ha ha ha, Kang Tian laughed. As expected of you, junior brother, you're really talented. Junior brother, how is the ominous in the chaotic star sea? Han Fei stepped on the towering city wall and said indifferently, It has been killed. The ominous has been eliminated. Kang Tian was briefly stunned, and the evil-looking Kylan asked, What do you mean by eliminated? Han Fei turned his head and looked at the evil-looking Kylan, only to find that it looked a little familiar. He said, Eliminating it means finding the source of the ominous, which is 2 severed limbs of the ominous, and sealing them again. Oh, someone asked, Where is the seal? Buzz. Han Fei raised his hand, and the demon purification pot appeared. Then Han Fei said, Here. A phantom reflected in the sky. It was 2 severed arms that were still dripping with blood. The blood could transform into ominous matter. Someone glanced sideways and praised, There are so many talents in the chaotic star sea. The broken limbs were actually suppressed and completely sealed. However, fellow Taoist Han Fei, why did you bring them here? Han Fei said, Of course I wanted to take it into the path of return and obliterate it. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed. I didn't know where these severed limbs came from until I came to the return ruins. Someone sighed. This is understandable. No one wants this thing to stay in their territory. We didn't know the source of all this until we entered the return ruins. Someone was puzzled. Fellow Taoist Han Fei, why do you have 2 broken arms? Han Fei looked at the man. Perhaps I didn't make it clear. 1 severed arm for 1 ominous. 2 parts make 2. The evil-looking Kylan asked, is 1 from the primordial star sea? Han Fei looked at the evil-looking Kylan in surprise and thought for a moment. Are you Li Daoyi's Kylan? Few people knew about the primordial star sea and knew that it was connected to the primordial star sea. In history, only Li Daoyi had killed his way into the primordial star sea. But Li Daoyi was obviously not here, and Han Fei finally remembered this Kylan. Wasn't this the little Kylan beast that Li Daoyi raised? My name is Primordial Kylan. Han Fei smiled. Interesting. The primordial star tree is so weak. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Oh, have you seen that stupid tree? Han Fei turned his head and looked out of the city wall. Yes, he is doing well. He should be enjoying life now. The primordial Kylan snorted heavily. Ashhole, he doesn't want to improve at all. His potential is not bad, but he doesn't want to fight. He's willing to degrade himself. A useless waste. Han Fei thought to himself, everyone has their own goals. He was just a tree. However, at this moment, looking at Han Fei outside the city, he was no longer in the mood to talk to the primordial Kylan, because the scene outside the city wall shocked him. It was a battlefield that looked like a dream. It was as if many worlds were spreading out along the way. There was divine blood pouring out, and blurry figures were fighting fiercely. Outside the boundless battlefield, in a dim yellow place among billions of broken stars, a blood-colored altar appeared at the end of his vision. On the altar, there was a blurry figure guarding it, as if he was watching this place from afar. Han Fei's heart trembled. The strong summoning seemed to be on the altar. However, why were they fighting now? On the nearest battlefield, Han Fei could see that someone was fighting a humanoid creature engraved with mysterious runes. The ferocious arrow just now was aimed at that creature. The latter suddenly turned his head and waved his hand, and the 1,000-star brilliance world burst out with infinite divine light. He slapped out with his hand, shattering the void as if breaking that world. The roar came from the deep sky and spread into the city. Swishwith, within the range of this city, holy light appeared, forming a barrier, blocking this energy fluctuation. At this point, Han Fei knew where the quake in the return ruins came from. It was from the creatures on the battlefield. The aftershock of the battle bombarded this city and reflected into the sea of great douse. Han Fei's pupils were constricted. Who are you fighting? Where is my eldest senior brother? Where is Teacher Prophet? Where is Li Daoyi? Where is the First Supreme? Kang Tian said leisurely. My teacher is fighting. Li Daoyi is fighting. So is Void. Old man Prophet's strength couldn't increase all the time and he died. I personally saw him off. Although Han Fei was mentally prepared, he still sighed when he heard that the Prophet had left. Han Fei asked again, who are you fighting? Kang Tian looked at the battlefield and said indifferently, the 3,000 demon gods. Chapter 3699. It turns out that I've been warring for 100,000 years. 13699. It turns out that I've been warring for 100,000 years. 1. Why are you fighting? Outside the city wall, on the battlefield, there seemed to be worlds collapsing and scenes of the heavens dissipating, and there were as many as 298 battlefields. This also meant that there were 298 immortals fighting here. It could be seen that since ancient times there had been so many people who had stepped into the immortal level. Someone said, it's not that we want to fight, but we have to. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, it's a call from the bottom of our hearts. We want to go to the altar. Secondly, if we don't fight, the 3,000 demon gods will counterattack and shake the return ruins. Once the return ruined city is broken, the Great Tao Sea won't be able to suppress the 3,000 immortals, and the 7 worlds will definitely perish. Han Fei frowned and asked again, the 298 battlefields can contain at most 298 demon gods. Why don't the remaining demon gods attack? Kang Tian said. When he looked further away, he discovered that on some battlefields, there were immortal powerhouses who were fighting dozens of immortal demon gods alone. In fact, at the front, there seemed to be someone fighting 100 immortal demon gods alone. Well, before Han Fei could continue to watch, suddenly, a riot broke out on a certain battlefield. Han Fei took a closer look and asked in shock, eldest senior brother? On a certain battlefield, eldest senior brother was assimilating the void and swallowing the world. Eldest senior brother distorted the boundless void and turned into a drop of water, enveloping him. The drop of water went straight to the altar. Yes, eldest senior brother didn't want to fight anymore. Everyone was in the same realm, so he wanted to use agility to avoid this battle and rush straight to the altar. On the battlefields, seeing that eldest senior brother was attacking, the strong masters crossed the boundless battlefield one after another to open the way for him. There was no communication, but their cooperation was so tacit. Obviously, this was not the first time they had done this. Eldest senior brother's original body was the void, and his methods were strange. The void water droplet resonated with the surrounding dozens of battlefields. For a moment, the world hummed. However, there were 3,000 demon gods. How could they let eldest senior brother do this? Some of the demon gods blocked at the front, their bodies blooming with infinite light, illuminating each other, intertwining with each other, and the divine light seemed to be integrated, forming a wall of gods and demons. Hula, in the next moment, eldest senior brother turned into a void wave and surged forward. Beside Han Fei, some held bows and some held spears. The sky condensed a sword and slashed out crazily. The primordial Kylan spewed out purple divine light and fell into the battlefield. Seeing this, Han Fei also tried his best. With a thought, he produced the power of time, which turned into a sword that could twist time and slash at the wall of demon god. Han Song threw a seed, which turned into billions of vines in the void, clinging to the wall of gods and demons as if absorbing the other party's power. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, bang, infinite waves exploded on the battlefield and light explosions kept erupting. Divine light illuminated the void and all the battlefields were shaking. The void was shaking and billions of great Dao runes were pouring down. Roar, the 3,000 demon gods opened their mouths at the same time. All of them erupted with monstrous chi and blood, magnificent and boundless, covering the battlefield again, piercing through the void tide, and destroying the killing techniques that filled the sky at that moment. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. The chi and blood of these 3,000 gods were too rich. They blotted out the sky and spread throughout the entire battlefield, even reaching the ultimate, causing a huge uproar. Bang. The void water pearl exploded, and eldest senior brother appeared, but he was pushed back by the boundless bloody hand. The bloody hand seemed to carry the power of these demon gods. Even eldest senior brother couldn't resist it and was forced back, unable to move forward. In the end, eldest senior brother's sprint failed. The 3,000 demon gods were still too strong, so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. As immortals, their comprehensive combat power was about the same. It could be imagined how difficult it was to break through the blockade of 3,000 people at once. At this time, beside Han Fei, Kang Tian said, "The 3,000 demon gods are very strong. However, we will still charge. We can't kill them, but they can't kill us. Besides, they are guarding the altar, which means that there must be something extraordinary on the altar." Someone added, "In the past, we all showed our abilities and attacked together, but we were still no match for them. In the end, we could only restrain each other. They couldn't come over, but we couldn't rush over." Someone continued, "Therefore, there are two keys to breaking the situation. One is that we have reached the altar. The other is that some of us can cross the immortal level and become existences beyond the immortal level." Han Fei asked, "Have you all tried to reach the Taoist realm?" The primordial Kylan said, "When Master and I came, there were 321 immortals here. Now, there are only 298 left. Do you know where these people disappeared to?" Han Fei frowned, but the primordial Kylan didn't wait for Han Fei's answer. It just said, "Those people tried to break through to the Taoist realm and died in the process of breaking through. So far, no one has succeeded." Someone said, "We know about the Taoist realm, but it's too difficult." After countless years of discussion and speculation, the so-called Taoist realm should be different for everyone. In other words, if everyone wants to break through this realm, there is no fixed method. They have to explore it themselves. If they fail, they will be seriously injured or even die. The 37 of us tried to break through to this realm but were seriously injured and had to return to the Return Ruins to recover. Han Fei couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It turned out that they chose to stay in the city of Return Ruins because of this. Chapter 3700, 3700. It turns out that I've been warring for 100,000 years, too. 3700. It turns out that I've been warring for 100,000 years, too. Someone said, "Brother Han Fei, we haven't tried this method because we don't have the conditions. It's already extremely difficult for us to become immortal. You're the first to cultivate an avatar to the immortal level." To be honest, when they learned that Han Song was just an avatar, they were shocked. Although there were so many immortal-level powerhouses in the Return Ruins, these immortal-level powerhouses came from the 6 worlds. Furthermore, it had been countless eras before they accumulated so many immortals. No matter in which aspect, those who could reach the immortal level were all peerless heavenly talents with great luck. Therefore, it was enough to shock them that Han Fei could cultivate 2 immortals alone. At this moment, in the field, eldest senior brother was already retreating, but the demon gods were unwilling and began to chase and stop him. They seemed to be saying that it was fine to rush forward, but since they couldn't, it was also a problem whether they could escape. Han Fei said, "Let me try." Roar. Han Fei stepped out of the city wall and charged into the chaos like a beam of divine light. Han Fei roared and activated all his techniques, raising his strength to its peak in an instant. His invincible body surged with blood and chi like a sea, rolling up the boundless blood and chi wall on the battlefield. Kill Un Fei held the blood sky blade, which was shining with divine light. The surrounding battlefield was tainted by his blood chi. Someone's eyes flickered. "Hey." Fellow Taoist Han Fei is very murderous and ferocious. He must be the kind of powerhouse who has proven his Tao by killing all the way, right? Someone nodded. That should be the case. Such overwhelming killing intent is almost condensing into a true will. Clang. Han Fei's blade bloomed, but a demon god had already taken action to stop him. This was the first time Han Fei had fought an immortal demon god head-on. The first clash was close combat, but no information about the demon god appeared in Han Fei's eyes at all. Perhaps the 3,000 demon gods were too strong or too ancient. In any case, the demon purification pot didn't read the information of this demon god. However, because the immortal demon god had been fighting all year round, he didn't realize how dangerous Han Fei was, let alone how terrifying Han Fei was in close combat. In an instant, Han Fei forcibly pulled out the other party's river of life. However, at a glance, Han Fei knew that this kind of river of life couldn't be cut apart. This was not a fucking tributary of the river of life at all, but a part of the river of life itself. When his plan failed, the other party tried to deal with Han Fei in the same way. Supreme Han Fei's killing intent trembled, and all the Dao techniques here were shattered. The void collapsed. Han Fei had already known the river of life well. How could he give this person a chance? All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the two parties began to fight hand to hand. Fistlight, knife intent, sword chi, seal techniques, countless great techniques emerged one after another. On average, Han Fei would change his combat skills every second. Immortal demon gods were not omnipotent. The immortal level powerhouses had their own strengths and weaknesses in combat. Otherwise, wouldn't the immortal level powerhouses all be like clones? Although everyone had mastered the Dao of Origin and the Dao of Origin, they had their own preferences for the use of Dao techniques. And what Han Fei liked most was pure combat skills. He had been fighting like this since he was young, and now was no exception. On the city wall of the Return Ruins, everyone looked at Han Fei's crazy beast-like combat skills, his fatal moves, and his strange combination of Dao techniques and couldn't help but exclaim. Someone said, "I really can't tell. This is the first time he has fought 3,000 demon gods. It seems that he has fought countless times before." Someone smiled and said, "Even his avatar can become immortal." What's so surprising about such a battle? In the field, Han Fei didn't just come to fight. On one hand, he wanted to feel the strength of immortal demon gods, and on the other hand, he wanted to cover for eldest senior brother. Han Fei immediately turned into billions of lightning marks, flowing in the void and rushing forward. Seeing this, the surrounding dozens of immortal demon gods began to stop him. However, they were all in the same realm, so Han Fei still restrained more than 20 immortal demon gods. Soon, eldest senior brother had retreated. After seeing Han Fei felt that eldest senior brother had become more amiable, and his previous indifferent temperament had faded a lot. Eldest senior brother smiled. "Little junior brother, I've demonstrated the difficulty of reaching the altar for you. If you want to go to the altar in the future, you can take what you saw today as reference. By the way, how is the chaotic star sea?" Han Fei was shocked. It turned out that eldest senior brother had already discovered his arrival, so he deliberately made a demonstration for him. Han Fei cast a spiritual will over, and the two of them quickly communicated. Eldest senior brother looked gratified and said, "Since you're already in the arena, you can feel the strength of this immortal demon god first. I can feel that these immortal demon gods are not puppets, but conscious. This should be related to the great Dao runes on their bodies. These runes are a little special, more like some kind of creature brand. Perhaps I can strengthen this brand." Huh? Han Fei was shocked and then thought of something. Eldest senior brother knew Han Fei very well. He said this to Han Fei because he saw Zhang Daqian on the Return Ruins. Chapter 3701. It turns out that I've been warring for 100,000 years. 3701. It turns out that I've been warring for 100,000 years. 3. Han Fei also realized this. Zhang Daqian walked the Dao of Nirvana of giant beasts. Because it was really difficult to find an opponent, he had only undergone Nirvana 5 times. If what eldest senior brother said was true, Zhang Daqian might have a chance to continue to grow. The three of them had never been fused. Han Fei had 2 considerations. One was that it was useless and a waste. The other was that all things 3 had a drawback, which was that only when the 2 avatars were at the same level as the original body could the 3 be fused. Of course, when Han Fei broke through to the immortal level, he didn't need his body to carry the great Dao, therefore this disadvantage didn't exist. However, if he had a chance to let Zhang Daqian also advance to the immortal level, not to mention whether he could fuse with the 2 of them, he would have at least 2 immortal level avatars. As for how to do it, it was relatively simple. Han Song, who was still standing on the Return Ruins, immediately went down and entered the battlefield next to Han Fei, covering for Han Fei's original body. After eldest senior brother retreated, he didn't go far. He was also fighting fiercely on the battlefield next to Han Fei. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone help me." While fighting the demon god, Han Fei turned his bones into a fishing pole, broke through time, and began to fish. Huh? Why did you take out a fishing pole at this time? Swish-sa, an arrow shot over. The heat of the arrow made the battlefield boil. Han Fei immediately shouted, "Eldest senior brother." In the next moment, eldest senior brother swept a void over. The immortal demon god naturally didn't care. How could a void shake him? He crushed half of the Star River with a backhand slap and the void shattered. However, after the void power shattered, it enveloped the immortal demon god like haunting ghosts. The demon god's face gradually became blurred. He seemed to be anyone with countless faces and forms. Yes, this was eldest senior brother's divine image. Eldest senior brother had no heart and had mastered the Tao of all living beings. Now that he had stepped into the immortal level, he could also give others this power. However, the power of the Tao of all living beings was generally used to help others comprehend the myriad forms of life. Now, it was used on this immortal demon god only to match the strange great Tao runes on the surface of his body and give him emotions. Sure enough, even the immortal demon god was a little stunned. Bang! The arrow exploded, and behind Han Fei, the Time River appeared. A figure walked out of the Time River. It was Zhang Daqian. On the city wall of the Return Ruins, everyone was puzzled. They couldn't help but look back at Zhang Daqian, who had just entered the Dominator realm, wondering what he meant. In the next moment, Zhang Daqian turned into his original body, an undying demon octopus, but he was very small and directly stuck onto Han Fei's original body. Han Fei roared, "Son of a BTC trash beast, come on, hit me." The immortal demon god seemed to be infuriated. Some of his emotions were magnified infinitely. Seeing Han Fei's provocation, he was furious and punched at Han Fei with destructive power. However, this time, Han Fei didn't fight back or dodge at all. Bang! Han Fei was sent flying, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Behind Han Fei, Zhang Daqian exploded and was crushed. At the same time, on the city wall of the Return Ruins, Zhang Daqian's original body also exploded. This scene stunned everyone. On the battlefield, Han Fei was abnormally excited. It was effective and feasible. He felt boundless anger that could help Zhang Daqian undergo nirvana. Han Fei didn't stop but attacked again, vomiting blood. "Trash, haven't you eaten? You don't even have the strength to hit me. Trash, look at your branded body. You don't look like a human or a ghost. Even the stinky fish in the quagmire look more beautiful than you. Borstarred, did you jump out of a stone? Do you want to acknowledge me as your father?" Han Fei kept trash-talking, provoking the immortal demon god while taking him to the most remote battlefield closest to the Return Ruins. On the city wall, the primordial Kylan said, "Is he crazy? Is he suddenly out of his mind?" The corners of Kang Tian's mouth twitched. "Junior brother, you're embarrassing me." However, while everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, infinite energy surged from the city wall. Zhang Daqian was recovering, and his flesh, blood, and soul were returning. At the same time, his strength was soaring. Someone's eyes lit up. He's undergoing nirvana. Han Fei's clone walks the path of nirvana, but his way of nirvana is a little special. Everyone could clearly feel that just now, Zhang Daqian only had 6 or 7 pieces of Star River origin. But at this moment, it had soared to 13 pieces of Star River origin. The rapid rise in power stunned everyone. Well, after the nirvana, his strength doubled. Back then, they had to struggle in the Dominator realm for 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, or even 10,000 years to double their strength. But Han Fei's clone doubled his strength in just a moment, which made them a little jealous and scared. Chapter 3702, It turns out that I've been warring for 100,000 years. 3702, It turns out that I've been warring for 100,000 years. 4. No wonder he insisted on bringing a clone who had just entered the Dominator realm into the Return Ruins. The peerless sword cultivator's gaze was intimidating at this moment as he said indifferently, "He's fishing again." "Fuck," the primordial Kylan cursed. "Really? He can do this again?" A moment later, with a bang, on the city wall of the Return Ruins, Zhang Daqian's clone exploded again, which almost made everyone's eyes pop out. When Zhang Daqian's strength soared to 26 pieces of Star River source power, many people couldn't help but breathe heavily. Even the eyelids of Kang Tian were twitching crazily. Someone said with difficulty, he's fishing again. Zhang Daqian's growth speed had really subverted their worldview. They had never realized that the soaring of strength could be so simple. Only Han Fei knew that this Tao of Nirvana was really difficult. Otherwise, Zhang Daqian wouldn't have just barely become a dominator when they came to the path of no return. However, this also confirmed one thing, which was that in the later stages, under certain conditions, all cultivation paths would eventually achieve a leap in strength. After Zhang Daqian exploded for the 3rd time, the nirvana this time took several days to finish, and when Zhang Daqian underwent another nirvana, his strength was already at the peak of the Dominator realm. The primordial Kylan said, "This is too unfair. How can there be such a path in the chaotic Star Sea? It's simply ridiculous." On the city wall, an immortal giant beast said, "It's indeed a little ridiculous, but it's still acceptable. In our origin energy Star Sea, giant beasts run rampant. There are indeed many Taos of Nirvana, however, it's not as exaggerated as his ability to undergo Nirvana in a row." Someone also said, "He doesn't fish anymore." Although his avatar can undergo Nirvana to the peak of the Dominator realm, it's still too difficult for him to reach the immortal level. Even with the insights of his original body, he still needs to carry the original myriad Taos. This can't be finished in a day. If he undergoes Nirvana directly, it's unlikely to succeed. When Zhang Daqian underwent the 8th Nirvana, Han Fei felt a bottleneck. Just like Han Song, even if Zhang Daqian could carry all his insights, it would take time to polish them. At this moment, a voice came back from the frontmost battlefield. I didn't expect an interesting kid like you to appear in the chaotic Star Sea. Han Fei looked at it from a distance. It was a burly old man. He was called an old man because his beard and hair were all white, but his body was as sturdy as a wild beast. Han Fei saw that he was fighting 100 immortal demon gods alone and was entangled. It seemed that those immortal demon gods didn't dare to let him go. This person's control of the immortal level had reached the peak. Eldest senior brother said via voice transmission, "That's the first supreme." The first supreme? In the history of the chaotic Star Sea, he was a legendary existence who was invincible in the chaotic era. He was the first to embark on the path of no return. In addition, someone was looking at him from a distance. Han Fei looked back and found him very familiar. It turned out to be Li Daoyi. He was fighting in front, surrounded by more than 40 immortal demon gods. Li Daoyi said, "There are also immortals stronger than other immortals. Their strength lies in their mastery of origin, like a melody, with all kinds of combinations. This is the meaning of continuous battles." Han Fei smiled. Fight Est-R, Han Fei didn't return to the Return Ruins, and only Zhang Daqian stayed on the city wall. Here, what he didn't lack the least was the origin Dao. With the comprehension of his original body as the premise, it was only a matter of time for Zhang Daqian to break through to the immortal level. Han Fei wasn't worried. Therefore, he and Han Song didn't return. In this battle, time seemed to be meaningless. The void was pierced through, and star rivers seemed to collapse one after another, but they seemed to be able to regenerate infinitely. The dreamlike battlefield seemed endless. At first, Han Fei could only barely withstand the attacks of 20 immortal demon gods, but he was often injured. However, as long as he couldn't be killed, he would always become braver and more familiar with fighting. After an unknown period of time, the strong masters on the city wall of the Return Ruins joined the battlefield one after another. Some people also retreated to the city wall of the Return Ruins. Only one person had been sitting cross-legged and comprehending. Han Fei was repeatedly disassembling and combining the usage of various original Dao techniques. He kept experimenting, adjusting, and fighting. Over time, he had forgotten the time. On this day, he was surrounded by more than 60 immortal demon gods. Their killing techniques filled the sky, causing the sun and moon to dim, and the sky to dim. On countless battlefields, Han Fei and their chi and blood were left. On this day, Han Fei's heart suddenly trembled, and he was pulled back to the focused state of deducing the Dao technique. This was because on this day, Zhang Daqian made a breakthrough. Buzz, Han Fei began to retreat and return, only to find that a new group of people had already replaced the previous ones on the city wall of the Return Ruins. Among them, there were 43 people, including Li Daoyi and eldest senior brother. As soon as Han Fei returned, he saw these people looking at him with complicated gazes. Han Fei raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Li Daoyi said leisurely, "Do you know how long you've been fighting?" He didn't need to be told how long he had been fighting. Han Fei and Zhang Daqian's information had always been synchronized, so he came back to his senses after a brief stun. He couldn't help but look back at the battlefield that was still fighting. "It turns out that I have been fighting for 100,000 years. Chapter 37003, 37003, Transcendence 13703, Transcendence 1. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh and feel a little sad. 100,000 years was such a long wait. Ximen Linglin didn't appear in the Return Ruins, which meant that she hadn't become an immortal. This was actually excusable. Although Zhang Daqian became a peak-level dominator very quickly, Zhang Daqian was Han Fei's avatar, and Han Fei was already an immortal-level powerhouse with synchronized comprehension. Coupled with the special environment of the Return Ruins and the special nature of the Tao of Nirvana, he could become a peak-level dominator in a short period of time. It took Zhang Daqian 100,000 years to become an immortal. Therefore, even in the Sea of Great Daos, a mere 100,000 years was not enough for ordinary people to cross to the peak of the Dominator realm. Otherwise, how many 100,000 years could there be in an era? How many strong masters would be born? Although he had forgotten time, these 100,000 years had passed bit by bit. He could feel nothing, but someone was waiting, suffering, and looking forward to his return. Therefore, Han Fei knew that it was time to fuse with Han Song and Zhang Daqian. Han Fei looked in the direction of the battlefield. After a moment of silence, he finally said slowly, "It's time for all things three to be used." Hearing this, everyone perked up. Over the years, everyone in the Return Ruins was looking forward to it. This was because no one had walked Han Fei's path before. They were waiting for Zhang Daqian to become an immortal. And on this day, they finally got what they wanted. Everyone's hearts were ignited with unprecedented hope. Once this path was feasible and Han Fei used this method to reach the immortal level, there would be countless followers of Han Fei. Besides, after everyone's discussion and speculation, they felt that the probability of Han Fei succeeding was not low. This was because energy was conserved after all. It was impossible for infinite energy to be born for no reason. If Han Fei's three bodies were combined, it was impossible for his body in the immortal level not to change. If it changed, it would definitely change. What no one could guess was how it would change. Would all the power gather into one body and be suppressed but not used for a breakthrough? All of this required a precursor to try and walk. Buzz. On the city wall of the Return ruins, 43 people rose one after another. On the battlefield, some people looked at Han Fei frequently. When the immortal powerhouses on the battlefield saw that everyone on the city wall had already stood up, they already had an epiphany and began to approach each other. They were already prepared to guard Han Fei's breakthrough. Little junior brother, if you want to start, I'll guard you. Eldest senior brother stood up. Today's eldest senior brother was clearly different. He embarked on his own path, pursued his own Tao, and searched for his own heart. All of this gradually made eldest senior brother become warm and intimate. Li Daoyi also said, I already know of your existence. I think you can understand my past. It's a pity that we haven't met in the chaotic star sea. If you want to fight today, I'll accompany you to the end of the sea of stars and the beginning of the void. Someone said, fellow Taoist Han Fei, since we're all in the Return ruins, we're like family. Don't mind success or failure. Don't worry. Kill to your heart's content until even the 3,000 demon gods tremble. Someone laughed. My blood is already boiling. Han Fei looked back at everyone present and smiled. Then, he looked in the direction of the door of the Return ruins palace and said softly, wait for me to return, Killa. In the next moment, Han Fei's temperament changed and monstrous killing intent enveloped the battlefield. Bang! When Han Fei stepped out of the city wall, his foot was like a lotus blooming in the void, bursting out with infinite halos of laws. Bam, 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 Han Fei walked on the road. The divine vine of the demon purification pot appeared between his eyebrows, but Han Fei only extended 2 fingers. With a crack, he picked a leaf from the vine. The leaf began to turn into a knife in Han Fei's hand, blooming with dazzling light, illuminating the sky, illuminating the void, illuminating the darkness, and igniting the invincible fire of will in Han Fei. Han Fei didn't stop. He walked in the void, moved forward in the darkness, and began the strongest impact in his life on the dreamy battlefield. Han Song was on the left, and Zhang Daqian was on the right. The 3 of them emitted an invincible will, as if they had become one, turning into a sharp knife that broke into the battlefield and attacked the altar. Behind Han Fei, on the city wall of the Return ruins, the 43 people, whether they had recovered or not, were all following him. On the battlefield, bloody figures rushed out of the dreamy, shattered battlefield one after another, clearing the way for Han Fei. Han Fei's speed was getting faster and faster. The 3 bodies reflected each other, and a terrifying aura was spreading. The leaf in his hand vibrated with extremely sharp killing intent. Han Fei's blood flowed out of his fingertips and stained the leaf, instantly covering his entire body with golden light. Killa. Among the 3,000 demon gods, some of the immortal demon gods tried to stop Han Fei, but most of them were sent flying by other immortals in front of Han Fei before they could reach him. Occasionally, an immortal demon god would pass the path opener, but when they touched Han Fei's knife light, they were also sent flying. Originally, Han Fei could already shake 60 or 70 immortal demon gods alone. Although he couldn't kill them, he could shake them. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 37004, 37004, Transcendence 237U04, Transcendence 237U War, Transcendence tooth you away by this shocking broadsword. The battlefield in front of them was torn apart by this broadsword, and the void was cut apart. At this moment, the 3,000 demon gods no longer attacked, because they knew that in the face of such a strong attack, such a charge, and such a chaotic battle method, they could only block. Immortal demon gods began to emit infinite light, illuminating each other and turning into a wall of demon gods. No one had ever crossed this wall. The First Supreme, Li Daoyi, and eldest senior brother couldn't. But at this moment, the First Supreme, the powerhouse who hadn't even met Han Fei once but had led Han Fei's path of cultivation, roared, "Let me open the way for you." The First Supreme turned into a boundless hand, blew up more than a dozen surrounding battlefields, and clenched a golden fist light. He even shattered an arm, condensed it into a fist, and punched out, bombarding the wall of gods and demons in front of Han Fei. Li Daoyi and the primordial Kylan walked out together. The primordial Kylan roared, and divine light spewed out of its mouth, turning into a Kylan giant beast that galloped in the dark void. Wherever it passed, flames spread and burned the world. Li Daoyi held a green vine and whipped it out, transforming it into a dragon snake in the void. The rumbling sound caused the worlds to tremble. The sky roared, and a sword burst out of his body, destroying the world. As the sword rose, it was like 1,000 soldiers. Junior brother, kill. Apart from the First Supreme and Li Daoyi, there were many people attacking. At first, the 3,000 demon gods were resisting them one by one, but later they simply stopped blocking and built the wall of demon gods with all their strength, which was like a natural chasm, allowing them to attack as they pleased. They seemed to be certain that no one could cross this wall. Rumble, rumble. Blinding brilliance shattered the void, cut through the darkness, and hit the demon god wall, bursting out with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the battlefield. The wall of gods and demons was shaking, trembling, sunken, and enduring the surging power. However, no matter how the wall of gods and demons changed, it was not broken in the end. It was still firm, as if it couldn't be broken. At this moment, everyone turned around and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei seemed to come with the power of the heavens. The knife light cut through the wind and waves, rubbing endless great Tao runes in the void, shining brightly. Swishta. At the same time, two scimitars suddenly appeared on both sides of Han Fei. They were the blades of hope, absorbing the hope of all the immortals here. At this moment, they were also burning. Some unprecedented patterns slowly appeared on the blades. They were immortal runes, which were somewhat similar to the runes on the immortal demon god. At this moment, in the hope of many immortals, the Blade of Hope evolved into an existence that could shake the immortal. It was also at the moment when the Blade of Hope made a breakthrough that Zeman Linglin, who was cultivating on the Return Ruins Island, suddenly opened her eyes, and then her eyes gradually lit up. She looked at the depths of the Great Tao Sea, where boundless and magnificent power was blooming, reflected, and appeared above the Great Tao Sea. The others also looked over. Someone exclaimed, "Look, something is appearing in the distant sky." Someone was shocked. That seems to be a battlefield, but it's too vague to see clearly. What a terrifying power. I've been on the Return Ruins Island for so long, but I've never seen such a blazing power. It makes me excited. In fact, in the chaotic star sea, the origin energy star sea, the mystic yellow star sea, as long as there was the path of no return, as long as someone was looking, they could see that outside that world, in the depths of the Great Tao Sea, at an unknown source, a shadow was reflected in the sky, moving forward alone, fighting. Unfortunately, that was all they could see. Because they weren't there, they couldn't see clearly. Kill it clank, 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 clank. At that moment, Han Fei collided with the wall of gods and demons. The terrifying explosion shook the sky and the earth, and the wall of gods, known as immortal and indestructible, sank deeply. Han Fei almost completely broke into the wall of gods and demons. The sharp knives formed by the cooperation of the three bodies seemed to be trying to pierce through an extremely tough film, looking as if they could pierce through it at any time. However, Han Fei didn't look good. Finally, it's still blocked? It seems that immortal power alone can't break through this so-called wall of gods and demons no matter how strong it is. However, if he couldn't break through the wall of gods, he could only fight here forever, unable to go further so he could never return. Roar. All things, 3, fuse. Han Fei's eyes were filled with madness. He had no choice. If he couldn't cross the wall, all that was left was eternal war. God knew how long it would take. Fight a great era, 2 great eras, or, like the first Supreme, fight many great eras. Instead of fighting for so long, he might as well die early. That way, he could still be reborn. What was the difference? Bang, bang. His 3 bodies were fusing. Han Fei's body was expanding, and his bones were making squeaking sounds. His blood chi was whistling like a river, and his aura was like rolling lightning. As he breathed, the world trembled. After the 3 became 1, the basic strength of his original body increased by at least 3 to 9 times. This was the most basic growth after the 3 bodies became 1. Whether it was an increase of 3 or 9 times, the reason was the same. According to the law of conservation of energy, since the boundary of immortal level had been fixed, the appearance of 3 times the power would inevitably cause some special and unknown changes. Chapter 3705, 3705, Transcendence 33705, Transcendence 33705, Transcendence 3 Buzz. For a moment, Han Fei seemed to have turned into some kind of Dharma idol, turning into an indomitable giant that bloomed with boundless chi and blood. However, his body was like a huge funnel, absorbing all the energy, all the great Taos, and all the light that bloomed here. Qi, Han Song and Zhang Daqian were gradually dissipating, but cracks kept appearing on Han Fei's original body. Someone was shocked. Not good. His original body has absorbed too much power and can't hold on. Someone was horrified. Damn it, is this not enough? Taoless? What is Taoless? Is he going to die? The primordial Kylan roared. He was unwilling. It wasn't easy for him to see some hope. Why couldn't the wall of gods and demons be broken? Why the Taoless realm couldn't be reached? At this moment, someone was shocked. Look, he's absorbing the origin Great Tao. From the Palace of the Return Ruins, and even behind, where the Great Tao Sea originally belonged, endless waves surged from behind the Return Ruins and crazily poured into Han Fei's body. Someone exclaimed, "Look, the Great Tao runes on the bodies of the 3,000 demon gods are being absorbed." Someone frowned. Some kind of change must have happened, but this change is beyond Han Fei's tolerance. Damn it, he's only 1 step away from reaching the Taoless level. Han Fei was also struggling. He was trying to suppress the power in his body, and infinite seals were appearing around him, trying to suppress this rapidly expanding power. His body couldn't bear it anymore. Too many Taos, too many laws exceeded the boundary, but there was nowhere to spread them, making his original body swell and about to explode. Han Fei was also very anxious. The time given to him to think was too short. Why was this fusion so exaggerated that even the Great Tao Sea was absorbed by him? Infinite Tao techniques seemed to be forcibly pouring into his body. Taoless realm? That's really a suitable name. Han Fei was like a river, but the power of his breakthrough was like the sea. The sea poured into the river, but the river was not allowed to expand. Wasn't there no way out? Endless primordial Tao techniques were pouring in. Han Fei knew that if he didn't vent now, his body would explode in the end. Tao originates from existence, and existence arises from non-existence. Without Tao, there is no way, no way, no way, no way, Han Fei roared. How could he go if there was no way out? He roared, with a Tao technique, this path won't work. He was warning others because Han Fei had a feeling that in the next moment he might explode and bloom into a brilliant mass of mist in the void. However, as soon as he said this reminder, Han Fei suddenly understood something. With a Tao technique, the path couldn't be taken. He immediately realized that the Tao technique was a shackle, a restraint. No matter how infinite the origin great Tao poured in, it was actually just binding layers of shackles on him. Only by abandoning it, only by transcending, pouring out his so-called origin great Taos, and pouring out himself, could there be a chance of a turn for the better. If there was no path, he had to transcend the restrictions of the Tao and laws. If there was no path, it was all a path. Since he had chosen this path, even if he was about to die, he had to see the scenery above the immortal level. At this moment, Han Fei's body couldn't bear the burden anymore and had expanded to its limit. He roared, "Eldest senior brother, I want to see all living beings." Han Fei wanted to bet everything. He still had a chance to undergo nirvana. He had fused his two other bodies, but he only used the great Tao of nirvana 8 times. Upon hearing this, eldest senior brother's body trembled and his voice rumbled, sweeping across the battlefield. "Okay, hold on, Buzz." At that moment, eldest senior brother didn't hesitate. He took a step ahead of Han Fei and suddenly bloomed, cracked, turned into countless voids, turned into a surging void wave, and suddenly slapped the godfiend wall. At that moment, the 3,000 demon gods were all angry and roared. It was like an ancient demonic sound that penetrated the myriad worlds and swept across the past, present, and future, murderous and irritable. Rumble. The wall of gods and demons began to emit infinite light, and those who opened the way for Han Fei were all forced back. At the same time, Han Fei's body exploded like a dam bursting. The origin great Tao was pouring out, and infinite energy was collapsing. Soaring chi and blood swept across all the void visible to the naked eye. Rumble. The power of the explosion shook everyone back and also shattered the wall of gods and demons. However, none of the 3,000 demon gods died. They were only shaken back. On the Return Ruins' side, except for eldest senior brother and Han Fei, almost everyone suffered a backlash. Half of the immortals were coughing blood, and their bodies had varying degrees of injuries. At this moment, although there were endless origin great Taos on the battlefield, these great Taos were all chaotic and could no longer be used. Finally, the attempt to reach the altar this time was over. The wall of gods and demons collapsed, but a chasm appeared between the 3,000 demon gods and the strong masters of the 7 worlds. It was a sea of light, a sea of chi and blood, a sea of great Taos that separated the two sides. This chasm was insurmountable. Everyone looked at the sea solemnly with mournful expressions. The primordial Kylan was crying and roaring, still not working. Even if he fused 3 immortals, he still perished in the end. A giant beast creature shed tears. I'm unwilling. Kang Tian looked solemn and furious. He wanted to ask why. What did the supreme powerhouse of the chaos leave behind? What was the last step they were short of? Even the first supreme was trembling slightly and roaring, "The one from the immortal martial world, I know you are still alive, but how long are you going to stop us? What do you want us to do?" Chapter 3706 Transcendence 43706 Transcendence 4 Everyone was unwilling and angry. They had already done their best. They no longer pursued self-strength. They only wanted to break the seal of the 3,000 demon gods and see the altar and the outside of the Return Ruins. They just wanted an explanation. Unfortunately, anger was just anger. No matter how angry they were, the 3,000 demon gods wouldn't let them go. Even if they weren't puppets, they were better than puppets. Without a transcendent power piercing through them, the Return Ruins would forever become a battlefield. 1 year, 2 years, time passed quickly. 100 years passed. Han Fei died and eldest senior brother didn't return. The void dissipated. Perhaps he was sleeping or lost and needed to wait for him to revive. In the darkness, Han Fei's will came back to his senses. Have I died? No, not yet. Did I transform into the world? No, I can't feel the world, but it seems that I can transform into all things and the world. The world is born with me, and all things are one with me. Is this the Taoless realm? Have I transcended Tao and law? On the city wall of the Return Ruins, 334 people were sitting cross-legged, researching and studying. Someone sighed. 100 years have passed since Han Fei's death. I didn't expect this to be the easiest 100 years since I came to the Return Ruins. I don't need to fight. I actually feel a little bored. Someone sighed. The chasm is still there, but the power is slowly dissipating. I'm afraid in a few 100 years all the battlefields will return. I'm afraid we will continue to fight. Someone shook his head slightly. To be honest, I don't want to fight anymore. Even a person who had fused 3 immortals has been killed. We've already tried the method we should try. What else do you think? Alas. Amidst the exclamations, the primordial Kylan suddenly widened its eyes and looked at the chasm that was full of destructive power. I don't know if I'm seeing things. Look, there seem to be 2 lights in the chasm. Huh? Someone was refreshed and stood up. Really? Immediately, everyone stood up with a look of disbelief. In fact, many of them felt that even Void had perished. In order for Han Fei to see all living beings and contaminate the 3,000 demon gods, he sacrificed himself. However, at this moment, they seemed to see hope. Is it Void? Is he still alive? Void is a little special. Perhaps he is really just dormant and reviving at this moment. The First Supreme's eyes were sharp. The power in the chasm is rapidly decreasing, as if it is being swallowed. Someone was refreshed. Did Han Fei's death help Void succeed? Wait, let's wait and see. Suddenly, a murmur sounded in everyone's ears, or rather in the entire void. The world coexists with me, and all things are one with me. To reach the Taoist realm, one should transcend the boundary of Tao and law. Buzz. At that moment, the void was trembling. All the Taos and laws here were melting and collapsing. Endless energy was surging towards the chasm. The two scimitars gradually took shape in the chasm. King Tian's eyelids twitched crazily. Such terrifying energy is gathering. It's Han Fei. He's undergoing nirvana. Roar! The primordial Kylan roared at the sky. Really? He's still alive? Someone exclaimed, his body trembling slightly. Can he survive? The First Supreme clenched his fists. You should ask, can he succeed? Everyone saw billions of runes appear, but they didn't look like great Tao runes, but more like the runes on the bodies of the 3,000 demon gods. They seemed to exceed the scope of great Tao runes. And a blurry figure finally appeared in the chasm. His body was bathed in the flames of nirvana, gathering infinite energy. Even his great Tao and laws couldn't escape and were all swallowed. They were swallowed, not fused. At that moment, the blurry figure on the distant altar seemed to finally open his eyes. No one could see who he was too dazzling and blurry. However, in the chasm, the figure had already raised his foot. Every time he took a step, he left a scorching and terrifying footprint. Then, the footprint faded in the void and burned up. It's Han Fei. That person is Han Fei. Finally, when that person stepped out of the chasm, everyone saw his appearance clearly. The primordial Kylan was roaring, and Li Daoyi put on a smile. The others were also extremely nervous, feeling even more nervous than when they walked to the altar themselves. Han Fei, has he transcended? Han Fei had already made it very clear that to reach the Taoist realm, one had to transcend the boundary of Tao and law. Although no one knew how to transcend, it didn't stop them from wanting to see Han Fei transcend. The chasm was gradually dissipating, turning into a massive amount of energy that was taken away by Han Fei and absorbed into his body. Beside him, two blades of hope were floating. In front of him, the 3,000 demon gods mechanically formed the demon god wall. However, just as everyone was in despair, wondering why this thing was still coming, Han Fei raised his hand, and the blade of hope crossed and revolved. There were no great Tao runes, no earth-shattering chaos, only the flames of will burning fiercely, like eternal flames blooming, illuminating the void and illuminating the heavens. Bang! Han Fei's power was rising, and his fighting intent filled the countless battlefields. This blow shook the wall of gods and demons. In the resonance of the heavens and the earth, in the interweaving of light and darkness, the wall of gods and demons was broken, pierced, and cracked. Chapter 3707, Transcendence 5, 3707, Transcendence 5, 3707. Transcendence 5 realized his strength. He had transcended the great Tao and could restore order and rewrite rules. With a thought, he could make all living beings die or live. Han Fei was not in a hurry to walk into the gap. Instead, he looked back. He saw the void that dispersed in this endless battlefield. He saw the immortals who had once tried to make a breakthrough here but withered. Their wills lingered in the heavenly battlefield and dispersed here. They had never dissipated, but they had completely fallen asleep. As Han Fei waved his hand, the endless void began to gather, and the dispersing will began to return. Endless energy gathered, and eldest senior brother's body was instantly reconstructed. At the same time, here, 203 flames of will appeared in the battlefield and began to burn, blooming with divine light. They were the immortals who had died in the past. Those old friends are recovering. They are returning. This time, there was no sound on the city wall of the ultimate. The indomitable immortals were sobbing. The primordial Kylan and the giant beast were even crying with tears in their eyes. Finally, a Taoist powerhouse has appeared. Someone said this, which contained thousands of emotions and sighs. In the next moment, shocking cheers and roars erupted on the city wall. Roar Han Fei, human Han Fei, human Han Fei, in everyone's eyes, this was not a simple breakthrough. This was a path that they had searched for countless eras but had never reached. This path was too difficult and arduous. How could they not be excited? Under everyone's excited shouts and eager gazes, Han Fei crossed the wall of gods and devils, leaving a shallow mark in the void. Finally, he stepped on the altar. This was an ancient altar that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The steps were engraved with the models of time. It must have experienced many tribulations, so it left a mark representing blood and fire. Han Fei's eyes had been on the figure. It was a man who was so skinny that he was only skin and bones. The wrinkles on his face were curled up and he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the altar. Han Fei couldn't sense the other party's strength, which could only mean one thing. The other party was also in the Taoist realm, the same realm as him. Chaos? Han Fei's mind flashed to the dome painting he saw in the Palace of the Return ruins. The ominous was dismembered, and the primordial, the mystic yellow, the heavenly spirit, and the origin energy powerhouses had all perished. There were only the immortal martial and the chaos powerhouses left. This person was clearly not the woman from the immortal martial world, so it could only be chaos. However, what he couldn't understand was why this person set up 3,000 demon gods to guard this place and block everyone's way. At this moment, this person had already opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Seeing the other party's eyes, Hanfei's eyelids twitched. He understood. Hanfei turned around, pointed at the city wall of the returned ruins, and said with difficulty, "This is the most difficult trial I've ever experienced in my life, and in their lives. I really didn't expect this to be a trial." Cough, cough wed. Perhaps because he hadn't spoken for too long, the Chaos Supreme Powerhouse coughed. After he calmed down, he slowly said, "I know this is cruel. You have persisted for a long time, fought for a long time, and were very tired and bitter. However, I have to do this, because we need a person to end the ominous." End the ominous? Hanfei couldn't help frowning. Indeed, the people from the immortal martial world dismembered the ominous and then sealed it, but they didn't really kill it. However, Hanfei was a little surprised. According to the records in the returned ruins, the ominous, or not just ominous, the other 6 substances, are all indestructible. If you can't end them, how can I? The chaotic powerhouse said with difficulty, "I'll take you to see someone first." Buzz. The altar was spinning and the void was disappearing. Hanfei saw an unknown passage. Without needing him to step in, he, this chaotic powerhouse, and the altar disappeared from the land of the ultimate. This scene shocked countless people in the returned ruins. They didn't see Hanfei move. Why did he disappear? Unfortunately, Hanfei didn't return, and no one could tell them the answer. Swishta. A green light appeared in front of Hanfei's eyes. When he completely saw the world in front of him, he discovered that it was a paradise-like place. There were towering and magnificent mountains, endless rivers, divine phoenixes and azure dragons surging among Yunduo, and towering spiritual plants everywhere. Where Hanfei was a world tree. It didn't seem much different from the world tree in the chaotic Star Sea. Beside the river, a woman in gauze was fishing. The woman seemed to realize something and stood up. As she stood up, rays of light flowed from her gauze dress, making her look like a fairy. When the woman turned around, Hanfei's pupils were constricted. This was the woman who gave him the path of doubtlessness. However, it was completely different from the valiant and heroic image he saw last time. At this moment, she had changed into beautiful clothes and looked stunning gorgeous. Although Hanfei was no longer enchanted by beauty, he couldn't help but be amazed. The woman smiled, her red lips parted slightly, and her white teeth were like porcelain. "You're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 3788, Transcendence 63788. Transcendence 6. Hanfei came back to himself and cupped his hands. "Wait for me? Senior, do you know that I can get here?" The woman shook her head slightly. "I don't know, but you were the first to come." Hanfei looked around. "Where is this?" With a smile, the woman took a small step forward and came to the altar. She looked at Hanfei and said, "This is the immortal martial Star Sea. I am the immortal martial." Hanfei frowned slightly. "What about the indestructible matter?" The woman shook her head. "It's just a name. We're named after a mysterious substance each." Hanfei asked, "Seniors, what do you mean by end the ominous?" Cough, cough a chaos, slowly said, "The ominous has betrayed us. We need you to replace the ominous in the future." Huh? Replace the ominous? Hanfei's pupils were constricted slightly. "What do you mean? The ominous breeds evil and swallows negative things. What does it mean to replace the ominous?" Hanfei was already prepared for battle. Although these two people were strong masters, for some reason, they didn't seem to be able to beat him. The immortal marshal smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. There's no good or bad about the birth of mysterious matter. If it's used for a good purpose, it's good, and if it's an evil one, it's evil." Do you know why you had never heard of the existence of the immortal marshal? Without waiting for Hanfei to speak, immortal marshal said, "Because the immortal martial matter has been swallowed and refined by me. It's the only complete and undamaged one at present. Correspondingly, the 7 of us transcended by swallowing and refining a mysterious matter. No one can copy our transcendence. We don't know how to go from immortal to the transcendence realm, and you are the only one who didn't rely on the mysterious matter to forcibly transcend. Therefore, you are stronger than us." Hanfei's heart stirred. That worked. He had directly reached the transcendence realm. That was great. As for being stronger than them, Hanfei had already figured it out, but this was stronger not in terms of strength, but because he seemed to only have more power to change rules than them, and the power of the immortal martial and the chaos seemed to be affected by that mysterious substance, so it was slightly lacking. However, Hanfei was still puzzled. "Then, what do you mean by having me replace the ominous?" Immortal martial said, "The ominous has rebelled. Because we have already swallowed the mysterious matter, we can't devour and refine the ominous. However, you can. You walked to the transcendence realm on your own. Only when you reach the transcendence realm can you forcibly strip away the control of the current ominous over the mysterious matter. As for you, even if you swallow and refine the ominous, you are still you. The only change is that you completely control the ominous, just like I completely control the immortal martial. Chaos also said, besides, if our guess is correct, not only can you control the ominous, but you won't be restrained by the mysterious matter of the ominous. You can even suppress it. Since you've transcended with your own strength, in essence, you are no weaker than those mysterious matters. Therefore, in your domain, you have the power to specify rules. Han Fei's heart trembled. He had figured out a lot of things. So, you use the ominous severed limbs as bait to fish us, guiding us to embark on the path of no return, step into the return ruins, and achieve transcendence from the trial with the 3,000 demon gods? Immortal Marshal nodded and then looked at the Chaos. Chaos can actually recover long ago as long as he retracts his great Tao Si, but he didn't. This is because the primordial, mystic yellow, heavenly spirit, and origin energy haven't been born and haven't transcended yet. Therefore, this fishing had to continue. Han Fei asked, so, should I subdue the ominous and devour it now? Immortal Marshal shook her head slightly. It's not the time yet. The primordial, mystic yellow, heavenly spirit, and origin energy still need the currently evil ominous. Only when the evil is still there can these seas of stars continue to resist. Only in the struggle can a real powerhouse be born, just like you now. Chaos said, however, you have already controlled the 2 severed limbs of the ominous. You can devour and refine some of the ominous first. In this way, even if the other worlds are defeated and the remaining bodies of the ominous gather again, it will never be able to return to its true peak. Han Fei was silent for a moment. So, you want me to join you in the fishing of you two? Yes, the two of them spoke at the same time. This time, they didn't refute. Han Fei said leisurely, the price of this fishing is the life and death of countless creatures. Many people survive the Sea of Stars, but they can't survive the path of no return. They survive the path of no return, but they can't survive the return ruins. They have been fighting for too long. After a moment of silence, Immortal Marshal said, we know, but there's nothing we can do. This path is against the heavens in the first place. Along the way, there are piles of bones and endless love and hatred. We all want to let it go, but you've read the records of the return ruins. You should know that in the endless void, there is an ultimate dark creature waiting for us. We are also on the way. We are also fighting. If we retreat, the endless creatures in the 7 worlds won't even have a chance to fight or survive. At this moment, Chaos also said, Han Fei, we've already failed once. That ominous rebellion destroyed all our worlds. Our families, loved ones, and people were all annihilated in that destruction. Therefore, we can't retreat. Although the test we set up is extremely difficult, we can't stop. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 3709, Transcendence 73709. Transcendence 7 Chaos coughed and laughed. Fortunately, you succeeded. Perhaps your path is difficult to copy, but someone will succeed, right? Han Fei was silent for a long time before saying, I have a condition. Immortal Marshal nodded. What is it? Han Fei said. Since it's a trial, it's a trial. I want to open the passage to the return ruins as well as the return path of the path of no return. Those who are willing to stay can continue the trial. Those who aren't can return on their own without being restricted. Return freedom to them. After a long silence, Immortal Marshal said, okay, but even if they return, the immortals can't directly interfere in the war in their respective seas of stars. Otherwise, the existence of the evil ominous will be meaningless. Okay, refining the ominous was a small matter. For the current Han Fei, it wouldn't take long. Besides, he might not really devour and refine the ominous himself. Judging from Immortal Marshal and Chaos, they were definitely weaker than him in some aspects. These 7 mysterious substances might be extremely powerful, but they might have had their own rules long ago, and he had no rules to restrain him now. If the Emperor Sparrow could rise, he might be a better choice. He said, how long before the ultimate dark creature spread here? The Immortal Marshal said, perhaps as fast as dozens of eras, or as slow as thousands. If you're willing to watch, I can accompany you. No need. Han Fei smiled. Dozens of eras. How long it is. I'm a little tempted to eat meat. Then Han Fei took out the delicious food that Renquan gave him before he left. He picked a few skewers of meat and stuffed one into the Immortal Marshal and Chaos's hands each. The two of them? Crunch one. While chewing, Han Fei said with a smile, there's still a long time. Why don't you consider enjoying life in the mortal world? Do you remember when the last carefree slumber was? Why do I have to consider what will happen dozens of eras later? Is that so? Immortal Marshal suddenly smiled slyly. If you say so, then I don't have to put on airs. It's very tiring to pretend to be something. Chaos, stop pretending. Ha ha ha. On the altar, Chaos, who was sitting cross-legged, also got up. His dry, thin, and wrinkled face was actually recovering. Gradually, Chaos turned into an old man. Han Fei's eyes widened, and the skewers in his hand fell to the ground. Fuck, teacher? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He had experienced everything. What else could make him so stunned and shocked? But he never expected that someone would be so foxy. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. But Kang Tian said you died? The prophet chuckled. Oh, it's just a clone. If I don't stimulate him, how can he become immortal so quickly? Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at the prophet. How many eras had this person been deceiving people? Han Fei gnashed his teeth. Old man, you like acting so much. It's a pity that you don't replace the ominous. The prophet smiled. Unfortunately, I can't do it. Han Fei said impatiently. Keep acting. I'll wait for the day you're exposed. Another moment later, in the return ruins, the altar reappeared, and Han Fei's appearance caused a clamor on the city wall of the return ruins. The revived immortals were still stunned. Was this the guy who had stepped above the immortal level? It was this person who revived them. Han Fei walked back from the altar. None of the 3,000 demon gods moved, and no one stopped him. Han Fei raised his hand, and a dazzling light, like a spear that poured into the sky, pierced through the return ruins, past the return ruins island, penetrated the sea of great douse, and blasted out a brilliant grand path. Boom, 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 boom. Han Fei attacked 6 times in a row, creating 6 passages. Everyone was a little stunned, and the First Supreme asked, Han Fei, what's the meaning of this? Han Fei said leisurely, everyone, I've just rewritten the rules. These 6 passages lead to the chaotic star sea, the primordial star sea, the mystic yellow star sea, the heavenly spirit star sea, the origin energy star sea, and the immortal martial star sea respectively. From today on, you can return to the return ruins at any time, or you can enter other seas of stars at will from here. Of course, there is a premise that no immortal can participate in any world's war, and can't reveal his immortal realm. Everyone was stunned. Can we return? For a moment, most of the immortals here were confused. After fighting for so long, if they returned, what was the point of them fighting all the way? Kang Tian shouted, Junior brother, what did you experience? Where did the altar take you? The primordial Kylan said. Boy, don't try to catch our appetite. Han Fei grinned. I can't tell you. I can only tell you that the 3,000 demon gods are just a trial. If you beat them, you will know everything. If you can't, fight them slowly, or go back to enjoy the rest of your life and travel the 6 worlds. Come back to fight when you want to resume the trial. A trial? So this is a fucking trial? Damn it, which Beastar created this trial? If you have the guts, come out. Even if I can't beat you, even if I lose my life, I will scold you. Swish to Han Fei stepped into the city wall of the return ruins and looked at eldest senior brother with a smile. Eldest senior brother, I'll go back first. They're waiting for me. Eldest senior brother nodded calmly, not surprised or surprised. On the side, the primordial Kylan roared, Void, why aren't you surprised at all? Han Fei is your little junior brother. Why don't you catch him and ask him? Eldest senior brother looked at the primordial Kylan calmly. I'm not surprised because I don't have a heart. As for this trial, if little junior brother doesn't say it, it's because he can't say it. Why should I ask? The primordial Kylan rolled on the ground. I'm so angry-ite. On the return ruins island, Zeman Linglin and a group of peak-level dominators were looking up. Suddenly, 6 brilliant great douse penetrated through the water vapor clouds in the distance and punched 6 holes in the return ruins island. What is this? It's like a passage. I wonder where it leads. What happened in the return ruins? Look, someone is coming back. On the return ruins island, someone roared, pointing at the mist with madness in his eyes. As for Eximan Linglin, tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She was smiling, crying, aggrieved, and happy. In the next moment, a familiar figure had already arrived in front of her. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Han Fei raised his hand and gently wiped the tears on Zeman Linglin's face. Let's go home. Chapter 3710, Side Story 1, 3710. Side Story 1, 100,000 years passed in the chaotic Star Sea. Without the ominous, countless new races were born, and all races rose quickly with unprecedented momentum. Perhaps there was a new war here, but that had nothing to do with the ominous. The primordial Star Sea was still fighting, but it had nothing to do with the ordinary people in the chaotic Star Sea. Only real strong masters would go to the primordial Star Sea through the passage between the 2 worlds. To be precise, it was another group of people's conquest journey. Those who were guarding the chaotic Star Sea were still guarding it, the path of no return. The Death God pulled a star over, which was planted with all kinds of demon plants, filling the star with vitality. On this day, he was facing the direction of the path of no return, with a tea table in front of him, sipping tea. Clatter, the ethereal flute sound rippled here, melodious and cleansing. Occasionally, it was cheerful, but most of it was sad. When it was cheerful, it was like the afterglow of the setting sun, pouring on the body, warm and moving. When it was sad, it was like snowflakes floating in the void, bone-chilling. The heavenly music seemed to be describing a beautiful and touching dream. Little girl, it's been 100,000 years. Although you've become a dominator, 3 pieces of Star River source power are still too weak. Just listening to the sound of the tidal wave on the path of no return can help you upgrade to 9 pieces of Star River source power at most. There won't be any more. How can you go to the path of no return to find him? The Death God was holding a teacup and speaking. At the highest point of this star, on a lone peak, Zhu Yingling was hugging the flute, and the creation void spiritual drum was quietly floating beside her. Zhu Yingling was raising her head and looking in the direction of no return. Her expression was quiet, neither happy nor sad. She said indifferently, I said that one day I will stand by his side. No matter how long this day lasts, no matter how difficult this path is, if one day I can't improve anymore, I will embark on this path even if the price is death. The death god shook his head slightly. Why are you so persistent? Even if you die, I'm afraid he won't know. Look at Xia Xiaoshan. She used Han Fei's connections to visit the 3 temples, seeking ultimate techniques and embarking on a new path. The last time she came to me, it should be 30,000 years ago when she had already mastered 18 pieces of Star River source power. Why don't you take me as your master? Zhu Yinling shook her head. Senior, the 10 directions. Purgatory is not my path. I don't take the sound of the dead, not because I despise it, but because my sound is still hot. The death god shrugged slightly. A stubborn girl. Alas, at this moment a soft sigh spread throughout the star. However, there were only Death God and Zhu Yingling on this star. The two of them looked in the direction of the dam at the same time, only to see 2 figures standing on the dam. The Death God raised his eyebrows and stood up in disbelief. You're back. With Han Fei's appearance, a channel appeared on the dam. Although the Death God didn't know where the channel could lead, he knew that some things were changing. At this moment, Jimin Linglin stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Han Fei's ear, I know the pain of waiting, the heart-wrenching pain. Let Xiaoju come with us, okay? At this moment, there was a trace of slyness in Zimin Linglin's eyes. She felt that Zhu Yinling was very similar to her. Without anyone familiar in this world, she only had eyes for Han Fei. Therefore, she was lonely. If she had to live with Xiao 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 and the others in the future, Zimin Linglin felt that she had to make a close friend, which would help her. Han Fei looked at Zhu Yingling with a strange expression. Zhu Yingling was also looking at him, and there was a light in her eyes, pure and clear. Han Fei couldn't help but think of the time when he and Zhu Yinling pretended to be husband and wife and lived together. At that time, the sun rose and set. That might be the most ordinary and simple life in his life. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have feelings for her. It was just that he couldn't stop in the past. Now that he had returned and she was still here, he shouldn't let her down anymore. Swishta. In the next moment, Han Fei took Zimin Linglin's hand and appeared at the top of the mountain, in front of Zhu Yingling. The creation void spiritual drum felt that its entire body was trembling. It felt an unparalleled pressure, so it shrank into the body of Zhu Yingling, not daring to appear again, let alone clamor like before. Han Fei raised his hand and hung it in the air. After a pause, he gently touched Zhu Yingling's head. Okay, you're already standing beside me. Let's go home. However, Han Fei's actions and words seemed to have stabbed Zhu Yingling deeply. Zhu Yinling's small face, which was trying to maintain calmness, couldn't help but start to twist. She frowned slightly, her lower lip was twisted, and her eyes were instantly filled with tears. Bean-sized tears fell. It was a grievance, a great grievance. Boo-hoo! Zhu Yinling fell into Han Fei's arms and cried. A moment later, her tears drenched Han Fei's collar. Zimin Linglin covered the corner of her mouth and smiled. Han Fei stood still until Zhu Yingling was a little embarrassed from crying. Then she lowered her head and struggled out of Han Fei's arms. But her hand grabbed a corner of Han Fei's clothes so tightly that her fingers turned white, fearing that if she let go, he would be gone. Chapter 3711, Side Story 23711, Side Story 23711, Side Story to the Death God spoke again. Now, can you talk to me? Han Fei looked at the Death God and smiled. Senior, don't be hasty. Wait a moment and you will know everything. With that, Han Fei, Zimin Linglin, and Zhu Yinling disappeared from this star. Only the Death God was still holding a teacup in his hand, feeling puzzled. He was very curious, but the other party was in a hurry to go home. What could he do? Just wait. They had waited for several eras. Why couldn't they wait a bit longer? But not long after Han Fei left, a series of swishes sounded. A big-headed Kylan took the lead and walked out of the passage muttering, there must be something extraordinary behind the altar, but Han Fei just doesn't say it. He must be keeping us in suspense. My heart is itching with curiosity. I'm really back. Ha ha ha, I'm back. Stupid tree, we're back. Your brother is back. In the next moment, the big-headed Kylan saw a familiar person holding a teacup and looking at him dumbfounded. Yes, the Death God was indeed dumbfounded. He felt his hair stand on end and his scalp tingle. In the next moment, a lazy voice said, okay, keep a low profile. Don't shout. Come with me to find Susu. She woke me up back then. No matter how many lives she has experienced now, she can only be mine. Immediately afterward, a domineering voice snorted. This is no longer my era. I heard from Void that too many things have happened here. I wonder if there are any acquaintances left. The Death God watched dumbfounded as one strong master after another returned, and their tones more or less sounded a little emotional. As soon as Li Daoyi, Kang Tian, and the others walked out, they met the eyes of the Death God. The eyelids of the Death God were twitching crazily. Finally, he slowly said, do you drink tea? At this moment, on Han Fei's body, two women were screaming and crying. One was hugging him, and the other was even riding on his head. Han Fei said helplessly, Yi, you're already a big girl. How can you still ride on your father's neck? It's none of your business. Boo-hoo, I thought you would never come back. You don't know how I spent the past 100,000 years. My mother and I worked so hard to cultivate. Do you know how tiring it was? Can't you let me fool around for a while? Hey, okay, just ride me. When your uncles and grandpas see it, your image will really be gone. I don't care. Leave me alone. Han Fei was helpless and then looked at Xuanhuan, who was wrapped around him. You're already an adult. How can you act like our daughter? People might think you're my daughter too. Xuanhuan stuck to Han Fei like a magnet, greedy for the warmth of Han Fei's body, and said fiercely and cutely, someone abandoned his wife and son for righteousness and went on a long journey. We didn't dare to say anything, nor did we dare to object. We could only wait eagerly for 100,000 years. 100,000 years. When I come back in 100,000 years, you actually despise me for being too heavy. Han Fei was lost for words. When did I say you're heavy? Are you kidding me? Xuanhuan said fiercely. You just think I'm too heavy. It's only been a while, and you want me to come down. You weren't like this before. Han Fei bared his teeth and was lost for words. Then what was I like before? Xuanhuan said slyly. You'll definitely coax me, saying, even if you hang on to me for a lifetime, I won't feel tired, let alone just for a whiles. Han Fei, okay, just hang on to me then. This time, Zimin Linglin and Zhu Yingling didn't come up. Zimin Linglin was talking with Zhu Yinling, asking what had happened in the past 100,000 years. She also told her about the simple things that happened to them on the path of no return in the past 100,000 years. The two of them occasionally looked at Han Fei and Xuanhuan, who were still hugging. Zimin Linglin said with a smile, when he was in the Grand Myriad Mountains, even in his dreams he called Xuanhuan's name. Now it seems that Xuanhuan is passionate and unrestrained, very different from us. Lingling, you are too obedient. I know that you once accompanied Han Fei through several very important stages of his life. If you had learned from Xuanhuan, you would have eaten him up long ago. Zhu Yinling pursed her lips slightly, but I heard that the love between you and him is deep in the bones. It's a kind of mutual dependence and support. It's really fascinating, and I can't learn Xiaoshan's personality in the end. At this moment, Xiaoshan was biting Han Fei's ear. I'm not surprised at all that you brought Xiaozhu home, but today you have to save Xiaozhu home, but today you have to save Xiaobai no matter what. Xiaobai is so pitiful. She has turned into a tree. This time even Han Xiaoyi said, I agree with my mother on this. Aunt Xiaobai is too lonely. Aunt Xiaobai may have occupied 80% of the loneliness in the world. I saw Aunt Xiaobai melt into the world tree bit by bit until only her eyes were left. Father, go save Aunt Xiaobai. Han Fei's heart stirred. He already knew Xiaobai's situation. As soon as he came back, he immediately went to Xiaoshan, Han Xiaoyi, and the others to see how they were doing. Therefore, he naturally found that Luo Xiaobai was in a very bad state at the moment. Chapter 3712, Side Story, 3712, Side Story, 3712, Side Story, 3. Originally, the sutra he gave Luo Xiaobai could indeed maintain Luo Xiaobai's state. However, Luo Xiaobai had made a breakthrough and became a dominator, so her situation became even more serious. She was almost one with the world tree. Unlike Li Daoyi monopolized 80% of luck of the end of the chaotic era and the primordial era. He had great luck, so he could break free from Luo Xiaobai's state. However, Luo Xiaobai couldn't. She didn't have that kind of luck. If he hadn't rushed back in time, she would have been lost. The chaotic star sea, under the world tree. Han Fei came to the place where Luo Xiaobai disappeared. When Han Fei arrived, he saw a pair of eyes that were about to fuse with this world. As if seeing Han Fei's return, a trace of brilliance appeared in her eyes, but this brilliance quickly dimmed. Alas, Han Fei sighed slightly. Actually, before I left, I wanted to advise you not to cultivate again. Han Fei raised his hand slightly, and the world tree began to sway. As the billions of leaves swayed slightly, a wisp of consciousness was shaken. In the next moment, infinite energy gathered, and a branch of the world tree was leaving. The consciousness, energy, and branches were blending and reshaping. After a while, Luo Xiaobai, who had her hair down and was wearing a loose white dress, was finally pulled out of the world tree by Han Fei. However, at this moment, Luo Xiaobai still seemed to be dizzy and half asleep. Then, Han Fei tapped between Luo Xiaobai's eyebrows. At that moment, Luo Xiaobai's past was recalled and her feelings were strengthened by him. Although he could directly modify Luo Xiaobai's bloodline and change her life form, would Luo Xiaobai still be Luo Xiaobai? Therefore, Han Fei only strengthened Luo Xiaobai's emotional level and gave her some insights into the Tao of all living beings. In the past, Li Daoyi could break free from this state, so could Luo Xiaobai. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai finally woke up. She rubbed her eyes with the backs of her hands and the sun poured down on her. A breeze blew past her long hair and blew up the hem of her clothes. Luo Xiaobai was shocked and quickly came back to herself only to see Han Fei looking at her with a smile. A dream? Luo Xiaobai blinked a few times, raised her head slightly, and looked straight at Han Fei. Then, she naturally reached out and pinched Han Fei's face heavily. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Luo Xiaobai blinked and Han Fei said helplessly, it hurts a little. Why do you have to use the power of a dominator to pinch people? Luo Xiaobai finally came back to herself and couldn't help but stare at Han Fei. Have you really returned? Han Fei smiled. Yes, now that I've finished the path, it's time to come back. Now that I'm back, you don't have to sleep anymore. With that, the two fell silent. In the end, Han Fei said, turn around and let me tie your hair up. Han Fei was combing Luo Xiaobai's hair with his hand when he said indifferently, "Time is passing, Xiaobai, it's been hundreds of thousands of years. Yu Yu and Quang Quang have already had many children and grandchildren. Shouldn't you get married?" Luo Xiaobai's body trembled slightly, and then she turned her head and looked at Han Fei from the corner of her eye. "So?" Han Fei chuckled. "Your standards are too high and your emotions are too weak. I'm afraid, in the end, you can only be mine." Luo Xiaobai turned her head and put on an imperceptible smile. After a long time, Luo Xiaobai said calmly, "That depends on whether you can style my hair beautifully," several years later. In the former ancestral land of the human race, the old site of the yin-yang world in the raging sea, in a sea area, a few children each carried a big fish bigger than their bodies, chasing and running wildly in the waves. Zhang Bushuai, take my attack with the iron-headed fish. The child who was chased took out another big fish from the waves. He laughed and rushed back, brandishing two big fish and shouting, "Yu Wei Wei Wu, take my attack with two iron-headed fish." Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the clanging sounds of their fight, a boy suddenly jumped out from under them. Carrying a big fish with dragon whiskers, he smashed it at the two of them. Aha, Tang Xiaoyi, you cheated. How dare you use the dragon-headed fish to fight? The boy who launched the sneak attack immediately threw away the dragon-headed fish in his hand and ran away. Haha, all is fair in war. On the other side, in the waves, a little girl with a watermelon hairstyle and hundreds of vines appeared around her. She was holding an iron-headed fish and stepping on a broken wooden board, attacking the huge waves. Suddenly, a dragon-headed fish was smashed over, knocking both her and the fish over. Gurgle, the little girl, emerged from the water, spat out a mouthful of seawater and said angrily, "Who did this? Come out." Zhang Bushuai and the other two laughed. Yu Weiwu shouted, "Han Luo, you're the one I want to smash. Why didn't you make surfboards for us?" Yes. Zhang Bushuai and Tang Xiaoyi echoed and laughed. The little girl named Han Luo was so angry that her face turned red. In the next moment, hundreds of vines emerged from the sea, each with an iron-headed fish tied to it. Shootin', oh my god, run! Chapter 3713, 3713, Side Story 4, 3713, Side Story 4. Han Luo, I was just kidding. A moment later, Zhang Bushuai and the other two were beaten black and blue. They shouted, "Old Ren, help! Teacher Ren, won't your conscience hurt if you just watch like this? Teacher Ren?" In the next moment, a rough voice shouted, "Bah, 3 men can't beat a little girl, and you still have the cheek to ask for help. Come here, each of you, practice 108 desolate god bodies." No, Teacher Ren. You better go about your business. We can handle this. Ren Tianfei appeared and snorted. Are you afraid now? It's too late. Practice. At this moment, a 9-tailed mantis shrimp swam down from the sky and said, "Senior Ren, it's getting late. Many guests are coming today. Why don't you punish them later?" "Humph. You guys are lucky. Uncle Richian, pull us up." 9-Tails said angrily, "I told you yesterday that there were guests coming today, but you insisted on running in the sea. Fine, you can wait to be scolded when you go back." Another moment later, on a floating island. In a large manor, the sound of flutes was melodious. In a large open-air kitchen, Le Renquang was holding a dried fish in his mouth and humming a small tune. His hand was moving up and down in the void, and hundreds of big pots were shaking crazily in midair. 100 flames rose to the sky. It was a scene, but not so beautiful. Han Fei was seriously tasting a row of sauces on the side. He said, "Quang Quang, your new sauce is extraordinary. How did you come up with it?" Le Renquang snorted. "Who am I? Since you resigned as the god of cookery, my ingenious ideas have been surging like a spring. You can call me the great inventor now." Next door, Zhang Xuanyu and Yi Xian were sitting in the kitchen eating melon seeds. There was already a spread of melon seed shells on the ground in front of them. Zhang Xuanyu said, "By the way, who are Xia Xiaochan and the others picking up?" "Why are they gone for so long?" Han Fei said grumpily. "You'll find out later. Hey, clean up all your melon seeds. If you have nothing to do, go over there to watch chess." On the other side, Old Han and Tengge were playing chess. Tengge was frowning, and Zhang Linxian was watching the battle with a smile. Hearing that they were going to let Zhang Xuanyu and Yi Xian come over to watch the game, Tengge immediately stopped them. "Don't. These two will make noises and disturb me while eating melon seeds." Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. "Alas, I'd better just eat melon seeds here." Click, click, click. The flute sound was melodious, mellow, and cheerful. Zhu Yinling was leaning against the purple bamboo by the side of the house, playing. Not far away from her, Seaman Linglin was sitting on a chair sunbathing, holding a bunch of red grapes in her hand. Every time she stuffed a grape into her mouth, a faint power would rush out of her body, but before it reached half an inch, the energy would be sucked back by her. From time to time, Zeman Linglin would stroke her belly because it was already bulging. At this moment, after they finished eating, Zeman Linglin hurriedly shouted, "Xiaoju, come and eat too. There are so many of them, I can't finish them alone." Zhu Yinling chuckled. "They're all for you to eat. I heard that by eating grapes you can give birth to a baby with big eyes." Xiaobai ate a lot of grapes when she was pregnant. As soon as Zhu Yinling said so, she heard a group of noisy voices. Dad, I'm being bullied. Dad, Han Luoluo is bullying us. Uncle Han Fei, take care of Han Luoluo, control her strength. Yes, you'd better seal her. On Ninetails' head, the little girl crossed her arms and said angrily, who asked you to smash the fish at me? Han Fei chuckled. You several men can't beat my daughter. How do you have the cheek to complain? Squeak. At this moment, a door opened and Luo Xiaobai walked out with a book in her hand. Han Luoluo immediately jumped off Ninetails' head and bloomed beside Luo Xiaobai like a flower. Mom, they hit me first. Luo Xiaobai gently knocked Han Luoluo's head with a book. Naughty. Okay, behave yourself. There will be guests later. Hula, hula. The three boys who were complaining just now had forgotten that they had been beaten up. At this moment, they all rushed to the kitchen. Le Renquang immediately shouted, Don't come over. There are guests coming. Whoever dares to steal food will be punished. At this moment, beams of light appeared between the heavens and earth. After approaching this floating island, those lights turned into terrifying existences. There were ferocious Kylans, divine trees that reached tens of thousands of feet, giant beasts with iron backs like mountains, giant birds that blotted out the sky, and azure dragons swimming in the void. Wow. Wow. The children looked up at the sky and exclaimed. Sha Xiaochan and Han Chanye landed first and then said, Everyone, this is it. Han Fei looked up and said angrily, Hey, that's enough. I only have such a big space here. Are you going to collapse my island? Ha ha ha! All right, let's become smaller. The primordial Kylan transformed into the size of a mutt, and the giant beasts transformed into humans with a thought. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of people standing in the manor. These people were carrying bags of various sizes. Seeing the children staring at him, the primordial Kylan and the others felt a little embarrassed. They immediately reached into their bags and took out a godly weapon, a divine fruit Dao book with great Dao runes flowing on it. Then he roared in the gentlest tone he felt. Come, boys and girls, this is your gift. Boohoo! As soon as the primordial Kylan spoke, Han Luoluo, Zhang Bushuai, and the others were frightened to tears. Smack! Li Daoyi slapped the primordial Kylan's head. How many times have I told you to speak softly? The primordial Kylan was also speechless. Isn't my voice soft? Beside him, Kang Tian was also speechless. Look at what you took out. Is that something a child can play with? Han Fei was lost for words. Hey, I said I would treat you to a meal, but what's going on? Are you moving? Kang Tian laughed and said, Junior brother, we have to have a place to stay. Besides, it's better to have more people together, right? We'll settle down here this time. With that, Kang Tian beckoned to everyone. Hey everyone, stop standing. Let's find our territories first. Han Fei, Le Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others also looked at Han Fei, thinking, why did these immortals come to live with us? You didn't mention it before. Luo Xiaobai said, Seniors, it's good for you to live here in seclusion. However, hundreds of thousands of ordinary people will move here soon. Seniors, you should indeed choose a good place. Upon hearing this, Han Fei thought to himself, Luo Xiaobai is really smart. I wanted to set some rules for them, but once ordinary people live here, they will have to restrain themselves greatly if they want to live here in seclusion, so I don't have to do that. However, the immortals immediately knew what Luo Xiaobai meant. Someone laughed. It doesn't matter. We're here to live in seclusion, not to fight. We'll seal our strength later. Han Fei smiled and said, That's it. Don't look for territory now. Let's start the banquet. Come on, let's start eating.